It is finally time. NYSL's 25K Crossfire Vanguard tournament is here, and I'm so excited to be a part of it. I'm your host, Katie Bedford, joined by my wonderful co-hosts, Shift and VisionZz. Guys, how are you doing?
Feeling good, Katie. It's going to be an incredible day. We've had a couple of last-minute team swap-ups. I think some people recognized after the initial player list came out, whoa, wait a second. Some of these teams are pretty stacked. We got to get to work and make sure we can at least battle up against them. So, yeah, I'm pumped for it. It's going to be a really fun format throughout the day featuring pros and content creators alike.
Yeah, I'm doing fantastic. I love the beginning of the game. You got a new COD out. I mean, there's so much to experience. There's so much to learn. And as Alan just said, we got plenty of incredible players to watch over today. So I honestly cannot wait to get into the action.
Yeah, and let's take a look at how that action is going to play out, right? What exactly is the format for the Subliners event? Well, it's going to be 16 teams with one pro, either current or former, and 3 streamers in Hardpoint and S&D only. I know you guys might love Domination, Clays love Shack, but we're sticking with Hardpoint, we're sticking with Search, and we're doing a double elimination bracket format. It's going to be best of 3s early on, so do not mess up early. And then Shift, we get to the best of 5s, which is really the meat, that top 6, right? Duking it out in potentials for big reverse sweeps.
Yeah, and this format is one that is going to feature more hardpoint than search and destroy as well. That's the other big key. The best of 3s will be hardpoint, search. The best of 5s will be your normal respawn, search, respawn, search. So instead of, obviously we don't have that third game mode yet, we'll see a double dose of hardpoint in the middle with a hardpoint, search for those best of 5s. Yeah, I'm really excited for it. Search and destroy has been fun to watch, but I'll be candid, I'm a little bit biased here. I'm ready to see some more respawn action on the title.
I like that. Yeah, we're going to get a lot of hardpoint. We're going to get a lot of chaos. And these players are going through all of this just for the prizing. That's why we're here, guys. We know it. Not only do you love COD, but there's $25,000 on the line. VisionZz, look at that. It's not just the top 3 that are getting a payout this time.
That's right. It is the top 4, and well, for first place, it's $12,000. That's a lot of money to come away with here on the day if you can take the entire thing. But I love the fact that we're paying out top 4. So if you can make a decent run, you're coming away with a bit of cashy for yourself. So I mean, there's lots of fun to be had. There's some money on the line. This is what we love to see for these tournaments here overall. And honestly, I can't wait to see again some of these teams start to make these runs, start to come up here and see if they can come away with a good chunk of cash on the day.
And now I know we've gone through it, format prize, right? But like, who exactly, Shift, is going to be playing in this tournament? We talked about these pros, current or former. So there's a lot of big names, right? There's Subliners players. We also have a lot of Challengers players and big names from Warzone who maybe were former pros in the past. Take a look at that. Names that jump right off the screen. You have Karmas, Crimsixes, you have Jukies, and Sensei Swish'em, who's part of New York Subliners Shift. There's some really big names on this list.
Yeah, and there's 2 teams in particular that I'm looking at because they're both formulated as kind of core groups of 3, and they've added in a 4th. Tommy's the first one because Tommy Allman and Noobs, you know them from Warzone. But the thing about it is, all 3 of those players have had some really good moments throughout their competitive career in multiplayer. Of course, Tommy, the former pro, in that picture, but Noobs was really close to making it to the Pro League during Black Ops 4. And Allman, when he entered into the scene during Modern Warfare, actually had a really strong start to the Challengers year before being won over by Warzone. On the other front, Hitch's team's kind of nasty. You got the TST boys, which they always surprise us awesome whenever we watch them play in their throwbacks, but they've got Shotzzy as their 4th. So I don't know. I think they've got 2 really major squads on the other side of the bracket right there.
Well, yeah, and VisionZz, when I look at this too, like take a look at Iceman Isaac's team's got Scump on it. It has Destroy and Tupac, who maybe not known for respawn, but known for S&D. And of course, Scump, his SMG, we've already seen in hardpoints in this game. Take Eagle's Nest as an example, where he's already been dropping 50 bombs VisionZz in these tournaments.
Dude, Scumpy is looking absolutely fantastic. It feels like this is something that's said every single year, but he's got some great teammates around him. And I mean, specifically, I think those will be the big S&Ds, right? When you're looking at just the minds of someone like Tupac coming in here, being able to make some of these massive shot calls here for you, really leading a lot of the team, I think, for it, and then having just some incredible mechanical players around him. It's going to make for some really fun action-packed gameplay when we're talking about a lot of the maps here, because a lot of it is hitting things out and trying to get control of sites very quickly. So it should be very fun. I'm excited to see how that comes together. But I mean, there is multiple teams that are looking stacked. You mentioned Team Crimsix. He's got chemistry with Unrational as well. They won a tournament not too long ago. He had like 3 minutes of hill time almost every single hardpoint we watched. So watch for that when we get into the respawns, right? Because this was something that you wouldn't come to expect, from a Warzone player. But he was coming up. He was showing up here. So there is a lot to prove here for these guys. And don't sleep on anyone. Anyone can show up. It's the beginning of the game.
Yeah, no matter what, if you're playing on Rational and Hardpoint, you'll find him collecting objective time. He's the hero every team
Yes.
needs. And DraftKings is one of the heroes for Andbox. They're a new official partner for Andbox, and we cannot wait to see what they do together. So guys, if you're 18 plus, make sure to go ahead and check out DraftKings.com. And while you're doing that, we're going to go to a very short break. When we get back, it's time to get into the initial series. We've got Team Aiden going up against Team Smixy. Lots of incredible head-to-heads. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Sometimes you need a little help to stay ahead of the unexpected. USAA Renter's Insurance helps cover your stuff, even when you're out and about, starting at 33 cents a day. If you know, you know. If you don't, we do.
We are back, $25,000 on the line. The NYSL 25K Crossfire is about to begin. I'm your host, Katie Bedford, once again joined by the incredible Shift and VisionZz, who are just about to get into things. Let's talk about these first two teams we're going to watch, right? Team Jowo and Team Mutex. VisionZz, they've got some pretty heavy hitters.
Yeah, they actually do. That's probably the best way to frame this one up, because when you go into it, you look at just every single player across the roster, you're screaming, okay, first off, there's a lot of really strong S&D players on both sides here for us, which is going to make for a really exciting game 3 if we end up going the distance. But on top of that, you just got a lot of really experienced players, I feel like, overall coming in the mix here for us. I mean, Mutex has been playing the game quite a bit, and when you're looking at Jowo, I think in particular, he's obviously coming from Warzone for anyone who doesn't know, and I'm really excited to see what he does here in a competitive atmosphere. I haven't really seen him too much in any of the early tournaments, so I'm excited to see how he does with his team, but this should be actually a really well squared up match here in the very first round.
Yeah, Shift, let's take a look at these player cards, right? So we've kind of talked about it. VisionZz has touched on some of the players on Team Mutex, Team Jowo, and a lot of them have been competing in these S&D tourneys we've seen. But take a look at this. Zlander newly joined with Optic Texas. You got, of course, LA Thieves Envoy now and Hamza. So what do you think of when you look at this lineup?
I think first and foremost, you look at the two professional players or career players in the multiplayer, and Envoy and Hamza. You've got an absolutely unbelievable SMG, and Hamza is, I think, one of the most slept-on AR players from the Challenger scene. At the end of last year, he was like, guys, what do I have to do to get a team going? Because he was finishing top 6 almost every event, and he kept defending himself without a team. So I think those two, with a combination of two very solid and high finesse-based players in Joe and Z, yeah, this is a very dangerous roster to be sure.
And let's take a look at Team Mutex as well, right? Because VisionZz was talking a little bit about them and what they have to bring to the table. And, well, you have Blast, Rambi, and Charm. And VisionZz actually, I think before we got everything kicked off, I was like, hey, tell me a little bit about Charm. I'm not quite as familiar. And you guys had a lot of good things to say.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Charm is one of those players that can absolutely show up here for us on the day. He plays a lot in challengers. I think he had a really good run throughout Modern Warfare. Last year maybe wasn't as consistent here for him, but coming in towards Vanguard, I think he's got a lot to prove, and he's got some great teammates to do it with. You may have Mutex, Blast, and Rambi. First off, Mutex and Blast have been playing S&D together for like the last 10 years. Then you have Rambi, who actually teamed with Mutex when they were playing competitively in World War II. So there's actually a lot of built-in synergy with this lineup here, and I mean, if they can put it together and respawn, this team could be unstoppable, because S&Ds, I feel like they're going to be one of the stronger teams that we have in this tournament.
Okay, I love that you brought that up, and Shift, I was actually just about to talk to you about this, right? So S&D is not going to be the predominant game mode in this tournament, and a lot of these players, whether they're Warzone now, have come from the S&D community, and that's what they grind a lot when new CODs come out, is the S&D tourneys. But Hardpoint is where it's going to be at. You have to be able to excel there if you're going to want to win this tournament. So what do you think is crucial for these teams with a Hardpoint heavy tournament like we have with Crossfire?
The thing is, with hard points on the maps that we're going to be looking at throughout the entirety of the day, it's more than just winning the objective. It feels like right now Vanguard is going to form very much so like Modern Warfare when it comes down to controlling space in front and around the hard point, not necessarily being on it itself. So we've kind of seen over the last couple of days, the Warzone player will just sit on the OBJ and everyone else will just go zone and get kills. But the thing is, there is not just one player on either of these two teams that sits there and says, oh, that's going to be the OBJ guy for the entirety of the day.
You
Absolutely.
Just call out. This is no irrational.
Yeah, I mean, Gary, he's really set the bar here when it comes down to what the Warzone community is able to do in multiplayer. But I think for the respawn, it's going to be down to who already is able to kind of maybe push those envelopes a little bit further forward to make sure they're not just controlling spawns and the hard point, but more importantly, the space that's in front and around it, because a lot of these hard points are inside close quarters areas.
VisionZz, when you look at something like this, right, new maps, everyone's kind of learning them as they go, and I think that's something that's been a treat for me, is that in new tournaments in the beginning of a COD, you get to watch these players, the best in the business at what they do, learn and innovate on these maps and these modes in real time. So do you think we're going to see a lot of that here? Do you have any high expectations? Maybe some interesting rotations, some breaks people are going to come up with these hard points that we haven't seen yet?
I mean, I think we'll get fairly similar breaks and things like this and rotations to what we've been getting. Now, I think we might see a lot of new spots and a lot of different angles that could help you either watch the hill or help you secure a rotation. Because when you're, in this new game, you think about last year, like there were some spots that we didn't even get to see until we were actually at CDL Champs Finals, right? So you're kind of just evolving and learning as you go through every single map here for us. You're learning new jump up spots, just a lot of ways to be able to at least zone people from the hill, as Alan was kind of touching on. So I imagine we'll probably get a lot of that coming through in Hardpoint and S&D, but for the most part, I think we'll still see a lot of the same rotations, at least a lot of the same hill setups right now for as far as everything involved within the Hardpoint right now in the game.
Well then, Shift guys, do you think maybe those Warzone players, some of them were former pros and some of them maybe even considering getting back into challengers, are they gonna struggle in Hardpoint, something that's so fast-paced and is just a constant go the entire time?
It's an interesting conversation because I think at the beginning of the title, seeing that this tournament list was going to be coming to us in the first week and a half of the game, I probably would have said, yeah, it's going to be a very different play style. But I've seen players like Attract and Colors and Joe and Unrational pull off some really awesome finesse movements that you would come to expect from those nitty-gritty SMGs that we see in the middle of challengers, or even some of the players that have enough experience to maybe even rival some of the top-tier SMGs and ARs that we've seen so far throughout challengers, but also the CDL. I think Flanked was one of the guys that really stood out over the last couple of days, where I was like, yeah, we'll see what he has to offer here, because he was, living up to his name. He was kind of being the guy that went off and went rogue. And the thing was, he was participating at a very high level, and he was actually the cause for a lot of success on rotation. So what you kind of maybe would figure would be a lack of awareness or knowledge into normal multiplayer respawn game modes, I've actually been pleasantly surprised when it comes to the Warzone community being able to understand what they need to do for their team to be successful, whether that's hold the objective or be one of the catalysts for rotations, especially in those key moments on more big maps. So I've been really pleasantly surprised, and I wouldn't be too out of character, I think, to say that some of these Warzone players may consider trying to be a little bit competitive in the opening Challenger Cups just because of how they've been able to play so far.
I love that. Well, I know I'm looking forward to it. I know everyone in chat is, everyone who's watching their favorite streamer in these tournaments. And that's why we're going to hand it over now to Shift and VisionZz to take it away. NYSL 25K Crossfire is kicking off right now. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Katie, thanks so much. She is the world's Bedford after all, there, VisionZz. It's a treat to have her around. That much is for sure. But speaking of a treat, we didn't really get a chance to mention the fact that we will be having a preset map rotation per round.
Right.
So we're looking at Berlin for this opening hardpoint, and we're going to be getting Team Mutex and Team Jowo to start things off for us just as we open up the first hardpoint.
Yes, and as we kind of get into this, it's going to be kind of key to look at how teams are going to start approaching, some of the hills here for us overall. But at the moment, we can at least see Team Jowo. They've been able to come in here for the first 8 seconds. Looks like we do have maybe just a technical issue as we are about to get into it. But as I was about to kind of just dive into it, I guess we have a chance to really start talking about this, Alan, is, the game plays extremely fast. There is a lot of eliminations that are happening, just about every single game. It doesn't matter what map here. So I'm really curious to see how, especially the Warzone players and the content creators, come into this and see if they're going to play as fast as they typically would on a Warzone map. Because if so, they'll probably find themselves in a comfort zone, I think, for a lot of these respawns, and especially on a lot of these maps as well.
Yeah, I think you hit a really, really key point. I know that you and I, especially watching over Modern Warfare, where the maps were extremely large for a lot of our respawns. Now, granted, it was 5 players on each team, so it didn't feel nearly as big as maybe the hard points based on their position may lead you to believe. But now we're dealing with some pretty large maps with only the 4v4 arena. And I think the timings of rotations are going to be extremely crucial to what happens at the end of the scoreboard at the end of a map, especially maps like Berlin. It's just, especially like 3 to 4, it's literally you go from one side of the map all the way back to the other. And we'll see that occur across a number of the maps that we have in the pool here for the day. But kicking off with Berlin, we're going to get a really good look to see who exactly has the best overall kind of ability to read that, as we will have multiple games kind of going at the same time. So taking a look at a different match that's going on, as we had a little scan and repair issue in the first, we're looking at Sean J going up against Iceman Isaac's squad, and we did get a second to kind of look over Isaac's team before we started. With Scump, Tupac, and Destroy, you got to be feeling pretty darn solid about this group of 4 as well.
Yeah, this is one of those group of four that really could end up frying and coming away with a lot of big dubs here in this tournament. But overall, it is going to be SeanJay's team that have control of the hill, and you're more or less already thinking about maybe trying to cut off the middle of the map here. But 20 seconds is going to be up for grabs. You don't want it to go for free, and that is a clean feed. Iceman Isaac squad, they're going to get 4 down. We're going to surge on through and start collecting time, and Scumpy on the 3 spree already kicking things off hot.
Yeah, really good stuff. I mean, the big thing was Scump came out in some of those early tournaments and really showcased that it very well could be another year of the King, just to really absolutely reign his dominance over the SMG world. I know a lot of people, you know, looking back to Modern Warfare, maybe have looked at Scump and said, wasn't really this greatest year ever, but I kind of disagree with that. Mostly due to the fact that he was playing a really nitty-gritty role, is kind of that entry SMG alongside Envoy, and they did eventually kind of figure that out. So seeing him being able to take what he had learned from previous years and immediately turn into early success, I think it's going to be another one of those great years here for Scump.
I have to imagine so, for sure. But as we transition to this hill, this is one of the most difficult hills, I think, to hold, because there's like 5 different entryways. People can fly up top, they can fly down low through 3 different doors, so it's not always easy to collect a lot of time here on P2. But we'll see if the remaining 20 seconds will go over. Heisman able to find himself 1. Still a fight here. We'll see if Tupac can win that one. He does. Big one-on-one win, but a quick trade will follow. So SeanJay going to come up with about a 20-point lead here as long as they grab the scrap time. But this is the more important route, Alan.
Yeah.
We move across the map. This is one of the money hills. If you get here first, you can lock in a lot of points, and this could be massive here for SeanJay's team.
And the thing is, when we're looking at rotations like this, I'm actually going to point out a nice little play from Destroy. He just solo hit the scrap time, and that's just mostly to keep the side of SeanJay's team honest, saying, hey, I'm going to test you on this old time. You can't just full rotate, and now you've got everybody in such a great position in and around the hill itself, where you've got all the lanes locked down, you've got ARs in great spots. There's only been a single kill so far for SeanJay's squad, and it was SeanJay herself. So yeah, you talk about potential full 60 holds. This is definitely a hard point where the conversation starts, and well, the conversation may just end off of what we're seeing right here, because we're already through the first 40 seconds, and there hasn't even been a look yet for SeanJay's squad onto this hill yet.
Yeah, we wanted to see how the Warzone players were going to fare. Well, how about Destroy? 6 in a row, able to get himself some streaks to work with here for some potential breaks. And those streaks could be, you know, perfect for this next hill that's going to be a little bit open at the very back. But still 10 seconds up for grabs. Right back in the game we go. And Iceman Isaac's squad now going to be up by just a few seconds. And now we shift across the map here for us. And SeanJay's team, they've been pretty electric on the rotation so far, Alan. But yeah, this is not one of the easiest hills to hold. You have to try and just zone away from it. Try to keep that player safe inside so he can soak up time freely.
Oh, Scump mid-map has just absolutely decimated the entirety of that early rotation. Oh boy, things starting to get a little bit out of hand quickly. We talked about it kind of just before we went live. This stretch between 3 and 4 almost feels kind of like Moscow did between point 2 and point 3, where if you lose the rotation after losing the first primary heal that could be a full 60, you could be looking at 80 to 120 straight seconds worth of time going against you, and that's exactly what's starting to unfold. It was Scump who was able to kind of, like I mentioned, take care of the middle of the map, and now he's actually zoning a little bit forward, looking to maybe go over towards the next side of the hard point that you want to be on, going over to this 5th hill, wide out in the open. You want to get into buildings early and often as possible, and well, so far, I mean, it's been just absolutely flawless in these last 2 hard points for Iceman Isaac's team.
Yeah, and I mean, Iceman Isaac specifically, how about this? A minute 25 in the hill, just doing it all. And he's like, guys, I don't even have to get involved. You guys are just killing and slaying everything. And that's really, you know, perfect picture here for you as you're going to hold yourself, you know, a big lead up by about a full hard point. Now, this hill in particular, I will say, is really difficult to hold. There is just no real cover here. So if you can get any real amount of seconds and kind of guarantee yourself a rotation to new, that's really your best bet, keeping everyone off of the time. But Destroy, just looking to get a little mixy. They're going to try and send some resources in. They're going to clear out a bit of space and now at least have some presence on the hill.
And this is another one of those things that we kind of had to add to the conversation. I know you were very adamant about this when it came down to what we had from World War II a couple of years ago. No trophy systems means that hard points like this are going to be very difficult to find time just because of the nature of the nade spam that you're going to be getting. And it's not even the fact that frag grenades are that easy to hit, but the Ganon bomb, instant explosion at pretty close range, and the stuns deal 18 damage right now. So, I mean, you're finding so much damage value from every bit of utility you carry in, and it's going to make hard points like this. And even as we rotate over to the first hill, when it comes to breaking, you know, everyone's been talking about how Respawn has been so chaotic feeling in a cool way. A lot of it is because breaks are not impossible like they were in certain particular maps and particular hardpoints over the last 2 years. You have a way to fight for everything, and a lot of that comes from, I think, that nade spam plus also those deployable walls that we still have in play.
That's right. And I mean, multiple entries as well, as you see it there.
Yeah.
Just perfect coordination. Iceman Isaac squad, they all just hit, you know, a door at a different time and then destroy. He's just been so good at pushing the advantage, just getting in a spot where he's at least gaining information or finding kills. And Scumpy gets that info. He comes away with a 2-piece. You got someone watching the middle of the map right now. So this is starting to look a lot better for Iceman Isaac squad. They are coming away with quite a big lead here. Going to be looking at about, you know, 170 to about 94 if they get the remaining 9 seconds, and they already have the move for the new rotation here for themselves. Zoning away on the street. This is looking good, and this is a chance maybe to put this game away if they come away with a lot of time here on P2.
It's still, it's crazy to think, though, because through the 3rd and 4th hard points, Iceman Isaac's team was running away with things, but it's still essentially just one good hard point away from being a pretty darn even game. So for Team Sean J, looking to make their move here as they find themselves on the outside looking in. Spawns are not terrible, though. An opportunity still to try to break this with 40 seconds left, and the attempt is on the way. The problem is Destroy has already found himself the first 2 eliminations, and Vale trying to fight back, and Isaac from the back corner maybe trying to lock down an angle, but things will go neutral as we hit the halfway point on the hill. 187 now to 97 and counting for Team Sean J, but the numbers just aren't here, especially when you're looking at Tupac and Scumpy combining for 3 of the 4. It's just a little bit too easy right there, and a big moment for Team Sean J, maybe potentially missed.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is. You have now rotational spawns kind of playing a factor here for you. If you can move across the map and hold a full 60, there is a chance. But I think the real problem so far here for Team Sean J has been holding the hill. There's just been, you know, too many times we've seen everyone on Team Iceman Isaac just kind of find these breaks quite quickly. And, well, it helps when Scumpy, you know, is finding multi-kills almost every single life as he does there, and they find the perfect transition into news. So everything coming together quite nicely. I mean, it's 203 to 109, 45 seconds left on this hill. You feel like if there's going to be a chance to come back into it, you got to find a break, and it's got to be now.
But it's only Aqua, the only one to find an elimination. Sean J really hasn't gotten things going this game, just 5 and 25. And Aqua, of course, pro player, Heisman, up-and-coming challengers talent to be sure. They're doing everything they can, and Veiled has also held his own. But, I mean, you look on the other side of the scoreboard, 35 and 18 for Scump, 23 and 16 for Tupac, and 27 and 17 for Destroy. Like you mentioned from the last rotation, Isaac's just happy to be here. He's got 2 minutes and 35 seconds of the hard point time, and he's been doing it all on the OBJ. So it's definitely one of those early maps that you look at and say, maybe we didn't get the chance to rotate as early or as successfully as we needed to really compete into this first map, but there is still time. But as we rotate over, you look at the minimap, and once again, it's Destroy now in the hard point first, and a chance for Team Iceman Isaac to go up 1-0 if they can find a way to close it out here.
Oh, it's Scumpy right now, 39 and 18, man. Every time I'm looking at that feed, 2 people are dying here to him. But there is a chance to try to break through. We'll see if they can end up getting close to the hill. 15 seconds left. They're just zoning so well. Again, it's Scumpy for 3 in the middle. How about a 7 spree? Can he make it 8? I mean, Scumpy just going off right now in this map number 1. There it is. Finally dies on that 8 spree. They will manage to get them off the hill in the remaining seconds, but I mean, you only need 2, and you have the close spawns, and there it is. They'll get the job done. Beautifully done. I mean, across the board overall, 250 to 129 for the first map win.
Yeah, really clean all the way throughout. And I think if you were to look at 2 hard points in particular, I still go back to that rotation between the 3rd and the 4th. I mean, you've got an instance here where the first hard point, the 5th hard point, and the second hard point, really, I'm actually really curious on your take of this, Austin. I feel like there aren't necessarily like super heavy lockdown spawns that essentially guarantee you hardpoint time for those 3 in particular. But as soon as you start putting hardpoints out towards the outer parts of the map, those hardpoints are so difficult to break just simply due to the fact that the spawn stays so safe. And those 2 in particular, the 3rd and the 4th there, I think was really where a lot of the tally came through for Isaac's team.
I agree. I mean, I think you bring up a really strong point. Like, if you're going to play for some of these, you know, more difficult hills to break, you got to dedicate 2 or 3 members to flood into the back. Play for the spawns first, work for the hill after, right? Like, that is something we saw a lot in Cold War. It's something that's necessarily to do because, I mean, you're just going to be spawning farther away, and you're not going to win, you know, the majority of the engagements when you're looking for people in corners inside of the hill. Like, it's really difficult to find those breaks. And, I mean, that was just obviously a great example of what can happen when you're just pushing out in front of the hill, gaining a little bit of space, and just keep keeping, you know, Iceman Isaac in there soaking up time. He's like, listen, I don't have to do anything, man. You guys are slaying everything. I'm grabbing time. We're winning games. It's feeling good, looking good, and everything came together for them.
The other thing that I think is important, because, you know, if you're joining us here late, this tournament is more heavily revolved around the hard point than other ones that have happened so far, which I think is actually really healthy for what we've seen up until this point, because I think for a lot of people, the first week of the game is just learn where the hard points are, right? That's number one. The second would be, where exactly do we need to be to kind of make sure our spawns are favored for those hard points? But then the third, and where you really start to see teams like you talk about Atlanta FaZe in the past, other teams like Wester from the Challenger scene at the beginning of last year, it's not just knowing those first two things, but how far can we push forward to put our opponent in the worst position possible, whether that be trying to formulate a break for a hill or putting them so far away from a rotation going to a new hill that they have no chance to ever see favorable spawns. That's where I think in this tournament in particular, the teams that carry CDL pros or top tier challengers players are going to have a huge leg up, because they're not just playing for where the new hard point is. They're playing for all the space around it. And we're seeing that kind of already come into the fold just a touch when you've got players like Scump dominating mid-map rotations to never even allow Sean J's team to even attempt a break, let alone have any sort of attempt to actually get any time generated.
Yeah, and you got to think of like the comms in that situation too. It's like, all right, we're coordinating a break here, guys. I'm pinching, and then it's like, oh, Scumpy got two, and then it's like, well, we lost half of our team, and well, trying to coordinate the rest of that break when you're only hitting from like a one-dimensional angle, it's not going to be as likely. So you bring up a great point. I mean, if Scumpy is going to go rogue, these other challenger players, other CDL pros are just going to be able to find this room to start running around and getting kills and getting away, working for streaks here too. It's not going to be easy to bounce back into these hard points. And well, the big factor here is that for this tournament, we are playing, you know, more hard points than S&Ds here. So you got to go into this map number 2, have to look for a big bounce back here and try to fix, you know, some of the small things, which isn't always easy to do after, you know, getting dominated like that, but it's necessary if you want to stay alive in the upper bracket. Very much so the case. Again, best of 3s here in the early rounds. We will get to best of 5 once we hit the top 6 team threshold. And again, the top 4 are where that $25,000 will be split between 12,000 of it reserved for those who finish in first. Again, just as a reminder, not only will we be staying with the best of 3, but every single series in this opening round are playing the same map set. So there will be a set kind of map rotation as we go from round to round. So we're through Berlin. It's Tuscan that's going to be coming up next. And I think a lot of people, when it looks at Hardpoint and Tuscan as a combination, it's kind of feeling like maybe the bread and butter hardpoint map so far. I think Bocage is definitely another one that gets thrown into the conversation, but it looks like a lot of people are really happy with how Tuscan is playing right now. And I think a lot of that is because most of the hardpoints are actually leaning towards being stacked in towards the middle of the map. So everyone is approachable. You don't have like a hack yard P2 on any of these maps, which is good news. That is really good news. Yeah, it's just one of those maps right now in the rotation that just has a really nice flow to it. And I think it's the way that you can get involved with SMGs. You know, you can look to do a lot of this slide canceling, get involved, get aggressive. I mean, perfect probably for a lot of the Warzone players because you can find a lot of favor and get up close and personal. But at the same moment, you know, you have some longer lanes where you can post up with an STG, watch over that entire lane, get an AR top mid so that he can cut off Church. I think there's a lot of different ways that you can approach the map at the moment, but the teams that have the most aggressive subs, I think, are going to probably find the most favor on a map like this, especially if you get set up. You gain a little bit of that space we keep mentioning and talking about. You push up onto the map. You make it really difficult to approach anything. I think that's really one of the keys to really good Tuscan teams right now here in this hardpoint game mode, because it can be unforgiving at times, you know, if you're unable to get towards the zone or even get close to it, right? If you can't break the zone, then you're not getting any points. And well, we see exactly what happened, you know, in that first map on Berlin. That's an excellent example of it. Yeah. I mean, it's just, I have yet to really experience too many moments where, I mean, with the map set that we have today, I guess I should say, with the map pool that we kind of put together for Hardpoint, I think there are some maps that are going to be favoring the ARs, others that might favor the subs, but what we're getting out of a map like Tuscan and what we'll eventually get out of maps like Bocage is that both have moments of greatness for either, depending on how you're running it. And that's kind of what I look forward to most when it comes to like what very well could be our competitive hard point, or maybe even Control or CTF or whatever the third game mode happens to be this year, Respawn in particular, making sure there's good balance between both of those moments. Because I won't lie, the first couple of days when I jumped down, I was like, I really want to give this MP40 a try. I kept finding myself hitting the same long open lane time and time again, and I was like, I can't pull an MP40 out here. But then you get on maps like Tuscan, and I think it's one of those things like you mentioned. I know you're running a sub in this game. There are definitely parts of the environment that are so much more favorable to just running down that SMG, finding close quarters battles,
And even on rotation, you never find yourself super into like a super sticky spot. You have a chance, I think, is the best thing.
Especially if you're a smoke player too. I mean, that's what I'm excited for. I'm curious to see how much we'll get of it today. You know, whether or not people want to try to block off, you know, an entire lane and see if you can maybe maneuver somewhere within the middle of the map, kind of pinch from, you know, a different angle. You can use the smokes to your advantage and push right through it. So I think that's also going to be, you know, a really good utility that, you know, we obviously did not have last year. That's going to be useful in some of the maps this year. A map like Berlin, I think, is an excellent example, or even the Tuscan lane off of P1 where you can just, you know, zone up the ARs. But I mean, overall, when we're coming into it here for us, Alan, there's still, you know, we're learning on the fly. The players are learning on the fly here for us. So there's still so much, you know, that we're just not going to be expected to see coming into a tournament like this, where teams are going to be learning things, you know, quite quickly. So I'm still amped for that overall, especially in some of these hills, or rather some of these hard points that we haven't seen a ton of gameplay on here for us. You mentioned like Bocage. This isn't one that I've seen play too much in hard point, but a lot in S&D. So it should be fun overall, as I think we're just waiting to get into our next lobby here. Again, it would be another hard point coming up. It is Tuscan. It's the fan favorite. Just a matter of, you know, what are we going to see differently? You know, how are the spawns going to work on this map too? Because I'm kind of curious on your thoughts on that, Alan. With the way Tuscan works, right? It feels like spawns are an interesting kind of, you know, aspect to the game. Obviously, that's always been a part of hardpoint, but how much focus are we going to get on it? Or is it just going to be all about kind of butting heads almost into the hill?
And this is where I think you and I are just going to have our nerd out moments, like we did when we were back learning Modern Warfare, where it's like, okay, what checkpoints do you have to hit to make sure that you're actually fully controlling spawns? And there have been a couple of moments in the times that I've been able to cast so far that I was looking at the minimap and saying, all right, that should be good. It should be a fine for a flip. And then, oh, wait a second. No, not quite yet. You know, that one guy you thought was in a good spot actually wasn't. So, I mean, it's not even just the positions that you have to be able to hit, but I think also kind of taking it back to this tournament in particular, how aware are you and your teammates going to be when you are not actually spawning favorably? So that way the person who thinks that they're blocking can actually make a response to know that, hey, the threat is actually imminent because they are still spawning in, we're still spawning out. Those moments, I think, are actually more important than maybe knowing exactly what position you have to be in to flip those spawns completely, just because of the nature of everyone still learning, like we continue to mention. But yeah, Tuscan in particular, I think the spawns are pretty expected. I say that with a bit of hesitation because I'm thinking of like the Fountain hardpoint. Both the breaking and holding spawns are actually really, really close together. So there is the ability, if you're the team who's breaking, to maybe just skip the hardpoint and play for the spawn in locations rather than necessarily playing for the objective itself. So yeah, I'll be really curious to see what the strategies are going to be for these teams when we get into the second map.
Yeah, it should be interesting. And I mean, I want to talk about the P5 hill in particular right now too, because that hill is like one I'm still like trying to study. Okay, like what's the best way to approach this? What's the best way to hold this? And I don't think there's an answer. I don't know if there will be, because I think the play for the majority of the teams will be like, if they're in the hill, guys, let's all use our gaming bombs at the exact same time. Boom, hit it, get control of it, push out on the rooftop, and see if you can maybe kind of, you know, push out for some of that space to block that spawn in the back here. I mean, it should be interesting to see how that also comes together for us. But we've been theory crafting, we've been talking about it, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time to find out what's actually about to happen. Here we go, right in towards it. Team Joe up against Team Mutex. Let's see how this one plays out.
Here we go. Yep, like we mentioned, we've got a couple of observers getting in between each of the different lobbies at the moment. So we're back into a different matchup that we were hoping to get to from the beginning. It's Joe and Mutex. We already kind of talked about both these teams at large at the top of the show. But the big thing here is the simple fact that you look at Mutex's team, and I think a lot of the players did, and said, this isn't fair. They just got so many competitive-based players in the mix. Of course, Blast, you know, you put him into the Warzone conversation, but he's also the one former pro player on this group of four. So definitely a very stacked squad, and off the rip, this first hardpoint has been very lucrative for Team Mutex as they walk away with the better part of the full 60 seconds.
Yeah, very nice start to the game, and you really need to come away with some time, but no one's on the hard point right away, and Mutex has actually found a way to come right through for a double. A trade will come through there from Charm, and now you actually have some players in the back. Ramby's done an excellent job of playing for the spawns, and I mean, this is just a perfect rotation coming off the last hill with about 40 points, and now moving into this one, soaking up the time first. This is looking good, at least for the side of Team Mutex off the start.
Yeah, really good stuff. And the thing is, like, this is one of those moments where you do not possess the favorable spawns if you're Team Mutex. At what point do you just try to hold from the front versus try to push through to maybe win those spawns and turn this into maybe a full 60. And I think we just got our answer. As you saw, Charm number 4 did take the push through. That's going to be enough to flip the spawns around, and with only 18 seconds, it looks like Team Jowo is going to tuck tail and run. And, well, the question will be what happens on rotation, because Mutex is coming through for the first, and that's a big 1v1 off the screen. Envoy finds the kill, and even though it's 88, probably 93-1, at least there's a chance here for Team Jowo to kind of cut their losses and see some success in the scoreboard.
And this is the money hill here for yourself. As long as you can, you know, watch this mid lane, get some control of A-Long, you're looking good, but the streaks are coming in. And, well, all the gunfights are won immediately. I mean, Team Mutex, they are just playing exceptional at the moment. They're not losing gun battles. They're just zoning away from the hill so well. And Envoy, unfortunately, going to throw out a team kill there. And now the smokes are coming down. They just want to try to break on through. They have a chance to do so as Envoy does find the double, gets inside of the point. Envoy for 3. And finally, Team Jowo going to start to see some time.
Yeah, and there's the flip, and most importantly, you've got Hamza who's watching that top outer lane. But this is what I meant about this Fountain Hardpoint. There are still some spawns kind of to the north and the south that allows you as a team that's breaking to still get in and contest. And I think it's where a lot of people, you kind of see it on Twitter every so often, they're talking about Hardpoint feels like chaos, but it's like really fun chaos because there's so many engagements all the time. And I'll be really excited to kind of see who kind of locks down the spawn logic first to try to, you know, control the chaos a bit. Because even in that moment that looked good for Envoy on the break, it still amounted to a little bit of a scrap time contest from Team Mutex, and they go right on their way to church to put themselves right at about a 100-point lead.
Able to get to one at the last hill. Need to get some time on the church hill now. Ramby going to get a read on the spawns. They know they're in the back. Couple of big gunfights, but Lane are able to pull out the first one, and now they're right back in the hill. So this is big time for Team Jowo, and this is one of those hills where if you can, you know, watch A-Long, get a player in front of church here, you can really find a lockdown setup. But Mutex wants to break that setup, finds the first kill. Ramby gets the second, and well, all the gunfights come through. Right to the back. Blast will go for a double as they will re-break the hill right back.
Yeah, this is, I was about to say, a really good moment to start for Team Jowo, but 7 straight kills now for Team Mutex. It's just, at a certain moment, I think you look at what's happening here and you say, you know, Team Jowo, we gotta hit something together. Their initial attempts are solid as a group of 4, but as soon as things start to go wrong, it's one of those things that you start to see them kind of hitting things individually. And a team like Mutex that he's put together, they're not going to allow success to happen there. They know exactly what each other are watching. I'm sure they're at least communicating that in some fashion. So there definitely is something left to be desired here from Team Jowo, even though Envoy is 18-12. He's actually the top kill leader currently in the lobby, but still he finds his team down 90 points.
And this is that P5 hill I was alluding to. If you can get at least close to the outside of it, everyone can coordinate. The Gammon bombs try to break it open. You saw nice control down low to make sure no one's hitting the stairs pinch, but Ramby finds that first one, and now here comes the nades. Right into the hill they will go. Nice break from Mutex, able to at least clean up too. Buy some space. Ramby trying to find the player down low, but will be denied by Charm. Very chaotic back and forth. Nice little 5-3 that just ended up coming through, but will be shut down as the remaining scrap time will go over for Jowo. And I got to say, the last couple of hills have been better for Team Jowo now, Alan, as they've been able to work themselves back in the game as we reset and go back to P1.
And just tally the status of the yellow arrows in the minimap right now. Envoy was already zoning rotation, kind of going rogue, and he's done very well for himself, finding 2 kills that actually allows his team to get into the hard point first. Now, granted, they're about to be surrounded, and reinforcements are going to be on a stretch to come, but as they do make their way there, it's already the first 15 seconds. This has been a really well put together rotation, and it almost feels like to a certain point, Envoy's like, look, I'm going to go rogue on one side, Hamza, you lock down a lane on the other, and let's just see if we can find a way to insert Z and Joe into the equation. The problem is on the other side, you don't have conversations like that. Team Mutex's team is just as a collective looking so strong. Even though Hamza did earn himself a glide bomb, he only finds one with it, and the status of the hard point still stays neutral.
Talk about Charm right now. I mean, a roaming SMG player, this has just been fantastic for him. Is able to at least lock in some streaks there as he finally dies on the 6th spree. But we look towards the rotation again. This is where Team Jowo actually struggled quite a bit, even though they have the early rotation and were here to the hill first. This time, they're here again. They have already found some rotational kills. They got some zoning from Hamza over to the right coming off the last one. And this is actually finally a good setup that they actually have intact here for themselves as they're soaking up time.
And this is what I mean. You kind of look at Hamza kind of playing the defensive feeler in the middle of the map, and you've got Joe, who was at least one point playing those back alleyways, but he kind of sacrificed himself by giving up that position, vacates it, and now all of a sudden the early break and easy break comes through for Team Mutex. A lot of it coming off of the information from Charm and the glide bomb, but still fighting back as Team Joe do have some proximal spawns here, and there's 4 straight kills.
Boy.
And I'm not gonna lie here, Austin. I feel like we've seen 4 feeds and 5 feeds more in this title than we did all in Cold War throughout the entirety of the competitive year.
Yeah, it really does feel that way. I mean, fast GTK, sometimes you can just snap from 1 to 2 to 3, and, well, your teammates are typically behind you for the trades. That has really taken place quite a bit. And Team Joe, they get a good amount of time on this hill. The remaining scrap time is here. The big question is, do they have streaks left to try and break this rotation? But I do love the route they're taking. They're trying to block the spawn at the very back of the hill, and Z-Lander has just found the first one to enable this push. So this is a chance to try and break through and see if they can find some kills and get control of the point.
Oh, and they did have a glide bomb from Envoy, uses that to take care of Blast, and man, it's like poetry in motion all of a sudden. I don't know where this was in the first set of hills, but that is an absolutely beautiful break around the back, allowing a chance to play for spawns and then, of course, make their way into the hard point. But still, the determination of what happens onto the fountain still yet to be considered. It was a strafing run that gets called in, but Charm, unfortunately, finds himself nothing but a team kill. So numbers will persist for the side of Team Joe, but the spawns will not. And this is what I mean. This hard point, it seems like it flipped so darn quickly, and it's this time Mutex's squad who takes advantage of the spawn from the back. 18 seconds to fight for, and that will put them right within about 30 points of winning this first map if they can hold it all.
Oh, Envoy gets shut down. Almost a 3-piece to at least fight for the scrap time, and Z-Lander is able to come through. That's actually big denial time there to make sure that Team Mutex is not getting closer to that 250 mark. Down by just about a full hard point at this point in time. A chance to still work back in, and we go to the Churchill, the chaotic kill. Ramby's responsible for watching the back, but he's got so many angles to watch that Envoy's going to find the one to come through with the kill. Easy cleanup, but a trade follows, and into the point we go. Team Mutex, 215 now, as you need a big kill out of Z-Lander. He finds the first one. Can he find any more value? This would be massive. Nade goes down, waiting for the challenge. He's maybe waiting for his teammates as well, but finally says, I'm going to come through, finds the break, and they are now here with the presence, looking for some defense around the point.
I'm not going to lie, this is that level of finesse that you love to see from the Warzone competitive scene. You might be thinking out there saying, it's multiplayer, totally different game, but you put them in a building, they know how to finesse buildings maybe more than some players that have been playing multiplayer their whole lives. The problem is, it's not enough for a full-on break. Although the patience was tippable, it's not going to be likely enough to put this game back into within shouting distance, because you have to contest every single second, and that means that as you soak up the last 5, you're going to be late getting over towards the new hard point here back at the pillar. You also have streaks that are being called in. Doesn't really find a terrible amount of value, but it may not matter in the end as the hard point opens up and it favors our team in blue. Team Mutex just a couple of seconds away. One last break chance here from Team Joe. They're trying to make their way up the staircase, and they actually find their way in. Clean kills from Envoy extends the map just a touch longer.
5 seconds is all they need. Blast wants to break it open. The entries only there for 1. Everyone really just needs to stack it now for Team Joe. They can't afford to lose the spawns. They can't afford to lose control of the hill. Charm going to get stunned up here. Stunned again. Just trying to wait for his teammates, but a nice little challenge does come in. Blast finds one, but it is a teammate and actually takes out himself. I mean, the streaks are not the easiest to use in this game, and it looks like they're going to simply make that call, give him the scrap time. Let's rotate to new. We only need 5 seconds.
But they will be contested, at least in some effort here on the rotation. Joe in the back. If he could find a second, it would be great, but he won't just need the second. He'll need the third as well, and this is not going to get there in time. A little bit of a war on 2 fronts there for Team Mutex as they played for the scrap and the initial of new. Just getting the last 5 seconds, they find themselves a 250 to 178 map win, and really it's just the beginning of the map. That was the one part of it that was like, oh boy, this is getting really dangerous really quickly.
I mean, I think it's just so well done from Mutex and Charm, who were running this SMG, and it felt like they were just roaming around the map, and you're just like, guys, can we trade this guy? Well, I don't know where he went. Like, it just feels like they're constantly dipping and diving. They're taking different routes, and I mean, kind of just playing that Warzone playstyle that we tend to see a lot on Verdansk. So, I mean, very well done, just being really annoying, stopping the reinforcements from ever getting towards the point, and because of that, they always had the numbers advantage, it felt like, on top of the objective.
And indeed it is. So taking a look just really quickly, I believe there is a bracket link in the chat for all of you out there who are curious to see what is happening across all the other matchups. That one in particular, we didn't get a chance to really kind of indicate on the in-game codcaster, but that is actually now a 1-1 series going into map 3, which will be Bocage, Search, and Destroy. In other places, we wanted to get a touch with to see what was happening with Smixy and Aiden's team. They also are going into a map number 3. And then at the top of the bracket, a couple of tight hard points as Karma and Amelia's team are also going to be stretching into a map number 3. Already advancing to the first round, Jukie's finding a 2-0 over Swisham, and then Iceman Isaac 2-0 over Sean J. Bottom side of the bracket, Tommy's squad 2-0 over Kismet's team, and Crimsix 2-0 over Smitty's squad. As we're just kind of verbally calling all of those out, Austin, any results in particular that you're surprised by, whether they be 2-0s or maybe map 3s that you may have not expected?
I think most of them, for the most part, a lot of the round ones, I think maybe are as expected. Like Team Crimsix coming in with a 2-0, I think is possibly expected. Maybe this match that we do have with Team Aiden, I thought could potentially be more convincing. But on that same note, you can't sleep on some of those players on Team Smixy. I mean, I even said it before we went on broadcast. Like I was playing Ace with her on Tuesday, and she was frying in the lobby, man. So that one should be quite the one to jump into, especially for an SND to decide who is staying alive in that upper bracket. You know, you want to stay up here as long as possible. It's nothing worse than going down to the lower bracket in the round number 1. It's like, we got to make the run here, guys. It's going to be a long one, and we got to make sure that we really put our foot down and get the job done. Never easy to do. So that map number 3, I think, really will be exciting to see who does end up staying alive in the upper bracket.
And I'll say this much too, at least again, we're very early days, but in the last handful of tournaments that we've seen, I feel like the vast majority of respawn maps that we've seen have been like 250s to 210 pluses. Like, I feel like a hard point in this game has been so close. I really feel like I haven't seen too many like 250 to 150s. It's either like a 100-point club or it's a 10-point game, which is, I think, super exciting to see what happens once our CDL teams and our challengers teams really get to work and get into the lab trying to figure out these maps. Because I think a lot of the talking points we've been through so far, things like nade spam being pretty darn secure, also things like certain hard points being contestable rather, from no matter what side you find yourself on, whether it's the team that needs to break or the team that's trying to hold with the proximal spawns. I don't know. It just feels like this game is so much scrappier than what we've had in the past. And, you know, it's really funny because, you know, no free shout-outs, but when Hitch did his TST throwback of the 4v4 Modern Warfare, I felt the same way. I felt like everyone was forced to play so much more cracked out, and we're seeing that really come to life here. And let's be honest, I think a lot of that byproduct is, like you had mentioned kind of in response, the TTK is just so much faster than we had in Cold War.
It very much is so. But here we go, ladies and gents, right into the S&D, our first one of the day. Mutex, really responsible for this spot. I mean, I love that he goes here. I've been taking this spot as well, watching over the middle of the map. You kind of check your right, but the snipers are in play this year, Alan. You got to get a little, you know, hyped up for the fact that we do have the scope back. It finds the first blood, but Joe Woe responds. It puts us in the 3 versus 3, and still a minute left on that clock.
Oh, good kills here from Joe and Envoy for the first 2. Pistol out for Charm. I don't think he expected Hamza to be in his position. So it all falls onto the shoulders of Rambi. This would be a 1v3 situation for him. And he is kind of possessing the A-bomb. And he hasn't really made too much noise. In fact, he's peek pushing the doors. But it seems like the read from Joe's squad is, let's get this plant over by B. Long-range shots were clean, but that is an STG that typically wins that battle at range. So, as expected with the 3v1 situation, it's Mutex's squad who takes the first. Or pardon me, Joe takes first.
I just love the aggression that ended up coming through. As soon as they found that trade and they went into the 3v3, they just absolutely just rushed through, got that bomb down, made things very difficult for the defensive squad there. So nice first round that comes through. And now we're obviously learning a lot here, and especially in S&D for as far as, you know, what strats are you going to use? We saw Charm pull out the sniper already. You know, will we get someone to try and match this for the side of Joe Woe? Are they going to try to play around the sniper? These are some of the questions that we have to start asking for ourselves, but it will be, of course, now offense for Team Mutex. Looks like a pretty slow start, just trying to gather some information. Blast, though, might be trying to get aggressive as he goes for the early chow, and we'll see if he snips him out.
Oh, he does. Perfectly placed cannon bomb. Had it at every beat on where Joe was positioned. Even a good read here into Envoy, but that information is now mutual, and Envoy not getting a tag with a bomb of his own will back away, and as he does, he finds Mutex just at the bottom level of the stairs. No exit available, though. Blast making sure the trade is secured, which leaves Z in a 1v2. Finds the first nicely and has a chance to get away to reset. It's Blast. And, well, I'll say this much. Blast has completely changed the tides here. Z expecting him from the water wheel side, and Well, Blast is playing more towards the interior on the other side of the house. It just comes down to who wants to make a move for the objective first. Bomb now collected, and it will be on Blast to make the next move with under 30 seconds to play.
Yeah, it feels like Z-Lander definitely got some kind of a cue there as he just backs himself up into a corner, waits for that pre-aim, but Blast has made the correct decision. He's moved over towards the B site, and when you're trying to retake this B site, there is so much to clear. So we'll see how Z-Lander decides to play it. Looks like he wants to approach it from his side of the map. He's got the AR, so I like his positioning here to see if he can try and force a long-range gunfight.
Well, look at Blast. He's all the way in the back. I wonder if he's got any utility available where he could maybe stun check the bomb. He's watching that mid-cross first. No abilities whatsoever outside of his dead silence to be used here. Hasn't even looked at the bomb yet. This is so much trust that he's read Z completely, and boy, has he. Oh my goodness, Blast. You also got to keep in mind that there are some things going on with the game right now that forces the retaker to have to make the first move, and as Z takes a couple of stray shots just on the backside of Blast, things will push aside, and this round will go the way of Team Mutex. So, good reads all the way through, but let's be honest, that's also subject of kind of, I won't say exploiting, but very appropriately using what's available to you currently in the game.
Yeah, Blast, played that well. He knows what he's doing here, able to just make sure he plays long enough, and we'll sit back for the easy pickup in the end to take the gunfight here, maybe work for some potential streaks a little later on. But coming on in, evening us all up here at 1-1. Back on the attack. Last time we saw Charm, he brought this sniper out over towards A long, and well, no one's actually grabbed the bomb here off the start. So someone on Team Joe is going to have to try and back up and grab that. Meanwhile, we're going to see Joe get a little aggressive, just going for a couple of the jump peaks. Got himself a nice spot, just waiting to ignite this push as soon as he gets any kind of information.
Nade's finally coming through. Oh, and Blast up top just smokes Envoy. Envoy had the first shots in, and it looked like Blast was dead to rights. Not the case. And now we go into pixel peeking some of these little outcroppings in the walls, and oh, he's seen them making a play now down low. It's Joe who gets caught going prone, and Blast even gets a read onto Z mid-map, but not enough help to allow him to take the gunfight. So we go into a 2v3, but only for a small time, as Z will fall, leaving things up to Hamza, who was just barely able to get away from the pursuit of multiple Mutex members that were trying to track him down as he was tagged down low. But the problem here is he's got just about 30 seconds to play. Needs to grab the bomb, find some kills, and still plant. Good luck, have fun.
Yeah, it's a big checklist right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
A lot to do. Limited time, I think, is probably the biggest factor on that list. As he's just going to try to search for some kills. Might be able to grab the bomb. The question is, are they going to let him get it down? Probably not, but Ramby is going to get caught with his pants down, looking the wrong way. Hamza now actually a chance to try and drop this. Let's see if he can actually get off of it. It's going to be a challenge up top, and yeah, Charm's going to find the easy cleanup. 1v3, never going to be easy, but at least able to come through there with the trade, and now it's going to be Team Joe up by 1, excuse me.
I'm not going to lie here. If Hamza had maybe 2 more seconds in front of that first elimination, there maybe was a chance to immediately commit and get that bomb planted. There wouldn't have been a full exit away from that river bomb, but at least he would have had a chance to get the plant off and maybe take the next 1v1 versus Charm. So not a bad effort, to be sure, but still finding themselves down here in the early stages of this map 3. Again, best of 3 here in the early parts of this tournament. Eventually we'll get the best of 5s. And I don't know about you, Austin, but I know conversation has been brewing about what do we need to do to get snipers and smokes into play. I haven't seen a lot of it today. Barely any of it, actually. But it's Envoy with the automaton able to find first blood. Ramby responds with the kill of his own. Streaks now earned from Blast, calls that in. That'll gain some space to provide Charm an opportunity to plant for free. But in the effort, Envoy still is able to keep things level to 2v2.
This would be a massive round if you can come back into it right now. Team Joe, they did use the glide. It's just a matter of trying to find the players, and you can see it. Blast and Charm, they are just playing their lives. Are taking individual gunfights, however. If Envoy or Hamza can try and find one of them, there is a chance to try and stick the bomb out and force the gunfight here on the push, but they have not been able to lock down any info, and Hamza realizes, all right, I'm just going to have to try and send it. Charm will be taken down, and now it's a 1 versus 1, but no time to stick that defuse. Unfortunately for Hamza, Blast will play it well again as he comes out with yet another clutch gunfight.
You know, I hate that I'm about to bring this up on a broadcast, but it's at a certain point, you know, if you're the team that has to retake, if you let that bomb get planted, you essentially have to be able to make some sort of a ballsy call saying, hey, just start the defuse. Let's see if we can pull them out of their corners, and then maybe take one, if not both, gunfights there in that final 2v2, because Envoy was obviously in a great position to kind of watch over Hamza to start, but Hamza was sticking all the way through that. So if maybe he steps off it for a moment and gets into a good timing, there's a chance to take that 2v2 at full force, but it's tough. It's so tough. And now how about this? Blast watching over the crossover to A. Ganonbomb does tag up a second player as he's already secured first blood.
Feels like Blast has played a little bit of S&D in his days, hasn't he? 9-2
like
right now. He's looking really good. Just been taking over the map, and you got a lot of presence still down low. You basically knew where this entire push was coming through offensively right now for Team Jowo. Z-Lanner wants to try and get revenge, but will not be able to lock down the shots, but at least keeps his life and will not drop. But you are going to lose Jowo, now making it a 2 versus 4. You feel like someone's going to have to do something risky, and that might just have to come down to Hamza to make that play.
And the thing about it is, you've got Team Mutex with such great numbers that they can start taking away the map. Although, Blast tries to do that. Z finds the kill, and Hamza tallies one of his own. So from a 2v4 now to a 2v2. Bomb still in hand for Z. Trying to commit maybe over towards the B site, but they've got entry into the A barrel. So now it's down to, can you actually clear this building successfully? Because only one player is here. The defense is splitting up 1-for-1. Inside A is Mutex, and he's just kind of holding a corner. The long wrap coming around the back here, but you've got to make a call to plant Mutex. Oh my goodness, what a response that is onto Z. Now backs away. Time against Team Jowo. Hamza's able to find one elimination, but there's no time to lock down the second nor play for a plant. And what a response that was from Mutex as barreling through the door came Z-Laner.
Yeah, I mean, he just snapped and did not miss a bullet here. But, I mean, this was almost an incredible 2 versus 4 round that just came through there for them. You got to think if anyone was able to get an initial trade, maybe they would have had an easier time getting into the site and potentially playing for a plant. And I think that's really the big factors here between both of these squads, at least thus far. So far, we're seeing, Mutex's team play for the bomb plants. And because of that, they've been able to win a lot of those rounds. On the other side, Jowo have been dropping some of their offensive rounds here, but this is a defense that they need, and that bomb is coming right over to A here aggressively again.
Yeah, there's a couple of rounds that I know you and I always say are must-wins. 4-1s, 0-3s. Those are ones that are for sure must-wins before you are asked to do what was going to feel like an impossibility in the current state of the game, which is win multiple offenses eventually in a row in combination of your defense. Ramby first blood on Envoy. That's the outer areas back by the water wheel here. Hamza kind of taking his position, checks for the bomb, finds the kill, but the bomb gets planted. Hamza's not good for the second, could not double up. Stunned up is Joe, but in the carrier of a nade at the moment was his next opponent. Coming around the back, it's, well, unfortunately overwhelmed, and as Blast finds the final elimination, that will be good for now a 5-1 count. Things looking very dire.
They are looking dire indeed. I mean, Blast has just been able to find so many of these opening gunfights that have just went his way. 11 kills right now for him. Just having one of those games that are obviously going to be so impactful when you're just taking out big kills, also clutching up quite a bit as well. So things looking great, but this is where you got to find 5 rounds in a row. I mean, this is just so much to ask for, but I mean, it is necessary if you're going to stay alive in the upper bracket.
Here we go, opening engagements very quickly happening over the middle of the map. And for one of the first times, we will actually see Team Jowo get over to A, but Mutex picks up the late play for it. Oh boy, how good has he been in these couple of moments? Envoy, last-ditch effort. 1v3, turns it into 1v2. Long-range shots are decent, but not quite enough to get the second kill. And then you would have to feel like the third would have been right around the corner for him. But it will be Team Mutex tested throughout the respawn, sending it to a map 3. But as you kind of had framed up, Visions, this team is going to be unbelievable when it comes to the search and destroy. And, well, we saw that right there. Blast with an 11-3 tally. Unbelievable stuff. I know Katie's been watching in the wings. Early thoughts over round 1 action so far?
Well, Blast almost going quad positive on that S&D. I mean, you're not going to get a better performance than that, and that's one of the reasons we talked about these guys, right? S&D is Blast's playground. That's what he's known for now that he's moved over to Warzone, so I'm not surprised to see him having a very good time on that map, and that's what these teams are. You gotta focus on what you can excel. If you know you're better at S&D, if you can take just one of those hard point maps, you don't have to take both. It'll give you an edge. So that's an exciting ending to see, but perhaps a little bit lopsided.
just a small bit. The thing is, it's going to be really hard for us to pick and choose off the respawns. I really do think that Hardpoint is going to be very unpredictable with all the teams that we have in the tournament so far, even those that may have found themselves in the lower bracket early.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see what happens next, guys. Again, remember, they're not out of it just yet. These are best of 3s to start things off. We'll get to the best of 5s later on. But first off, I want to give a little shout out to USAA. They are also one of the sponsors who are helping make this a reality. They want you to level up your gear protection so that you can win in real life. That is USAA, guys. And now it's time to head to a break. The first series of matches are done. Is your team up 1-0 or have they fallen down? We'll wait to see what happens next after this quick break. Welcome back, NYSL, $25,000 on the line. This is the Crossfire Vanguard tournament. I'm your host, Katie Bedford, joined by Proper and VisionZz. We've gone through the first volley, Proper, and taking a look at how the bracket's playing out right now. 50% went to game 3, 50% were sweeps.
Yeah, but even the sweeps, the 2-0 sweeps, barring maybe a match or two, were relatively close. It's like Alan was talking about earlier. Every single hardpoint, because it's just so scrappy, makes for some very exciting games and some very intense ones at that. Winners round 1 was not shy of all that.
And I mean, so far, like, as we look at some of them too, you mentioned like a lot of these round 2s coming up here for us, Katie, and like there are some banger round 2s. We don't know who's going to come out on top right now because we just came off the Aiden map 3 and they went to a round 11 against Smixy's team.
Ooh.
So these guys got to be feeling pretty hot coming into the round 2 as well.
Yeah, but guys, if you don't see a team that you love in here, well, they are still alive in the losers bracket. Those runs can begin now. I've seen a losers round 1 team win the whole grand final, so they can certainly do it. Some big showdowns here. Take a look at this one in particular. Smixy versus Swish'em. They play against each other. They play with each other in Warzone a lot, and now they're going head-to-head. VisionZz for their life in the tournament.
I mean, like, you can't really, make up a better storyline, right? Like, these two want to have that edge over the other as much as they have a lot of fun with each other. You also want to be able to say, listen, we beat you guys down. We got the win. You get to kind of keep on going, too. But it's not going to be easy going through the lower bracket now. It's going to be a long run for them for sure.
It's going to be more animosity down there, you got to think as well, because it's your tournament life on the line to be able to make it all the way to grand finals. That way you can try to get some retribution versus some other players, because Smixy and co are coming off of a very back and forth round 11 match, like you were saying, Austin. And now you got to be able to go up against the animosity versus Swish'em as well. I mean, that one's just going to have fireworks all over it. It's going to be an exciting shark-infested waters down there.
Yeah, well, we'll see which one of them makes it out of losers alive. Unfortunately, only one can, so make sure you're supporting them if you want to see one of those teams continue their losers bracket run. But right now, gentlemen, it's time to turn it over to you guys for Team Aiden versus Team Jukie in their winners bracket round 2. Take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, Katie. Andy, it's the first time getting ready to cast some Vanguard together. We've been studying the game, been talking about the game. Now we finally get to watch over the game, and this should actually be a fantastic matchup coming up here for us into the round 2. Team Jukie's up against Team Aiden. This is going to be an absolute banger. I mean, Team Jukie's, they look pretty convincing in the hard points. They found the 2-0 win. Both looked like it was pretty heavily in their favor, so we'll have to see if Team Aiden can, in fact, fight them back here in the response.
Yeah, Jukie's along with Scraps, Robstar, and FIFA Kill. I mean, you want to talk about a quad squad that can absolutely fry. Look no further than these two teams, because Team Aiden is nothing short of that as well. Again, the first hard point over Smixy, 250 to 102, but times are changing, as you can see, and times will continue to change over on this first hard point here on Decoy, where every single wall might as well be paper mache. Gammon bombs are going to be your best friend during this opening hill.
Yeah, and on top of this, getting up top here for Invader, you can still defend the hill. You're still on the time, technically speaking, so it can be really difficult to actually battle a team out of this once they do end up getting some control. But if you take a look at the minimap, all 4 players right now for Team Jukie's looking to collapse from a different angle. Aiden wanting to go rogue around the hill, going to be able to come up with a couple of kills. Good movement out of him. Will there be a third for Aiden? Yes, there will be. Very nice start, 4 in a row, and already 30 seconds over to Team Aiden.
Yeah, and this comes around for the conversation as well, is that you turn this hot start into just starting to zone away the enemy team, because if you can start focusing on the rotation over towards P2 as it starts to pop, you can see all of Team Aiden still in firm possession because they were able to capitalize off the pressure through the middle of the map. But Robstar is able to find a nasty little flank past a little bit of a courtyard, and that's actually going to force the spawns to flip. So the players for Aiden, they got to be able to battle out of the inside, and they start to stand a little bit tall but too weak. FIFA Kill cleans it up with the Gamma Bomb. Nice break.
And you can see the spawn difference right now. The close spawn's really favoring the side of Team Jukie's, being able to get their resources in here a little bit quicker than the side of Team Aiden, where they need to break this from the front. And still a good 30 seconds left. They will finally contest the hill. FIFA waiting for a challenge, but unfortunately one does not come his direction. And now it's going to be Team Aiden back on the time. Might be able to even keep them pinned in the back of the spawn, pending they can keep on winning these gunfights. But Stu will be taken down. That's a clean feed that comes through. And now Team Jukie's, they can start rotating here for the new hill.
So when we start shifting our focus, you can see the lock and key on the map. This was a big hard point to break for Team Jukie's, and they're able to soak up just about 27 seconds, and they're already putting themselves in position just outside of power control. Start looking at some of these players for Team Aiden starting to spawn on in, and they're able to find all the eliminations as well. Now, Team Aiden will still be spawning in, but it's Team Jukie's that are able to capitalize on the rotation for Team 3.
Oh, FIFA in the back. He's going to be able to get a lot of hit markers, but can't find any kills. And again, everyone just being wiped off the map. And this is certainly one of those hills that is not easy to control. You're seeing it stuns, nades galore, just raining through the front, trying to keep them off the time at the very least. But Aiden will pick that time right back up for his squad. You've got some players working in the back right now, but Robstar unable to find a whole lot of value besides one kill. Will be quickly traded out. Aiden now needs to find the second kill. Won't be able to bring it home. So about a 30-point differential between the two. 15 seconds up for grabs, and Rated wants to fight for it, and he'll have a big one-on-one to do so.
That's a big nuisance to be able to fight for all of that end of scrap time, because the communication is coming through for Team Aiden that they do have the closer spawns for P4. Now they're just going to be looking to set up shop. Invader is the player that is pushed up further, and now we're really getting into phase 2 of Decoy, where half of these walls are more than less just gone. So a lot of different angles are going to be able to be played around in, some streaks being utilized, nothing but space to be able to be found with it, and Team Aiden are still holding on towards these spawns, still dealing with all the members for Team Jukie. Just one last player left alive. Invader will say, hey, how's it going? This is our hard point.
Yeah, breaks through from the side. Nice pinch out of him. Smokes go down. Wants to try and push up, see if he can cut off the push coming in, but it's all about the back right now, isn't it? And even gonna call in some streaks, but that is not the best usage of streaks. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. Streaks are hard to use in this game, Andy, and that is a great example. Reddit takes out his teammate, takes out himself, unfortunately, and that's gonna spawn Team Aiden out across the map and give Team Jukies a chance to soak up some free time here.
Yeah, and this is going back to almost what we saw on P2, that once Team Jukies are able to get in, they get the closer spawns, they sink their teeth in. It's these outer edge hard points where you can really start getting those zone protection just off of the spawns alone. But now they're already threatening the rotation over towards P5. They can recognize that Team Aiden are all spawning in essentially over by the vehicle depot. And well, player number 4, a FIFA killer, is just going on a tear. Quick little force spree for them has created ample space for the rest of Jukies to be able to encroach forward.
Well, credit over towards Team Jukies. Back in this game, now only down 20 seconds. Control inside of the hill. Still looking to try and find the remaining time. 35 seconds up for grabs. The spawns in the back here for Team Aiden, but they are certainly struggling getting in. Finally, it's going to be the push from the side here from Stu that finds the entry, wants to try and stay down, but this is the problem with this hill, isn't it? I mean, trying to collect the time, I mean, it's so difficult to do. It's just, you're never going to stay on this, like, alive for longer than 10 seconds unless your teammates are frying everyone. But it is going to be still a fight. Robstar comes through from the side. A very nice kill feed here for Team Jukies. And with this time, they are right back in this game.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this was off of what was effectively about a 35-0 start for Team Aiden off of P1, but Team Jukie is able to capitalize off of P2, P4, and then here on 5 as well. It makes this, all of about a 4-second game going in towards the second set of rotation. Who's in P1 first? It's Team Jukies up on the high ground. Is Scraps 13 and 10 for them. 23 and 13 start for Robstar. Has a glide bomb in their back pocket to utilize. Well, why do you need it? We're essentially seeing the kill feed 5-for-1 trades going down. Team Aiden are just really struggling trying to get this map back.
Oh, Jukies doing a good job. Just getting himself in positions with this AR to find kills. Will he find another one? 2 in a row for him so far. Gonna spot some players down low. Rated will deal with him. That's a big one. But Scraps responds back with the 2-piece. Scraps for a 3-piece onto Stu, and FIFA grabs the last one. This has been a lockdown P1 hill here for Team Jukies.
Yeah, I mean, this has been one of the heavily swayed hardpoints that we probably have seen ever since the first set, and it was Team Aiden that walked away with about 35 seconds damn near unscathed. But now the momentum is starting to shift. Middle of the map coverage is here for Team Aiden, but what can you do on top of it? Because as you're starting to rotate inside of this building where P2 does reside, a lot of the walls are gone. So now all of Team Jukies are going to be able to see you just trying to rotate through the middle of the courtyard. They get absolutely bulldozed down. Invaders trying to make a flank play happen, but the fight up front inside the hill is just not going Team Jukies' way.
Yeah, the last 4 hills, it feels like Team Jukies have just grabbed all of the time, and that's continuing to happen. But finally, this could be the chance for Team Aiden to try and get inside. They're going to find 3 down, Rated with 2 of them. Robstar does invest the glide, but he's only able to come up with a single kill. 25 seconds to fight for. Have to imagine Jukie's going to give this at least one more attempt, but it is being shut down. One player is going to be able to slip on through. Jukie's almost for a 3-piece. That would have been exceptional. The trades will follow. Scraps will push through, and this could be good for the next 10 seconds as we start to make a rotation over towards P3.
All of Team Aiden are still spawning on the administration road, though, so they're going to get just as long as a rotation as Team Jukies to try to make this rotation happen. And, well, Team Jukies are able to recognize it. Scraps for 3, finds the 3rd with the Shiv, and FIFA kill there for the 4th as well. Clean wipe coming through. Invader, now the last player alive, pushed up forward, but Team Jukies, when it comes down to 2 to 3, this is back-to-back sets, Austin, that they flawlessly make it happen.
You really need Team Aiden to come alive here now, and it doesn't seem like it's just going to happen. I mean, I don't know what Team Jukies all of a sudden did, but they have flipped the switch. They have taken control, and they're starting to run over Team Aiden with a lot of points in a row. But here comes the push from the side. Robstar wants to cut it off. He's good for 1 and gets help on the 2nd. The teamwork is perfect at the moment, and still 20 seconds left. They are just lighting up this kill feed. It has been all blue for about 6 or 7 kills in a row, and you can see it. I mean, everyone on Team Aiden's like, we got to scrap that. I mean, we can no longer hit that old time. We got to get a setup intact for new, and this is the chance for Team Aiden to still work back in the game, but they need a lot of time here, Proper.
You just got to zone away all of Courtyard. Easier said than done, especially when you got Scraps now up on a 6-3, 31 and 14. Is starting to break through the front end of the hard point single-handedly, but Stukawaki with the Gammon Bomb is going to finally put that to rest. A strong hard point is required, much like you said, Austin, but Gammon Bombs are still on the cards. There are no more walls to stop these bad boys, so you got to be careful with where you're playing in your corners. You might just get exploded.
Well, will this hit be successful? Team Jukies, they've looked better and better with each hard point in every break, and this could be one of them. But Scraps will get shut down from Aiden. FIFA kill for 2, and now it's Jukies inside of the hard point. He's shooting at his teammates. He's just absolutely cracked, isn't he? Waiting for the challenges, but the challenges come this time in favor for Team Aiden, and you feel like this is necessary to make sure you stay in this game. 20 seconds left, should be over to them, and Team Jukies are simply just going to let them have it, get ready for new, and start to get some presence in the middle of the map.
Aiden was trying to make the play. They knew that they had to make the rotation, which is quite far from 4 all the way over towards 5. Much like you said, Jukies scrapped it all. They said, look, we have the winner's advantage. We can just lock down P5 and just win the game here instead of trying to force our hand. 3 eliminations from the middle of the map. All headshots. Keep in mind, you go through Team Jukies. Some streaks being called in as well. Team Aiden got to try to make their way across the middle of the map. They have to break it to stay alive in this hard point.
Jukies bought them so much time, cutting things off from P1 right there, and now finally they're able to get in front of the hill, but Scraps from the pinch will clean up 2 on Rated and Aiden. Jukies just firing through the smoke, trying to search for hit markers and information, but instead he finds one up close, trying to get involved here for himself. The stuns of the nades coming through, but Team Jukies, they need another 5 seconds. They could get it done on this hill with 25 seconds left. Aiden goes down, Jukies into the point, can't find the second, but it's fine. His teammate's about to soar on through for a chance to break it open, and well, Robstar gets the job done. 2 players drop down. Aiden, the last one left alive, needs to get in. He will be denied, and Team Jukies work themselves back into that game to close out map 1.
I mean, they more than just worked their way back into that game. I mean, through the first set, it was just a very back-and-forth situation. But then through the second set, they walked through the door and just slammed it in the face of Team Aiden until the back end of those hard points. I mean, just look at some of the stats already. I mean, it's 36 and 19 for Scraps, 32 and 23 for Robstar has been a mainstay. All of Team Jukies was firing off on all cylinders. And much like how you were saying there, Austin, even their teamwork looked to coincide with one another as they were just setting up breaks, working off each other's pinches, working off the communication, just are already looking at the mini map. They seem to have a deep understanding to what one another are already looking at, and capitalizing on top of it, just really getting a solid 40 seconds here and there off of what seemed to be money hills for them, which was P2, 3, 4, and as you saw, 5 as well.
I mean, it just feels impressive when you look at, some of these guys like Jukies, FIFA kill, players that are, typically playing a lot of Warzone, right? That's what they're mainly focused on, but they come into a competitive atmosphere and you're seeing them pick up crosses, FIFA kill going towards the top of P1 to make sure he locks down the middle of the map coming off the old hill. It's little things like that that I think would surprise, a lot of these people who are typically watching these streams thinking, wow, this guy knows exactly what he's doing. We're only a week into the game, so things are still being figured out. I think overall it's extremely impressive when you get to see that out of players that aren't always, playing competitive, but are still making it work. And as you re-hit it, the teamwork really did feel like it just turned up completely once we got, to the end of that first rotation. And that's when they started to win and take over. Now, good news here if you're a fan of Team Jukies, because we are in fact going to a second hardpoint. That's how we're doing a lot of these early rounds. Hardpoint, S&D for the best of 3s. And the fact is, Team Jukies, they have yet to drop a hardpoint thus far here, Proper.
Yeah, and we're going to to be going towards Bocage for their next hardpoint as well. Another map that you could almost chalk up to play rather similarly to Decoy. I mean, every single hardpoint, let's be honest, inside Vanguard is just nothing but nutty chaos. And it's the team that's able to then thrive in that chaos and kind of settle things down, play for the spawns, and then kind of push the advantage forward to really get control of that map, is able to take a distinct advantage of it. I mean, that hardpoint was close by score alone, but through the second set where all this teamwork is starting to come through for Team Jukies, this is where you got to be concerned with if you are Team Aiden. It's not even the slaying that they were losing in. It was rotations, it was map coverage. It's just the understanding and of all the hard work that all 8 of these players in this specific lobby alone and all players that are currently competing in this tournament is really showcasing to how much time they've put in to understand some of the spawn systems, the weapons in the maps itself since the game's launch.
And I think the weapons are a little interesting right now because we even got to see Rated rocking, the Automaton. This is a gun that we feel like, some players are using. I think it's really best explained. Like, it feels like the Maddox almost, from Black Ops 4, except a little bit faster fire rate. You can, get up close and personal, win some of these close gunfights, as well as, actually battle up against STGs at range. I mean, what's kind of your thought process right now, Andy? Studying the game, looking at the meta, going into a map like Bocage, you expecting 3 SMGs to come out? Are you expecting this flex to kind of still come in here for us?
I think that you would more or less try to see the tried and true 2-2, if you're thinking about all these players as a whole across all of these teams, unless they are more or less falling into the CDL spots where they know what their role is going to be, then you might see a little bit more distinction as far as what roles that they are trying to run. But as well as I do, seeing some of the high roller chows, even some of the different videos as well, when it is 4v4 at some of the CDL teams, a lot of these maps, Bocage included, are 3-1. Now, what is that third AR? It's actually on your flex, and they're running that automaton. Why? Is because it's just so fast. I know the magazine is completely G8 and it only has 25 bullets, but the reload speed isn't too terrible. It's medium to long range. It's just as deadly as its close range. And if you can put that on a cracked player that can not only just take the space, but also really help out their submachine gun, try to deny it further, that's where that gun really starts to come in place. I think it still loses a lot of its battles at longer range. That's where the SCG really comes into play. But I think the automaton definitely finds its value in that third slot, that very flexible slot as well, because I'm much like everybody else in the community. I mean, I'm maybe being on an island at this point. I haven't really looked into it too much, but I love the 3-gun meta, and I think that it plays really well here on Bocage.
I agree. I think that, just getting as much aggression as you possibly can with a smoke as well, over to these sites like P2, for example, where it's a little more open in that field, block out the line of sight for the AR, try and make sure that he's not finding a lot of value, because you're going to see these ARs basically posting up at the top of barn, getting to, a lot of the high ground so they can watch over the map and make things hell, essentially, for the sub players. And the fact is if you are doing a better job than the opposing AR, you're probably going to find a lot more points, on the actual scoreboard, simply because you're eliminating the sub players from getting towards the point here. So positioning on the AR is something we're absolutely going to keep our eye out for and see exactly, how many of them will be out on the map for either of these teams. But we got to see Decoy. For anyone that is just currently tuning in, Team Jukies did come away with that very first map. We are now in winners round 2. Team Jukies yet to drop a single hard point here for us overall. And, in the round 1s, they were looking pretty convincing, but it looks like we're just about ready to go into our map number 2 here for us, Andy. We're theory crafting about what we're going to get coming in towards the map overall. Now it's time to actually find out and see how it comes together, because this is going to have to be a massive bounce back coming into this second map. We'll see if Team Aiden can get the job done.
This is one of those hardpoint maps, again, where everything is almost towards the center of the map. So high octane, high amounts of engagements. Here comes the smoke already across P1. It's so hard to cross in front of this, but a great way to start. Just kind of buys the space, see if you can get any flanks going or try to keep anything contested.
Layden's found himself the nice spot here in the corner, protected by just about every single angle. And he's got great cover around him so far. 20 seconds on P1. This is not an easy hill to collect time on. So the fact that Team Aiden come away with a good 20 seconds is great. Robstar, though, gets involved for a couple of kills. FIFA for a third. And Robstar puts himself on 4. Already just one off of that glide bomb.
One off that glide bomb would actually be massive when you're starting to think of the rotation over towards 2. It's on the north side of the map, over by those tanks where Scraps is located at. Robstar won't be able to lock down that kill streak, but regardless, look at the rotation from 1 over towards 2. Team Aiden, yeah, it's not easy to be able to lock down, say, 28 seconds. I know it's not much, but off of P1, it's definitely something. Holding on to the closer spawns, they should be able to find Jukies all by the lonesome. Yeah, they will, but the rest of Team Jukies are still existing in the middle of the map, just outside that barn.
Scraps finds himself in a good position, yet to get himself on the board, and that will still hold true, as it will be a nice rotation out of Team Aiden. They got presence in the back, control of spawns, and well, you're seeing this building right to Jukie's left here. You really got to get control of this before you can break inside of the hill. We'll see if they're going to be able to do so effectively. FIFA kill, able to open up with a double. Scraps will be shut down by Aiden, and 44-14. I mean, Team Aiden, this is the exact same start we saw there in the map number 1, and Stu finding some tough shots here with a nice 2 pieces. He's now responsible for trying to get the remaining 20 seconds.
Yeah, Robstar weak from that Gammon Bomb that was actually thrown by Scraps, trying to get that elimination onto Aiden. It came through regardless, but it's set up for success for Team Aiden to be able to walk away with just about 30 seconds off of P2. Again, walking from P1 to 2 is no easy feat, but the rotation over towards 3 is quite literally across the entirety of the map. We're headed towards this house, and inside this attic, oh man, you have a lot of different problems afoot from yourself. But hell, this is where the Warzone players might be able to reign supreme. They know what it means to be able to do these stairway fights.
Yeah, stairway fights, just trying to bob and weave, coming out of doors, sliding back in. This is where they thrive. But Scraps, unable to find anything. Invader's the one that finds 2. Robstar from behind. How good has he been on the pinches so far? Good 2K out of him to at least keep things quite in their favor. 35 seconds left. This is important time for Team Jukies and Team Aiden. They do not have the spawns. They're trying to funnel through the front, but everything's being watched. Scraps is now getting involved. A nice 3K out of him. Everything coming together quite nicely to make sure Team Jukies keeps this game close, and they're going to continue to do so and maybe even work for some streaks.
Starting to work on the pinch, though, is Team Aiden. They still want to battle for this scrap time, and they're going to get it as well. Juki's still spawning in, however, so they're going to try to push through P3, essentially, because they got to get back towards that barn for P4. It's a 2-for-1 trade just off of the Gammon Bomb TK that comes through, but the cleanup, you would assume, might have ended up being there. But Team Aiden winning that gunfight means that Team Jukies will spawn in over towards that tank side, but look how fast you're able to make that rotation from 3 to 4. Team Aiden already inside the barn.
Oh, Invader and Aiden, I mean, they've just been so strong working together on these pushes, making their way towards new hills. But this is another one where you have to try to keep one player up top if you can and try to zone out the front. Aiden takes the aggressive chow, will be punished. Rated now. Next one in will also be taken down. Looking good right now for Team Jukies. Will be able to at least keep presence inside. Robstar again puts himself on 3. He's got 16 kills, but Rated tries to come in and do the exact same with the double. Back and forth we go. Highly contested hill, but Team Aiden will be the last ones left alive here in the hill.
Yeah, this is almost copy paste of what we saw in the first set of the hills. It was really Robstar versus Rated throughout the entirety as far as slaying is concerned, and that's kind of how it stuck all the way until really about halfway through the second set when we started to see Scraps, Jukies, and FIFA Kill just absolutely lock down lanes and just knock out the lights of Team Aiden entirely. But a very back and forth affair. Still has about a whole hardpoint lead, does Team Aiden, going in towards this 5th and final hill for the rotation. Just down here inside the river, inside of that tunnel. Smokes will be used aplenty because this line of sight is a long one.
And, well, just about in that map number 1, this is where Team Jukie started to bring things back, started to come online. We'll see if that happens once again as Aiden almost snaps there for the second. That would have been absolutely disgusting. But it will be a couple members now inside of the point. Team Jukies, they have the setup, but the gunfights need to come through. Will it be another one for Robstar? It is. Finds Invader, but it's Stu. Has presence inside, has some assistance as well. Scrap slides through, gets the double. That opens up the hill. And now scrap time available for either one of these squads, but Robstar will be shut down. And Invader with the 3K locks down the remaining 10 seconds.
Now, about 138 to 68 will be the end of our first set of rotations. Going in towards the second set already. Kind of rinse repeat of what we saw at the beginning of the game. The only difference is that Invader's actually on the flank very quickly inside this house, causing an absolute ruckus.
Hello.
But Scraps will stop them in their tracks. Robstar up to 22 and 16. You would almost assume that the scoreline might be able to reflect that maybe the rest of Team Jukies would be able to capitalize off of the high KD ratio that Robstar is really locking things down. But I said it was a copy paste of the second set. Look at that kill feed. All of Team Jukies finding a lot of success early inside of P1. 30 seconds have already subsided, but they're buying themselves a lot of time and space.
Just see Robstar there with the stub in hand. Be interesting to see if he maybe did swap to put a little bit more pressure on the hill itself, or whether or not that was just picked up. But Invader, he's just found 3. Will it be more? Aiden able to assist with that easy cleanup, and now that is about 6 consecutive kills in a row for the side of Team Aiden. 152 to 81. 10 seconds left, but we are looking at that rotation. Robstar wants to ignite that push, but will be shut down from Rated, and this is where things can get dicey here for us, Proper. This is 153 to 82. Team Jukies, they are down by quite a bit, and they got to find a fast break in towards P2.
This was a really good hill for Team Aiden in the first set of rotations. Why? Because they denied Team Jukie's bar and every single time. You can see just two players already going up top of the stairs. Rated knows what it's going to matter, but the problem is they only had a pistol, and that's a quick little 4K coming through for Team Jukies. But the quick spawn-ins will be here for Stu and Aiden. What can they do with it? Not much of anything at all. Some streaks being invested as well. Team Jukies trying to soak up the time, but the streaks are going to shrug them off the point.
30 seconds left. Need to get some members over there, and they finally make their way to the back here on the side of Team Jukies, but can they win the gunfights? No, it looks like Aiden off screen has just finessed two players coming at him, and that is just so big to maybe lock in this map. That could have been it right there as they're closing in on 200 points. Aiden on the 5 spree, has the glide bomb. Will there be a 6th? Robstar caught underneath the staircase. Aiden says, let me at him, let me have it. There's full streaks for the kid, going absolutely rogue at the end of this hard point, and here comes the streaks to start raining down on Team Jukies.
Yeah, Stu ran the very early rotation over towards 4, so the quick spawns were there for Team Aiden, so quick communication that, hey, they're going to be in the middle of the map. The glide bomb, almost essential, but it doesn't come up with essentially anything. Team Aiden are still inside the hill, just trying to keep their feet or their heads above water as all of Team Jukies are trying to swarm for all different angles. They need to break this hill. It's contested for the time being. Eliminations coming through on the plenty, but this is the problem with this hill. You got to deal with the players in tight corners. What's the best way to do with it? Robstar knows. Gammon bomb, baby.
Get that gammon bomb out. Immediately will blow up here for you, and Robstar's not stopping. I mean, can we switch to Robstar right now? 32 and 22, 4 in a row. He has a chance now to earn some streaks that could be very pivotal on this matchup when we're talking about some of these open hills that we're about to go to after this one in Barn, and Robstar just turned on Aiden, or rather Rated for the 6th. Will be able to get himself fully streaked out. That is the big moment you needed if you're Team Jukies. There is still a chance to work back in, and the streak's going to start to see if we can clean up some of the members, but it finds no value. Will just be simply information.
Just simply information, but you got to try to capitalize off of that information and work your way inside of P4. This was the biggest problem with Team Jukies. They just couldn't work their way into strafing run for Maiden, gets called in, finds himself another teammate. Doesn't eliminate themselves with it, so I guess, you know, take positives where it needs to be. But the kill feed, though, suggestive that Team Jukies essentially broke inside this hill. 30 seconds left to play. Team Maiden might just give themselves one more look at it as they're spawning on both sides, but the lockdown is just too strong for Team Jukies. Recognizing the hit is coming through the front, they are dealing with it quite well indeed. Another 6 eliminations in sequence of one another for Team Jukies going in towards the next hill.
And now this is where you got to find a decent rotation, and they're already doing a good job. Inside of the house, trying to clear out some of the space, looking for members. Robstar in the back, won't be able to find Aiden. Those were key kills out of Aiden to shut down the rotation and delay it. And this could very well be done on this hill. We might be seeing a map 3 unless Team Jukies can turn up for us right now. Jukies himself finds himself on 2, opening up the lane that much more. Stu, the last one left inside, will be pinched as Scraps also grabs the double. The hill now goes neutral, but Invader, the first one off of spawn, able to just slide right on through. The reinforcements are here, and Team Maiden still have a chance to end it.
Yeah, just right on top of that dove cot. They think that they're all going to end up coming through the opposite side of River, but all of Team Jukie spawn on the north side from tanks. It's actually going to be a 3-1 push from the back. Scraps finds the first, there for the second. It's all up to Stu inside the hill, and now down to Invader. They made the play earlier on, but they're just going to be absolutely swarmed. The break is in, but it's 3 seconds worth of perfection. Team Aiden get the re-break. They have players a lot closer, but Team Jukie's not going down without a fight, but they can't get to the hill in time, Austin, and Team Maiden will answer back hardpoint for hardpoint.
Oh, they sure do. That's the very first hardpoint. Team Jukies have lots so far. I mean, they've only played 4, but they've looked convincing throughout those 4 besides this one. So this is definitely what you needed if you're Team Aiden, man. You had to come alive. They held on to that lead. They made sure they did not throw it away this time around in the map number 2. And it felt like people got that much more involved in this one. A little bit more presence on the hill for sure. It felt like there was always at least 2 bodies every single time Team Jukies were trying to slide on through and play for these breaks. So a lot more convincing. And guess what? Now we're going over towards an S&D here for ourselves proper. So this is going to decide who ends up moving on towards winners round 3.
Search and destroy on Damyansk. And now if you are Team Jukies, you're going to be very frustrated that you could not capitalize off of Robstar being up to 40 plus engagements after the first set of hills. Yeah, that's right. 40 plus engage. I might be over exaggerating it, but it's still absurd to see plus 30 engagements after the first set of hills. This is what we're going to be accustomed to. But going over towards Demyansk for a search and destroy in between these two teams, we talked a little bit about the meta going in towards a Bocage hardpoint.
Yes.
Finding value with an MP40 on this map is next to no impossible. Let's be honest. I mean, you run the submachine gun in Vanguard. I know that you're very frustrated when you are playing in Demyansk because you just get gunnied either by a player on top of the church rooftop, or if you are on defense, you're trying to make a route happen over towards one of the bomb sites just to overlook it. The longer lines of sight that you're offered, whether it's from the ice, the river lake, across either of these bomb sites, are just so hard to find value with the submachine gun. So you're mostly going to rely on your ARs to really lock down these lanes, find those first bloods, and to stop the plants from ever happening.
Yeah, I feel like 90% of my callouts, while running a sub on this map is he's on the roof. He's on the roof. That's just about what I'm calling almost the majority of the time.
Yeah,
that's exactly it. I mean, to be fair, I think there has been some players that have figured out the timings to at least cross right off the rip on ice to try to get at least inside of church. And if you can get your subs in there, you're going to find a little bit more value, especially if you can get that bomb down. But you bring up, the valid point. It's, can the subs actually close the distance to get to some of those spots in some of those positions? That is, truly the difficulty about this entire map. And I mean, ARs are going to find a lot of value, even snipers. I mean, we've actually seen a fair amount of snipers come out on this map. Look for picks. You can look for this immediate challenge right off the start of bridge, whether you're offense or defense here. You can play for some of these, crosses with it to play for information. So there's a lot of different ways you can approach it. But it feels like once you start to lose numbers and you don't have control of the map, you are really just kind of counting out the time. Like, all right, like we got to make a move now. We got to try to push, and you're hoping to see someone just so that you can unlock a bomb site. But it's very difficult to do offensively for sure.
I remember having a whale of a time with you yesterday when we were just sitting there watching a tournament that was happening yesterday as well. And it was on Demyansk. I was running through the map, just trying to look at different timings, look at different parts of the architecture of the map itself. And I was down there at the lake, and I was like, Austin, this kind of reminds me of a stretched out Crossroads from Cold War. And it kind of does, because that timing still kind of exists over there, that if the player, the submachine gun player, or even an automaton might be able to make that push happen, whether it's from the forest across the lake, get inside that cemetery for an offensive team. And much like you say, you get an offensive player inside that church, it's so annoying. There's so many little angles that you can try to retake. Yeah, you still have the rooftop, sure, but you're not always going to be safe there for long because the space is just being denied inside the church. I'm very excited to be able to see how these two teams in particular will be playing this map. Again, Robstar has been playing a very fast play style across the two different hardpoints. That might not be available to them going inside Demyansk unless they have really stayed up late, which maybe they have, just studying all the timings as well. On the other side, Scraps, another player that's been finding value in getting aggressive, might just fall back to that Kar 98K. Like you were saying, sniper rifles on this map, offensive, defensive like, can find a lot of value, and I'm sure on the opposite side, we'll probably see that answered in kind, more than likely from Aiden.
Yeah, listen, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that would love to see Scraps with the scope in his hand again. We all remember the Modern Warfare clips that this man was putting out. He was just looking disgusting. Specifically, I think it was Piccadilly. That was just his map, Scraps with the scope. So we're all hoping that we maybe get to see that, especially after not getting any snipers throughout Cold War. So we'll have to stay tuned. But yeah, man, this map is not easy. And I don't really feel like there's too many, creative play calls that you can really make, maybe besides kind of throwing some smokes, seeing if you might be able to bait out positions or at least kind of make them think that we're hitting something that we're not. But it is not easy. However, we are hearing that we got another match going for you guys. You want to keep the action constantly flowing, so let's go in towards Team Isaac and Team Mutex. This looks like the very first map back on Decoy, and it will be Team Isaac that find themselves up by about 20 points.
We saw the first map of Team Isaac and Isaac versus Team Sean J, where they were able to take that Berlin hardpoint 250 to 129. They went on to win the second 250 to 192. Mutex as well. We saw that 6-1 blistering pace in that opening, or that final map. 6-1 on the search and destroy, but now you gotta find your way through all the walls, gammon bombs, and hardpoints some way here on this Decoy hardpoint, and a strong team on both sides, to be completely honest with you. Tupac with Team Isaac definitely knows his rotation, been playing a lot with the FaZe boys, but it's coming up all Team Mutex. The middle of the map is secured for them as well as they start to lock down some serious hardpoint time.
Oh, you just gotta love Scump at the beginning of games, man. I mean, really look at this guy. Look at this guy. 14-5. His teammates aren't even finding kills because Scump is taking them all, but also honorable mention right now. Tupac's got himself 5 in a row, which means he's got a guaranteed glide bomb for himself here. And as you're seeing control around the hill, it's looking good. Destroy able to kind of come out with a challenge, even turned on Mutex there, and Scumpy reinforces from the front. They know the spawn's in the back, and while the king himself beaming down the players of Team Mutex with this MP40.
We just look at the streaks too on the right-hand side. I'm just waiting for that bar to start going all the way up. He finds 2 more inside the shed. Will finally be put to rest, but good lord. 18-6. We're going into the next hardpoint, Austin, and I'm quite honestly just shook here on Decoy, because to be quite honest with you, I was really gassing up Rob Stars for the amount of engagements going in towards the second set of hills. Comes up to 18-7.
The king is back, baby. 18-7. He doesn't even need the hill time because he's just killing anything that moves. But as we look at the time, still 40 seconds left on P5 here for us. So we'll see if this will end up working out for the push from Charm. Will be shut down. 3 kills here. Everything looking pretty solid. And Scumpy's made his way into the back. Do they know? Mutex tags him up heavily. Will have to hold his life for a very quick moment, but he is fully streaked out if he wants to use them at any point in time. And now Scumpy puts the pedal to the metal. Finds Charm for the double. Might be able to overlap these streaks if he keeps going. Scumpy, man, he is just all over the map at all times. He is continuing to keep this going, and this means that Team Isaac will easily grab the remaining 20 seconds off that last hill.
And Charm, I mean, like, I don't know. You just saw the Raging Bull and Scumpy. Scumpy didn't want to take that challenge on the head glitch for the truck, and just takes down himself, just baiting the Mutex, breaking their ankles. A clean kill feed out from Team Isaac. Scump up 23-7. Another 5 spree pops up, finds Charm. There's some help on the opposite side, but yeah, it's all Team Isaac. It is all Scump on a 6 spree. There's a nice little peek through the broken wall as well. This is absurd.
Dude. Like, this is absurd. Does he have more kills than everyone on Team Mutex right now?
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
Just about, I think.
I'm really bad at math. I never do math, but I'm just going to say yeah.
I don't usually, but yeah, we'll just go with a yeah. We'll go with a hard yeah right there. Scumpy, 26-8 right now, baby. He's not even using the streaks. He doesn't have to. But Charm, he is trying to fight back. He does just find 4 in a row, fighting to keep them inside of the game. But Team Mutex, they are going through it. They are in the blender. And they need to slow things down, and I mean, that's not going to be easy. You can't slow down the king when he starts to play like this. That is for sure. You need all 4 players to step up if you're going to work back into it. As Ramby tries to clear out the P1 zone, not going to happen. As Iceman Isaac responsible for basically cutting off the middle of the map right now. And you got to shut out Isaac again here, Proper. I mean, he's got a minute 30 in the hill. He's just letting the king fly around the map while he soaks up all the objective.
Yeah, 6 and 9, and not a total amount of engagements. But the objective time, look, someone's got to do it while Scump's just going absolutely crazy. Yeah, right? And you saw Tupac already focus on the rotation over towards New. They're soaking up hardpoint time as well, so now everybody else can just start going forward. Mutex are just struggling to try to get their way. I mean, they have to contest this time. You can't let a flawless hardpoint go towards Team Isaac at this current juncture of time. You're down 176-58. Scrap time is going to be battled over. It seems that Team Mutex will find it. Team Isaac are more than less happy just to completely concede it just until the final moments, because they know they have to hit all the way through, knowing that Team Mutex have the closer spawns going in towards New.
10 seconds. Looks like this should end up going over, and now some big rotational gunfights about to come through. Favorable side of the map right now here for Team Mutex, pending they can hold on to it. Destroyer wants to try and fly through, but they are down by about 100 points. Work needs to be done, and it starts with this hard point right here. They'll deal with Scumpy from the front. Big kill out of Mutex. Blast responsible for the side. Will be able to snap on Isaac, who's trying to work for the spawns, and now Blast starting to press forward. Snaps on a couple of kills, and this is Team Mutex starting to come alive here for us, Andy. We'll see if they can keep this going.
Starting to slow down a little bit here is Team Isaac, but don't forget that Scumpy still has streaks. The strafing run gets called in. It only finds 1. A little bit of coverage to the middle of the map might be soon to follow, but Tupac also had themselves a glide bomb. Finds Blast in the middle, but still Team Isaac trying to work their way through the middle of the map into 2, trying to fight for the scrap time. And here it comes. Scump for 2 in the front, Destroy in the back. Close spawn still available for Team Mutex, but it's still annoying. This scrap time, you would think, is not a good thing to fight over if you are Team Isaac, but it absolutely comes their way, knowing that they won't break the spawns. Mutex still has a long route to go to try to work their way over towards hill number 3.
As much as Scumpy right now, maybe close to 40. Tupac here for himself on 4 in a row. Has a streak in his back pocket on top of it. 25-9, a 5 spree. Will it be 6? It won't be. But still able to get a lot of damage done as it's Team Isaac back in control of the hard point, as everything is looking quite solid here for them. They got presence on the hill. They got the spawns. It's just a matter of cleaning out some of the players out front. But this is a pinch from Tupac. He's looking to try and get some of this information from the side. He will be shut down. And Team Mutex, they're able to at least get into the hard point for a quick moment, but it'll be right back in control of Team Isaac.
Well, pinstripe kill feed action coming through, but still possession of the hill will be there for Team Isaac, close spawns included, and not for a lack of trying. I mean, Team Mutex has been trying to work these pinches continuously, whether it's on the backside of the barracks road or actually getting through the yard itself. Just very unsuccessful when you got players just inside of these small rooms, just playing the windows to such a high degree. Scump now up to 41 and 19. Just leading the entire lobby as far as KP is concerned, but the rotation over towards the next hill is going to be called for. Team Mutex are looking for the setup. They're going to leave Charm closer towards one just to try to zone away some players. They will find two, and this will be great time for Team Mutex to try to work their way back into the game.
That's right. I mean, it starts with one hill, and this is one of those hills that is a money hill as long as you can stop them from getting to the back. But you have to worry about streaks, and Scumpy actually takes out Destroy with that glide bomb. It probably would have been a 1-for-1 trade either way as Destroy found the kill up close. But this is still okay for Team Mutex, at least it was. They just got to make sure they keep players on the hill for now. 221 to 152, 25 seconds left, and that's a clean feed. They're going to know that the spawns are in the back here, and they can't afford to give up this 20 seconds.
A little bit of a split spawn. I'm not sure if they'll know what that exactly means. Rambi actually spawned in the middle of the map. Now two players will spawn all the way out towards the barracks. Will catch Destroy in the back, probably frustrated like I just spawned over here. What the heck happened? It's because the battle over towards the old hard point went in favor for Team Isaac, so now that's their side of the map. So the rotation will be gifted more or less over towards Team Isaac. But the pace of this map with the TTK in this game, you can never say that it's too isolated for yourself, especially with Scump in the lobby. Finds themselves two, looking to break inside the hard point single-handedly.
Listen, Scumpy has 47 real kills. His EKIA right now is probably at 70, if not more. He has just taken over this decoy hardpoint, and they only need 11 seconds left. Team Isaac, they got everything going for them. A smoke's gonna come out. We'll see if Team Mutex can try and hold on and break into the hill. They do for a quick moment, but it is still everyone on the side of Team Isaac ready to move right back through. Scumpy here for the break, the entry, looking for the gunfight, soaking up the time. 5 seconds remaining. They could still get it done, but Team Mutex, they're fighting. They're holding on. They just got to get Iceman Isaac out of the point, and Isaac wins the one-on-one battle, but will be traded. It's a few more seconds. It's chaos, a rotation about to take place, and it looks like this one will finally be wrapped up as one more second needs to come through. They actually don't get the tick, and now they got to break one more time, but Andy, it just takes one push.
It just takes one push, just one set of eliminations is all it needs. It comes down to Charm to go absolutely Goliath. They're able to find the first. They actually get some help from Blast, so Team Mutex are very much so still in this too, and you gotta respect it. Again, Coach Tupac went towards the old hill, thought that they could get the extra second there, only got the one, so 1 second worth of perfection is all Team Mutex have left to play, but they'll play over 200 points regardless.
Scumpy just wants the 50 bomb. That's the only reason this one's went longer. Will that be 50? It won't be. Rambi shuts him down. And hold on a second. Destroy's the only one left inside of the hill. Our Team Mutex doing this right now. 19 seconds remains. You can still hit this. You just need 1 single second. Isaac will be able to win the battle. And there it is. Team Isaac will find that last point needed to get the map 1 win. But what an unbelievable game that just came through there from the King Andy. Scumpy just had an absolute heyday, finding everything, and this was just one of those maps that you look at and think, man, Optics in for a year, aren't they?
I was really hoping for a scoreboard to come in here because, I mean, we saw the score line. We saw everything else that was available to us in the Codcaster. I wanted to see how many untraded kills. Total untraded kills Scump had at the end. Yeah, if we have a way production to be able to go back and actually see it, I don't know if we get a match summary from private lobbies, probably not, but I don't really care because it was probably somewhere near like the 40, 45 margin because they were just going on an absolute tear. Yeah, I think Optic Texas is going to have an all right year because, I mean, that's just one half of the SMG. They have the Modern Warfare Rookie of the Year, you know, MVP runner-up so many times. I mean, yeah, that team's going to be nasty. Good Lord. But there's still one more hardpoint that has to be played before it's actually said and done. The potential to close it out in 2 for this best-of-3 series in between Team Mutex and Isaac is there. And I'm sure Mutex is probably just sitting there, you know, revamping with the entire squad that they did end up bringing it back when they started playing a little bit more together, just locking down these angles, just sniffing out where some of these certain avenues were being thwarted by from Scump and where some of these different avenues were being reached over by Tupac to be able to give themselves the rotation, to give themselves the close response, to turned that map into an absolute snowball. It was the eliminations and the rotations. You got to deal with that just one way, and that's just trying to count your respawns, get together, and just try to move as a total unit, because the pace is very fast, but you can kind of ice that a little bit if you are able just to be able to find those trades, get those team shots included, and just try to overrun your team. Bocage is that map to be able to do that, given how some of the walls are a little less destructible than Decoy, but only time will tell to see how it truly plays out.
That's right. Only time will tell, but I mean, looking like that squad right now, just taking over. And I mean, as much as Scumpy, you know, just about dropped 50 real kills, everyone else was getting involved. Isaac was getting the time. He got the big 2-piece at the end to make sure that they did, in fact, close that out and it didn't go to at least one more hill. And then, of course, Tupac and Destroy were just going around the map, also cutting off a lot of those rotations and making sure they were locking down the spawns so that Scump could go out and do what he needs to do. And well, when you're playing like that, it's almost always going to come your way unless you're getting all 4 players popping off on the other end. So looks like we're just getting ready to set up that second map. But I mean, that is one heck of a way to move in towards our round 2s here for us, Andy. That's where about the majority of our matches are at right now. We were watching, of course, Jukie's and Aiden there just a little bit before, and then we were just kind of seeing whether or not that was going to go to a map 3 or if we were going to get a bounce back. But this has been a very exciting tournament thus far. Crazy plays, close hard points. I mean, I'm a really big fan of the hard point because you don't really get a chance to say, okay, guys, we're going into map 2. We're going to slow things down. The pacing is going to change. Everything realistically changes with only one life. It's no, instead, we're going right back in, and we carry that momentum over, man. We can look to smoke right through you again and pull off a potential 2-0.
Yeah, and the momentum is certainly going to be there, because typically if you are new to competitive Call of Duty, we go hardpoint, then search and destroy immediately. So the pace, like Austin was saying, does get set down tremendously, you know, especially when respawns are not available to you in the second game mode. But going from one hardpoint in towards the other, yeah, this is when you can start, you know, gassing up the team. This is when you can really start, you know, leaning into it towards each other, being like, wow, you're absolutely cracked. You're nuts, Scumpy. I can't believe you just found 45 untraded eliminations again. I have no idea what it actually is, but you know, especially with Destroy on that team, the vibes got to be absolutely undeniable.
Have to imagine so. But Team Mutex, they're not out of this yet. However, they got some work to do. And let's see if a couple players on Team Mutex can really start to pop off here for us. But we are also hearing an update that Jukie's and Aiden match we were watching. Aiden did lose map 3, so they have now dropped down to the losers bracket. And well, Team Mutex very well could meet them there if they don't turn up. But they've had at least a decent start, 12 seconds here on P1. And Mutex with a nice double to try and open up the mid-map.
In the middle of the map again, this opening hardpoint is as traditional 50-50 as you could possibly ask for. Smokes to start things out, bullet tracers galore, a little bit of a rave in the middle, and just hope maybe you can walk away with like 10-15 seconds or so. That's what Team Mutex will be looking at here. But they're a little bit further out as far as the rotation is concerned. When we casted this match the first time around with Jukie's and Aiden, we kept on having a keen focus on this building inside the barn. You get yourself inside this building up top on that balcony. This hardpoint becomes so much easier to hold down, or if you just have a Scumpy, that helps out too.
Yeah, I'm about to check his health as soon as he spawns to see if he has 100 or 150 because he is looking untradeable.
Some armor plates?
I mean, armor plates, question mark? Yeah, it feels like something, man. It's gonna be just a cheat code. He has been so good so far, already up to 7. But Team Mutex are the ones with the lead, and they're still on the time. This has been a much better start here for them as you're seeing everyone get involved. Blast is off to a nice little streak as he's on 5 in a row at the moment, which means that he is now locked in a glide bomb at the very least, which certainly will be useful for some of the future hills. But here comes Destroy, trying to rain down from above, able to find that first one. Scumpy from behind. He gunfights here, waits for Blast patiently. We'll clean him up off of the time, and now the King's going to make his way towards the new hill.
Even though you have one player going absolutely AWOL like Scump, 10-7 for them through 2 hills already, it doesn't necessarily mean the team's able to capitalize. I mean, yeah, Iceman Isaac is 0-4, but it doesn't really matter. That was their point guy. Can't actually get inside the hardpoint. They're getting obliterated and pelleted with bullets as they're trying to work their way inside this hill. The rotation will be secured here yet again by Team Mutex, who are starting to build this lead past about 40 seconds or so once it ticks on over. But inside this building, inside the house again, look at the spacing just out front inside the courtyard. Team Mutex trying to do everything flawlessly.
Scumpy working for the back. You can actually set up a nasty spawn trap back here. We'll see if he can get it done. Scumpy for 2. Tupac finds 1 in the hill. Mutex not sure what to do. Scumpy for 3 in the back. He needed a big play, and Scumpy will bring it in as he'll find 3, but his teammates now need to try and show up. Destroy. Can he find a second? He cannot. So scrap time might just be over towards Team Mutex pending Scumpy doesn't clean everyone up.
Yeah, it's always that pending, right? But Team Mutex, again, just playing as a collective unit, On the opposite side, it's Scump finding a tremendous amount of kills, but the rest of the team unable to capitalize on top of that. The space being provided, but unable to actually get themselves inside the OBJ for an elongated amount of time. And Team Mutex, much like what we saw towards the tail end of our opening hardpoint there on Decoy, are really playing as a collective unit, crossing each other's angles, making sure that every single eye is dotted. And look at them inside the bar now, just locking down these lines of sights, but a very tough hardpoint to hold as they will get pinched on both sides inevitably. What we dealt with, though, but the closer spawns will be here for the time being from Isaac. We need to get inside the hill and start generating some score.
They sure do. Charm at the front of it all. Will be tagged up with a Gammon nade. And Destroy also, unfortunately, takes out Scumpy there, so that's really going to limit how many players you have around the point, but Isaac still manages to get himself in. The spawns are closer. Team Isaac would love to get this remaining 20 seconds to keep this score close, going in towards that next hill. But there will be one last contest. We'll see if Isaac can, in fact, bring it home. Instead, it's Destroy off screen that says, I'll line up all three guys, take them all down. And that will now allow Scumpy to press forward, but Blast will shut him down. So just going to be down by about 20 points, give or take. We move towards the new hill. The rotations have been solid for Team Mutex, and they will, in fact, touch the hill first.
And here in the final hill of the rotation, still just about that 30-point lead that we saw coming off of the first into second. This has been the battle back ever since the map has really started, but this time around, Team Isaac inside the hill first, but can't stay in there for too long. Not when Mutex has the setups with the Gammon Bomb finds the second with the SMG and Charm for the third. Locking things down here inside of this river hill. 30 seconds left to play, and the kill feed all popping up in Mutex's team.
Have to be able to watch up top here, and Charm's got a really important role. Can he find some big kills? This has been all Team Mutex so far in this trench hill, and it might just be all full 60 points, but Tupac the one to slide through for two. Scumpy gets the remaining two. So they get the scrap time, but that's all Team Isaac have really been doing. And I mean, will they even get the scrap time on this one? Because one last push is going to come through there for Team Mutex, as they're going to make sure the time actually goes over to them. Scumpy now going to take a route. This would be a good time to earn some streaks. He is on 4 in a row, just one off the glide.
Yeah, just about a 50-point lead in between these two teams in towards the second set of hills. This is where streaks could really come through and absolutely obliterate your team as we go back to one of the scrappiest hills on this map alone. But if you can get players inside the barn, you can start to zone away the house. Maybe we can start talking about some generated score, but Pinstripe kill feed has fully ensued. Blast through the middle of the map, just trying to find almost anything. Cover would have been awesome in that specific point in time, but Tupac up top in the barn will lock things down from the lane, almost able to find themselves all three, but Ramby will put that streak quickly to rest.
Isaac soaking up time as he typically does. 15 seconds here to his name. Charm is going to find the kill on Destroy. Smoke's going to go down, just wants to get Mixy, and now we'll try and play his life for the time. 10 seconds remain. Ramby already thinking about a rotation here as he cleans up two. Will there be a third? There will not. We look towards that new hill and look at the spawns right now. Looking good here for the side of Team Isaac, seeing if they can maybe make their way into new. Destroy and Scumpy going to be able to come away with a couple kills apiece. Charm already in the back, seeing if he can maybe get inside of the barn, work in towards the back and flip out the spawns. That's really what we're looking at, but this is good. Team Isaac, they've worked back in the game here, Randy. It's just a matter of making sure they control the spawns.
A nice glide bomb for the back, but didn't end up reading that, well, Iceman is still back here. Isaac's still just trying to play for the life, just trying to run for the hills. Ramby's like, where the hell did they go? Has some help back here with Mutex. There's, I don't know what just happened, but Ramby will finally clean him out. Yeah, off the glide bomb. That's a great little sway of momentum going in towards this Tank's Hill, P2 as it may be. A lot of time actually going up towards the game clock, but that's okay if you're Team Mutex. You still have this lead over Team Isaac's head, so you can continuously keep it scrappy and try to hold this over their heads.
Well, let's see if they can break on through. Team Isaac, they've closed the lead to 30 points. Slowing down a little bit, at least for as far as objective work, has been Team Mutex. And, well, the remaining players get cleaned up, but that's fine. Fast track to new. Looking good for Team Isaac. Charm's going to have to take a route all the way to the back. Let's see what damage he can do. Mutex also coordinating from the side. Can he get anything done as he waits for the push? Everyone here for the collapse now. Just a matter of coming away with the gunfights. Mutex finds himself one. Quick trade there from Destroy, who manages to clean up two. Will be able to finally get in. Charm and Blast now responsible for trying to lock down the objective work, but the spawns are so close. This is going to be so difficult to hold from the front.
His hill was so good for Team Mutex the first time around, but it's for that exact point. Why? Because they were able to get in towards the back, but that's Team Isaac's this time around. Holding this one from the front, easier said that you almost essentially have to go 3 for 1 what almost feels like 4 gunfights in a row, unless you break open the spawns off of maybe that second or third gunfight. But who's able to come out on top of those closer spawns? 37 and 24 is Scump. There's number 38. Has some more contestants coming into the back, and you know Scump's just licking their lips. Wants Mutex as well. Number 5 in a row. Glide Bomb has been earned. Blast takes the chow. Scump tried to go for the sprint to cut the distance, but Blast will put that quickly to rest. Glide Bomb has been earned, so we rotate over towards 4, which is not a long rotation between 3 and 4, but to get all corners of this barn in your favor, easier said than done.
Scumpy now up to 40. As we look at that new hill you talk about, this is not one that we typically see a lot of time go over to one team or the other, unless you can really zone out the front of it while controlling the back spawns. A lot easier said than done, and Ramby now has gotten involved in the kill feed. 2 in a row, long range shots there. I think got help on the elimination, but we'll be able to at least clear out some of the players in the back. Now control good for Team Mutex as the side push comes through. Destroy able to get 2. This could be their chance to entry on through. Blast has just earned himself a glide. Destroy now makes his route into the back. 15 seconds up for grabs, but Team Mutex, they've actually held on to the majority of the time.
They have, but going in towards the second set, remember it was about a 50 to 55 point lead. I mean, this has been diminished, but then it got brought right back into it from 3 to 4. This is where the lead really started to grow for Team Mutex off of the first set of hills. Didn't find as much value off of 3 as they did in the first set, but as we take a look at the rotation over towards 5, this is where Team Iceman Isaac were able to get inside the hill first and foremost. Some kill streaks being utilized. Blast with the glide bomb does find one, but it buys a lot of space for the smoke to be called down on the river cross, and then all of Team Mutex swarm the point, get it back in their favor.
Oh, Blast just died on 8 in a row right there, but he's got plenty of streaks to work with. A lot of streaks actually in play. As we just saw another one drop down, not sure which one it was, but it did not find a kill. And now with all that blue coming into the feed, we're going to see control, but it's only for a quick moment. Blast does take down 1, but he also unfortunately takes out Mutex. Smoke goes down. Blast from the front, able to get inside of the point. Scumpy from above also will be denied. Team Mutex, control of the hill and a chance to get over 200 points. They are looking solid here in the map too.
Yep, they absolutely are. 10 more seconds inside the second set of hills, and we will see just a 60, a whole hard point lead more or less over Team Isaac's head going in towards the third set. To play flawlessly is there. They can only give up about 48 seconds. P1 will come through, and they recognize, hey, all of Mutex essentially have P3 spawns. We can keep them trapped over here, but Charm will actually spawn in over towards the tanks, and that'll create a little bit of a pinch. The fight inside the house not going in their favor. A strafing run also gets called in. So Iceman Isaac's team just can't exist in the middle of the map, not for the time being.
Destroy for 2. He's been sneaky from the side, but unfortunately, Tupac's glide bomb will take him out, but you still got Ramby now trying to soar through. This is important time. I mean, more important for Team Isaac to keep him off, but all the streaks, they rain through, and it takes out Mutex and Ramby. Luckily, Charm there to try and assist and recover on the play. Does find 2. Blast is pushing up, catching players off the spawn, making sure they can't come through the map very easily. But this has been an incredible time going over towards Team Mutex. This might be enough to really lock out the game. There's only 33 seconds left on game clock as well. So even if it doesn't come down to an overall hold here, you can still play for game clock if you're Team Mutex.
Yeah, you absolutely can. 30 seconds remaining on that game clock, so you just got to keep the hard point contested or keep all of Team Iceman Isaac off of the hard point itself, and that clock will start to whittle down. Or you can just win it out here. You can get a clean kill feed, sure, why not? Recognize, hey, they're still spawning on the backside of the house. 20 seconds are all that is needed for Team Mutex to close it out, and they're finding all the eliminations to do it.
Mutex is going rogue right now. 6 in a row. Streaks have been earned. They're pushing out the front, but somehow, someway, Team Isaac, they find themselves on the point. It's only for a quick moment off screen, and Blast with the high ground. He's now closing in on 50. Scumpy just locked in 50, but Blast is going to be able to match it. He's chasing players down. There it is, 47. Ramby actually cleans up that one for the 3-piece, but this is looking all done and dusted. Team Mutex bounce back in the map number 2, and we will see a search and destroy in this series.
Yep, we were going to go to Damiansk in between these two teams, see how it's all going to be settled, and I'm sure that Mutex and that entire team, again, the bread and butter of search and destroy just exists in those 4 players. Probably a big sigh of relief that they were able to get their favor of Bocage and were able to really just jurisdict the pace of that entire series, because again, I mean, or the entire map, excuse me. Scump went, again, absolutely AWOL. But the difference between Decoy and Bocage is that well, Iceman Isaac's team were able to capitalize on top of it. Isaac was continuously able to get inside the hills, was able to generate a plethora amount of OBJ time. Tupac was able to find themselves a lot of different avenues to get spawns closer towards the OBJ for their team. Not this time around. Team Mutex, Blast, Mutex, and everybody else included were just so good at locking down so many different eliminations, and you got to tip your hat off to Charm, one of those players that was always left alive inside the hill and made the most out of it. Typically, when they were the last alive, they were going almost 2 for 1, sometimes 3 for 1, really showcasing their knowledge of some of these little nerdy rat spots that you can find in players trying to contest some of these hard points on Bokaj.
And now we go into an S&D where I'm thinking, all right, for this squad with Team Mutex, as long as they're grabbing, one of these respawns in the best of 3s, they find themselves, I think, with the upper hand going in towards Search and Destroy. You have Mutex, who has been playing with Blast, for a very, very long time, and Search and Destroy, 10 years previously before Warzone, before they both had transitioned over. On top of that, Mutex plays a ton with Rambi, and Rambi actually, plays quite a few S&D chals himself. So you basically have just a ton of S&D stars on this lineup. Now, that's not to say that they are just going to roll through, this entire squad over here for Team Isaac and 6-0 them, but you have to imagine all this built-in chemistry, all this time spent in this game mode over the years, it's just going to give them a nice advantage, just being on the same page when making these plays with one another here. It's going to take a lot of Team Isaac, I think, to really find value, especially on a map like Demyance that is extremely open, and you have to be very decisive with your calls.
And who's been popping off the most for Team Iceman Isaac? It's their submachine gun player and none other than the king himself of Scump. What's the biggest kryptonite so far that I've seen, minus maybe Gavutu, is probably Damian. There are Red Stars up there too, but competitive maps is what we're mostly focusing on here. Damiansk is just the kryptonite for submachine gun players. Another thing, just to give you a lot of perspective, those at home that aren't just flipping through the bracket, which I believe you can do through a command inside the chat. Team Karma just beat Team Hitch in map 3 on Damiansk. Team Hitch, if you're unfamiliar, is TST plus Shotzzy, another world-class SMG. Scumpy's duo going in towards the Vanguard year. They made it to a map number 3 versus Karma's team, which is Doug is Raw, Exact, and NA Challenger champ Mohawk. They won 6-1. I would almost lean to believe is because, again, they have a world-class submachine gun. It's so hard to go against world-class ARs, especially when you're thinking like what Mohawk and Karma could do probably with an SDG on this map. So I'm actually right there with you, man. I'm excited to be able to see what this Team Mutex squad it might be looking like, because them being the S&D phenoms that they are, maybe we might be able to see some of those timings from submachine guns, or same from Scumpy, to work from the woods over by the cemetery, get inside that church house, and really just pave the way for that bomb to be planted early. Because if you can get that bomb planted early on Damiansk, it is a struggle to try to retake no matter the site.
Especially, I mean, you're right, no matter the site, but I feel like even more so inside of the house, which I believe is A, because there are so many windows indoors that you have to try and predict that they can check the bomb from. So it can be almost impossible once that bomb goes down to really kind of play any way of a retake on it, unless you have, a massive numbers advantage, in that situation. So I think that is most important when you're playing defense. Do not let them get the bomb down inside of church, or it might be impossible to play the retake at times. We'll see how that plays out. Now, there is a player I also kind of want to call out, someone that you gas up from time to time, Destroy here for us, right? He's obviously transitioned over towards Warzone 2, but hey man, this guy used to play a lot of S&D, back in World War II. I think even, spending time playing with like people like ProLoot, Mohawk, way back when in S&D channels, whether that was with them or against them. So I think this has got to be the player here for me on this Team Isaac squad that is going to have to maybe try and step up to make sure that they stay alive in this winner's bracket. But here we go, map number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Whoever wins this will in fact move on to round 3.
Again, on top of this little cabin, you might be able to get a lot of different information, but you can see Destroy, submachine gun in hand, found the timing, got up towards this church, and Scump finds Charm over by the cemetery, so this opens up the floodgates from the lakeside for Destroy to take the house. There's the third. Poor Rambi, all by the lonesome, will be dealt with. Great round just off of timing and isolation alone.
Well, that is not how I thought the first round was going to go. I mean, a complete wipe, no kills, perfect round here for the side of Team Isaac. And I have to wonder right now, I mean, to be fair, like there are some great S&D players. I mean, you got the greatest S&D player of all time here, Tupac, who's been playing S&D for, I think, longer than I've been alive. I mean, this guy has just been, in the scene. He is the OG. He's the most winningest OLTs of all time. So definitely deserves, a big shout out here as well. But I mean, I think Scumpy is coming in here with an AR, which is really, I guess, what you needed since you have so many sub players. And he does have that STG, but a little bit slow on the chow. And that means that Blast and Rambi You end up coming out with a couple of kills. Ramby for 2, and well, this might just be back-to-back clean aces here with Destroy, the last one left alive, trying to get the job done in a 1v4, and he is now going to be known, but he does find the first one.
Well, Destroy just trying to keep their life. We'll use a smoke, but can't get away cleanly enough. And all of those engagements, by the way, all 3 of those early eliminations that came through for Team Mutex was from the cabin over towards the church. And this is why we take a big focus on Damiance, because it is very, very long range. That's why we see Scump with an STG rather than the Automaton or the MP40. You can't make those plays happen on defense unless you're just, I don't know, like facing maybe like a top 128 team if you are pros. But like, this map is just such long range oriented. It comes down to timing and isolating these eliminations. I'm sure we're only going to see rooftop warfare for just a handful of more rounds before we start seeing a lot more time and clock dissipate.
Well, players have been able to freely cross, but look at the stack. Oh, I think that's a sniper that just came out. It is a headshot, and Tupac bringing it out, giving good information. Isaac's got to slide on through, though. They have not dropped, but it is chaos inside the site. Scumpy for 1 on Mutex, and you can see just all the smokes, all the players through the X-ray. It is just scattering and just trying to see if you can find a gunfight. But Charm, as he found the timing to come through, he finds that first one. Off screen, Ramby grabs another, and Charm finds the second, turning this 2v4 into now a 2v1. Tupac's got to go big here.
Picks up an SCG. Those have Daddy to play with here. We'll throw a Gammon Bomb all the way over towards B, just to maybe see if they can bait out some information, but as Dead Silence does get popped, they will take the roof first and foremost. Oh, it's so many angles to try to clear from. The bomb is dropped on that A site. It's just about trying to create a massive bait to see if you can get an isolated engagement first. But you're down to 23 seconds, Austin. Not much to play with.
Not much to play with. Let's see if he checks his corners. Yes, he does. Charm has gone down. A chance for 3 in the round. 14 seconds remaining. Bomb is down. So many corners to check. Is Tupac going to be able to find him in time? Busting through the doors. Will be able to find him, but can't get the gun up in time. I believe that was Ramby, who wins out in the 1 versus 1, and that is an incredible round. That was a 2 versus 4 that they turned around here to make sure that they close out the round.
Yeah, it was Charm inside of the church, excuse me, that was able to find that very timely 2-piece from the south side. Was able to work their way in, found the bomb planter, and then the second as well. Chase Destroy all the way down inside the cubby. And because of that, the bomb being dropped in such a precarious position, yeah, Tupac got the great opening first blood with the sniper, but you know where that player is more or less coming from as well. You just locked down inside the bomb site. Wonderfully executed from Team Mutex, winning 2 rounds in a row. But a little bit of a shift is starting to come through, looking heavily towards his forest path. Team Mutex does find at least a trade, but Mutex doesn't stop pushing the envelope.
Mutex finds that opening. Has not been involved in too many of the rounds, but decides to pull out this MP40. And 2 now to his name. We'll see if they can use the numbers advantage here for Team Mutex to maybe break into one of the sites. B certainly looks to be the target. Tupac gets caught peeking. Mutex climbs up on the roof, and now it's going to have to be a 1 versus 3 for Destroy. And he's got to also find the defuse now as the bomb gets blended at B.
And Destroy was that island player, so you'll probably see them last alive more often than not with the SCG. Does find Mutex on the top roof, but that's communication from both sides. Bomb been planted. 30 seconds left to play. Charm's just going to say, hey. But Destroy's still going to hit from the backside as well. Just, you can see where Blast is at all the way back on that side of the cabin. You have a very long line of sight. Plus, when some mutual information does come through, Charm's just going to come from behind, maybe execute this elimination. Very tough round for Destroy, but it all comes up. 14 Mutex, 3 rounds in a row for them, Austin.
3 rounds in a row. That first round looked shaky. Now it looks like adjustments have been made. And they're putting them to good use. It's Mutex who got involved in this one, and Charm finishes off the last kill. 3-1. You don't like seeing, a 4-1 scoreline, 5-1 scoreline here, especially on a map like Damiance. You want some breathing room. You want to keep things close. This is one of those rounds where you need a response, and it's going to have to come from the offensive side. We'll see what will happen here for us. Isaac, responsible for taking the bomb. Destroy's been getting across just about every single time here. Doesn't want to throw that gammon, but will this be a kill? Blast has got information. He will find the shots, but Scumpy gets the quick trade.
That's the problem with that timing and trying to push down there. You're essentially just trapped on the bottom side of that frozen river. A lot of high ground to try to battle through. One player actually drops down. Ramby was looking for Scum, but doesn't fully understand that Isaac was down there too with an MP40. We'll find that 2v3.
It's got to be a big one there for Isaac. First one there on the board for him. Might be able to get a little bit more confident now. Numbers advantage. Tupac's found one. Gammon goes out, won't find its mark, but Charm's been able to even things up with that kill onto Scumpy. And now who finds the timing here? Mutex gets caught from his side. Tupac with a big one. Now 5 and 3 for him. 2 versus 1. Charm has been able to get 2 in the round now, but will be quickly traded. Big round that comes through. Team Isaac, they needed that one, and they're going to be able to keep this scoreline in between 1.
Big round for Team Iceman Isaac, and from the captain themselves, again, was just playing for trades there with Scump. Found timing on a Rambi trying to drop down, knowing that Scump was weak from a previous engagement, but off of that, the mutual information also coming through from Tupac of where Charm was located at. Was a great collapse overall by that church side when it comes down to it. They lost Destroy so early on, and everything just halted. I almost got scared for Team Isaac that they were all just trapped down there on the low ground. But Mutex, again, understanding that they can't necessarily take that position back, going towards this round number 6 with just a 1-round deficit.
Well, 3 versus 3, just 15 seconds into the round. No real dedicated hit towards either site, but that bomb is lingering at the back of B. Rambi playing for information. That automaton that we mentioned has been brought out. Looking for some heads at the top here. Isaac's got to be careful with these challenges, and there's the info. So both players going to be able to scout each other out, but it's Blast. Finds Tupac there from the side, trying to work in. Big pick now as the numbers will swing over to the offensive side. Team Mutex in 3 versus 2 with a good 45 seconds left to make a decision on what site they want to try to press.
Oh, they're still trapped over here, though. You see this problem is that they're still on the backside of this cabin, so you got to make your way through this forest trail or across the icy waters. Easier said than done, but Blast is going to make the play happen. Now underneath the bridge they will go. That silence pops, so you know they're going to be muffled, but it doesn't mean Destroy's not holding the angle. 2v2 we go. Destroy finds 2. Is about to find the third, maybe. Charm pushing through maybe the same angle, but quickly dips back, gets inside of Church, tries to favor for the plant.
This could still be big for Charm. He gets the bomb down, and we already talked about it. There are so many corners, so many windows that you have to try and check. Charm has a chance to go big and put his team up by a couple of rounds. But Iceman Isaac and Destroy need to work this together. 30 seconds left. 7.5 for that defuse. And this is where you have to start to drop low. Check your corners, already taking shots, but a lot of times burned off the clock here. Charm in the back's found 1, but the trade is good. Isaac gets in there in the nick of time, will find his teammate's trade, and now he is on 4 in a row after the 0-3 start.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up. On 4 in a row. Staying alive there, finding that elimination, going in towards the next round as an AR player like Isaac can potentially find that first blood, if not a trade look off of Tupac, who's been sniping and playing that long-range AR with Isaac as well. Can get that glide bomb. That would be massive for a post plant. It'd be massive for taking the B side as well, working your way through the forest path. It's just so many different opportunities. The only problem is that maybe you can't hit smack dab in the middle of A, but that's also up for discussion given how very flimsy these walls of the church are.
3-3. Team Isaac, they've brought it back a couple rounds in a row, and now they're going to ignite round number 7 with aggression. 1-for-1 trades in the middle of church. Iceman Isaac's been low. Will he be able to keep his life? It looks like he will be able to. Still a 3 versus 3 with control in the site. Scumpy finds 1. But yet another trade as we go into the 2 versus 2.
Isaac's got the glide bomb, trying to keep their life. That's what I'm talking about. These church walls, they can be rather flimsy at times. 39 HP in a dream. Isaac will be able to contain their life, but look at the mini-map as well. They saw Tupac all the way out there. Rambi and Blast just try to make them pay for it. And Isaac's down to an MP40. So you know those long-range shots are egregious. Can happen. Can absolutely beam from range, but the smarter play of it all is just to get this bomb plant, put the ball in their court, got to make a play.
Oh, I think they know where he went. They're hot on his tail here as Isaac backs all the way up. They just need to play for the trade at this point in time. They have the numbers. Isaac needs a snap right. Can't get the gun up in time. Blast will track him down, finds the kill, and that's also a big one to make sure that no more streaks are in play.
They know that the glide bomb's going to be earned, though. I'm sure is Team Mutex recognizing that 5 in a row did come through. But at least you stopped this warpath. I mean, same could be said for both these teams, right? I mean, we started off with the opening round for Team Isaac, and then we went 3 rounds in a row for Team Mutex. A quick little 2-round stint from Team Isaac, and now we're right back essentially where we were not too long ago. A 1-round deficit in between these two teams. Very back and forth heavy. Again, you probably won't see a lot of set strategies. I mean, this game's been out just for such a long time, right? But even still, you're starting to see a lot of these teams adapt, teaming up with one another, really trying to find all this information and capitalizing on top of it.
And the big factor here is that the glide bomb almost always finds a kill on a map like Demyansk, where everything's just about open, really besides the church and a couple of cabins. But Mutex getting pretty aggressive. Will he be able to find one? Yes, he does. That's Isaac. Big kill, because it also takes the glide bomb out of the picture. So numbers advantage over to Team Mutex. Mutex also gets himself at the top of church here. So they find themselves in a couple of key positions, and you can just see just how tight, how close everyone's playing on the side of Team Isaac right now, wanting to at least play for a trade and use their numbers.
Mutex just playing off the information, but they pop out of the window. Destroy has the angle on them. They're all the way over inside that goalie by the BS&D. And they find that angle as soon as Mutex starts to chow out. And now we find ourselves in a similar situation for Team Mutex quite a few rounds ago, where the bomb being carried by Charm is all the way on the backside of the forest, just outside of Lumber. Needs to make this push happen with Blast, because he's got 24 seconds to try to drop this rock.
Big kill there. Destroy finds Blast. Now Charm forced to push up with the bomb here. Needs this trade, and Destroy, he's been so good on the B site again, finding two. Ramby, though, gets the trade. This would be for a 1 versus 3, and he's got no time on the clock. He would have to find the last 2 kills, and Scumpy won't even give him a chance for one. So a much-needed round here for Team Isaac to bring us all the way to 4 apiece now. And that glide bomb for Isaac is still in play. You might be looking at using it going in towards this offensive round.
Absolutely on the cards. You're right, Austin. And I think looking into towards this next round, that if you can work a very quick plant there onto B, you might just be able to sit there and play for the glide bomb itself. But even just as soon as it becomes active, finding that first blood as well, it feels like we're starting this conversation ever since moving back to 4v4. It's not the same as 5v5. It's easier to come back from a 4v5 than it is a 3v4, given some different angles. But Blast, how about that early chow? We'll find Tupac early advantage for Team Mutex on defense.
That was a confident chow right there, but Charm does get cut down, just getting a little too aggressive. Ramby at least will still answer back with one. So numbers over towards Team Mutex. It's Destroy. It's just going to be backing up right now with this sub, seeing if he can find anything around the cabin, but he sees no one, and basically they have flipped the map. I think they have a pretty good idea on where Destroy is. Blast, though, isolated inside of the site, needs to try and find the kill. Gammon Bomb's good. Challenge follows, but Destroy wins the battle. And now this 1v3 turned into a 1v2 is still doable with the bomb in hand. Just has to cut through Mutex and Ramby.
Resets all the way back out towards the cemetery house. No dead silence. He's playing with a supply box. Oh, that's a loud sound, though, I would think. Yeah, Mutex is going to drop down. Here it comes. Destroy, though. Oh, he's so twisted. He gets back out. 20 seconds.
No way. Destroy. Everything playing against him. The time, the clock, the numbers, everything. Can he do it? Oh, if he wins that one, maybe there's a chance. But it is, in fact, Team Mutex that will hold on, make sure there is no 1v3s happening in the big round 9. But holy, did you think for a second Destroy was going to clutch this with the way that he was shooting, with the way that he was moving? But not enough. And now you have to use this glide bomb here, Andy. You have to make sure Isaac is staying alive at the beginning of this round so he can at least get the information.
That boy was out there schmooving. You saw Mutex even just back down from the challenge. He's like, I don't want this. I could lose this. Yeah, I'm gone. Stop the plant. That's all that matters. Yeah, the glide bomb needs to be utilized here. You would hope, if you are Team Iceman Isaac. 3 players are stacked over by the A side. They're going to leave Destroy, who's been having themselves a great time over by that BS&D. All of Team Mutex have fallen back. Nobody taking that very aggressive angle in that route, such as Mutex, over the icy river. They're slowly working their way towards these walls and for these bomb plants. Just a minute left to play. No kills across the board.
Destroy's been... Oh, here we go. The glide's coming through. Let's see. Everyone runs inside of the cabin, and the glide doesn't find anything, but it's fine because you got good info, and guess what? Mutex just died with the bomb, and nobody is close to grabbing that here. We're about halfway through the round. This is going to be a tricky offense unless they can get this bomb and get out with their life. You're looking at player 8, Charm, maybe, to try and actually grab it. But everything so tense right now. 4 versus 3. Isaac with the advantage and only 30 seconds left.
Look at him just defaulting to lanes for a defensive team. This is so smart off the communication and information. You got 3 players in the back, 1 player pushed up. We found the first, bomb dropped. Now Team Mutex got to make a play. 20 seconds. Tupac goes for the chow. Charm does even the odds 3v3.
3 versus 3, but low on time. You got to grab that bomb, and well, maybe you don't have to grab the bomb if you find all the kills. Charm, can he get inside? He can't. Isaac gets it. 8 seconds left on that clock. That bomb has been picked up. Right over to B it goes. Scumpy with a big gunfight finds Blast. And now it's a 1 versus 2. Rambi for the game. Can he clutch up with the bomb down? So much to check. And I don't know if they saw him there. It looked like Scumpy just about missed him with the timing, and Rambi now has the high ground.
He's got the gun to do it too. He's got the automaton. He sees Scump. What trigger discipline? Isaac's going to hop on top of the bomb, but now Rambi's going to make a play. He's got to fly. He threw some shots.
All right, can he find him? The bomb just gets defused. Rambi can't find the angle. What a time to go big, hopping the bomb. Scumpy watching over his teammate. Ladies and gents, this is map number 3, and we're going to round 11 on Demyansk.
Oh, man. That would have been frustrating if you invested that kill streak, the glide bomb from Isaac. You found the first elimination off it, all the information as well. You weren't able to walk away with the round victory. I mean, you got close off of a certain flank that came through from Charm. Has been having themselves quite the consistent series. I know they're -1 KD right now, but definitely keep your eyes out for this young buck going in towards the challenger year. First blood out from Mutex. First time they pulled out the car 98K, I believe all S&D long. We'll find the first blood on Isaac.
What a bold call. And I mean, Mutex is one of those players, isn't he? Guys, I'm pulling out a scope round 11. Does he find the second? Just whizzes by the left side of Destroy's ear. That could have really gave you everything you needed to push into this B site. He's been really the main one responsible for watching over it. But now that you know the sniper's in play, this makes you play different, especially in a round 11. If they can isolate Destroy over here, this could give them a free plant.
Yeah, they know exactly where Destroy's at. He's open over here every time. What a timely stun. Will find that there's a player down there. Do they know it's Mutex? Has taken that angle before, but the help is coming through. Charm does find Destroy. Scump in the side of the church sees a nerdy angle on the blast. Gammon bomb for the elimination. Yes, sir.
Scumpy going big for 2 in the round 11. 11 kills now to his name. A 2 versus 1. It all comes down to Rambi again. He's got to go up against the king and up against one of the best S&D players of all time. And Scumpy has earned himself a glide. Will he find the elimination? It doesn't matter. The call-out's good. Team Isaac, they will make the comeback happen. Closing out this map number 3, 6-5, and advancing through the winner's bracket.
Man, we were sitting there talking about it, looking at Team Mutex's roster. What a team that is just built off the back end of Search and Destroy Austin. But we can't forget, look at that team for Iceman Isaac. Scumpy had a great Search and Destroy year. They have one of the best, I won't even say one, the best Search and Destroy coach in Tupac on that team. And he's more than just a good coach. Dude's got the gunny too. What a series.
He's absolutely nasty. Of course, we've had Katie watching the entire time. I mean, how was this one felt? Because this has been a very thrilling series here, Katie, and it comes all the way to a round 11 map 3.
I've watched a lot of S&D in my life at this point, and that was stressful. That was really stressful. You guys did such an excellent job describing just how difficult Demyansk can be, and especially those initial first bloods just peeking over the top of those roofs, and it can make it so very difficult. You see that first blood in a round 11 and you're almost sure, right? This is going to be the end. And hey, at the end, Scump gets a glide bomb, doesn't even need it. They finish it off, but what a comeback that was, to be sure. Really, really nice round 11 to see. That was a treat.
Yeah, I mean, it's like one of those moments where it's like so many streaks came in the end that it was able to get you all that information. You look back on Isaac, at least getting everyone trapped in the cabin, those crucial rounds, and also Isaac with the 0-3 start and brought it back with a couple of crazy sprees. So big moments out of those guys, and that is not an easy team to beat in S&D right there. Mutex, Blast, like again, these guys playing S&D for such a long time, so massive win coming through there.
And we talked about just how punishing Demyansk is for some machine gun players. I mean, Scump was essentially really a non-benefactor, you would think. Destroy locking things down on the B lane. Tupac finding a lot of value in first bloods, both offensive and defensive, like Isaac coming back to life. But what happened in that final round? It finally got medium to close range. Scump said, "Thank you, my lord." Found a 3-piece. Almost found the entire ace of the glide bomb connected. It just wasn't needed. But yeah, a really tough team to be able to beat. But I mean, that team is icy.
Yeah, and especially when you see someone like Mutex, I'm not sure exactly what round it was, maybe round 8 or round 9, when he was able to get on offense on top of the church and then able to get into the spire, get a first blood and sit in that spire. Such a difficult location to flush someone out of, and no surprise they won that round. Blast as well, having some very great rounds aside Rambi and Charm. And you know who else is great and is having a great time during this Crossfire event. That is DraftKings, guys. They are the new official partner for Andbox, and we cannot wait to see what they do together, much like what we're seeing all these players do together as they work their way toward that $25,000. If you're 18 plus, please make sure to go check out DraftKings.com. And in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. When we get back, we're getting into Winners Round 3.
Sometimes you need a little help to stay ahead of the game, like if your console gets fried during a power surge. With USAA Renters Insurance, we'll help repair or replace your stuff. If you know, you know. If you don't, we do.
Hello and welcome back to the $25,000 NYSL Crossfire Vanguard. My hold shift with me, Proper and Katie, as we continue on. And hey friends, we're about to play to see who is able to secure some money. We're going into best of fives into the winners semifinals. And well, let's let you guys get right at it because we're ready to go. We've already been on break for long enough. So Katie, Proper, take it away.
Thank you so much, Shift and Proper. The first time we get to cast together, I'm so excited. And with our winner semis, no less, Team Karma, Team Jukie is what we're about to get into right now. And, well, there's some heavy hitters on both of these teams, guys. If you're just tuning in, Jukie, Scraps, Robstar, and FIFA. And actually swinging over to Team Tommy and Team Isaac. And that one went to a round 11 for Team Iceman Isaac, Proper, before we got here.
Yeah, I mean, but they're not stopping, right? Just going straight into the trenches here on Oasis will be our first map. Again, going into winter semifinals, it's a best of 5, no longer a best of 3. So just things to keep in mind here. It will be hard point search, 2 hard points in a row, and then we'll finish out map 5 with another search and destroy. But P1 here on Oasis, definitely very scrappy, but you're definitely going to be feeling yourself if you are Team Iceman Isaac, considering you just came off of that round 11 spice factor. But Team Tommy, though, not shying away from how much engagement they can find across the map. Noobs, Tommy Allman, they do it on Verdansk, looking to do it in multiplayer too.
Yeah, the kill feed dominated by Team Tommy right now. No surprise, Noobs is 1 away from getting himself a glide bomb, able to secure it right there. We'll be working potentially on a bombing run, which always makes me nervous, Andy, because we see those bombing runs don't discriminate on who they mow down. But Tommy in the kill feed now. Yeah, especially this map. Everything is so wide open in the kill feed consistently. Team Tommy right now. Iceman Isaac. Scump. Surprisingly, Scump. Someone who has been so dominant in the hard points. Searching for his first kill.
I mean, Isaac and Scump. I mean, they're combined 0-13 right now. Total of 10 eliminations for Team Iceman Isaac. There goes Seth, finally getting themselves on the board. But this kind of brings you to the same damn near discussion that we had on Damn Yance. This map can be MP40 oriented once you do get inside some of these buildings. Where P2 resides inside of operations, you can get a sub in there. You're feeling right at home. But to cross a lot of these fields between Convoy, the Temple side, and hell, even between all of the temples as well, you are quite literally out in the open. Very hard to work some of these angles. But once you get in, this is where you might see Team Iceman Isaac really starting to shine all the way through. P3 has now popped. Team Tommy really buying the space all the way on the south side.
Yeah, not only that, they were just locking down spawns very effectively in P1 and P2, and now both teams trying to make their way to P3. No contestant just yet, but you can see at least 2 members from each team vying to get that initial kill onto the point. And well, Destroy and Scump finally on the board. Look at that. We said Scump was 0-7. He's 7-9 now. Iceman 1-8, but he's at least got 1 locked down, and Destroy in double digits. The same scoreline right now as Noobs, who has been playing very effectively for Team Tommy, but now some much needed time on the hill. There's only about 15 seconds of scrap left, but you really don't want to give that over to Team Tommy, because even if it's this early into a hard point, Proper, that scrap time, even if it's 5 seconds, even if it's 10 seconds, can add up very quickly if you're not winning those rotations or you're getting flipped out of spawns.
This is one of those hard point sets you can almost get a full 60 on because it's all the way on the outskirts. Almost every single hill -2 so far. It has been towards the center of the map. Very hard to continuously keep numbers and spawns in your favor. What's the hardest part about this? It's looking at the different alleys that reside over on the west side of the ruins. And Intex is starting to sniff it out. Tommy will go down, but it's continuously applying the pressure from these 2 sides that is going to keep Isaac split, not being able to soak up as much time as they wanted early on.
Well, yeah, and what we noticed too, you saw Intex in the back line actually flipped out those spawns. Look at how far away Tupac just spawned across the map. Destroy doing what he can with a triple, but not enough to stall out the push, and Team Tommy will break onto the hill with 20 seconds left and cross that 100-point mark. And Scump, working on a glide bomb himself, will be able to lock that down and looking to push his way back on, fight for some of that scrap time, get onto this hill. It seems like they're able to break in for a moment or rotate first just for a moment, but they have not had a clean hold on any of those hills. And Scump, as he starts racking up streaks, is looking to maybe give them the support they need to do that on the next hill.
From 0-7 to 14-11.
Yeah.
All right,
Welcome
Seth, we see you. Yeah. Over towards North Temple we go for P5, but Team Tommy are just relentless. Again, Allman, Tommy, Noobs, as far as all of Verdansk is concerned and all of Warzone, that's a trio that has been effectively placing top 3 within so many different tournaments. Their communication, their trust of one another is absolutely massive. playing a lot of search tournaments and a lot of different variants since Vanguard has released. They have effectively hit every single hill, if they're not in it first, with sufficient numbers. But now Team Iceman and Isaac are starting to battle its way back, just about scrap time to fight over 20 seconds before we go into a second set of hills.
But they need to keep up this momentum. Yes, we said you needed your first good hill hold, and you got a decent one here. Granted, you're going to give up about 15 seconds of that scrap time, but we're preparing now for rotation number 2. And Team Iceman Isaac, they do have spawns, but look at that crucial kill in the back. Look at what Intex has been doing so flawlessly for Team Tommy. This entire map is getting into the back line, flipping out those spawns, and securing that you have priority for the hill.
Yeah, I mean, how many times are we going to talk about the fundamentals of Hardpoint, no matter the title, especially when it comes down to squad spawns? That player can be an island player, the route man. Intex is that guy, 15 and 14, but also has a minute plus inside the Hardpoint itself. Not only playing the routes, playing every single thing that matters to the objective. Holds us here just in about a 50-second lead, give or take, over Team Isaac. Here in P1, still 30 seconds left to play. Team Iceman Isaac kind of set up a little ice cream shop in the middle of this oasis so far. Team Tommy not easily working their way back in.
Yeah, and they're giving out free kills to anyone who feels like moseying on by. Maybe ignore that music, kids, if you're hearing it outside your window. Scump's not playing around anymore. 21 and 16. Iceman, still a bit of a slow game, but 9 and 16 now, so actually picking up the pace somewhat. And again, this is something we've been noticing throughout the tournament, and something that we've touched on before it actually started, is that a lot of those Warzone players, people who maybe just aren't familiar with Hardpoint, or it's just not a game mode they play a lot, are going to struggle with how fast-paced and chaotic Hardpoint can be. And so if you can just lock down a couple hills here and there, get some kills when you need, but just sit on that objective point, have the minute and 22, have the minute and 11 like Iceman and like Intex do. That is the role you need to play for your team. And a nice 4 by Destroy. One more for Streaks, cut down by Almond with a double. No Streaks just yet. Scump, I believe, might still have his. Yes, he does.
Yeah, still has the Glybon left to play, but I mean, the MP40 might as well be a full-on streak in the hands of Scump. Leaves that last player just a hair away from death. That's Intex all the way over by the south side, the convoy east, but still trying to set themselves up for a couple of exit frags. Our Team Tommy, Scumpy trying to fly forward, will be cut down towards the middle of the map, and this is a great little trap that Team Tommy are set up, but the problem is that the route man for Team Isaac this time around, Tupac, hits the route on the North Temple side, completely flips out the spawns, keeping all of Tommy guessing, why the hell are they behind us?
As they look to readjust to this turn of events, the first lead that we've seen for Iceman Isaac's team, 150 to 127 now. They have done an excellent job of essentially locking Team Tommy out of the majority of the last 2.5 hills at this point. Now you can hear that glide bomb get used by Scump. Does not connect onto Tommy, able to effectively use that car for cover. And while Almond's lighting up the kill feed, that means we are 5 seconds away from seeing a lead shift back in the favor of Team Tommy. Iceman's team, they were doing a great job until now. Proper, they can't let that start sliding away.
No, but you can keep this scrappy, though, going forward. If it's going to be this tight, just with about 10 seconds of each other, you can continuously keep it scrappy. Bombing run being called in as well, just keeping this entire hardpoint completely vacant. Now we'll step on inside is Almond. Isaac says you can't get the scrap time for free, but now we got to look at the rotation over towards core. It's over by the arches, and that's the exact side that Tupac had played for ever since we were still battling over P2. Still holds their favor. What trumped it earlier on is that Intex was able to find a flank on the Ruins west side. This time around, it's going to be Noobs looking to upset the spawns. The Team Isaac comes up a little bit short.
And take a look, that Iceman, he was prepared for it, right? They remembered the last time in the rotation, exactly as you pointed out, that Intex was the one who came over and influenced those spawns. Iceman was sitting on the point watching their spawn, and he was able to get that kill. Granted, the rest of the kills not really going their way, so despite a good initial hold, it crumbles fairly quickly. But Team Iceman, what I've loved actually, Proper, that they've been doing effectively, is keeping it really scrappy. And even if they're maybe not getting all the time in the world on these last 2 hills, they've been denying a lot of time to Team Tommy as well. So it's just going to waste away as that clock ticks down. But now it looks like they will get the remainder of the time. Tommy looking to push down through the southern side of the map. He'll have to get through Tupac first, who's posted up. Some gunfights going across. And now the rotation to the new hill begins. And a big fight here for Destroy. He's able to win 1. Can he win 2? Scump there for the reinforcement, but no. Intex comes out on top. He'll be the first one to prepare to hold that hill as Scump flies in.
I've been mutually enjoying just how scrappy Team Iceman Isaac have been able to keep it here in the second set of hills. But once Team Tommy gets in, they've been really able to turn scrap time into about 30 seconds plus. So that lead will start to shift again in Team Tommy's favor. A very scrappy North Temple Hill will be here for the time being, and Team Tommy is just finding all of the eliminations. Team Iceman Isaac, I mean, the glide bomb here would have been absolutely massive, maybe to find themselves a little bit more space. They're trying to do it all off a gun skill alone. Scumpy can only walk away with one. Team Tommy, again, just finding a lot of value in the eliminations over that 200 point very early.
And it's hard when you have 50% of your team potentially struggling. And what's going on right here, you can see what's happening in our other game in our winners semis. That's Team Karma and Team Jukie's going at it right now, trying to get some bomb plants there in the search and destroy. But Team Isaac, right, when you have 2 out of 3 of your players in the negative, it makes things very difficult to overcome. Granted, Tupac, he's 20 and 23, so he can easily have a heater and get something put together. But when 50% of your team is not winning every single gunfight, or at least not winning 50% of them, it's going to make things that much harder, put so much more pressure on Scump and Destroy.
Oh, Isaac forced to take that challenge too. Quick 4-for-1 trade will come through, and Tommy's team is just relentless, just locking down these angles. Look how far forward Tommy is. He's cutting off any sort of reinforcements because they know Isaac are cut down to this final moment. They have to work their way across the Oasis east side. They got to touch this hard point.
And Tupac looking for a way to break in, but it just doesn't matter. Exactly what you said. So many angles and head glitches on this hard point to post yourself up and push back the other team. And now with just 11 seconds remaining, they can't do it on this hill, but you can just win by attrition at this point, Proper. You can pick up that scrap time. If you're Team Iceman, you're going to have to be absolutely perfect. And hey, you've got the hill, so that's how you want to start things off. But you're going to need something really beautiful to happen here if you want to be able to take map number 1. And with a quick break by Team Tommy, it's looking like we're going to see a 1-0 here in short order.
Mutex is just untradeable. He gets out with his life as well. 31 and 28, finds a nice little timely shots into the back, but Destroy says, get out of my house. And this is where things can start to go a little bit crazy. I know it's 6 seconds worth of perfection, but everything I was going to say just absolutely becomes mute. 2 seconds are all that needed. The kill feed just blowing up in yellow. Team Tommy walk away with the victory. Quite dominant early on. Iceman Isaac's roster, I mean, they gave a good battle of it in the second set of hills, but like you said, war of attrition, and Team Tommy win.
Yeah, and it can be hard too, especially considering the map. How comfortable are you? How many times have you played Hardpoint on it? Again, since this is so early on into the year, into the COD, people are still learning. So there's a lot of times that there's going to be maps you're comfortable with and you favor, and maps that you don't. And at least for Icemans, that was not a map that worked for them. Mohawk, a nice kill onto Jukie's here. 15 seconds left for a defuse to happen in a 3v1. And FIFA, that's not anyone's version of a good time. He'll get cut down on the right side of that map. Not really a win-win situation for him. And well, it's not really a win-win map either. It's 5-1 Proper, and things are looking real rough here on Tuscan.
Oh, it absolutely is, right? And this is walking away with Team Jukie's able to win the opening hardpoint on Oasis, 250 to 164 over Karma's squad. And when you're looking from top to bottom, we actually got to watch Team Jukie's versus Team Aiden earlier on. They are electric and just playing together in between FIFA, Scraps, and Robstar, have a good idea of what each other is looking for. But when it came down to search, they got away with it on damn Yance. Here on Tuscan, a lot of close-range battles will be ensued. Quick plan here at A, which the offense typically will end up finding. But how do you end up finding these eliminations? How does Team Karma work their way back in?
How does Team Karma work their way back in when you have Mohawk getting a first blood and making himself 9-2, an outstanding performance so far on this map to try and even things up, and Doug with a kill to follow it up. Scraps gets at least one trade, but with Bobby Lee swagging all over the map, suddenly Robstar, he's all on his own in a 3v1. More than enough time to defuse, more than enough time to close out the map. Proper, I'm glad we caught at least the end of it because I can see why this went 6-1.
Oh, yeah. Mohawk, look, if you only watch a CDL, you didn't watch any challengers, you somehow live under a rock. I don't know how you don't know who Mohawk is. NA Challengers champ, ended up winning out with Saints, Proloot, and Spart on a team, I believe, called No One Shoots Back, but it doesn't really matter. This dude is insane, especially with the AR in hand. Ever since this game had launched, Katie, he has been doing nothing but just grinding it, much like everybody else that we've been seeing continuously. But I swear, for about 18 hours out of the day, if he's not sleeping, he is probably playing this game. Finding these nerdy angles, the AR in that boy's hand is going to run through a lot of members and challengers, so watch out.
Well, and it's those nerdy angles that you point out that are so important, right? Because the first person to find that, especially someone in competitive and all these S&D tourneys and the tourneys like what we have right now with NYSL and this Crossfire tournament, if you find that angle first and you're able to utilize it in tournaments like this, it is going to potentially win you a tournament. It's certainly going to win you rounds or maps or series. So when you're grinding for 12, 18 hours a day, which we've seen a lot of these players doing, guys, maybe, you know, get up, take a shower, don't forget to do that, eat, drink your water. But when you're doing that, you're gonna learn a thing or two about the game, and you have to hope that what you have discovered is an information gap that you can utilize to take out your opponents.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that's why we always end up saying, you know, Wester comes to mind, especially when we're talking about the Challengers year. They learned the game so fast that they were just bulldozing through everybody, well, the majority of people in the early going of the Challengers year. We see it all the way up to the CDL level, too. I mean, they're all playing the game just as much as each other, but it comes down to who can learn those nerdy spots, who can learn those timings, like what Austin and I were talking about on Dem Yance, and can really just thrive in this chaos of hardpoint, just anchoring down rotations and how the game actually orients at a macro level. The mechanics will be there, but understanding how the game works at a fundamental level through all different corners of the room is so massive. And you will be seeing this throughout the rest of the tournament. I mean, ever since the beginning, when we did start our double elimination bracket, everybody's been playing a lot of Vanguard. I know some other Warzone streamers been going back and forth, but they've been mutually just sharing a lot of this information apart, where they can find these angles, where they can find these timings, so that way they can come out on top of their S&D chows, their wagers, whatever they may be playing, because there's been so many tournaments since this game is launched, Katie, and we will probably get amazed so many more times as this tournament looks to conclude over the next few hours.
And Lord, we know these gentlemen love their wagers. We see those on the timeline all night long into the wee hours, sometimes into the early hours. I know that there's at least one member of this tournament who has not slept since the wagers last night. I'm sure probably not the only one. And now, as we prepare again, guys, if you're just tuning in, Team Karma and Team Jukie's duking it out in the winner's semi. This is the first set of a best of 5. We have our top 6 remaining. At this point, the winners for these 2 winner semi will be in the money. The top 4 get paid out of the $25,000. So that's got to be something that's on your mind, right, Proper? It's not only, yes, you want to beat the other team and work your way toward the grand final, but if you win this, if you get 3 out of these 5, then you're guaranteed to walk away with some cash.
Yeah, I always like to say it's just another day in the office for a lot of these guys. I mean, you and I both, we have casted a lot of Warzone tournaments where it's a lot of kill races or even some custom lobbies as well. Like, oh, it's just another day in the office. You know, Tommy's going to drop another 30 bomb. It's all right, very cool. But here in Vanguard, too, it's more than just another day in the office, especially when you're thinking in a tournament format. There's a lot of money on the line. There's a lot to be shown, especially for a lot of these players like what you, Shift, and Visions were all talking about at the head of the show that might just be amazed with some of their talents and abilities in Vanguard through a lot of these opening kickoff tournaments. Maybe say, maybe I could end up getting a run back into multiplayer. Search and destroy scene was pretty good for me. This game feels pretty darn good, and that just makes me, a wee little Proper cast, very, very excited.
Yeah, it makes me excited too. Vanguard has just been so incredibly fun to play. And now we saw the end of an S&D on Tuscan, and now we're going to see the very beginning, starting with Noobs as they push through their side of the map, trying to get a fast plant onto A, which will go down successfully. A cluster of Team Iceman mid-map. And with the bomb planted, destroy the opening first blood. Scump immediately follows it up as the push comes fast onto the point. Intex gets one, can't get away with his life. Iceman Isaac cutting him down, and suddenly a 3v1. Allman doing what he can to take out Tupac, but he's getting tagged up. And Iceman Isaac gets 2 on the round, 25 seconds to defuse. And I actually really like that play, Proper, because you know that fast A plant is what most teams on that offense are going to do. So they had 3 people just cluster there right in the church outside and wait and just flood onto the point, cause some chaos the moment they plant the bomb. And it worked out well for them. And of course, you had at least one member down in the bottom of the map just taking a look to see if anyone rotated to the other bomb site.
Yeah, and I think that was Noobs that was playing down there as well. And
Yes.
Noobs got absolutely smoked. I don't know who it was. I mean, I
I'm
think
not sure
it was
who it was
Scump.
either.
Scump came flying through the bunkhouse, looked at the command center, and said, "Hey, Noobs, what's going on? 2 bullets. You're gone. We're collapsing on the monument now. Thanks for playing that round." Yeah, decisive to say the least. Definitely walked away with eliminations, trades to say the least. But here comes the offense for Iceman Isaac. A lot of mid-map coverage coming through. They don't want them comfortable inside of the church. Destroy Scumpy for the opening 2.
And Scott maybe a little over-aggressive there, but you can appreciate the challenge. They get the opening breaks. Intex and Noobs immediately answering back and sending this to a 2v2. Intex and Noobs. Tupac and Destroy. A great 2v2 because these players have spent years playing with each other. in S&D and against each other in S&D, and Tupac with his trade onto his old duo Noobs means that it's a 1v1. Intex waiting, you have bomb down with 15 seconds left. Tupac just patient, but it doesn't matter. He gets caught unaware, and Intex with the nice kill will be able to get to the bomb with just about 2 seconds to spare and the defuse. I like the angle out of Tupac, but unfortunately just not looking in the right direction.
Yeah, Intex just playing the speed that their gunny is offering, right? The MP40, get in their face. It was Tupac with the STGs. Just, again, the angle was being held correctly, but, you know, at the moment with Tuscan, if you're playing all the way by the Fountain Plaza, just outside of the West of Ruins, you're only got so many different angles that you can try to pick and choose from. It comes down to guessing and the timing. The guess was there, but the timing to get the gunny up in time, absolutely not. So very explosive rounds going back and forth as Tuscan does typically offer for us, Katie. Again, a lot of A presence will be coming through. Quick plants, church denial, and then collapses from both teams. This 4-1 star for Intex definitely doesn't go unnoted. They're carrying the rock, will quickly stun up top church, go for the plant. See where they go next.
And Noobs opening onto Iceman, an immediate trade out of Scump. But the bomb is down, and Intex taking out Tupac. Perhaps a slightly faster push might have netted them a better reward here at A. And Almond shoots Scump in the back as he tries to wrap back toward his teammates. And unfortunately, if you're Destroy, you're probably set up for a bad time. Tommy shooting you in the back, and you get cut down, pinched by the teammates. And that'll be the first offensive win we've seen here. The first 2 rounds, a defense for either side. And we got close, Team Isaac, with an offense, but Intex, again, that 2-second remaining defuse gets it done, and now Team Tommy taking a lead.
Yeah, and actually, big shout out to our production and observers for showing us for showing Intex POV at the beginning of that round. Bomb carrier, submachine gun. That's how fast you get to that A bomb, and you drop that plant, and how much presence you're able to find at a 5-in-1 Intex. Great start for them, but again, the vibes and the communication from Team Tommy. Look at just the mini-map. They're keeping all their angles guessed. Isaac was maybe going for a B push. They're just playing it slow on the A side. They will leave Scumpy all the way down here over by the well to see if they can find some timing. They will.
Nice job out of Scump to get that first blood, but you're right next to Intex, and Intex has been the man of the hour. Cut down by a Scump double 5-2. He's been doing excellently on this map for Team Tommy, and now Destroy just patiently waiting, trying to get this plant off. I don't think he realizes Almond is right there, but Iceman watching over him, goes for the double, can't connect it. Tommy, though, able to get one of his own. The bomb not planted. Pac picks it up, but now a 2v1 after an incredible nade. What looked like a for sure offensive round suddenly up in there, especially when you got Tommy right behind you and no one is paying attention. Tupac and Tommy in a 1v1. The sun goes out, the tags are in. Tupac prone on the ground, trying to just get the angle. Tommy patiently waiting, but Tommy spots the cross. Tupac rotating away toward A. Tommy just waiting to see where he goes, and the challenge comes through. Couple shots in, but nothing just yet. A little game of cat and mouse, and Tupac, he's gonna go to challenge it. Does he win it? Yes, he does. Tied up 2-2. That is a hell of an ending to a tense round.
I mean, Tommy found the one with the gunny, the second with the nade, found impeccable timing with the pistol for the third. I thought the ace was about to be there, but again, Tupac check the first angle, then catches Tommy mid-tack sprint. Very frustrating indeed, but it almost came through from the kid. A big round actually coming through from Team Iceman Isaac. All of the Scump being able to find that opening 2-piece went completely awry once Tommy flipped it back on its head, even things out into round number 5. For an offensive round here for Team Tommy. Again, middle of map presence. Noobs will be that island play over by Command Center. See if they can find an isolated engagement. But Team Isaac just stacked inside the church, waiting for the plant to come through, and Tommy still finds first blood.
And they try and get out a nade Tupac, but you got to be careful because, yes, you can guarantee a fast plant on A as everyone on Team Isaac getting cut down. Scump trying to do what he can, gets at least 1 kill onto Tommy, but that's about all as Noobs gets the final one. It all centers around A, so you have to be careful trying to throw a nade from top because you can guarantee someone's going to be watching over that bomb plant looking to cut you down, and unfortunately, that's exactly what happens to Tupac. Noobs doing a good job to clean up that final kill, allowing them to take the lead here, and really, it's these offensive rounds. Who can get away with them? Who can steal away an offense is going to give you such a huge benefit here on Tuscan. And again, it's another one of those maps where offense, you really only have that initial A bomb site, at least right now in the early evolutions of this map, that feels comfortable for people to go to.
Oh, totally. And you can see exactly why. Just continuously, as submachine gun hits the Swifties, gets towards the A-bomb very quick-like, and is able to work the plant, but nobody was there to watch over destroy. Hello? He's just gonna let that poor guy plant the bomb all by themselves? He needs an escort. Allman will find the elimination. The bomb dropped on A. This comes down to Isaac trying to make a play all the way on the flank, but it's going to be Noobs that's trying to watch the cross out of command.
Yeah, I think maybe a bit of a communication error there, but Scump evens things up, not able to retrieve the bomb, but able to make it a 3v3. He'll know at least one is over here, gets shots into Tommy,
Wow.
rips him off the heady. Make it a 3v2, and Pac takes out Intex. Noobs on his own, but reminder, 40 seconds, so plenty of time, but hey, the bomb is still just sitting there. So you might want to pick it up at some point. Now Noob's making the push. He's got to run into a heck of a lot of people. Scump takes him out. Iceman trying to get some shots and nothing able to connect just yet. Now finally, the bomb plant goes down, but you got to be careful because Noob's fast on the push. Can he find them? They're both waiting. He spots Tupac, but not ready to commit just yet. And Iceman flies out. I actually love that kind of aggressive chow because Proper, he knew exactly where Noobs was going to be. But I do not think, as we saw, Noobs anticipated this kind of just a whip around the corner up onto the platform and get some nice shots in.
Yeah, that's what it mostly comes down to, especially when you're in one-odd situations. You just got to hit it fast, and you got to catch them off guard. Just work with the information as quickly as you possibly can, but almost ends up happening, finds at least the first, but in a 2v1, especially when enemy players still had their ordinances. I saw a late grenade actually pop there on the dead body. Really tough to battle back between. Back and forth we go, though, here, Katie, in round number 7. An offensive round again for Team Tommy. We'll see a lot of middle of the map presence. This time, though, Intex doesn't hit through the lane. Actually goes towards the A plant. This is a south stack for Team Iceman Isaac. Just a quick one-for-one trade in the middle of the map. And the bomb will be denied from planting. I'd be concerned, too, losing players in the mid.
And Noobs, the interaction, he's been favoring that south side of the map, right? He likes to be at the bottom. A beautiful stun after taking out Tupac to render Scump, unfortunately, just so vulnerable on the other side of that fountain. Gives himself an easy kill to make it 2. And Iceman, well, he's checking every direction. He's checking where he came from. He's checking forward. He knows someone's nearby. And, well, all of them are. All of them have fun with that. A nice kill onto Almond with that nade, but that's about all you're going to get if you're Iceman Isaac. A nice round out of Team Tommy, and Noobs really doing a good job for his team, just kind of hovering, being a menace on that bottom side of the map.
I'm always going to have a laugh. Look, we didn't have the technology back in 1945 for trophy systems, but the British had enough intelligence to make the Gammon bomb, and we're going to see just so many just Michael Bay-ass explosions, just confirming so many eliminations, finding so much early damage. I probably won't stop laughing about it until we're about like 8 months into the game, if that. But here's the lead, though, for Team Tommy. Isaac really struggling to deal with Noobs over as that island player. Won't be there for a defense, though. They will be part of that 3-player stack, more or less, inside of Church. We'll leave Tommy over there as I am a player inside of Command.
And Iceman just playing very careful. Tupac revenge onto Noobs with the opening first blood. Destroy immediately falling it up. And that's something I actually wanted to talk about as Tupac gets a double onto Almond, leaving Tommy all on his lonesome as Isaac looks to plant that bomb at A. Is that Destroy's having a pretty sleepy round so far. And he's really the only one on the map who's kind of significantly having some trouble to find his footing as Tommy gets a double onto the very man I was just talking about, follows it up onto Iceman. And now it's a 2v1. Granted, you have to defuse the bomb, so there's no reason for Team Isaac to be overly aggressive right now because he has 18 seconds. You need the 7.5 to get the defuse. And Tommy, he knows he's in a really tough position right now because he has to just hope maybe he can get a cheeky trade. But unfortunately, he knows he's not going to have enough time to do that. Some nice positioning out of Scump and out of Tupac. And well, Tupac doesn't even let him keep his life through the end of the round. I believe that was 3 for him. So a nice response offensive round out of them. But I think when I'm looking at Team Isaac, I'm keeping my eye on Destroy to get a little more comfortable in his gunfights.
Yeah, in previous search and destroys that we have seen out of Destroy, you know, I go back to that Damiance that we literally just saw versus Team Mutex. They were that island player over by B. You can't necessarily find that same success on defense because B is almost a non-benefactor. I mean, you might be able to find a 1v1 versus Noobs over by Command, but it's still really tough to be able to judge what can be done better. As you see the picture-in-picture, currently a Berlin hardpoint in between Team Karma versus Jukie. Currently all knotted up, 1 apiece in that best of 5, but all knotted up in the search and destroy here between Tommy and Isaac.
Yeah, and really, that looks neck and neck. I would have had to pull out my granny glasses to see exactly if it was 168 to 188 or if it was tied even a piece. But still, anyone's game in that Berlin hardpoint. Reminder, if you're just tuning into these winners semis, Team Karma versus Team Jukies is 1-1 in a best of 5. And Tupac, that is an excellent way to open it up. Remove Intex, who's been playing so well. Iceman follows it up with a kill of his own. And once again, it's all Tommy, all on his own. And Destroy says, nice to meet you. Here's my pistol. Tupac with a glide bomb.
And as you highlighted in the round previously, the Team Isaac were able to walk away with Tommy trying to keep their life, maybe go into the next round on 3. It was Tupac that went into the round on 3, found another 2-piece. Now they're on 5. They have a glide bomb, Katie, going in towards this next round with a 1-round lead. And especially where we're currently sitting at, this could be the opportunity of a lifetime for Team Isaac to be able to call down this glide bomb, whether it's in a post or in a pre-planned situation, not only for the information, but to be able to confirm at least one elimination as well. I think Tupac just pulled out the Car 98. They're going to play this longer angle as well with the glide bomb on offense.
Yeah, he's going to want to sit back. The last thing you want to do is potentially make it a 5-5 because you were too aggressive and you die, and therefore your glide bomb cannot be utilized. Almond just breaking some of those barriers to get a better view, and no plant just yet. Destroy gets a first blood opening onto Tommy, but Almond again kills just Iceman Isaac from that exact... How many times have we seen Almond from that exact spot kill someone on Team Isaac planting the bomb at A? Please, sir, stop doing that. 50 seconds left. A 3v3. And watch for Tupac. Watch this wrap around the bottom. You can see Almond just checking to his left for a second to see if there's a push. But if Tupac gets some good timing here, maybe, but Almond seems to already be prepared. He scurries away for a moment. All he has is that pistol, tries to get the shots in. Not good enough. Now there's no glide bomb to worry about. Scump forced to walk away, and what was a first blood is suddenly all falling apart. It looks like we might see a round 11. We most certainly will. Destroy all on his own. You don't have the bomb. You don't have the plant. You don't have the teammates. And you don't have the round.
And you don't have a glide bomb anymore either, Katie. That glide bomb got ingested. Yeah, he used it. And the timing might have been a little bit miscommunicated there for Destroy to maybe go plant the bomb, or somebody to go plant the bomb while the glide bomb was coming down. But it could have been a little bit of fear coming through as well. The players that were locked inside the church could have been too close to the glide bomb, could have touched down, and could have got a TK as well. So a little bit of mistiming, overinvestment maybe, not a clean round coming out from Iceman Isaac. Again, big reads coming through from Almond that played that nerdy angle, looking at that A site wonderfully. Also had the read over to Tupac for the flank. Now find ourselves in a round 11 where Team Isaac got to win it on offense.
And this is another one of those moments where we've seen someone pulling out a risky sniper in a late round that hasn't really paid off for them. It felt like it might in the beginning, but it just wasn't able to pull through. Imagine that fight against Almond if he has himself an MP40 or another gun aside from just that pistol. Noobs getting some shots onto the point, not able to connect with anything but spots. Pac able to get him right as he backs around the corner, but Scump with the first blood onto Almond. Make it a 3v3. No plant just yet, you can tell. Iceman just trying to make his way toward the point, but as Tommy takes out Scump and puts the odds in their favor, Destroy a call out. He knows at least one is nearby. Intex backs off and the bomb is planted. So now, Destroy, can you make the play? No, you cannot. Intex catches him out. Iceman all on his own in a 1v3. And unfortunately, when you got a sniper and the bomb's planted and they're already going for the defuse, I don't think you're going to be able to get that done. Iceman will fall. What looked like it could be an even series. We'll see Team Tommy taking a 2-0 after a bit of a blunder in round number 10.
Yeah, a bit. No, it's just a full-on blunder. It just sucks, right? I mean, you have everything stacked in your favor as a full-on A hit all the way across that ruin side. Try to work a quick plant. The glide bomb comes through. Can't plant that bomb. And then even soon after that, too, you can't recover from the round because now you're split. You're trying to deal with Almond on that APC. Just can't end up dealing with. What's up, Chief? It's good to see you, Chief.
He has this sixth sense when I'm about to come on camera. He's like, let me just stand right in front of your monitor so that
Our
everyone
cats like
can
to
say
mimic
hi.
what we end up doing. He's made for the camera.
He's made for the camera, and the camera's made for this replay. Take a look at it, Scump, with that first blood, how everything went down there on that round 11. And there's so many opportunities we need to talk about too. So many first bloods that they did get that did not translate into round wins, especially when you get something like that glide bomb. You have a huge moment in the 1v1 to deny the ace from Tupac onto Tommy earlier on. And I have to imagine there's a communication error happening there, because these players, at least I think Iceman, Isaac, I'm not sure how often they play together, especially in something like S&D. And when you get communication errors like that, especially on search, which is a mode that can get people pretty antsy and a little bit nervous if they're not careful, that's a great way to end up losing a map.
One of the things that this USAA insurance coverage clip is showing us, Katie, is just how much Team Tommy is just playing collectively together. Because you brought up one point that, I mean, how much time does Isaac, let alone already spend inside S&D wagers and challenges like that, playing along with other, you know, CDL talent, whether it's the analyst, the S&D analyst in Tupac, or the absolute slate lord that is Scump, right? But when you're looking at the Team Tommy, this is something I brought up during their hard point. Those three of Noobs, Almond, and Tommy have been just belittling custom lobbies and kill race tournaments continuously, that their vibes are always so strong. Their communication is something I always like to listen to during a lot of those tournaments, and I'm sure that the vibes are at an all-time high, and especially like a map like Tuscan that can absolutely award a team playing as an absolute unit. That's just one thing that you always have to be afraid of. No matter the amount of brain power that Pac brings to the table, no matter the amount of slaying that Scump is able to find, they just could not deal with whether it was Tommy or Noobs as that island play over by the well/command center, or as well as dealing with the full-on collapse out of Church. Just all the team shots and all of the full-on collapse together for Team Tommy, which is an all-time high. But got to start bouncing back here in the Berlin hardpoint if you are Team Iceman Isaac to stay alive this winter semis.
Yeah, and actually, I love that, right? Because that communication, that teamwork, we have seen it allow teams who maybe on paper don't have as much gun power as another team, as much firepower, to consistently win things like hard points. Like, take, for example, when you have Shotzi, Priesta, and Standy on a team versus a team with Crimsix and Clayster, more traditional ARs, not run and gun, and someone like Unrational, they were consistently winning hard points in a prior tournament proper with vastly negative, being outslayed, but they were winning consistently because they'd all played together for a very long time, whether it was in Warzone, whether it was in CDL, they all knew each other and the communication was flowing very effectively. And sometimes if you have that teamwork on lock, like what we've seen out of Toronto Ultra plenty of times, New York Subliners as well, now that Crimsix and Clayster are united, is that you're going to get better results when you have that communication. And I think we saw that here, exactly everything you said. Team Tommy, they play together all the time. They're able to anticipate each other's movements and play around each other very effectively. And that's something that Team Karma actually just did too, going 250 to 225 on their hard point number 2. And that means they have a 2-1 lead, a map away from moving on to the winners final. Tommy, a map away as well.
Yeah, that was actually one thing that I was going to bring up too, because you were talking about the coordination. This continuous stipulation that we're always talking about for these games is that the team that does have some synergy, some past experience playing together, vibes are going to be strong. The communication's going to be there too, as well. And Jukie's was one of that 4-player roster that I thought really had it, as we saw them completely take down Team Aiden in their opening hardpoint, and then the Damian search and destroy. But the 2-1 lead going in towards this hardpoint here, Katie, and it's a must-win if you are Team Jukie to force out that map number 5.
Must-wins across the board for Team Isaac on one side of the bracket, Team Jukie's on the other side, and Scrap's doing what he can to allow his team to lock down hill number 2, which they are doing to great effect, 25-0. Team Karma, yeah, to put a pinky toe on the hill, and with 18 seconds left, it looks like this could be a perfect opening hold out of the team that needs this must-win. Also, Jukie's, take a look. Already 5-0, already with a glide bomb.
Yeah, already with the glide bomb, and that might be essential going in towards hill number 2. It's just outside of the column, just down by that statue. The favorite side for Team Karma, as the glide bomb will be called in immediately as Jukie's looking at this rotation. Mutual information. We'll see a lot of players in the middle of the map. Now it comes down to Team Jukie's to capitalize on it.
A lot of fights about to happen here at the bottom of the map as they move over toward the point. Exact and Doug, though, in what was a 2v3, leaves Doug and Exact standing at the bottom, allowed to get onto the point. A huge moment. Not only that, but Jukie's will fall at 6-1, denying any further streaks on his part. Now the kill feed back and forth. as Bob looks to make his way onto the point. Just one member of Team Jukie's left. That's Robstar, and he'll win that gunfight to start racking up more of that time on the hill. But take note, right? When you look at Team Karma, Exact, the only one with hill time. Mohawk with 1 second, nothing out of Bob or Doug.
Yeah, I mean, you would assume that Karma and Mohawk will probably be your slayers, maybe Exact soon to follow, try to get Doug on the hard point, but easier said than done when you're talking about this Team Jukie's roster. One thing that I really noted on walking away from their deco hardpoint over Team Aiden earlier on is how effective they were just playing as a 4-player unit, maybe just putting an island player as you saw Jukie's try to do. They will end up calling themselves in a score streak or a kill streak, but won't really amount to anything. But that created ample space for those other 3 on the south side of the map, down by the garden, to completely bamboozle all of Team Karma, and now they're in for 3.
Yeah, and it's working out well for him, right? Jukie's, yeah, maybe you just get 1 kill with that streak, but exactly as you said, it's denying so much time for Team Karma to put together a stable push onto the point. And with 25 seconds left, they might get a tick or 2 at time, but that's about it. Exact, again, trying to make a push, but so much utility being thrown his way. In the meantime, the break will come in just at the very ending 15 seconds. Mohawk with a nice double, make it 3 total as he works on potential streaks, 2 away from a glide bomb, but I don't think Team Jukie's overly worried about that hill because, yes, Team Karma, you didn't give them too much time, but you really didn't get much time either, and you're still down by about 40.
Yeah, and it's that extra 40 seconds that are going to really start growing if you can't break inside the church. This is one of the hardest hills to really hold, but you got to get a player up top. Hawk understands that, catches Jukie's from up top, but Scraps will end up remounting that exact position, and it's going to be a pinch of fair. But this comes down to closer spawns. Who's going to be able to reinforce it that much quicker? Who can get up top will be Team Karma for the time being, as Jukies are looking for the reprise.
And not only that, but Mohawk was able to get that glide bomb before he died. He got his 5th kill right at the opening of this hill and then was traded out soon after. But he will have a glide bomb to work with on the side of Team Karma. Robstar now maybe working on some of his own, but not when you get smacked in the face with a nade.
Just hold that one time. Yeah,
it's like, hey, I hear you're working on streaks, but let's work on respawns instead.
So think about the Gamma Bomb. It was never meant to be held to replace the Semtex because it was too dangerous. I don't know how that makes sense, but whatever. Karma for a quick another 2, 13 and 9 for them. As they're starting to really chip away at this lead that Jukies is holding over their head. It's still that 40-second lead that you were highlighting just a few moments ago here. KDS P5 has only existed for about 10 seconds, and these rooftops can absolutely be annoying unless you are the MP5 or the MP40 player that is locking things down exact, looking to create the space for their team.
And Robstar does a great angle here, right? Cutting down a lot of people as he holds that point. Will finally get traded out by Exact. A nice little wall bang to force him out of the area. Exact with a double now. Tries to make it a triple, but Juki's ending the fun a little bit early. And this is so much needed time on this hill, right? 60 seconds now, you're down. If you can just slowly chunk away at the lead that Team Jukies has, you can close it out here. But it just seems like so far when it comes to something like Tuscan on hardpoint, Team Jukies just seems more comfortable.
And one would have to assume it's all off of just the communication, just creating pressure in the middle of the map. Robstar was that player all series long, that best of 3 versus Aiden that was just dropping numbers right next to Scraps, who is just a few kills away from being double negative, but even still, they're starting to bounce things back. And much like you were saying as well, it's not the team with the most eliminations that you would always assume would walk away with a hardpoint win. It's the team that's locking down the rotations, the spawns, and just really exemplifying what it means to apply pressure on the front side of the hill. Team Jukies are able to do that continuously through the first set, which is why you see the 32-second lead they hold.
Ooh, and Mohawk, I think catching Robstar, he just wasn't anticipating the push at that exact moment. Allows Mohawk, I don't know if he'd previously used his other glide bomb, but manages to get himself a new one if he did. But this has really just been a stalemate on this point the entire time. Team Juki's able to get a brief moment to get 4 or 5 seconds before it gets contested once again. Doug doing what he can, but really a hill that hasn't been too beneficial to either side. But Team Karma consistently, take a look at this. They were down 40. Now you're going to be down by just about 10. They're creeping back.
Really starting to chip away at that lead halfway through the P1 set of rotations, but a few hills here and there. Jukies has been building the lead and keeping it at about 30 plus. As you see the picture-in-picture, Team Tommy versus Iceman Isaac's roster playing through their hardpoint on Berlin. Quick little glide bomb from Destroy. Won't find anything besides information, but very close in between those two teams. Just 8 seconds apart from them. kind of picture-in-picture, quite literally, of what we're having on the main focus.
Yeah, and a fight in all these hard points, a hard point dominant tournament. You'll get the S&Ds sprinkled throughout, but you're going to have to be able to thrive in the chaos of this game mode if you want to come out on top and net the $12,000 on the line for first place. The top 4 teams for this 25K Crossfire are the ones that are going to get paid out. And Exact, it feels like to me, Proper, every time I see Exact in the kill feed, it's always at least a double.
Oh, yeah. He's been Mr. 2-piece. Mohawk's been about like Mr. 3, maybe 4-piece at certain points in time. I wonder if they actually still have that glide bomb as well, but it's about capitalizing off of those 2 pieces that Exact finds. It's about capitalizing off of the space that Mohawk is providing at 25 and 20. Again, slaying out is Team Karma right now, but Team Jukies, with Robstar being at 25 and 18, have been influencing the pace of this map as Scraps finds 2 just outside of the fountain. And that's going to be able to secure themselves a plethora amount of time, but Karma will still spawn in, so a late break will be coming through. They could use the time.
Yeah, that was actually a great play by Karma at the bottom of the map. He went down there, won his one, and got them spawns for the hill, at least for a couple spawns after that. They'll be pushed back over to the right side of the map now, but I think if they were able to fully capitalize on that play out of him, then they should have been able to flip that out and at least be able to lock down this hill. But unfortunately, causes chaos for just a moment, but not much more than that. As FIFA kill takes out Exact, and they're trying to answer back, but what was a 10-point difference? Team Jukies once again blowing this lead wide open, 170 to 110, and all it's going to take is a couple good hard points to put this out of reach, right? So, Proper, when you're watching something like this, right, for Team Karma, what do they need to be doing that they're not doing as effectively right now to be able to catch up, reduce this deficit?
It's denying the space in the middle of the map. I mean, Team Jukies is just being able to quite literally run over them. And then the pinches, once they're inside the hills, just are coming through just a little bit too easy. But big moments like that, as Karma's able to find a big 2-piece, is the X factor that you need from Team Karma, is what Team Jukies has been dancing with this entire time. Once they're inside the hill, Robstar is able to find 2 or 3, and then they're able to build a speed lead off of that going forward. But now Karma on 3 straight inside the hill is keeping these spawns alive for their team, able to reinforce this hill. This was a massive money hill here on 4 for Team Karma, now making it within striking distance as we rotate to 5.
And give Mohawk glide bomb number 3. The spree alive and well, looking to find someone, actually able to connect with Scraps at the very last second, so we'll get at least a kill for it. We've seen a lot of glide bomb duds so far, and yes, they give you the intel on where people are, but it seems like especially the S&Ds, we haven't seen them used to their greatest effect. But Mohawk, now look at that, on an 8 spree as you give him the double on top of it, make it 9. Mohawk a kill away from a double-digit spree. Give him all the streaks that he needs. Mohawk 36 and 23, he is unstoppable, working on that 40 bomb. Proper, I would not want to challenge him.
Yeah, they're gonna find a cheeky 3-player challenge on the side of him though. Creeping up the staircase is Robstar. Over on the backside of the corner is both Karma and Exact, and they take down both Robstar and FIFA kill. So able to stay alive here in this P5 hill. We got ourselves a lead swap for the first time, it feels like, in forever since we left P1. Team Karma in the driver's seat, even if it is at a very nominal deficit. Team Jukies now on the backside of it, going in towards a 3rd set of hills here, Katie. Team Jukies, look at how they're zoning away both sides of the ruins and the middle of the map. They got players inside a church. This is a lot of faith that Jukies can find themselves 2 eliminations. They do. Strafing run being called in from Mohawk off of that 9 spree could be the opening that they need to work their way inside the hill.
I was wondering when he was going to use that. Take a look at this hard point. It's right out in the open. Perfect to drop one of those streaks on. And while he does get a kill, not able to turn that into much of anything just yet. The spawns from Team Jukies are just so close to this hill that they're able to kind of reinforce those setups very quickly. And the way that they're consistently staggering Team Karma is just making it hard for them to contest the hill, much less be able to take it over. And now we'll see how long Karma can stay alive. He's doing just that. Will finally fall, but 215, the lead change swinging back to Team Jukies. And I had a moment. I thought Team Karma, they might be making it happen, and they got real close, but now just 25 seconds away. Team Jukie pushing this to that game 5. Team Karma, they will have it locked down, but a huge fight happening in the back line, and an enormous win by Scraps. Takes down Doug. causes some chaos in the spawns and allows them to break through the left side onto the hill. That was a big moment from Scraps, and now you're just 15 seconds away, more than enough time to lock it down. And once again, it's Scraps in the church. It's Scraps causing chaos. Team Karma trying to scramble their way out of the hill. They're able to cross the 200 point, but 11 seconds left proper. That play by Scraps could be the thing that seals their fate.
Yeah, it's just 10 seconds short of perfection is what Team Karma are looking for here. You can only effectively give up 10 seconds before the game is over. Good kill feed looking for them, though, but the rotation from 2 to 3 is quite literally across the entirety of the map. Where you see player number 5 exact on the mini-map, they got to go all the way over to where Robstar is. A long one, to say the least. I think that's the bombing run that is currently being called in. It's a strafing run, actually. Can it find anything? No. Jukie's goes 1 for 1, but Mohawk does find Robstar there at the end, so they're in for the initial time.
And Doug gets a nice kill onto Scraps, but can you do it again? No. Rob with the nade, able to push him back, takes down Karma for the double, and that could be the moment as well. 240 to 227. They fly back onto the hill. Again, look at how far away Team Karma is spawning. You're going to have one last push to make this happen. They only need 5 seconds. Karma with the double and no one on the point. Either team can win it here, and 27 seconds left on the clock. You can't let that run out either if you're Team Karma, because you're going to lose regardless. And Karma, he's doing everything he can, able to get the double. Doug follows it up to take the kill, and they can't win it here, but they can keep it really interesting.
You got to stay on the hill to make sure that the game clock doesn't start ticking on down. So now you're just going to start running.
Look at where Mohawk is, right by the church, but he's surrounded.
Find the second too, so Mohawk will reprise themselves. Scraps will cut them down, but still, it was just a handful of seconds that Team Jukie's needed. That got absolutely down to the wire, but 250 to 246 will be the final scoreline here, and a big one for Team Jukie's to force out that map number 5. They lost the hard point on Berlin, 250 to 225, and the Tuscan Search and Destroy that we saw got absolutely bullied on, 6-1. So now they're going to prepare for their Eagle Nest Search and Destroy, Katie, and I really got to say, that this Team Jukie's roster, so long as they continue to play as a 4-player squad, the communication looks to be all there for them. They're capitalizing on every possible moment that they have, whether it's playing for the spawns, playing for those sufficient times, and really putting themselves in power positions to then look at the rotations. I mean, they knew their win conditions set from hardpoint to hardpoint.
Yeah, and honestly, when you look at the ending of this hardpoint, it almost felt like too little, too late. Mohawk, he had what? 2, at least 3 something glide bombs. He had a lot of streaks to work with, even more than that, but just not able to convert those into a very strong hold on multiple hills. They did have a couple good moments, and they were able to keep it scrappy to bring it so close. But when you push it to the very end to start heating up in a hard point, it makes every mistake that much more punishing, right? And you see Doug, he tries to go over in the final moments. They try and lock it down, and the church gets a nice opening double, but not much more than that when you're surrounded by the entirety of Team Jukie's. So they made it close, but unfortunately, I think a few too many mistakes, a few too many missed gunfights in the beginning. It was a little too much for them to overcome, and there you can see it was Mohawk here in the church tried to get that double, but that's about all he was able to get as he got cut down by Scraps, and it was almost Scraps, right? I felt like Scraps made some really excellent plays for Team Jukie's, whether it was in the back side to flip out spawns or just cause chaos, which allowed them to get some uncontested time on those hills.
Yeah, and I'm sure what a lot of people at home were watching, maybe the same thing that I was during those USA insurance coverage clips, is like, look at the slang. I mean, Big Money Mo was over 50 kills total. Karma was just behind them, maybe 2 or 3. Why weren't they really leading that game? And it's every single time that a Big Money moment had to happen that they had to go heroic. We saw Karma finding 3 pieces when they had to. Mohawk also finding big, crucial 3 pieces, so that way Team Karma can stay inside the game. But it was the overall cohesion, just always playing together, that will always overrun you. This was a point that you brought up so wonderfully, Katie, that it's not always just the slang that will win you games, but it's the overall coverage of the map, understanding how that macro works as a whole, and Team Jukie's just did that much better against Team Karma on Tuscan Hardpoint.
Right, and adaptability is a big part of it, too, because when you don't know these maps like the back of your hand, you haven't been playing it for 10 months, you're still learning as you go, whoever's able to adapt the fastest to all of these changing factors and conditions during these hard points and S&Ds is gonna have that slight edge. And now when we look at Team Isaac, they fall down, as you see, losing to Team Tommy. They will now be in the losers quarters against Team Jowo. Interestingly enough, that'll be Jowo, Z-Laner, Envoy, and Hamza. So a good potential series down there in the losers bracket as those best of threes move on. The very end of the losers, guys, will turn into some best of fives. But now Team Tommy, the first one to make their way into the money. We'll see Team Karma and Team Jukies who can get to the winners final as well. That game 5 I'm really excited about, specifically because it's Eagle's Nest S&D. I've seen the craziness that is Eagle's Nest Hardpoint. I've seen S&D, and I think there's a lot of room on that map for skill expression.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take this into account when it comes to Eagle Nest, is that in the middle of the dining room, there's so much glass, there's so many fixtures, there's so many things that are just being thrown around that it's really hard to be able to dictate whether or not you're shooting at a person or you're just shooting at a fixture on the wall. Let's be honest here. And in the outer sides of the entirety of the Eagle's Nest, when you're trying to work that very long push over towards the sunroom for A, becomes a little bit something that you're just not going to really see, because you got to push through all the way through the terrace, or maybe somehow work your way all the way through the cliffside in towards the enemy spawn. It's just very hard to be able to work your way across the map for that A plant. So you're probably going to see a lot of scrappy shots going back and forth inside the dining room, whether it's from the library or the dining side, to be able to see which team might be able to get a foothold inside of that dining room, and maybe we might see a bomb plant, but it's going to get scrappy inside that house.
Yeah, especially that middle bomb plant, right in dead center in the middle of the map. There's just so many angles that you have to look for, especially if you're looking over someone while they're planting the bomb. Maybe you can get an initial first blood to force them off for a second to get a safer plant. But it really feels like there's nowhere on that map that is safe for you to be. There's no nook, there's no cranny that someone else can't maybe surprise you when you're sitting in. And it's also a map that I think we saw one of our first 50 bombs in from one of the pro players. Scump dropped a 50 bomb at one point and a hard point on Eagle's Nest. But there's just something about the map that I think I'm excited to watch how these players learn to play the map both on offense and defense as the year goes on. Hopefully, whether it ends up in CDL rotations, remaining to be seen on all of that, but to watch them kind of learn the map and develop on it should be something very exciting. And again, if you're just tuning in, guys, this is NYSL's a wonderful 25K Crossfire. Katie Bedford joined by Proper, and we are waiting for the final map to load in the winners semis. Team Karma, Team Jukies all tied up 2-2, going to that final map in the best of 5, that Eagle's Nest search and destroy. And when you look at this S&D, what do you want to see out of a team like Team Jukies, right? Because they've been doing great in the hard points.
Yep.
They got blown out in the Tuscan S&D. So how do they regain from a 6-1 loss there for an S&D that's going to determine whether they're getting cash or whether they're going to losers?
You just got to play to your strengths. What's been working all day across Hardpoint and Search and Destroy for Team Jukies, it's playing those longer lines of sight and setting up Robstar for success. Eagle's Nest is one of those maps. Yes, like I said, it can get rather scrappy, close-range engagements inside of the BS&D. But when you're thinking outside of that box, you're probably thinking of a 3-1 setup, 3 ARs, 1 SMG. Maybe you end up having a sniper instead of an AR, but that's a discussion for a later round. That being said, what is the biggest success so far out of Team Jukies that we've been seeing from them? You go back to that Damiansk versus Team Aiden. One thing that they did continuously was just completely belittle all of Team Aiden, whether it was Car 98K out of scraps, the STGs, the Automaton from time to time, and then you ended up having Robstar with the MP40 get in your face and create a lot of pressure. They thrive in that chaos. And when you think working your way across all of the dining hall, getting inside of that library hall, maybe eating dining service or the sunroom, if a player like Robstar can create that much of a ruckus while the other 2 longer sites, whether it's Cliff or the Sun Terrace, it creates a little bit of animosity that Team Karma might just be struggling to try to battle their way back from.
And now we've seen a lot of these players bringing out a sniper, Tupac. We've seen Mutex do it. We've seen a few people try it out to varying degrees of success. So on something like something like Eagle's Nest, how viable is sniper usage going to be outside of just posting up on an outside lane and hoping for a pick?
I feel like I always when snipers become a conversation in Search and Destroy, I think back to an interview that was done during the Modern Warfare year, because, I mean, that was the last game that we saw snipers in. We went an entire season, by the way, without snipers and smokes. But anyway, this was done by Simp. And what Simp had alluded to is, look, 2 rounds with the sniper, you don't find value. That 3rd round, you put it away.
Right.
If you're finding continuous value with that sniper rifle, yeah, keep locking down those lanes until they punish you, either with a smoke or a timely push from your flank. And if your team's not watching it, then you go back to either the submachine gun like it was in Modern Warfare or the 3rd AR, as it's probably going to be here on Eagle's Nest. So, yeah, I'm right there with you that we've been a little bit so-so as far as Car 98 is concerned, but I just hope that players start to recognize sooner rather than later, hey, I'm not finding value with this. I'm going to fall away from it. And it looks like that we're, that wasn't Eagle's Nest. That was the snowy terrace of the Soviet Union there on Demyansk. So stand by.
I like that. Know when to say when with the sniper, right? Know when.
Yeah, for real.
And I think a lot of times, and this is not just with a sniper, I think you just try and push because you think, you know, I know I can get that snipe. I know I can be that player, and it's just not happening. Have the humility to recognize that for yourself and just switch off to something else. And I think oftentimes you can see players maybe get caught up in really just insisting that they're going to make something happen, and it ends up costing them rounds, maybe even maps or series. But in the meantime, guys, while we get everything sorted out with Eagle's Nest Search and Destroy, the final map in this winter semi between Team Jukies and Team Karma, we're going to go to a quick break.
Sometimes you need a little help to stay ahead of the unexpected. USA Renters Insurance helps cover your stuff, even when you're out and about, starting at 33 cents a day. If you know, you know. If you don't, we do.
Proper, welcome back, and we're getting into things. You're like, hey, wait a minute, this is not Eagle's Nest. No, it's not, because the 8 players on your screen said we would like to go to Demyansk, please. We like it snowy and cold and full of nades. Scraps taking out Doug initially and even things up, making it a 3-3. Karma taking out Rob, and this is the beginning of the end for one of these teams' winners bracket runs. Game 5, and Karma spots him out. FIFA not prepared. An easy kill there for Karma to give him 2 on the round and maybe a potential ace in the works. Who knows? He's working his way toward that bomb site. You can see exact there, just tentatively trying to creep forward, not willing to commit just yet, despite the man advantage. And Karma, one more is all he needs, but Scraps has to ruin the fun. 2 of his own as he scrambles away. Bomb still not planted just yet, and they won't need to. Team Karma, a nice opening offense.
Yeah, when you're thinking about Demyansk, again, God, I'm so excited to see Eagle's Nest. I know it's not really beloved in the competitive meta, but it would have been so cool to watch. Whatever. But here on Demiance, it really comes down to timing for aggressive plays to always come through like that. And Karma is just able to exemplify all of that, was able to find themselves the hot 3, just timing on 3 different players, but Scraps down low underneath the bridge was able to stop that from happening. So no streaks, but believe we are. Yep. All right. Well, it seems that our observers game had a little bit of a poopsie doopsie, so we'll see what that's all about. But yeah, I think that Demiance is going to be a good map for players like Karma. Again, just beloved throughout all of the Call of Duty. Mr. Many Rings himself has just really made their career known, whether it's content creation in many different games, and in Call of Duty specifically, just belittling their teammates with a whole bunch of different timings.
Well, yeah, and Karma, the only one with 3 rings on LAN, the first one to get 3 rings in competitive Call of Duty, and it's so fun. I think everyone gets really nostalgic when they watch him play, especially in these tournaments, because he's so incredibly good, and whether he's retired or not, that doesn't make a difference in his performance. And I think all of us can sit here and watch him and just be like, I mean, you could come back.
Is this the year? Is this the year?
It's what we all hope for, but I'm not sure he has a particular interest in it. But hey, we get to be treated to him competing in these tournaments regardless. And it's a lot of fun to be able to watch him play. And he'll need to play his heart out for another 5 rounds if they want to, again, meet up with Team Tommy in the winner's final, which I'm very excited about. The list of maps for that as well. A lot of bocage, a lot of chaos there. That hard point in particular, you see such high engagement amounts with either team, such high kill counts, and whether the clock just ends up running out or you see very close games, there's something about that map that does not lend itself to a blowout happening very often.
Yeah, that just makes me just, the way that you just phrased that too, I'm just so excited to see what the CDL is going to look like too, because the amount of engagements, the amount of, or just how fast TTK is as well, every single hardpoint has the ability to be like that, either an extensive blowout or it could end up being a very close match where everybody's just dropping 50 kills. It's really cool.
And I think we might be taking a quick peek at a loser's map as we kick it off. And, well, none other than Team Isaac and Team Jowo on the very map that we were just talking about. Scump with a double, flying onto the point. Things all tied up, 6-6. Team Jowo, Team Isaac fighting for their lives in this best of 5, doing everything they can to get to that loser's final. If you're in the loser's final, you're walking away with at least a little bit of cash. And hey, that's going to make you feel, no matter, even if you don't win, going to make you feel a little bit better than going away with nothing at all. But a kill feed looking very blue as Team Isaac locks things down, at least at the very end of that hill. But Team Jowo, they seem to have that initial hold. And they look to get onto the hill, but Scump, 6-1 on a 4 spree, just causing so much trouble. He's such a nuisance with how effective he is on these hard points.
I remember watching the Cold War reveal and the Vanguard reveal from perspectives like Courage and Tim the Tap Man, and just everybody just so mad at Seth because he's that annoying to play against. We're just trying to sit back and play a game of Call of Duty. Look, I know there's money on the line. Better to have some money at the end of the day than none. But remember that time that Scump went 0-7 at the start of Oasis? Yeah, he's probably mad about that, and you will probably never see that happen again. But barring all of that, Team Joe will still have the 30-second lead. About more than halfway through P2, just time to fight over. Both teams just having themselves a rave inside the smoke. This hardpoint contested before we focus all the way across the map over inside that house for 3.
Yeah, despite kills across the board being relatively even, it's just Team Jowo doing such a good job of getting that hill time. And there's Scump, a nice triple for him. First one to break double digits and working on a glide bomb. He's going to push his way down to the bottom of the map. Can't win the gunfight against Hamza, but they're going to need to start accruing some of this time because we've seen how difficult it is when these teams fall behind early, especially when they don't necessarily have the coordination or the comfortability with the map. It makes it that much more difficult to claw your way back into things. You're going to be relying more on your ability to run and gun than maybe that deep strategic gameplay. And no surprise, taking a look at the kill feed, Scump with another double, Iceman following his up with one of his own. But still, despite those kills, it's just not translating for them into any sort of hill time.
No, it's not. I mean, Hamza on the opposite side is just replicating just a massive amount of value. 11-5, double positive for the kid. They are coming along with Envoy of the LA Thieves. And Hamza, again, Shift brought up this point, and I will echo it. One of the most slept on, one of the most underrated Challengers players that we have here in North America is starting this game off wonderfully with Glide Bomb, will find Destroy. And they're able to capitalize off of all the lanes and pressure that Hamza is sufficiently providing for Team Jowo, which is why you're seeing this whole hardpoint lead over Team Isaac.
Well, yeah, sometimes it feels like Team Isaac, they're winning a lot of gunfights around the point, but they're not then translating that into a coherent strategy to get on the hard point and hold it down. And as I say that, Iceman able to get inside the barn and just hunker down behind that haystack. Z-Laner trying to flush him out, able to tag him, but not do much more than that. Envoy, though, with a triple, will break them right back in as they look to pass that 100-point threshold. And that really seems to be the crux of this, right? We've seen it in a few hard points throughout Team Isaac's run in this tournament, is that yes, you're slaying, you're getting a lot of kills, but you're not then taking that step and moving on to step 2, which is, okay, get into the hill and then get the setup as opposed to running around trying to find people.
Yeah, because what does Bocage really just offer any team that is playing this in a 4v4 capacity? It's building control. You know, middle of the map is great, but when you're thinking about where P4 resides inside the barn or even down here at P5, I mean, the Dovecot, the tower that overlooks it, a power position. Once you get inside P3, inside that house, the attic, another power position. And this has to be a recognition for Team Isaac that they have to immediately rectify. And we saw this happen earlier on, that Seth was starting to go on an absolute tear. Scump was dropping bombs, but the team could not capitalize on top of it, so they will pull themselves back, play more with the team, create the space going forward as a 4-player roster, and they're really starting to claw their way back into this lead on 5.
They're trying, and Scump with a glide bomb will make it that much more of a plausible scenario. We'll see if he can get any more than that, but so far a decent amount of time for them on this hill, but the scrap time looking like it could potentially go the way of Team Jowo. Scump, though, back on the hill and just trying to get as much of that extra time as he can with the 7 seconds remaining. You're not going to be able to get over 100 just yet, but you've cut down on at least some of that deficit. And now as you look at Team Isaac, though, you have Tupac struggling, 9 and 15, everyone else positive, but again, it just seems like some of the communication a bit lacking here on the hard points. Especially take a look at Jowo, a perfect example, as is Iceman Isaac, of being that Warzone player who just understands, get your butt on the objective and stay there.
Look, Tupac is a search guy, right? Iceman Isaac, he's a Warzone guy. Right? Let's relax. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, Destroy has been one of those players that has been trying to go tit for tat with Scumpy all day long. But when you're looking on the opposite side, especially what Hamza's able to offer with an AR on the opposite side, it's Scumpy with an SMG. One really has to worry about Envoy and, say, Z-Laner on that immediate pushback, but if Scump can continue to find these 2 to 3 pieces, it's got to come down to the other 3 players for Iceman Isaac's roster to try to then take that space like we were talking about and then work their way inside these power positions to command these rotations. But what a quick blitz of eliminations come through for Team Jowo as they're looking at the rotation over towards tanks. They will have that stall spawn. And
this is getting a bit worrisome now. Scump chooses to call in the glide bomb as we prepare for the new hill, and Tupac taking a long route around into the flank, gonna see if he can cause some chaos. Scump connects with a double, and that's about all he's gonna get. Now Iceman set up on the hill, but Tupac, can you get Z-Laner out of that little building in the back? Here's the gunfight. Can he win it? He can. A big moment for them to try and get some of these spawns. The pinch comes in. Iceman Isaac from the back lane, and now all you have is Jowo on the point, and he's not gonna last very long. Team Isaac looking to cut down and get a lead change here. Now you're down by 16. Can you hold for the next 20 seconds? Can you make it happen?
Yeah, so the rest of the scrap time should have been fully conceded if you are Team Jowo. I mean, when you're thinking about the rotation from 2 all the way over towards 3, it's a lot of trust that you're going to just keep Hamza over in this position, just locking down these lanes. But with the communication coming through from Z-Laner, hey, there's a player over by the water wheel. They know that they're not safe even with the close spawns because all of Team Isaac are just knocking at the door. Scump up top will find 1. Tupac from the front will find Jowo. A quick 2-piece does come through, but the pinch from Envoy still coming in.
And this is important again because Tupac, who was struggling, just goes on a 6 spree. So we'll at least have a glide bomb, some utility. And look at that Scump, though. He has full streaks at his disposal. So now, yes, you are down, but you have multiple streaks to use. So this is where the teamwork comes in. This is where the coordination comes in. How are you going to use those to be able to lock down these hills, maybe break these hills, deny the time to Team Jowo as you once again look to try and take the lead. Destroy coming in from the back. It's cut down by Envoy, but just a consistent back and forth. And it always seems like no matter how many fights happen around these hills proper, Joe is always the last man standing, just hiding away in a little nook.
It's probably because he's got a minute and 32 of OBJ time currently as well. Just, I mean, 10-25, not a sexy KD ratio, but they're putting in the work for the OBJ time by any means necessary. I don't care if I have to rat in a corner, I will get this OBJ time. But Isaac, again, like you were saying, they got all the tools to play with in the rotation. Nobody up in top farm, which makes this push a lot more potent than what Isaac had wanted to out from Team Joe as they work their way inside the hill.
Envoy is set up and waiting at 32 and 23. Gets taken out by Iceman's nade, but does a good job of just soaking up a little bit of that time, allowing his team to get to the hill and support him. And now take a look at where Team Isaac is spawning, the right side of the map. You have Scump spawning way down at one of the old hills, and now a mix. Destroy spawning bottom left. And I don't think maybe Team Joe's anticipating a flip here. The flood could come in. Maybe Team Isaac can make something happen. They're contesting on the point. Can they translate it into an actual hold? They're gonna have to deal with a few more members of Team Joe, and looks like they're able to do so. Destroy, I think, maybe could have made a play there if he survived for a bit longer, but Scump taking out Joe, and they'll look to keep things within about 10. But again, Team Joe, they're on the new point, and hey, if you're talking about those streaks we mentioned, now might be the time to use some of them, considering the hill. If you're worried, if you get broken, if you get taken out early, you might want to utilize some of them, and I think we saw at least one streak get pulled in. Not doing too much yet, though. Team Joe, you're still past the 200 point. You're soaking these up, and where's Team Isaac?
Strafing around is also going to be invested here. Tupac will be able to pick up C-Laner from that. A very scrappy P5 will finally see some securing coming out from Team Iceman Isaac. 40 and 24 for Scump, 31-31 for Destroy. Trying to keep pace with the King. Easier said than done on the opposite side. Hamza has slowed down considerably, but Envoy has picked it up. 38 and 27. Nice two-piece coming out from Isaac. Will keep this scrap time in their team's favor. Will be a very small lead going in towards the third set of hills, but a lead nevertheless.
A lead nevertheless, you're exactly right. But once again, Team Joe, they are the ones on new. They have been rotating so effectively this entire map. But exactly as you said, Iceman Isaac has been heating up. He was 21 and 21 just a moment ago. And Tupac as well, warming up just a little bit as we get into the final stages of this map. But at a dead even heat, both of these teams can win it on this hill. But Iceman Isaac, the first one to get there. 2.5 minutes of hill time, and Scump with the triple. Says, don't get near Iceman Isaac. Don't get near his objective time. Don't get near my hill. 18 seconds remaining. Iceman and Scump trying to hold it down as this push comes through from Joe. No one on the point now proper, and it's anyone's game.
It's anyone's game for sure. 222, 236, battling over inside the hill. Team Joe will reign supreme. There's not enough time to close it out for them. Or Team Iceman Isaac as well. So we got to look at the rotation over towards new. Team Isaac holding on towards those stall spawns. Joe completely aware of this.
Look at those streaks from Scump. He still has two.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well just hold on to him and just wait for the rotation. They bait the time. Hamza's in for the initial. What's the play going to be?
Well, at this point, you can both win it. There's not much time for either team needed, and considering Destroy falls, you might want to consider those streaks now, considering it's 3 seconds for them to win. Are they going to call them in? Can they even get to the hill in time? I'm not exactly sure what happened at the end there. Maybe they just weren't utilized, but maybe that was the sound effect of one coming in at the last second, but I'm kind of surprised, Proper, that we didn't see those streaks earlier.
So, you know as well as I do, playing a decent amount of pubs, playing some 8s, you know, watching a lot of different S&D chows or whatever it may be. The only thing that was left alive were, yeah, streaks, but those same streaks, because it's out on P2 in the middle of all the tank field, becomes a little bit more of a double-edged sword. Yeah, you can use it, you can get Joe all off of that point, but you also run the risk of your OBJ player, whether it's Isaac or Tupac, working their way towards the hill and taking them down as well. So you gotta almost, you know, throw Scump a bone. That's why they probably didn't end up calling the streaks until maybe they could have broken on in and then called the streaks into their spawns. very tough to say that it was the right or wrong call. Regardless, Team Jowo take that map 1. What an exciting first map.
Well, yeah, and it's just kind of been a series of heartbreakers for Team Isaac, right? So many maps now back to back to back that have either gone to around 11 or they've gone down to the wire for the hard point and just not able to close them out, not able to seal the final deal. I think we're gonna bring Shift back into the action as we figure out what exactly is going to happen next. And it looks like just as we saw this Shift, I think I'm looking at this bracket. Did Team Jukie's just get that final map and take out Team Karma?
I believe that is accurate. That's why I was trying to get on here to give you guys the full-on update, because yeah, we had a little bit of a problem with the obs getting unfortunately scan repaired out of that map 5. Otherwise, that would have been what we were trying to give to you guys. So yes, that is an accurate report, rather, I should say. 6-4 was the map number 5, going the way of Jukie's and Co. So that actually brings us to a turning point here. It's going to feel weird to see one map of the Jowo Isaac game, I know, but we'll still have that on a secondary focus as we transition our attention primarily to the winners final that's going to be coming up next. Of course, now with that win over Karma, Jukie's squad will be now facing up against Tommy's team. Really interesting affair so far. Before we really send things over to break, though, I kind of want to get your guys' overall scope on how you thought things have gone so far, because I'll be the first one to admit here, Proper, I would not have predicted Jukie's versus Tommy in the winners finals at the beginning of the day.
I wouldn't have predicted that Team Tommy was going to 3-0 Team Iceman Isaac either, in the fashion that they did. I mean, yeah, the Search and Destroy went to around 11, but the 3-player absolute unit squad that is Almond, Noobs, and Tommy, their cohesion was just undeniable. And now they're going up against the team that I've also been coining for that narrative as well, was Team Jukie's. I know we didn't get to see that Damiansk, but damn, it was probably awesome to be able to see every little bit of strategy try to be pulled out to try to beat Karma's roster, because they were absolutely nuking.
Yeah, Demiansk, more like, damn, yeah, it's just an honor here from you right there,
Nice.
brother.
Well played. Well played.
On the other side, though, Katie, for, Jukie's team, yeah, we were talking about them, obviously big European influence, Scraps playing very well today, but for Tommy and Co., we've seen this trio play a handful of times in the past, talking about Almonds and Noobs specifically. I think there were questions on could they go from Warzone to multiplayer completely. I think the early tournaments they played in were a little bit shaky than what we're seeing today. It's been pretty indomitable for them from start to finish.
Yeah, let's keep in mind there was a lot of rounds that were very close, but
it's true.
At the end of the day, if you have the clutch factor to close it out, that's all that is really important in that series, especially you see in that 3-0, exactly as Proper said, there was a round 11, and then that final map was 250 to 243, but we also saw similar results out of Team Karma and Team Jukie's. Some consistently very, very competitive hard points that really went down to the wire. Take a look at that final hard point, 250 to 246. Jukie's team coming out on top, and then a 6-4 in the S&D. So really, it doesn't seem like anyone has an overwhelming edge just yet, but I think it's the communication and the teamwork from players like we've seen from Team Tommy that play together so often that's giving them that little bit of X factor to be able to close it out.
Indeed the case. So with that in mind, we're framing everything up going into the winners finals. We come back after the break. Before we do, of course, major shout outs to both USAA Insurance and DraftKings. And if you've missed the social media posts, make sure you go check out everything going on, especially if you're in the New York area with the subliners, the holiday blowout. They've got the calendars already marked up for December the 11th, 5:00 p.m. in New York City. NYSL is going to be coming to New York, and they're going to be hosting a Die Hard themed holiday blowout party. You're not going to want to miss that one. You can hang out with all of the NYSL team. Yeah, it really is the best. And it is a Christmas movie. It's labeled as, by the way. This is definitely one that you can take to the bank
I'm sure
for
Bruce
you.
Willis said that it wasn't a Christmas movie, but
okay, but we're not listening to him. It is the Christmas movie.
I know that he's the star of the movie, but we're the stars of this show. All right, so we say holiday show, holiday movie. That's the way it goes. We're going to send things over to a break, though. When we come back, it's winners finals time with more continuation of what's going on in the lower bracket from Iceman, Isaac, and Co. going up against Jowo and them. So it'll be really interesting to see how that one unfolds, but we'll be back right on the backside of the break. Don't go anywhere.
$25,000 on the line, and we know at least a couple of the teams that are going to get first through fourth. Team Jukie's, Team Tommy, the teams making their way to the winners final. Whoever comes out on top in that will be the first team in the grand final. I'm your host, Katie Bedford, joined by VisionZz and Shift. And guys, we're getting into it with some of these losers. They're best of 5 now. We're getting kind of scrappy. Things are coming down to the wire. Shift, what are you expecting out of what we've seen so far?
The one thing I will say, kind of relating to what we've seen so far, Tommy and co have been flawless when it comes to their map count so far in the day. I don't think that will still hold through this winner's finals. That's my only expectation. Jukie's team has really put up a fight, and they've had a really difficult bracket, mind you, as well, having to, in the best of 3s, have to go up against Aiden's team, which has been looking really, really dangerous, at least until they just previously got knocked out by Jowo in the lower bracket. So as good as Tommy and co have looked throughout the day, I feel like this Jukie squad is going to provide a much different task for them compared to what they've had so far in the bracket.
Well, speaking of the bracket, whenever we're able to pull that up, I want to take a look at how things are playing out, both with the winners and with the losers. I've already mentioned it, that Team Jukie's and Team Tommy are in that winners final. But there you can see it on the other end of things, how it's going to play out with losers. This has really been a run. I think I have to agree with you, though. When you look at Team Tommy, they've had a flawless time so far, but I don't think that's going to last. There's been a lot of clutches. That's, I think, something VisionZz that they've really excelled at as well, is that even if it's not a super clean sweep, they're getting the clutch factor at the very end, whether it's a round 11, a 250, 245, doesn't matter what it is, they're getting it done.
They are getting it done. I feel like there's been a lot of insane clutches or just almost there for us, like final kills. We saw a 1v4 there coming in our last series. So there's been a lot of explosive plays on the day. And I mean, that's going to tend to happen when you're playing a newer game and, you know, not everyone knows the fundamentals yet, which, you know, makes obviously our jobs a lot more fun because we get to see a lot more of those pop-off moments. But I think we're now, you know, at this crossroad between both of these squads where I think this is really going to come down to the hard points, because Team Jukie's, these guys have just been so good in respawn, which I am still so shook by, because I was looking at these guys thinking, all right, they might be able to make the waves, but they're using some insane teamwork. They're cutting crosses off. They're using spots that are really annoying and really difficult to get them out of. And obviously that's just been, you know, so beneficial for them because they're closing out a lot of their respawns. That's by far been their strongest game mode. And going into this, as Alan mentioned, I mean, Team Tommy, they might be, you know, really well kind of coordinated overall and have a lot of teamwork too with the chemistry between all those Warzone players. But are they going to have enough slaying power to shut these guys down? Because everyone has popped off on Team Jukie's, and it's going to make for a very nice winner final to see who goes to the grand final.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what happens, and I'm going to leave it to you two to tell us all about it and take us through the journey. Gentlemen, VisionZz, Shift, take it away.
Thanks so much, Katie. Yeah, we're going to be figuring out at least one of our top 2 teams here as we get into map number 1 again. And we are still dealing with a predetermined map set. Losers finals and grand finals will allow the teams to go through a veto process, but we've got Decoy Hardpoint coming up. And I know there's been a lot of questions about Decoy Hardpoint, mostly because the entire map is made out of paper mache. But when we saw it earlier today, I actually quite enjoyed what I was watching in Winners Round 2. It's providing a lot of chaos, which, I mean, that's Hardpoint right now in a nutshell, but this map has been a treat to watch, I would say, in some instances.
I'd agree. I think it has a really nice flow to it overall from you know, kind of rotation to rotation. It feels like it's good. It's just, need a little more cover around some of the hills. But talking about the hills, so far, Team Tommy, they come into this and shut me up, apparently, because they have had a very nice start here. 50 points on the board. Intex trying to influence those spawns in the back, but FIFA will be able to at least eliminate him. This is some time that you need if you're Team Jukie's, but they're struggling to get into the hill. Finally, they have numbers, and they're going to be able to find a clean feed.
And the really question here as we get to the halfway point of the hard point is what's going to happen on rotation. Cutting right across that big open central area into that top middle building is going to be the next kind of rotation you're looking at. And Robstar is able to at least help Team Jukie's get back into fighting condition with a 3 kill. That will allow them a chance to break and also try to put a little bit of a hold into what's been happening for Team Tommy's squad, including actually getting an early streak into the mix. Just again, trying to claw your way back in. I think it's, you know, one of those situations that with the streaks sometimes maybe not providing as much kill value as other CODs in the past. Why not use this to just not only deny one more break attempt from Team Tommy, but it also gives you a little bit more freedom and vacancy in the middle of the map that you go for that early rotation. I like the call.
And now into the back, Scraps almost found that window to come through and pinch, but his teammates, they're getting some work done in the front. Tommy entries in, finds the kill, flies out. No way he gets that second. FIFA able to at least use some of that higher ground to his advantage. But inside the hill, FIFA kill, this is what we talked about, right? This is just all the walls starting to come down. You're just hoping that they're going to run into your pre-aim, but it will be cleaned up with a nice usage of the streak. Robstar invests both to try and get re-control of this, and they don't actually get inside of the hard point. So still Team Tommy looking to get some time as there's 25 seconds left on the hill.
Yeah, great survivability from Team Tommy as everything, the whole kitchen sink was thrown from Robstar's point of view, having fully streaked out on 9 previous kills in a row. There goes the last final streak on the way in. It's Robstar's bombing run. It does, again, take out one of his teammates as well as Tommy on the other side. So, that one, I don't know about the call for. As much as I was saying the first strafing run was good, that bombing run was maybe a bit of an overcommitment. It doesn't really come away with too much. And without that really being used, I don't know. I don't know if the status would have been any different. So you've got an 81-51 call. We're going over towards the 4th hard point. Tommy now, who has streaked out from previous moments, will use the glide bomb. That'll take care of one in the back, but it's not enough to fully flip the hard point nor the spawns here, Austin.
That's right, and well, as there's about 20 points separating the two, you'll want to get in here for Team Jukies, and Robstar wants to be that guy, but will end up dropping. Jukies looks like he took out himself, and it's so difficult to try and break this one now from the front. The spawns are so close in the back here. Juki's going to give it one last go, but you got to love what Team Tommy are doing right now. They're finding kills, and now they're just pressing forward, trying to get some moves on towards even that next hard point that's going to spawn in about 15 seconds. This is a big hill here for Team Tommy, and they're going to find a bit of a comfort lead now moving in towards our next rotation.
You can see, though, number 5 and number 7 and Team Jukies are looking for noobs who snuck around the back. He took the world's longest route, only found a single elimination, but Intex on 6 in a row comes to immediately alleviate the pressure and find the trade. Now potential for more streaks. He's going to use his 7th kill in a row to get fully streaked out. The only problem was the entirety of the long route and the follow-up play doesn't amount to any success for the hard point itself. So the break now still required. 45 seconds on the hill. Allman tries to sneak forward, but as he does, he's caught loose, and Intex committing over towards a glide bomb, only finds noobs in the front. So again, the streak usage, well, I won't say it's even productive, it's actually counterproductive.
Yeah, we got to get a new stat in Vanguard and how many team kills we're getting a game, because it feels like right now there is a ton with the streaks, especially with the bombing run, even if we end up seeing that getting called in. But Intex is going to get involved in the hill once again. 17 kills to his name, doesn't have a lot of objective time, but he has been slaying out. And how about now, noobs getting involved in that kill feed, a couple more to his name, as everything's been solid here for Team Tommy. Good recovery and still maintaining that lead. But we move back to P1. Just about all the cover is going to be blown out about, around P1 here. So it's going to be about kind of getting to the top of it, seeing if you can control the middle of the map a little bit. But Allman's going to take a route. Jukies is going to read it. And Tommy, he's going to take out 2 of his teammates and 2 of the opponents. So kind of just goes even, but Scraps will clean him up to make sure that it is still in control for Team Jukies.
I'm not going to lie. If Tommy just waits, or if his teammates wait an extra second and a half, that is a clean break on the backside of a great strafing run, but unfortunately that was not fully communicated, and so now it has to be done the hard way. And the hard way apparently seems to be the preferred way, because that's twice in a row now that Team Tommy have been able to break back into a hill after the streaks have essentially gone awry. Still a chance maybe to contest here in the back 20 seconds, but largely with Team Jukies kind of spawning all over the map at the moment, it looks like they're just going to mostly forfeit this. Yeah, you've got one player currently contesting, but you're kind of looking at the bottom side of the minimap. That's the next focus to get over to the second hill. Tommy's trying to read this and does at least tally a single elimination. Noob's also watching the cross, but it's not in a position well enough to actually deny any of these crossing rotations. So as the next hardpoint opens up, initially it will be number 6, a FIFA kill inside the hill. Intex searching, and yep, he's able to tally up that as we look at the picture-in-picture. It's a round 10 situation going on in that lower bracket. That is a map 2 game between Team Isaac and Team Joe.
And now into this one, Team Tommy, they have a chance to run away with it, don't they? I mean, they're just finding 4 or 5 in a row. You have to cut across the middle of the map. Those spawns are deep because of the position of Allman right now. He is forcing them so far back, and now he gets to come and try to cut them down. But that is a big pickup for Jukies to at least make sure they still have a chance to coordinate a hit to try and break inside of the Boiler Hill. Not going to be easy, but you need to do it. Closing in on 200 points with about 20 seconds left. Kills need to come in. FIFA kill is going to be able to at least get up top, but you don't have any presence on the hill. And now look at the arrows here, Alan. Everyone has made rotational spawns now kind of work out in their favor for Team Tommy, and they have a chance to still end this game moving into the next hill.
Yeah, the awareness from Team Tommy on who needs to be pushing out when in these back 20 into the initial 20 from hardpoint to hardpoint has been nearly flawless, and that's why you're seeing the lead be as significant as it is. 216 to 100. On the other screen, the picture-in-picture, round 11 is going to be coming up over there in that lower bracket round 3 matchup, or pardon me, lower bracket's quarterfinal matchup. That's round 4 down there. The other matchup down there would be Karma versus Crimsix, as this one is coming to, well, a pretty anticlimactic start here for our winners finals, pending, of course, that the scoreline will hold, which it currently seems like it will be. Neutral hard point for the time being, but a clean kill feed, a 4-for-1 exchange for Team Tommy means that they can soak up more time, and they do have the ability here, Austin, to win on this hill. And it looks like with this aggressive zone, they very well may just do that.
I think that's like 8 in a row. Might be 9 right here if Intex is able to get into the gunfight. I mean, he's literally searching, but Scraps will take him down to the back. And yeah, as you said, they can still end it. Has to be some kind of a touch, and then we'll transitioning in towards 3 hills in a row. They get them off of the time, so sure, they're able to get towards the new hill there, but Tommy will move right back on for it. So very nicely done. Meanwhile, we got a round 11 going on here too, Al, so the action continues.
Yeah, we've got a 3v3 situation. Bomb currently down outside of A. Tupac and Scump able to at least turn things into a favorable situation, and Envoy gave it a go, but the quick trade to follow up. So how about Iceman Isaac's squad really starting to show their head here in the lower bracket after they fell in, well, pretty convincing fashion, at least by the scoreboard on the bracket. It was a 3-0 map count versus Team Tommy, although all 3 of those maps were dangerously close. So a good start down there as they find themselves up, or pardon me, it's actually going to tie that series up 1 apiece, if I'm not mistaken. So we've got a little bit of a battle going down there in the lower bracket, which will kind of be bouncing back and forth between both of those series as they continue forward. But just turning the conversation back over to the winners finals, which is going to be our primary match here. Dominance from Team Tommy. And you mentioned Decoy, very fluid map, and a lot of that flow was being controlled by Tommy and co.
It sure was. I mean, I think you just said it and framed it up so beautifully, where it just felt like the back end of 20 seconds, as soon as they find eliminations, they're just pressing forward, they're sprinting, they're running across the map, and it really did feel like they were always at the new hill first. And something I think I praised Team Jukies of doing before in some of their earlier matches was, you know, their ability to be able to kind of cut off a lot of those rotations. And if you don't have presence, at least in the new hill, it doesn't really matter if you cut off those new rotations, right? Because the spawns are going to flip, and it felt like every single time Team Tommy had the majority of the spawns on a lot of those important hills. So if you're doing that, you're coming in with the majority of the points, and well, they did exactly it to close out the map. But now we move forward, and we'll see if Team Jukies can find themselves a bounce back, because that is probably one of the few maps that we've seen on the day where they've been, you know, kind of blown out, so to speak. They've kept everything very, very close, if not convincing, in their favor. So I'm expecting them still to bounce back here for us coming in towards map 2. Remember, these guys have been icing up, clutching up quite a bit on the day, so you cannot sleep on them in the series.
It's going to be a Berlin search and destroy as well. So here's the thing, and I know there's a ton of conversation on the day right now out in the Twitterverse talking about things like smoke, snipers, trophies, all of that, you know, the whole collection that is early game COD conversations with GAs already being thrown around in the European region, the pros talking about not allowing smokes through hard points, things like that. As we just focus specifically on Berlin search and destroy, what is like your first instance of theory crafting when it comes down to the map? Let's just say that there are no restrictions when it comes down to things like smoke, snipers. What do you think are like the requirements to be successful? I mean, I would say offensively, but with the game current state showing if people are defusing, it's more of a defensive state, maybe more than anything else. What are you looking for call and response when it comes down to being able to hit or retake either of these 2 bomb sites?
I think, you know, a really big part of it is making sure that you have a sniper player on this map. I mean, we've seen a little bit of the scopes today. If you can get a player to watch down A long offensively or defensively, not only do you have a chance for picks, but it's usually gathering you a lot of information. Now, I think that's something that's going to be really key and really important, but defensively, I think it's like more important to get control of mid so that you have options to bounce between either bomb site, but to also, you know, create some of these pinch plays, because there's actually a lot of ways on Berlin to get into the back of the spawn. And if you can eliminate the players at the back of the spawn when the bomb goes down, which is typically on that dock site, then you really kind of close out the players and suffocate them to either be inside of the site or the building next to the site. And I think that's really where I've seen the most success from teams that are playing retakes and how they're able to do it. The ace site, I think, is a little more chaotic because it's like a lot more corners and a lot more trying to find timings and running around, but it's still really, really good if you're able to kind of come through and coordinate with numbers, again, controlling the mid map so that you can come through bottom secret there and pop up from the stairs to kind of find some pinch angles. So I think that's really mainly what it comes down to, is making sure the player that's hitting flank or pinching is finding value, and it's someone that's aggressive and is able to kind of explosively pop off.
You know, it's really funny because the first couple of days that we had tournaments featuring Vanguard, it felt like Search and Destroy was almost like a glorified TDM in a way. Both teams were just sprinting at each other. But over the last handful of days, whether it be because people are playing in GBs or other sort of tournament organizers that are running 3v3s, 2v2s, and even 4v4s, a lot of wagers being asked for on the TL, everyone's starting to take a more respectful approach, I feel like, as we get deeper and deeper into the game. But we'll see how things unfold. Looking at Team Jukies, they will be in the yellow, Team Tommy in the blue. And it will be Jukie's squad on offense first. That's a 2-2 defensive split here for Team Tommy, as the bomb will possess mid-map, at least for now, and a long-range battle off-screen. FIFA kill, able to tally first blood against noobs.
Yeah, I kind of like this like opening offensive strat where you haven't really committed to either bomb site. You have a chance to still push to B or A. You haven't limited your options, and you're just waiting for peaks like this, right? They're searching for information. Where are they going? They're going to find the first 2 kills, and now you feel like you're trapped over here, and Robstar shows exactly why, as I think he was sitting in the window and just brought home that 2K. So that was just a nice opening round, just going mid, figuring out what they're doing, play for the picks. It worked out, and they find the numbers advantage to close out the round.
And it's just making sure that you aren't not necessarily putting yourselves in the worst positions. That's the one thing I've noticed a lot about Berlin is kind of right down that long middle line of buildings. That's kind of like the line in the sand. And like you mentioned, it feels like both teams want to get to that building. So if you look defensively, your timing is not going to allow you to get into the middle first. Who knows? Maybe that is the play. Offensively, you just get in that forward position, then you hold and just wait to see if anyone's going to try to scout you out. That seemed to be the case, at least in the last round. We'll see how things unfold as we swap the sides. Ullman very quickly over towards the B site. He actually sees one. I'm not sure what in the world just happened right there, but he does eventually track down Jukies. This is going to lead to an instant plant. FIFA watching over the back finds the first elimination. He does not dissuade Ullman from stepping off the bomb, though. So with 45 seconds now down to 40 on the clock, it comes down to can you take Ullman off the bomb site? The spam shots are decent, but not quite good enough.
And this is the problem with not having anyone pinching, because look at the mini-map. 2 players at the back of spawn. Player 5 has the chance to rotate through to the mid-map if he even needs to. And it's sooner or later, you got to hop on this bomb and take those tough gunfights, right? So that is really the difficulty, I think, of retaking from just your side. You get to see it there. That was a really nice round to bounce back and make sure that we stayed tied up here very early on.
You have to say massive props to Ullman, too, for the first place, right? Like, for him to get the bomb down, find a kill, stay alive, deny the second, and then eventually finish the kill over a heady. I mean, come on. That's just what I mean. When he was doing this kind of stuff at the early Challengers Cups in Modern Warfare,
he was.
I'm not going to lie. When he announced that he was going to go over to the Warzone scene, I was a little hurt. I really wanted to watch him play more through the Challenger scene, but my goodness, still a talent. No matter what venue you find him in, 4 in a row, 4-1, he gets the ace in the round number 2. And so we go to the third here, and a different look for Team Jukies. They're going to heavy stack for maybe an initial play over towards A.
Let's see if they can try to play for this plan. They certainly have numbers here. No one defensively finds themselves around the site. You're just seeing everyone kind of back up to their side right now for the sound of Team Tommy. And Robstar's got this cross completely on lock. So if they have a chance to drop this bomb, it's going to be really difficult to play a retake. And even the 4th player backs up. And you're going to lose Tommy. And now 3 players got a retake here from their side with very little information.
That's the same position that FIFA Kill found first blood in round number 1, right over the middle, watching the long cross. He's even going to tally a second. Noobs has to essentially force a play, and as he does, he gets taken down. Eventually, FIFA Kill's dealt with, but Intex, this would have to be one of the next 3 to turn this into a 1v4 clutch, and only 20 seconds to do it, plus needing to defuse. And, well, if you don't take it by my drifting vocal tones, you have to feel pretty, the hopium is low. We'll say that much about this play possibly coming through. There's the finishing touch, and it's once again, the play is towards A, but first blood's through the middle of the map. Team Jukie is really putting a lot of pressure offensively right through mid.
Yeah, they really did, and I think right now, both teams here on the defensive side aren't really taking enough risk, and it's really weird to say that, right? Because in previous Call of Duties, we'd be like, listen, you don't really have to take that much risk on defense. Right. If they want to play it, we'll play retake, it's fine, but of course, with, some of the exploits, I guess, in the game at the moment, it feels like you do really need to try and get a little bit more aggressive to at least get map control, or at the very least get information on where the push is coming from so that you can appropriately set up in time and not have to just move on through to the site with limited information. But here we go into now round number 4. Good stun comes up to lock Ullman down. Robstar is going to be able to find that first blood here, giving his team the numbers advantage, and Tommy is going to be able to at least respond back with the trade. So 3 versus 3, but that bomb still needs to be retrieved.
And take a look at number 4 in yellow. Scraps is all the way through the offensive spawn. Oh, heavens. This could get ugly really quickly. Intex falls. All of a sudden, chaos has just been thrown into the midst for Team Tommy. You essentially have to force yourself to find this trade. And, oh, Noobs got a little too close for comfort, but he wins the kill, turns it into a 2v2. Biggest issue now is how do you collect this bomb that's currently sitting out in no man's land?
That is going to be the problem, and I think that's going to come down to Tommy. That sound cute. Not going to be heard here. And Tommy might be able to find one. It's just pending. Will Jukie's actually see him? And it looks like he did take shots. So information on every single player on the map right now. The bomb has been picked up, and it's going to be Tommy with a kill, but Jukie's with a trade. So a 1 versus 1. Noobs will be able to move over to this A site and get the bomb down. It's going to be on Jukie's having to play retake with an AR and has to track quite a bit of land before he's even going to get to this A site.
And again, the exploit will allow Noobs to play this very passively. Jukie is able to find himself an upgrade from knife to MP40, gives himself the best tool available for the job. 28 seconds to move. Going quickly, but there's just so many angles. He's in a good position. Does he get to look at Noobs? Oh, he doesn't quite see him in Noobs. He just absolutely tucks it and runs. 15 seconds on the clock. Noobs has done his job, and a slight missed opportunity from Jukie's. Of course, we're hard staring at the giant blue outline of Noobs the entire way, but you have to feel like Jukie's is responsible for a lot more of than, you know, just picking one corner to look at. So he misses his opportunity, and with that, we'll get tied up at 2 apiece.
We'll get tied up at 2 apiece. I mean, it almost just feels like the best bet right now is just to hop on it, right? Hop on it, see if you can maybe try to at least bait the push to come through, and hope you kind of pick right for as far as the side that the retake comes in on. But 2-2 we go. I mean, you got to also come back to what I talked about a couple rounds ago, where you need to take a little bit more risk. Craps was that player who took more risk that round, right? He slowed down a lot of that offensive push. He hit the flank. He found a kill. They had to deal with scraps before they could do anything else. So we'll see if anyone here, you know, on the side of Team Tommy will decide to do that here too.
Tight game going down in that lower bracket. 1-1 map count in a best of 5. Team Isaac going up against Team Joe, 167-126 currently on Oasis. Back into the midst of our winners finals, the 2-2 map count. Early exchange of gunfire, but the trade goes 2 for 1, favoring out Team Jukie's on the offense. Once again, it feels like one of those situations that the defense has no choice but to just essentially play this a 1-1 split and hope maybe you can catch at least a little bit of timing to turn this into a 2v2, but the timing goes astray. Tommy taken down, Noobs responds, but isn't able to escape with his life. So Team Jukie's break our deadlock at 2. They go up 3-2, and offense has mostly prevailed so far through every single round.
Yeah, that really has been the case. I mean, just really nice picks that have been coming in here for the side of Team Jukie's on this round in particular, making sure that not a lot of trades are coming in, everyone getting out with their life after finding the kill. And now you have to, you know, kind of wonder, is the push going to keep coming through, you know, over towards this B site for the side of Team Tommy? Last time there was a lot of really nice lockup stuns that came in to stop them on that push. And it looks like, at least with the way that some of the players are moving, that this could be a potential bomb hit. Now they do need the bomb, of course, to make sure that this will be effective, but it will be Noobs at least searching for information. He's got his teammate with him, and Noobs, I think, is going to press to see if he can get this trade. He does so, and now into the 3v3 we go.
Look at the space, but has he overextended? Scraps will provide the answer to that question as he finds the easy kill. Allman, Car 98 in hand, currently just presiding over the middle of the map, and boy, Jukie's is right on a line to potentially find a free kill, but he walks right by him. Allman has not seen the player to his left, and oh boy. Well, that was just a bunch of ships passing in the night right there, really. So I just have a mid-map, but that's the first really convincing defensive round we've had. I think you have to go back to the initial push through. You know, you ask, is this over an extension? And I don't know. I just feel like that's a space that you don't necessarily need to take for offensively when you already have the A site essentially right underneath your nose.
Yeah, especially when no one's with you too, right? Like it's not like someone's there to get your trade. So, I mean, I agree with you. I think you do just need to slow down a little bit. You're alone. You got to play your life. You have to assume someone else is potentially looking for that trade back onto you. And yeah, did not slow down enough. So now back over to an offensive round for Team Jukie's. Jukie himself is going to come over to this B bomb site, maybe create a bit of noise while the rest of the players really kind of watch over the middle of the map and start to coordinate a hit into A. FIFA kill will not land the shots. Tommy with the nice snapper will be able to find FIFA for first blood.
I love that change as well. You've already forfeited so many first bloods to FIFA kill from that position, so why not try to challenge him early? Tommy's able to find the timing for the elimination, like you mentioned, with an impressive shot. And then behind that, Allman tallies the second kill of the round. So a 4v2 situation. Bomb down, but look at the position that Jukies is in again. Robstar is just waiting for Jukies to give him some sort of a call, play a corner, maybe get a free kill. Peek push the door, and all of a sudden what looked to be a very fruitful position for Jukies has now turned into just can he find anybody? And yeah, he's able to find Tommy, but Imtex turns for it, and now Robstar's position revealed by that elimination means hunt him down! Don't give him a chance, and that will indeed happen. So defense now goes back-to-back, and we stayed just a one-round deficit, but still, I would say the chip lies on Team Tommy's shoulders. They still have to put together a consecutive round somewhere.
They do, and hopefully here on this offense is certainly what they're hoping for. And now it's like coming into what site are we going to try to get into? Because you have to kind of pick your poison. It's like, do we want to try to, go play a little hide and seek over on A, or do we want to just kind of eat some of the stuns and nades potentially on that cross over to B? So you really do have to kind of pick and choose what it is you want to deal with. And it looks like they want to use their numbers. A good read down low from Noobs. Player comes through secret. Robstar will be shut down for it. And he was the only player here on the A site, which means that this bomb looks like it will go down.
A nice leveling kill, though, from Jukies. Turns it into a 3v3, and the position that he finds that kill means that all of a sudden Team Tommy have to be very careful that a full flank could be coming. But they find scraps in the front instead. This is not your normal offense just spreading out post plant. They're still pretty bunkered up in and around this building. FIFA. Timing. Good. Finds the first kill. Also sliding in is Jukies. Has not seen anything as of yet. They want to hunt for another elimination. But as they try, it's Intex holding in a corner, and well, the rest, as they say, was history. So Team Tommy, they bounced back. We meant they needed to go back-to-back somewhere. Why not just do it on the first time asking? They tie us right back up at 4 rounds apiece.
Yeah, really clean. I mean, I think teams now will start to realize just how effective it is when you start to send, 3 of your members right off the rip into this A site. And if you get control of it and drop the bomb, you're always going to likely assume that there's probably 1 or 2 players at least playing the other side of the map, unless they're hard stacking it. But you'll find out quite quickly if they're hard stacking it, and you probably won't get the bomb down if so. So I like that adjustment. Team Tommy now coming together with a couple of rounds, a chance for 3 in a row. But it looks like they are going to throw maybe a smoke. I think that was out potentially from Jukies, just maybe trying to bait things out. But everyone is posted up. They're clearly looking to try and get a pick, play off some information, and then look for some kind of a call to one of the sites.
The 3D chess game right here between FIFA and whoever wants to challenge a mid-map. I was about to say it's FIFA playing passive, but Scraps, he's the one to tally up first blood. Almond snipes right back. And my goodness, have I missed the calls of saying sniper v sniper battles.
Right.
See if we get treated to that one in this round. FIFA on the back as Tommy was essentially baited out of a corner. Will drop. So now Intex. What does he have in store for us? It's going to have to be a lot as he loses his sole companion. So 1v3. Bomb looking to be planted. Okay. Good kill from Intex. He knows exactly where the bomb is now. Does he read that there's another player inside? Yeah, it's Scrap. Sees the glint of the sniper and says, I'm not so interested in that. 25 seconds left to play. You have to feel like at a certain moment that sniper glint put him back into Warzone for a moment, but as he turns for the second challenge, he does not expect the player from behind. And with that, it's Team Jukies to break up the spree from Tommy's Co, and that puts them onto map point.
That was a really scary moment over here for these guys. I mean, Team Jukies, like, if one of those guys end up dropping, you know exactly where the other is. They gave him, isolated one-on-one gunfights. And Intex, I mean, he has showed us today that his movement has just been out of this world at times. So a chance to finesse, just can't land all the shots. But 5-4, Team Jukies looking solid. Might have a chance to close it out. They're on the defense, but this is a hard call from Team Tommy. Over to this B site. Nades and stuns will come down. A nice smoke here from Almond as well to try and make this cross happen. He does come into the site, but he's got a big one-on-one. He won't win it this time. Jukies gets him and gets out with his life.
Deja vu, anybody? It looks just like the second round of the game, but this time Jukies says, fool me once, shame on me. There will not be a fooling me twice as he takes down Noobs. And it's all on to Tommy. Now, I will say, he's weaseled himself into a very interesting position. And Scraps, I believe, has seen him now. Yep, sure has. Turns for the gunfight. No problem there. Team Jukies will respond with 2 rounds consecutively of their own. And that puts us into a 1-1 map count here in the winners finals after a 6-4 search win from Team Jukies. My goodness. What? This is the thing that I've missed. Not only did I mention it, hey, want to see those sniper v sniper battles. We haven't seen that since Modern Warfare. But at the same rate, we saw a number of little cheeky smoke concealments coming through, and that little chess game that gets provided is a lot of fun to watch over. But once again, we're able to kind of turn our attention to multiple matches at once. This one is happening in the losers quarterfinals. Team Jowo is up 2-1 after their win on Oasis. So we go into another Berlin hardpoint in which Jowo's team enjoying a very early lead.
Yep, we'll be able to come away with that first 15 seconds. You got players starting to roam around the hill. This is exactly what you want and need for P1 on Berlin. But Destroy, he's found an angle, but he's got to look in front of him. Oh, no, not like that. Almost a chance to be able to find a freebie and maybe even potentially get the break here with his team. But Scumpy has answered back with a couple for himself. D-Lanner all left alone in the hill, which means that the scrap time will be secured for Team Isaac, but we make our way over towards P2, and you can already see those yellow arrows. They are set up here for Team Jowo.
Yeah, this is one of those hard points that still feels very even, no matter what side of the hill you find yourself on. But the big key is, can you control the buildings? And, well, the yellow kill feed will tell you how exactly that's going. It's all in favor of Team Jowo in the early seconds. And now all of a sudden, Team Isaac are essentially put into a position where you must find some success on this next hit. Otherwise, you're in a really terrible spot, not just here for the second hard point, but you're going to decide how many resources you want to spend, because look at the spawns they've already flipped out. It's been nothing but clean kills from top to bottom for Team Jowo, including the spawn flip. So now as we look towards P3, you got number 7 in Envoy, who's already sitting there saying, all right, job done, we've got spawns.
Yeah, you just saw the benefit of also keeping your ARs posted up top in the middle of like top 3 or whatever you want to call it. I mean, they are just raining down from above. They're not letting the subs get to the point. Sure, the scrap time will end up going over, but again, you're looking at the back 20 and they're like, sure, have it. Team Jowo, they're set up for new, but they do have to win some gunfights, and well, it looks like they will be able to answer all of those individual gunfights as everyone comes up with a big dub. But now from the front, this is where things get so tough when you're trying to retake it.
And my goodness, bro, this is abusive, to say the least. I mean, even in the position that you see how this setup was for Team Jowo, Z was kind of pushed up a little bit further towards the middle of the map, which meant that Team Isaac had to be spawning to the south, and all of the ARs have just been lighting things up. Hamza's on 3 in a row. I mean, oh boy, this is getting ugly quick, and all of a sudden, this turns into the conversation of, you know what? Let them have that back 20. Let's put ourselves in a really bad position for now, but let's just make sure we get a good setup going over to another money hill here by the train yard.
Oh, and who other than the route man right now? Envoy, we have just... I'm getting Modern Warfare flashbacks right now, right?
Real.
Envoy just making the route play. He's in the back. He's ready to flip out those spawns. He's searching for kills. He's not finding anything, but he is blocking the spawns if his teammates end up finding any of these kills. But they are still spawning out quite a ways away. And now you might need Envoy to make that play, and he does. He gets 1 kill.
Yep.
Still playing his life in the back. His teammates from the front starting to win out on some gunfights, but you got to deal with Scumpy. He has come out with 2. The spawn flip is good. The break is there, and that is all thanks to Envoy right there.
That just felt like a checkmate hard point. Like, just going from like 3 to 5 essentially is that route. He just flipped things over by like where concrete used to be. I don't know. This is a really weird metaphor to make, but regardless, I think you get my point. It's just so clean, and the route man gets paid once again. Tupac essentially trying to replicate and do the exact same thing. It's a late hard point and spawn flip, which isn't terrible news here considering the current score, but that was a hard point that for Team Isaac, you were looking at saying, we've got the setup, we're good to go, and we just miscounted and didn't ever track down Envoy.
Definitely, and I mean, Team Isaac now need to come away with some points, and this is not the easiest hill to find a lot of them. It's very, very open. Gonna find pinches from left to right here through both doorways up top. It's just trying to finesse as long as you possibly can, dodging it on nades, you know, a little dodgeball thrown into our hardpoint game now, and we'll see if they can in fact do it. Nice. I mean, you got to give some credit over towards, you know, this team right now. For Team Isaac, they're finding a lot of kills, they're roaming around, they're being annoying. Scumpy's on a 4 spree. This is a chance to maybe work for some streaks too.
He's got 5. There's the glide bomb. Opportunity for more. No need to overchannel here. Secure yourself the strafe and potentially the bombing run. And this has been a wealth of time, and Scump just tracks Envoy through the door. There's 7 in a row, looking for the long-range shots for number 8. Connects on the headshot. Oh my! King Scump is not playing around anymore if he wins that versus Hamza. Woo, mama. But that is an impressive spree, and all of a sudden, that is put Team Isaac right back into the game.
Yeah, he wins that one. I mean, what are we even here for, Alan? We just let the scum show run, right? That was disgusting. I mean, it was needed, though, I feel like, too, because they were down by quite a bit. And I did say that this is not the easiest hill to get time on. But, I mean, somehow they're able to get quite a bit of time off of that hill. So they have to try and translate this now as we go back over to P1 through the resets of the hard points. Iceman Isaac from the side will lose that battle. So with the scrap inside the point, Tupac needs to find some kills. Will he get the second? He will not. Hamza there for the two-piece, and now it's back in control here for Team Jowo.
And this is a moment where I don't think you have to panic push any of these streaks. You're not going to find a terrible amount of value here. But the big key is as you rotate from 1 to 2, there is an opportunity to send one of those runs right through the middle of the map and maybe cut things off. But it does look like a strafing run had been committed. Doesn't seem like it has found too much. Almost an even exchange so far, but largely it tilts in favor of our squad in yellow. And after Hamza had gone on 5 in a row, he's eventually shut down by Scumpy. But the damage has been dealt, and the lead is once again close to 70 points for Team Jowo.
Envoy here, just again making the route plays in the back. Reinforces with Z-Laner, but Destroy comes away with 2. This is a chance to maybe finesse and try to come back to the side door, but Scumpy, rather Jowo will actually find the kill onto him, cleans him up, very nicely done. It's a full-on headbutt inside of the hill. Iceman Isaac almost snaps for 3 there, got some shots and tagged up Z-Laner quite a bit. Just can't finish off the kill, but this is a very scrappy one. You got to contest just about as much as you possibly can, or at least keep Team Jowo off the team here if you're Team Isaac, because you're still down by about a full hard point.
And Scumpy off of respawn here, this would not be a bad time to call in a glide bomb, just to either force players in towards the hill or deny them on rotation going over to 3, because you're absolutely right. They need to have a major hill, and it needs to be right here. Destroy, nice to find himself a double. Tupac also involved. That's a full 4-man squad. But look at number 1 in the minimap. Scumpy has not fully realized that there were proximal spawns because the third hardpoint's not open yet. So work to be done here. The third hill's going to open up in the next 3 seconds, and the current status is Team Jowo spawning in. They could potentially put this game well out of reach. So here come the streaks. Tupac able to call in 1. That's going to be good for a kill on the Z, but there's nothing else to follow up behind this. The status of the spawns for the moment have been blocked, but is there a full-on flip? And yes, there will be. Destroy spawns in the back. Hamza not going to expect it, and it took a minute, but hey, it only took 20 seconds, really. Isaac right back in control of this third hill.
Oh, man, this is so big, so huge for Team Isaac. They just need to hold on to the hill, and no way will we see a break. It is so difficult to come back through. Credit over to Team Jowo. Without the spawns, they find the routes to come through and pinch the hill accordingly and find a massive amount of time here. This is 20 seconds that you have to contest, and you can see Isaac himself tries to put some pressure on the hill, but is struggling to clear everyone out. Destroy with the patience. Does come away with a double, but I mean, how much more can he find? Won't be any more. The remaining 8 seconds is over, and now we go over again, and Hamza's in the back, but it looks like he has been spotted, so we'll see if he can maybe play his life.
Yeah, the glide bombs seem able to give this information out, so good track down here using the streaks to make sure you knew what was on rotation waiting for you. The problem is there's a second member that's also snuck through. That's number 7 of Envoy. Stun will come through, but it's Isaac who doesn't even need to be called into action. It's Scump to find the elimination, but still, as the hard point has opened up, there is nothing but yellow in and around the hill. Even with the proximal spawns, nothing really going the way of Team Isaac. This is a must-win map for them. Otherwise, they are eliminated, and Team Jowo will move on into the lower semifinals. Last-ditch effort. Here come the streaks. Tupac around the corner. Nothing there for him. Isaac trying to do what he can to maybe double up, and it's actually Scumpy who clears the whole hard point, but Hamza has stayed alive, but is only good for 1. Still with that, the spawns have not fully flipped around, and we still have a battle for the last 15 seconds of hard point time.
Oh, they're trying to keep this close, and I mean, if they can keep him off the time at least and maybe get some numbers over to the new hill, there is a shot to still make this one back in your favor, but I mean, overall, this is not looking great. You just need 10 seconds. That is 1 clean wipe, and you got this one wrapped up, and I mean, on this hill of all hills, you got to try and keep them off of it. Not going to be easy, but Scumpy up top in a power position. How much can he get done? Finds that first one. The hill was still currently neutral. They're certainly searching for Scumpy right now, but he's going to be able to find the second. Still playing his life. His teammates behind him here. Scumpy with some excellent shots, trying to keep his team in the game, and finally, they can start getting on the time and soaking it up.
This has been the only successful hard point for Team Isaac at all, period, so far. And that, even if it were to replicate and be true again, wouldn't be enough to really get back into the swing of things completely, with only 5 seconds now between Team Jowo and an elimination of Team Isaac's squad, and that will indeed unfold. Man, typical energy from Isaac's squad throughout the day, but It definitely felt like this series was hitting a little bit harder in some instances.
Yeah.
I mean, the hard point in map number 3, we didn't get a chance to fully see it, but we saw it in the picture-in-picture. It didn't really look like Isaac's team could do too much as they lost 250 to 168, and then this one here, not much better than that. So, my goodness, that's going to be the elimination of Iceman Isaac's squad. They will finish just outside of the top 4, so no money for them there. The other lower semi or quarterfinal matchup is Team Crimsix versus Team Karma. It's Crimsix's team up 1-0. We turn our attention back to our featured match at the moment, which is the winners finals. And at the moment, it's Team Tommy enjoying a marginal lead at that through the first set of a couple of the hills here.
Let's see if they can do what they did in map number 1, where it was just complete control, dominance, early rotations, everything in between. Allman in the back, long-range shots. If there was more ammunition in the clip, might have had that one there for the double, but still, presence on the hill. Tommy tries to slide on through, will be shut down. Scraps finds another one here. Allman with a quick trade, but back and forth we go. Quick contention there on the point. 15 seconds up for grabs. Team Tommy looked like they got enough numbers here, and everyone here on the side of Team Jukie simply just going to rotate and see if they can start setting up.
Yeah, I think this is the right call. You still have Robstar kind of mid-map. I thought for maybe a second he would kind of help watch this cross, but it's Jukie's down low, just over the river. Robstar trying to help out on this little balcony, but the trades are dead on even. And meanwhile, even though these kills are fine, you look at Tommy's route. He went the opposite direction, and now he's gotten behind the hill. It's going to be a full-on envelop and surround from Team Tommy, but can they win the kills? No. Robstar for 2, and the tally has been, oh boy, we lost our spawns. We have to turn our attention to the back.
Scraps is just running into pre-fire right now. Zalman's just laying down on the trigger. FIFA wants to make something happen from the side of the hill, but nothing will come from it. And Intex also finds 2 to his name. So everyone going to spawn fairly deep, but one player in the back, Jukies, has a chance to at least be able to fight for the remaining 20 seconds. This does actually influence the spawns here. You have to think about the rotation over towards Trench very, very soon, and you still got some big gunfights coming through from Allman in the hill himself. I mean, I don't know how he's still alive.
Yeah,
he will
for
finally end up dropping, and this will be decent scrap time to bring us back just a few extra seconds, but over to Trench we go, and it just feels like every single time we look at the mini-map, Team Tommy is there first.
Yeah, that was the key when we were watching map number 1. It was the same thing when we were watching Decoy. It's just the rotation timing from Team Tommy was so darn good. So that's going to have to be a status that changes. FIFA Kill trying to do just that. Good for 1. Finds the second, not the third, as Almond up top is able to respond and stay alive. Turns around for his double. Stunned up. Nades coming out, but he's largely found salvage and sanctuary behind this canoe. And as his teammates come off respawn, they're there to assist, and that will be now a convincing hold over the hard point as Allman still doubles up at the very end to tally the last 2 eliminations.
I really like this positioning. You can see they're dedicating a lot of resources to watching over the top, and if you watch over the top, you only got to watch down low. But what is that kill from Intex right there? Stunned up, does not matter, doesn't even miss a bullet. We'll keep playing his life and just roaming around. This is just a huge part of this map. Roaming SMGs, getting involved. Intex almost there with the pistol, but that will be easy cleanup for Almond, as that is just about a full hold that came through there for Team Tommy on that zone. I mean, very well done. Just great understanding to know that they need to control the top. Of course, we will see Team Jukies at least in the hill here first, but this is not an easy one to lock down. You really got to clear out quite a few members and kind of get in some really annoying spots if you're going to hold this one.
And it's just nade central. I mean,
that too.
It kind of reminds me of like Gunrunner from like the third hard point by the minecarts, where it's just nades over the top all day, dude. It's like you would have to throw down 4 trophy systems just to try to negate what was coming in. We'll see how things unfold here, because at the moment it Scraps on 3, still alive and still holding the hard point. Noobs has other things in mind as he comes through to finally neutralize the threat. 20 seconds of scrap time to fight for, but of course the majority of the attention from all of our 8 players is on what's coming up next. And as there is still a little bit of a scrappy battle for the final 15, you're mostly looking to see what's going to happen for this next backside of the hard point. I mean, you've got Tommy all the way around the deep side. He's in a great spot to try to anchor up some spawns, and he's got help. Intex is here with them, at least only for a small time. And Tommy on 6 says this is the time to drop in. Oh, how does he not kill himself there?
I don't know. I have no idea. I definitely thought he was taking himself out in that exchange, but I mean, they know he's back here anyway, so Noobs really needs to hold on to his life. The spawns aren't exactly right behind the hill at the moment. They're kind of over to the trench side, so they're not going to be able to reinforce right away, and that means that FIFA Kill might be able to play his life a little bit, work for some streaks of his own. Big shots there to take down Tommy. So there's the glide onto the hill. This is much needed time for Team Jukies, and if you can get some more streaks from FIFA Kill, that might be your window back into this game.
Nolan gets the assist for number 6. Robstar triples up. Tommy nades and stuns. The stun doesn't connect. He has an idea, obviously, where FIFA is, but help is on the way. The scrap time, so important here for Team Jukies, not only because Robstar is trying to survive with streaks, but in the effort, FIFA's also tallied up 5. So now a couple of the glide bombs have been earned. Robstar through the tunnels, able to get his 6. Number 7 right around the corner. That's fully streaked out now for Robstar. Going to be able to call in the bombing run for the first. Thoughts on what might happen here for the backside of the spawns as now Intex and Noobs are making their play forward, and Ullman's got a knife. He's trying to get into the back, but FIFA kill denies, and now all of a sudden he can play for full-on streaks as he's on 6.
All right, this is looking really good right now. Everyone's starting to work for some streaks, but Robstar needs to stay alive in the point. He's feeling all the pressure in the world, but he still comes away with at least one more. Sets up the play for Jukies from the front, but it's Robstar that actually takes out one of his teammates. I mean, that is what's so dangerous. But calling in the bombing run, you have no idea who it's going to kill at what time, and now it's just chaos inside of the zone as Scraps finds 2. Allman slides in to try and secure the scrap time here, but he's still got so many players to deal with.
Yeah, the streaks have been a little all over the place with these second and third tiers.
You think you should call in the bombing run?
I think that I would love to see almost both of them be used kind of like how they were in World War II. Like, you should be able to take control of the strafing pilot, and I think the bombing run should be outlined on a map kind of like it used to be. So,
I like that, Alan.
I don't know. Just thinking out loud. That one's for free, all right? The next one's going to cost.
You I like that. But Team Tommy, they are looking solid at the moment. Great nade spam coming through for them to retake the hill for the moment. But FIFA Kill will be able to get the reinforcements with his teammates. They have the close spawn in the back. It's all about winning the gunfights. Easier said than done, but Tommy off screen and just found all 4! Unbelievable, getting it all done by himself. Big plays coming through for Tommy. They will be able to retake the hill right back, but what an individual moment.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff, but unfortunately it doesn't amount to too much at the moment as this back 8 seconds for a time was contested by Jukie. He's just killing off time as the rest of his team will favorably rotate in. Next streak being called, but it's Allman and Intex who find the first 2 eliminations. Scraps in a corner has to play his life here. But the problem is, the longer he stands here, the more under threat the players in the hard point are. Intex and Tommy are able to get the next 2 over the 200-point mark. They will, I'm sure, eventually get to as soon as Allman steps onto the hard point, and there it is. More kills for Allman as he's 1 away from 40. Noobs at the top tower trying to keep him safe, but is unable to do so. And with that, sure, the hard point will flip back in favor of Team Tommy, but Jukie's squad has come for what they got, and that's going to be those back spawns and eventually the hard point flip.
And now they need to get someone to try and control up top here, or else they're going to be able to start flooding through, flying from the top, and maybe even pressing down low with the smoke like Noobs is doing here. Just trying to lay down, see if he can soak up the time for free. Up top, nice shots there from Noobs. If he had more ammo, maybe a chance for the 2-piece, but his teammates are there. Team Tommy, again, looking solid on this trench hill. P5 has basically been all theirs, but back to P1 we go. We got 1:27 left on that game clock. Team Jukies, they got to get so much work done, and it starts with this P1 hill.
Good news is the kills have been clean. Is there a trade for Noobs or Intex, though? No, there's not. Oh my God, no, there's not. Intex, I don't know how you find all 3 of those, but he's not done yet. Trying to team up with Tommy as they try to clear out the stables, but nothing is to be found there. Streaks again, raining on in. Pinstripe goes the kill feed. Noobs is creating a distraction on the outside of the hard point while Intex slips back in. Again, it's just one of those hard points that you just don't expect anyone to be able to win significantly, kind of like, you know, Gunrunner P1 or... Yeah, that's the best example I can come up with at the moment.
Oh, man, this is a lot of time going over to the game clock here, which means that there's more than 1 win condition now for Team Tommy.
Yep.
And Team Jukies can no longer afford to leave that time up for free. And on top of it, I mean, they can't let Team Tommy get any of it. They're starting to get all that scrap time. It's a couple seconds left on P1 before we move over to the field hill here. This is just going to be a massive push, and Tommy's cutting it off. He knows where to be. He knows where to go. Beautiful shots come through there from Allman and Tommy. They'll clean up all of them. Tommy drops the strike right on his body, and it doesn't even need to come in because they have closed out the map. A very clean hardpoint map coming through there for them as they win it 250 to 154.
That's 2 clean hard points, by the way, in this winner's finals. The first was a almost 100-point club, 250 to 103 was map number 1 on Decoy. And a lot of the same things that we were talking about on Decoy held true for Bakaj. Timing on rotations, how things were being able to flow from hill to hill, who was being able to win those backsided spawn plays as we were kind of 50-50ing right as we were in like the last 15 seconds of the prior hill. It almost felt like every single time you needed to see a big route being hit, it was from Tommy specifically. I was going to say Team Tommy, but it was really Tommy himself that was doing a lot of the dirty work for trying to win spawns.
Yeah, I think he did an excellent job. And I mean, we were saying it when we were watching him, you know, when we weren't on broadcast, like, dude, Tommy could just come right back into challengers, go right back into the league. And it feels like he could pick up right where we left off, right? Just watching him dominate. And that was, you know, in the older days, he used to run the AR. He was doing that with the subs. So really showing us that he can do it all. Very nicely done there for him. I mean, just everyone on the same page. There was just so much chemistry, it feels like. And when you have that kind of chemistry and friendship with like all those individuals, sometimes it just naturally pours into the game and you come out with wins like that. So this is looking solid for them as they go up, you know, in the series here for us, Alan, and we'll see if they can maybe get the job done going into another S&D.
Map 4 coming up is going to be Oasis Hardpoint.
Oh, sorry.
So that's going to be the next thing up, and I'll be really curious. Actually, I'll be candid. I've watched a little bit of Oasis Hardpoint, but I have yet to actually cast over it. So I'm excited to kind of see how the map really formulates itself. As I think that this map. I don't know. I'm not upset with it. I think when you look at Hardpoint, like finding the 4th and the 5th map that could be competitively viable is difficult right now. And I think some of that is product of, hey, we don't know how many smokes are going to be allowed, if any. But I feel like those last 2 maps very well could be determined by what happens with smokes, because some of the hills that you see on maps like Oasis, for one, I would even say maps like Gavudu, another one. It's like you need to get smokes to even approach the hard points, let alone even fight for them. So I'll be curious, I think, to see what happens. But that conversation aside, what are your overall reactions to when we've seen Oasis before, which was just recently in that winter semifinal?
It's just comes down to your AR players, it feels like, right? I mean, I know we saw like Scumpy like went off on this map with a sub and he was just beating people across the map, but this really does come down to like ARs locking lanes down for you. And you know, you mentioned the fact that, you know, if there's smokes there to at least block their kind of line of sight, that they're not going to have as easy as a time. But I mean, if you can just get your ARs posted up and, you know, some of the 2-story buildings over towards a lot of the trucks that you can get on in Heady, you can really just shut down pushes, you know, single-handedly, because you're able to just lay down on the trigger, just find these multi-kills. No one can really get close to the point. So I mean, my overall take in it is just try and get someone mixy in the middle of the map when you have control of the hard points, so that you can at least play for information, play for the spawns, and get your ARs posted up in some of those power positions on the map. Because if your ARs are frying, you're getting time and you're controlling spawns and you're having a really good time on Oasis. But if you're on the flip side of that, you know, you're like, dude, we got to get some more smokes out here so I can get across the map, man, because I am struggling get to my spawn.
So this is also an interesting conversation that I know that you and I are going to nerd out about. I don't know if the audience is going to find this one fun. But is this potentially a map that you look at your normal 2-2 weapon meta and say, maybe one of those subs would need to pick up an automaton just to try to bring an extra AR to the mix that has, you know, an optic on it, but also, of course, it could be used to enter into a hard point because of its rate of fire.
I'm a really big fan of the automaton right now. I think especially on a map like this, it is so viable to maybe even pull out like 2 STGs and get an aggressive automaton player in the mix.
Sure,
like we did in
go 3-1
like in Black Ops 4, with the Maddox, right? You can get aggressive, you can win gun battles inside of the hard point because of the rate of fire, and you can also take gunfights versus STGs. So I'm a really big fan, and I think, you know, the majority of the hard points that I've at least played on Oasis has been, you know, kind of leaning more towards a 3 AR setup with one of those players running an automaton, so that you kind of have that versatility inside of the hill and outside of the hill for as far as rotations and locking lanes down.
We'll see what happens. Again, we love conversations like that.
We do.
We'll sit here for hours talking about weapon metas and map combinations. But we jump on into this. It's been Team Tommy through both of the hard points so far, just absolutely dominating, especially on the timings in particular. And another problem starts to unfold. The first hard point has been a lucrative one thus far. First 30 seconds looking pretty much flawless. There will eventually be a battle back, and that will lead to some counter time here for Team Jukies as we look to our first hill on the outside areas of the map. That's P2, right side.
Looks like 2-2, at least for the majority of the teams here so far. So So we'll see if that does, in fact, continue to hold out throughout this entire hard point. But 31 points comes away on that first hill for Team Tommy. That's a lot of time to get. Plus, you have the fast track, but you got both players here pinching from either side. Scraps has got to make something happen as he's in the back. Let's see if he can break into the point. Will be there with one of his teammates now, but that will be a quick trade that follows. So nicely done, able to kind of get yourself into this hard point. It's not easy to break that setup in the back, but Team Jukie is able to get it done for now.
See, number 3, Scraps is now off respawn, kind of zoned out from the next hill, but that is the deadliest stun in Call of Duty history. Intex
so
takes
good.
down 2 teammates, and actually with that, unintentionally, flips the spawns back around. 55-25 the current tally as we fight for the scrap. Jukies and Scraps the first 2 in. They'll go a 2-for-2 trade, but the last player was Tommy, and he's just mid-map. There's no chance he can contest this scrap time. They'll instead favor the rotation. But once again, the thing that I like about this map, and I feel a lot this way with, you know, maps like Valkyrie in the past, 3 of the 5 hardpoints are right dead center in the middle of the map. So,
yeah,
you know, say what you will about favorite spawns, you could fight on this hardpoint from either side.
You really can, and I think a lot of it is what you're seeing from player 3 right now. If you can get a player to start roaming around mid, get that information, hit a pinch whenever you feel like there is an option to do so, that's when you start to find at least a little bit of the points coming your way. Now, you can also see the difficulty of getting on the hard point and then staying alive when you got players like Allman, who actually gets over here with an AR cutting off the cross. And this is really just all about, you know, posting up right now. No one wants to make that first move. Noobs will try, but he gets quickly wall banged out, and this is just really difficult to get any kind of time due to how open this hill is.
I love scrappy hills like this. I know that there are going to be players out there that are going to sit there and say it's just whoever wins the AR battles kind of just hold lanes and left trigger forehead. But it's one of those things that, you know, hey, if you can find lucrative time off of the heavy contested hardpoints, in my mind, you deserve to win the map. So, well, you don't know. We'll see. We'll carry that conversation for another time, maybe a podcast or something. But FIFA Kill currently on 5 in a row. Scraps just behind him, 3 straight for him. There's the 4th, 5th coming up, but not able to find it. As we open up the market hardpoint, this one, of course, goes to the left-hand side, and the symmetrical nature of this map as far as hardpoint positions are concerned means that Team Tommy will have a favorable setup for now.
Noobs here needs to play his life inside the point, but wasn't ready for that secondary challenge. Still has his teammates here in the back. The close spawns looking good for Team Tommy. It's Team Jukies that need to try and hold this from the front. Scraps does come up with 2, but the nade spam follows, and that means that there will be a couple of kills that comes through there for Noobs. 3 players going to go down, and the nades keep on coming. Players just trying to stay alive. Tommy's eating it all. But it will be another contest here as he waits for the challenge to come on in. 15 seconds left. This might be enough to lock it down with that one-on-one gunfight. That could have just been enough to lock it out, but he's got one more player to deal with for a second. Looks like that player will drop, and now we make that rotation over to the left where it feels like if you get here first, you can actually accumulate a lot of time off this hill.
Lots of headies in front, but again, smoke placement could be massive when it comes to shutting down maybe that long lane right in front of the temple. FIFA mid-map, trying to watch the cross, denied. And now here comes the play, maybe around the back. One more player lays prone. Tommy doesn't expect it. That scraps the trade there, and it's a 3-for-1 exchange favoring our team in blue. Team Tommy now looking to make their way onto the hard point. FIFA Kill looking to contest. Gets there, but can't find the last player left alive on the hill itself. So now it falls onto Robstar as he gets stunned up, and the kills are clean, at least for a time, from Team Tommy. The status looking good. Streaks get called in. FIFA forcing it, and at least it brings the hard point back to a neutral status.
Neutral for now. 20 seconds left. Allman trying to get involved here. Wants to push up. Well, the nades are good. They're going to clear them off of the point. Allman now getting involved in the smoke. We'll find one. Goes to the pistol. Nicely done, Allman here to clear out the zone with the help of his teammates. Scrap time is secured. And because these hills are side by side, this means that it is a very swift rotation over to P1.
FIFA with knife, okay. Getting dirty in the swamplands of Oasis. Scraps tracks down behind one. Easy kill. That gets him immediately onto the hard point. But now stuns and nades. The next big obstacle to hurdle. Still playing a nice little heady here. You can watch this cross while Jukies watches over the top of him. This is a really nice little setup. The trades are there, but eventually it's the game and bond who wins the day. Jukies can only stay alive for so long. 30 seconds left here on this first hard point right in the middle of Oasis, and as we start to look towards what the next rotation would be, which is the right side of the map, Team Tommy is actually trying to still zone this hard point for more time by the looks of it.
Yeah, they are still zoning away, seeing if they can move across the map here, and it's Team Jukies that need to get across the map, and I'm sure they would love to get the remaining 13 seconds here, which looks like it will be gifted over to them. but making your way through all these angles, you gotta deal with Almond, and that's a big kill from Scraps with the sub right there, making sure the glide bomb will not come through there for Almond, but you still gotta deal with players mid-map, and it's just all about being annoying. Noobs is doing a good job of it. He gets the info, he finds one. That's all he needed to do. But the push now coming to the left side of the map. Let's see if it will be Team Jukie's getting back here to flip out the spawns, but it looks like it's a hard deny. Tommy, Intex, and Almond, everyone involved in the kill feed there as they all win their one-on-one battles.
Yeah, and Scraps just tries to slide cancel his way forward, but there's just no way, no how. Rob and FIFA able to open up maybe an avenue with the first 2 kills, but with these proximal spawns still favoring the crossing angle, there just isn't a response. Team Tommy looking to stretch in and over the 200-point threshold, and Team Jukie still 100 points down. Oh, man, it's just, you know, every moment that looks okay for Team Jukie's is just, it never really feels like it gets off the ground. It's only marginal moments. Like, here's 15 seconds, and it feels like Team Tommy's like, sure, have it, we don't care.
Yeah, we'll take 40, you get 20. Like, that is a game that every single team will always play with you. And, I mean, they're also controlling the spawns here. Intex, he's got to read on a player in the back, but Scraps, has he made the individual play to maybe influence these spawns out? Remember, this would be for future hills, but that's a good cleanup kill there for Noobs. We'll sniff him out, make sure no more damage will be done. And now smokes will start to go down as Noobs will take control of the middle of the map here. See if you can at least play for information. And sure, you got ARs posted up on your end, but you have to think if your Team Jukies, you got to keep them off the time, and you have to somehow find a rotation across the map here. Because if Team Tommy, they get there first, they have a chance of closing it out.
Yeah, there needs to be a convincing set of kills right here, right now for Team Jukies. And wouldn't you guess it, there it is, 4-for-1 exchange. More at long range, Scraps on 3. Long route from Jukie's number 1 in the minimap at the top side, but he can't get through the pistol of Almond. Still, significant time being earned. Scraps not done as he tallies the 4th, just cut short of being able to earn a glide bomb, and the status of what the upcoming spawns are going to look like has not changed. A near perfect moment, but that's the thing. It's been near moments almost every single time we've watched Team Jukie's in the hard point so far versus Tommy's squad.
It's been close, and Almond also just went on 5, has a glide. You can call this in on this hill. Team Tommy, they can get it done in this one right now. Another 25 points is all that's needed. Tough gunfight from the left here. We'll see if the spawns are still going to be in or if they'll flip out, and it looks like it is a flip. So Noobs is left here, all alone up top. Will end up dropping. Intex now the last one pressed forward to see if he can try to make an individual play, but he'll also go down. So this is a big moment. Team Jukies are holding on, and this is a chance to at least lock in a good 31 seconds.
Can they read the route, though? That's the question. FIFA's kind of the feelers of this defense way out in the middle of the map. Does he turn to find more? Gets the information, but it's after he has died in big 1v1 from Jukies. But now the fight around the back, 14 seconds with the time. It will not determine the final outcome of this map, but you have to feel like the scrap time is at least needs to be contested. And Jukie's a little burner for 4. Can't get out of dodge, though. Would have been nice to try to hold his life for streaks. But the good news, at least for a time, is the fact that Team Jukie's, like you mentioned the last time that we were here for this rotation, they are the first ones put into place for the 5th hard point.
You got to get a player to roam around mid, just like Scraps is doing. Jukie's was also there to follow him up. So I like this so far with this setup. It's just coming away with the gun battles. And Scraps, can he do again? Almost finds the 3rd. But the trade is there. Team Tommy, just 18 seconds. But Team Jukie's trying to hold on. Robster there for 2. Playing on out. Big gunfight to the middle. Intex somehow wins it. He's feeling the wrath of the pressure, though. The close spawn is still favoring Team Jukie's, and they've done an excellent job at least keeping Team Tommy off of this hill.
Trades back and forth, but a huge gamut bomb from Intex. Doubles up. Tommy locks down the 3rd. Win condition can be met here on the Temple hardpoint. Scraps and FIFA doing what they can to claw their way back in, and they have, at least for now, extended this map another hardpoint. But perfection will be required, not just here on the 1st, but also on the rotation to the 2nd. The good news about that is, hey, you already have spawns locked in for 2. So if you can just come to life here, maybe earn a couple of streaks and just keep this Team Tommy squad at bay, maybe there's a chance to get a money 60 coming up.
You feel like one of these players got to get some streaks too. FIFA Killer Scraps, they're on 3 in a row. Streaks would make this so much more doable, but the nade spam will get them out of the hill, and Team Tommy now have presence here around the Temple. They could get it done. A couple more seconds to punch their ticket to the grand final. They'll clean up Robster. One more gun battle needs to come through, and it's Noobs. Finds the snap, finds the 2-piece, and there it is, Team Tommy. They will make their way into the grand final.
Things got really dicey there near the end, but look, we said the same thing about the first two maps. It's just through the first rotation, the game was put out of reach just because of the pace and tempo that Tommy's squad was playing with. Now, how much of that is due to the fact that this is probably the first tournament we've seen so far in the early stages of Vanguard that has showcased a lot of respawn? You know, the players themselves were saying, hey, can we play more search? And we were like, well, no, because, you know, exploits and things, we want to see what this game looks like with the respawn. It did start to feel like by the end, Jukie's squad was kind of learning what needed to be watched, what kind of tempo and timings they needed to be hitting. But we said that about the first map and the third map. It just came a little bit too late once again. So they do, like you mentioned, get knocked down to the lower finals, where they will have to await their opponent while Tommy's team will be sitting very comfortably in the grand finals. And well, with that, let's get comfortable ourselves here, Austin. Let's bring back our lovely lady. Katie Bedford, I know, has been kind of watching and listening, I'm sure, all to the theory crafting that we were putting out there, like Nerd Talk 101 for COD. What were your thoughts through the series?
I thought it was a lovely cast. Seriously, you guys did a great job. And these hard points, we're talking about it, right? If you're not used to hard points, it's all about that communication and the teamwork. And Team Tommy, when it comes to teamwork, they seem to have that on lock shift. It's been very impressive to watch them play.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that I think you get that from a long-standing competitive career player like Tommy is. And we already mentioned the fact that Noobs was so close to making it in BO4 a couple of different times. And Almond, I think, would have had a very successful Challenger's career through Modern Warfare if he stuck with it instead of going to Warzone. But hey, you find success wherever you go, and it looks like for the three of them, they're finding it in both venues, both Warzone and an early Vanguard so far.
Yeah, and they're continuing on that push, punching another ticket, moving forward and looking so good while they do it. Can anyone take them down? We'll have to wait until the grand final. But before we get to that, guys, we want to always give a shout out to USAA, one of the sponsors for this incredible event. They want you to level up your gear protection and can help you insure your gear with coverage that's easy and can help for everything you need. And remember, guys, USA Renters Insurance, level up your gear protection. We all love them. We know them. DraftKings as well, helping to sponsor this tournament. They're a new official partner for Andbox, and we cannot wait to see what they do together. So if you're over 18, guys, make sure to go over to DraftKings.com and check it out. And while we all go do that, we're going to go to a quick break. And when we come back, more action in Losers.
Sometimes you need a little help to stay ahead of the game, like if your console gets fried during a power surge. With USAA Renters Insurance, we'll help repair or replace your stuff. If you know, you know. If you don't, we do.
Welcome back to NYSL's 25K Crossfire. We're down to the final 4 teams. They're all in the money, but just how much they're going to take home remains to be seen. I'm your host, Katie Bedford, joined by VisionZz and Proper, who are going to take you through all the losers semifinal goodness. Now, Proper, we've got Team Jowo, we've got Team Crimsix taking out his former teammate, Team Karma, and I think, what was it? How did that end? A 3-1 victory? And now they'll move on. So something that I've noticed, Proper, is that it seems like some of these final teams, the ones that have made it this far, composed majority of people who play together consistently and know each other.
Yeah, who would have thought that teamwork would be so essential in a multiplayer game mode like Call of Duty, right? All jokes aside, I mean, when you got a player, I mean, just even take like Crimsix, for example, that of course does have, you know, a lot of time spent or some time spent with playing with some of their teammates that we see on the day. But I mean, it sends it that much further. Same thing could have been said about Karma Squad. As long as you have that veteran voice that can almost lead the squad, as long as they can hold their own, you know, get a couple of eliminations, a couple trades here and there, depending on the game mode, it becomes quite easy for a lot of these teams.
Right, and I mean, you take a look at it, right? Team Tommy, we know how often they all play together, as well as Proper just mentioned, Crimsix's team, Unrational, Reed, Scummin, they all play together very, very frequently. But then, VisionZz, you take a look at Jowo's team, right? So they've managed to make it this far. A lot of these teams, let's pull up that list. Look at it. Hamza, Jowo, Z-Laner, Envoy. This might be the only team when I look at them, but I'm not actually sure how much playtime they all have with each other. That might be kind of one of those last teams standing, maybe an outlier.
Yeah, actually, that's a really good call out because I don't think there's a whole lot of experience between a lot of these guys. I mean, I don't know if Jowo and Z-Laner maybe, you know, played with one another maybe throughout some Warzone tourneys, but other than that, I would say this is probably, you know, a bunch of guys thrown into a team, and so far it's worked out quite well for them, hasn't it? I mean, you look at Hamza though, you know, someone who has competed in challengers, he's been solid, he's looked great on the AR, and then you have Envoy, who was running some of the best routes that we've seen on the day. I mean, he was single-handedly controlling spawns, and that's pretty important when you're talking about hardpoint here. So this team definitely making this run. They might be able to do it here, but it's a battle going up against Team Crimsix, but does have some of that chemistry with one another.
Yeah, let's actually bring up that player card for Crimsix's team. We've mentioned some of the players that are on it, but they will have to deal with Envoy, as you said. Always watch your back. He's probably going to be there ready to take you out. But I think this team's got to win for like the best just photo lineup, right?
Yeah.
Proper, like they're all varying degrees of what is going on here.
Like, I'm not gonna lie. I know it may be a costume. All jokes aside, that if Crim walked up to me and told me to hit a rotation, I would trust him. If Crim told me that he had my trade and search, oh, I would believe that 100%. If Crim told me he was going to drop 60 in this opening hardpoint dressed like that, you got to trust that. Yeah, oh yeah. Man's got my trade. Man's dropping 60. Confirmed.
All right, so this losers semi, right, between these two teams, it's starting on Tuscan hardpoint, and then it goes to Tuscan SND Vision. So when you look at these two teams, is there anyone you lean toward when it comes to an edge in these modes, or do you think a team has an opportunity to steal both away? Someone who's maybe had more success on Tuscan so far?
Yeah, I think it's tough, but if I'm going to give just a slight edge to, I guess, one team over the other, I got to feel like it's the people playing with Crimsix, because Crimsix has just always been one of the players that picks up the game the fastest. You even go like way back to like the BO2 days when he was playing with like Aches and TP. I mean, even Too Quick at the beginning of the Black Ops 2 season. Like, he had picked up on the game quite quickly with the rest of that roster, and it feels like it's the same in this game, except this time he's paired with Clayster, one of the other greatest of all times, as well as Hydra. So you have just so much going on behind the scenes when they're learning the game, and Crimsix is going to give all of that information to his teammates. So I think that there might be a slight edge for as far as making sure there's a vocal leader that's always keeping everyone on top of rotations and holds. But I mean, at the same time, it's still new in the game. It gets very chaotic in respawns, and it's not always easy to follow the leader, so to speak, when you're in the game and you're in the chaos itself.
And it's been very chaotic, Proper. We even casted some of those moments in Bocage and seen when coordination and teamwork breaks down, because maybe you just don't know the map or the rotations or how to influence the spawns as well as you should have. How big of a role do you think some of that unknown, the newness of the game, has played in the outcome of some of these series?
Oh, I think it's a heavyweight, and when you're considering the fact that this game is barely even a week old. I mean, we've had so little playtime on this game comparatively to where we would almost assume. That's why we always make the joke when we go into search. It's like, yeah, I mean, it could be a set strategy. We don't really have set strategies yet. It's just a 3-1 split. Everybody's just doing what they they feel is right, especially for hardpoint, because it's just so fast-paced. There's only a set full of spawns that you might be able to know that you can play for, and that's when a little bit more of that formality might come through. But I definitely think that, the newness of the game is definitely throwing a wrench into the system, and you're right to already assume, to a point that you brought on earlier, Katie, is that this team of Team Jowo, comparatively to Team Crimsix, not a lot of playtime in between one another. Where's that blind trust start to fall into, especially between Envoy and Hamza, two players that you would think have to do a lot of the legwork, whether it's Hamza to anchor out a lot of the spawns, shut down these longer lines of sight versus Crim itself. And maybe, just maybe, if Crim's team comes in with the plan, maybe it could be enough pressure to really stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, and it seems like since it's such a hard point focused tournament, right? I think that might VisionZz have also tripped some people up, because a lot of the players in this tournament, they're used to kind of an even distribution, or maybe more S&D than you would get instead of these respawns. So do you think maybe that's kind of been a barrier or something people have stumbled over when they're like, I'm ready for search into, hard point. There's a lot of hard point guys. We're going to be running around. It's going to be crazy the whole time.
Yeah, I think it's definitely thrown a wrench in the mix, where it's like some teams that have just mainly played S&D, are certainly like, well, do we know the rotations? They might be looking them up before they're even going into the map, and you're kind of learning as you go. And hardpoint is just one of those game modes where it's not like S&D where you can rely always on individual gunfights. Like, it is very team oriented. You can't just have, one player popping off, clearing up the hill every single time. It's just not going to happen. So I think that probably has thrown some teams off, and because it's, kind of relied more on respawn, it is more on the comms in-game, listening to one another, making sure that there is coordination on setting up the rotations in the hills. Like, that is just the fundamentals of hardpoint, and it's just simply, a lot easier to kind of put that in place for S&D than it is respawn. So I think that probably has thrown some teams off, and the teams that have found success up to this point, have been the stronger respawn teams, it's simply put.
And now, Proper Tuscan, talk to me about the hard points on that map. When you look at these teams, is there any side, say, let's talk about the starts on the map, the very beginning when you're pushing to that P1 hill. Who is going to have the harder time? Which team do you think is going to need to have the better break off the rip?
Unsurprisingly, it's got to be the team that spawns in on the restaurant side, on that Fountain Plaza side, because you're essentially starting off on the bad side of the map. Now, you get the same 50-50 once you get to the ruins, the north side of the map, where P1 does reside over by that monument. But when you're thinking about the rotation through Church, as it does have a top and bottom part to it, working your way through the garden all the way down to the column in that little nook and cranny of the map for P2, we've seen a lot of teams, when they do start off on the east side of the map, start to really sway their favor if it is a team with sufficient coordination from 1 to 2. This is just what I've been recognizing in a couple scrims or some, high roller chows for hard points here and there. Haven't really seen that much today. A lot more scrappiness. The one time that we did see Tuscan hard point, me personally casting over the match, there was actually a lot of space that was bought through the middle of the map, and then a nice coordinated pinch, because if you can somehow get a team or your team members over on the top side of Church and a player blocking spawns down in the command center, you'll actually force all of the enemy team to spawn inside of P2, and it's just one gunfight you got to win, pinching that from two sides so you can break in for some very crucial 30 to 20 seconds.
So you talk about bad spawn or bad start, right? And I know we all understand that, but anyone who's viewing who may like Cotter's just getting into it, or likes the subliners and isn't as familiar, what exactly does that mean to have the bad start side of the map?
With the bad side of the map, that mostly ends up just coming through that you have the farthest rotation over to what's about to be a money hill. P1 typically is a 50-50 on both sides. What we mean by 50-50 is that both sides have essentially the equal amount of chance to be able to have the same amount of head glitches, the avenues to the middle of the map to influence their decision-making and kind of dictate the pace as far as P1 may be concerned. But the bad side has a farther rotation over towards that money hill, which will be 2, which is why we say the good side, starting over on the Church, does have that same head glitch over on the ruins that you do on the west side, but you have that high ground position from the Church to deny the cross through the middle of the map, to deny players to getting inside P2, and it allows you to chain those hills quite effectively.
All right, VisionZz. Well, I think Crimsix has finally made his way back to his setup. We're ready to get things started here. Team Crimsix, Team Jowo, VisionZz and Proper. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Katie. And now it's time to get into it, ladies and gents. Loser will go home. Winner moves on to the losers final. And already Crimsix off to a nice start on Tuscan hardpoint as he throws in the gammon and follows it up with a nice shot here to get the 3-piece. So this is exactly what you needed if you wanted to see something out of Crimsix as he comes in, opens it up, and you got control around the point now as you're just looking to soak up as much time as possible. And Envoy, well, he comes back with a 3-face of his own here, Proper.
Name's a little bit backwards up top. Team Crim starting off on the favorite side, though, and that's exactly the start that you want to see. Nice little two-piece. We'll keep the space at bay for now. They're doing a great job of just making sure, hey, there's nobody hitting through the middle of the map. There's nobody trying to get inside the church. It's just these AR long lines of sights. Setups coming through from Scumming off the Gammon Bomb yet again. Just keeps all of Joe on the west side of the map.
25 seconds and the scrap time should go over. Now it's the rotation. This is where you need to get your subs involved in the play. Clear out some of the power positions. Scumming trying to do exactly that. We'll try to slide down bottom church and keep your eye on the spawns as well. With the very back right now, you got those yellow arrows set up for the side of Team Joe. They have a chance to at least hold on to this hill. They just need to slay out around it. And so far, Irrational gets his first kill on the board. He wants to try and break into the point, but he'll look the wrong way, and that is a clean feed that comes through. Team Joe looking solid with the numbers.
Yeah, Hamza actually spawned inside the bunkhouse because a play was happening from Team Crimsix on top church. Got a player to spawn in on there too, so they couldn't help out their teammates inside of P2 given that position. Had no idea where the rest of the enemies were spawning in at, so they wait for their numbers. Smart call coming through for Team Joe, so that way they can take P2 back. And they're already looking towards the future too. P3 is all the way on the opposite side of the map. Look on the top left-hand side of the mini-map. Who's over there? It's Hamza. They're playing the route, man. Allows Team Crimsix to work back in for the scrap time, knowing that the team has to get set up for P3 to make it a money hill.
And this is that money hill that you mentioned. If you can get presence back here, lock down the back, it can be very difficult to flip out the spawns, but no one's been able to touch so far. Scum is going to try to hit this from the front. Does come out with a successful gunfight, but a lot more work still needs to be here. His teammates now on the push. Irrational finds one. Good tag up in the point. Scummin finds the entry, but the trade's looking solid, at least for the moment. And there it is. C6, they get themselves on the zone, but they still have to worry about the spawns. You got to slay out another rotation of kills before you really have full control of the point.
Team Joe, I mean, having those closer spawns, they've been able to reinforce this hill continuously. It's just keeping it scrappy, it's just keeping it close, and keeping it competitive as well. There goes the final hit, just keeping all of Crimsix at bay up by that west side of the ruins. Completely concede this actually is Team Joe, they'll hit it completely from the command center side, knowing that, again, the rotation towards church is going to be a big one. You get a player up in top church, you get this set up early, Austin, it could be nasty to deal with.
Let's see if they can in fact get it done. Big gunfight there. C6, he is so slippery with a sub. I mean, this is not something we see a lot out of Crimsix, is it? Not since the old days, but he's been really making this MP40 work, as it will be Team C6 coming away with a bit of a lead now, trying to zone out everything they possibly can. They got a lot of angles watched in church. This setup has been great. The spawns are still solid, and with everyone going down now for the Team Joe, they got to set up their next push. Joe will go down. Irrational with the challenge, tries the reach out, but a good pre-fire out of Envoy, but only able to come up with one, and in the end, it's going to be Z-Lanner who manages to get himself into the point to see if he can maybe fight back for some points.
Still close spawns here for Team Crimsix. They're essentially still spawning in where they started this entire map, so they have to hit through this hill to try to essentially make a rotation happen over towards 5. You can send a player down towards the south lane, but that was a great gunfight to essentially lose, if you will. They spawned in over by P1, giving them an easier avenue towards 5.
C6, big gunfight. Finds himself one, but not the second. But this is one of those hills where it is going to be naded and stunned out continuously. Not easy to hold on to the majority of the time. Typically goes back and forth, but so far so good right now. Team C6 beating up just about everyone. Reader even takes out one of his teammates here, unfortunately. But they have the setup, they have the spawn. It's up to Team Joe to try and break on through. Let's see if this push will ignite it. They're able to find one, but Scumming here again with the Gammon Bomb shuts down the push. It has been solid. And now Team C6, they're starting to run away with a bit of a lead and a chance to take home the next 30. And Irrational finds a triple with the Gammon.
Look, I know this is Team Crimsix. We're following the captain for each team. Just rename this team Team Gammon Bomb. They're finding just so much value. It started off with a 2-piece Gammon Bomb on P1 from Crim. And then Scumming found themselves what feels like back-to-back 2 pieces, and then you have that 3 from Irrational. Scumming's actually on 5, so the glide bomb has been earned going in towards the second set of hills. This is a healthy lead that Team Crimsix had, so it's more or less just picking and choosing when you feel like to really extend your reach with all these resources that you have available.
Yeah, I'm almost, guaranteed that C6 made a speech today about gammon bombs for his squad before coming into this tournament. And it looks like it has come true because they have just utilized them so well. Hamza is actually going to bring up this automaton that I've been talking about a bit today, and he's starting to find some value with it. 5 in a row, a streak now to play with, so starting to make a bit of a comeback perhaps here. Team Joe Woe, though, feeling the wrath of all those gammon bombs we keep talking about. See if they can slide on forward. Good challenge there. Hamza shredding as he's able to find a nice kill there on the Crimsix. One more in the hill, but won't be able to read it. Still fine on Rational takes out him as well as his teammates. So contention back and forth, 20 seconds to play for, but you also have to keep in mind this rotation is about to come up very soon.
Yeah, and the rotation is a big one for Team Crimsix. They got to essentially go all the way through the map, through P1, and get inside that church to really influence the rotation here. Joe ahead of the game, working off of this nice P1 in the second set of hills, already getting players down towards that radio room, inside of that column hill, just trying to thwart Team Crimsix in easy rotation, and so far, so good.
Yeah, they've been doing a good job here for Team Joe, at least zoning around the hill. The big problem has been, getting the actual time. We'll see if that changes, but it's a push to the back here. A nice double hit for the spawns. Team C6 might have just flipped things out. Scumming, unfortunately, runs right by one, so Envoy finds easy cleanup, finds a second, and that's a clean feed there from Hamza and Envoy, finding all 4 players still have control in the back, and this is just time that was much needed, and guess what? They're right back in this game, just about 10 points separating the two.
And I like this, again, going back to the conversation, Hamza with the automaton, when you're thinking about Hamza as a player, yeah, normally like an anchor type AR player, but the automaton kind of enables you to really help out teammate of Envoy, who's on a 5 spree as well as Hamza with the 6, so strafing run, glide bombs, these are all available tools for Team Joe at this current juncture of time, and it seems that they might be calling one in, but to help out with the front is everything. Envoy was having a struggle at the beginning of the map, but ever since Hamza has picked up the automaton, not only has Team Joe found themselves the lead, they're really influencing the pace of this map.
All right, spawn should get interesting here. Player 3 on your mini-map right now. Envoy, he is blocking the back spawn, but he's pushing up now. So we'll see if that will continue to be blocked or not. And there it is. The flip has come through. Envoy on the pinch has found 8 in a row. 155 to 148 now, and that kill feed is starting to light up yellow. But Scumming, he's got something to say. He's able to find a couple in a row. Can he turn this into a break? Looks like the answer is going to be no. That close spawn so favorable, but Reader is able to at least keep it dicey. Finds 2, but Hamza in the back with the numbers. Make sure the scrap time goes over to Team Joe Woe.
That's essentially rinse and repeat of what we had on P3 the first time around, just keeping all of Crimsix at bay at that Ruins archway while you're still working with those garden patio spawns. Wonderfully played out from Team Joe, but now we go over towards P4. Look at the setup coming through from Crimsix. Reader actually had the heads-up play. I think there might be someone on our flank. There sure is. It's Envoy, 27 and 20 for them. Still has a bombing and strafing run to utilize. Not the most effective on this hill alone, but the pinch is about to come through for the team.
Oh, it's always Envoy on the pinch, isn't it? Where is Envoy? That's got to be the comms right now for Team C6. As Envoy again on a spree. 3 in a row for him into the hill to make sure that he's able to reinforce the front. He might even drop down and decide to pinch, and yes, he does. 4 in a row for Envoy. There's the 5th, almost the 6th. Rational will shut the spree down, but more streaks have been earned for the route man, and this has been all Team Joe for this Churchill. They have locked it down, they have had all the presence, and they have come away with so much time.
It's really been all Team Joe for the second set of hills. I mean, when it matters the most, they find the breaks, they find the essential eliminations, and they're able to reap the benefits from this. With still resources on the board with that previous spree, Envoy was able to earn another glide bomb. So that's the strafing and the bombing run, but again, hold your horses there, boys and girls, because that is not necessarily something you want to call in through these next few hills. You'll probably kill more teammates than you will enemies, but over the 200-point threshold is Team Joe, Team Crimsix, with another strong setup here in Command Center. They could use all this hardpoint time, plus a rotation over towards the new.
Well, here comes some of those streaks we're talking about. Envoy uses it in the back, finds C6, wants to make sure that spawns are going to still be in their favor, but not enough to influence them at all. Player 1 will be Hamza. He's coming from the side to try and create a pinch. Let's see if this coordinated hit will work out, because Team C6, they're getting time, but there they go. 3 players drop. Envoy will drop as well to Zealander's name, but that's fine because it's allowed them to get inside of the hill. It's a matter of holding on to it, and C6 will fight as much as he possibly can to get back in with the 2-piece. That might have been enough. Envoy, the last one remaining. He snaps for 2. Envoy almost for 3 if the nade doesn't come. It's a complete scrappy hill, But in the end, Team C6, they're the one that's get the majority of the points, and that means that we go to almost a dead even game going back into the reset.
I got a massive P5 there for Team Crimsix. They absolutely needed it going in towards a third set of kills, making this a marginal lead for Team Jowo. But look at the way that they're spacing themselves out. Hamza on this hill, the second time around when they brought out this automaton, has been a absolute nuisance, a thorn in the side. 34 and 20 as the time is starting to tick all the way through. Just 25 seconds is needed to close out the first map.
Well, Jowo goes down. 3 kills here. Team C6, they need this time. Hamza comes on forward, finds 2, and Envoy also cleans up a third. It's up to an Irrational inside of the point. That would have been for the glide, but Hamza shuts him down. Key gunfights coming through in the end. 20 seconds left. Team Jowo, if they held every single second there, they still could have won, but a clutch break comes in just in the nick of time for Team C6, and now you got to worry about this rotation on Rational. He's already thinking about it.
Yeah, already thinking about it too, but you can see player number 4, Z-Laner, is on the hunt for them. I will find Hamza in the back, trying to throw in this rotation. We'll have Envoy in front of him. That's a tough gunfight. I don't care who you are. But Reader's trying to make this pinch happen from the opposite side, hits it through the Ivy patio, and now they're going to have reinforcements by their teammates. They find Z-Laner off guard, and now Jowo's going to work their way back in. Crimsix is set up.
C6, big gunfight, Envoy takes it, and now it's full control. 4 players down. Team C6, they got to use everything they got to break this hill. Scummin flies through, finds the first one on Rational, can't find anything, so it's up to C6 and Reader. And do they ever go big? They come up with the kills. The spawns have flipped everything in favor of Team C6 to close this one out, but it's Envoy. Of course, it's Envoy for 3. Z-Laner grabs the 4th. 10 seconds, that's all they need. Scummin, what can he find? Finds the first one, but Reader takes him out with a nade. It is chaos inside of the hard point, but Team Jowo, they have numbers. Hamza finds the 3rd. The final seconds come through, and it is such a close hard point, but Team Jowo clutch up in the final moments.
That 25 seconds there at the end felt like it lasted for 5 minutes. But Envoy, like you said earlier on P4, making the pinch plays. Of course, it's Envoy. Who do you want clutching things up there at the end? Why not have it be Envoy? And again, if I was wearing a hat, I would take it off for you, Hamza, because that swap from the STG over to the automaton was massive for the pace differential that we were seeing early on. Crimsix's team was really setting the precedent there on the first set of hills. As we take a look at the USAA insurance coverage clip, well, this is an older match, so I'm not too sure. But regardless, the point still stands that there was an immediate adaptation coming through one of the best ARs in North America challengers from Hamza, with one of the most deadliest subs in the CDL of Envoy, to be able to go tit for tat, trade for trade, and be able to match the pace, plus set it that much higher versus their adversaries.
Wow. Absolutely wow, Andy. I mean, just the final moments, just everything. We're starting to see it unfold now, of course, in our USAA coverage clip. And this was just an absolute chaotic hardpoint, and this is what we're here for, man. I mean, when no one really knows all the setups yet, it just comes down to some of these incredible gunfights as you see it go back and forth. But, you know, Team C6, they led off the start. Team Jowo, they worked back into it, and then it was this hill where Team C6 actually started to work back into this game for us. But what an incredible hardpoint that just played out there for us, man. Just absolutely insane, and it's one heck of a way to kick off the best of 5, that is for sure.
I mean, there's no stoppage here. There is everything in the kitchen sink being thrown out for both of these teams. Again, money is on the line. You're already made it to the money, being in the top 4 as it may be, but they're not satisfied with the prize so far, Austin. They want to continue to keep this going. The venue will not change, but the mode certainly will, as we will say on Tuscan, for the search and destroy, brother. And I'm not gonna lie, if Hamza walks out with an STG and not an automaton, I will get upset. I'll get upset.
Yeah, I mean, he was looking just disgusting with it, wasn't he? I mean, he went on a multiple sprees there, earned a lot of the streaks that led to them at least getting spawns or breaking open some of those hills so they could flood the numbers through. But yes, had an incredible showing there. Envoy right beside him, going big, also earning plenty of streaks of his own. And that is one of those hard points where you need a bit of a breather here, especially if you're Team C6 after losing that one and dropping it. It's a heartbreaker because you had the spawns, you had the setup, but they just fly through, and it's Envoy's 3-piece, man. You just cannot script it. You can't make it up. It's just incredible. It's flashy. It's fun to watch, but it slows down a bit. And as we go over towards Tuscan, what's been interesting, about this map mode combination in particular is that it feels like offense is favored, not because of the exploits, but because you actually get to positions faster. And I mean, the middle of the map is one of those. You can stun nade bottom church, you can get control of mid, and if you get control of mid on Tuscan, then that's what really allows you to get the bomb down on A. And if you get that bomb down, well, we know how easy it can be to play off of that, play the defense, lock in the numbers, and it can be really difficult to play retakes.
Yeah, I mean, much to your point, obviously the offense can get to that that A bomb very quickly. That quick plant is what's very different from Tuscan S&D comparatively to many other maps that we currently play here in Vanguard. But there's one in particular timing that we did see earlier on from currently our grand finalists lying in wait to see who they have to compete against, is actually Almond on Team Tommy, was able to find continuous pressure and timing outside of the church to get on that truck that actually has a very little hidey hole that you can get some very interesting shots on for a player that's trying to plant the bomb at A. So some timings from both sides. Yeah, you can get that plant pretty darn quickly, but the moment that one extra timing does get found out by the defense, I mean, everything goes completely awry. You don't necessarily trust the timing at that point. There's also a lot of potential to play island plays over by the command center, both offense and defense, work up a pinch. This map is awesome for Search and Destroy, and I'm sure that these two teams, all 8 players inside this lobby, are going to give us a show.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun. I mean, there's even potential. You can bring out a sniper if you want to. You can watch over A long. You can be very influential with picks, offensively or defensively. You know we're calling for it. When you go a full year, Andy, without scopes, you're kind of just wishing for it just every single round if we can get it. So this is a map that it is viable on. So we'll see if, either one of these teams want to opt in bringing that out here for us. But, I mean, this is just really a lot of butting heads, getting very aggressive. And, on the defensive side, you have to be willing to at least peek and challenge through mid, because you got to make sure that bomb is not going to go down. And I guess the good news is that you don't really get a whole lot of hits to B unless you're in like a 2v2 or a 1v1, and a lot of the map is open and not controlled, right? Because that B bomb site, you only got one doorway to fly through, right? And if you're not getting an immediate trade, then you're probably losing out on numbers right away before you even initiate the hit on the site itself.
Yeah, I mean, the B bomb itself is just nestled inside like a little itty bitty cubby that the moment that you try to drop down to go for that plan, it's either, do I have the time to make it up the stairs? Not with this TDK. You certainly do not. You either got to take the gunfight, win it, plant the bomb, or win the round, or it's just GG's right there, man. But yeah, I think it definitely offers a lot of interesting conversation points. Just from the one sniper standpoint that you did bring up there, Austin, when you're kind of speculating on both different sides, I won't necessarily say who will be bringing out the boomstick on both sides because I'm not too sure. But one does ring ever so true to my mind. One of my favorite parts about Modern Warfare as a whole, commentating over North America Challengers, was actually Hamza at the time, going by Glow Frosty, was with the ACOG, the high-powered 2 to 4.5 times ACOG scope on the AX50. And yeah, I'm certainly that you're sitting there saying, well, that doesn't really make sense. It seems like a campaign weapon, but they were able to find a lot of value with it. They were able to influence a lot of their team's success in Search and Destroy maps like Arkalov Peak. And when you're thinking of maps that can do stuff like that, especially with how open the north side of the map is from Ruins east to west, who's to say that the same value can't be found on the opposite side? I'm sure that Scummin has something to argue. If they see a Car 98K, they'll probably be excited to bring one out and try to challenge it.
Yeah, and then you gotta, have those conversations. Do we want to match it? How are we gonna play around it?
How long do we hold it, right?
Yeah, and let's be honest, when a scope gets hot, it makes you play different. Like, you're not willing to shoulder things as much. You're not willing to get maybe as aggressive because you're worried about that pick. So we're dying for it. We'll see if it comes through. We did already mention a couple of potential sniper players, so we'll keep that in mind. But here we go, ladies and gents. Our losers semifinals into our second map. It is Team Joe O that are currently up in the series, but it is a nice start for Team C6 as they've already eliminated 2 members in round 1.
Yeah, planted the bomb and found themselves first blood plus some more. Now it's Joe O who's actually being that island player all the way down by command. The moment that they try to work their way past well and get absolutely obliterated from top church. Yeah, very commanding first round there for Team Crimsix. Again, you get the opportunity as the offensive team just to get towards that A bomb faster than the defense, even from sightline perspective. So if you can work that quick plant and know exactly where to put your reticle, knowing where the challenge might come through, might be able to walk away with a handful of first blood and eliminations. Wonderfully played out from them.
The first round has come through here for us. but I think it looks like the lobby might have potentially crashed here. So we'll get an update on that one as soon as possible. But we got to see the first round. We got to see the aggression here for us, Andy. It's basically exactly, kind of what we were framing up. Also what we've come to expect since we've got to watch, a lot of S&D throughout the last week.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of just default setups. I mean, it's round one, right? I mean, you can end up having what you saw from Z-Laner trying to find that bunkhouse broken wall. You can see players cross through the middle of the map out from the Fountain Plaza. Just nobody ended up challenging out. It was actually Crim that came from the Ruins west side. It's a very long line of sight, yes, past the monument, but what an influential first blood that they were able to find all the way up in Top Church. So I'm sure that we'll probably get an answer here sooner rather than later, Austin. But yeah, the map so far looks pretty darn good for Crim if they can keep up that pace.
Yeah, it sure is. We'll see if they can continue to get that going. For now, we'll try to figure out this lobby issue, guys. We do apologize, but we'll take a quick moment. We'll step away. We come back, heading into round 2 on Tuscan Search and Destroy.
What the hell?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We are currently in our loser semifinal here for the 25K Crossfire tournament here in Vanguard. And, well, unfortunately, we did lose our observer in the game. So we're going to take a look at Crimsix's stream. We'll be casting it basically from his POV. And at the moment here, Andy, it is a nice 3-0 lead that they do have for themselves.
Yeah, I was actually watching this from the opposite side. I was watching Joe's perspective, who you actually heard Envoy and Hamza just having a brief discussion, just like, yeah, we're facing an S&D team. I mean, you absolutely are at the end of the day. Not that Envoy and Hamza can't do enough to be able to help out their team, understand these timings. It's just been disgusting what Team Crimsix has been able to do. But regardless of that, Team Joe will finally get themselves on the board. Very early lead for them, finding that first blood and then taking away all the power positions, just not letting that isolated player try to come back.
Yeah, I'm going to play like passive.
I won't let them come back, but we'll see now at least a round on the board for Team Joe, which I feel like is pretty necessary if you're going to make some kind of a comeback. But you do have quite a bit going for yourself for Team Crimsix, and we'll have even C6 himself kind of go over, watch this B push through, and well, has he ever gotten a read? That Gammon Bomb is good for first blood, very well done. The pick is there, MP40 in his back pocket, but C6 will get a little too aggressive and will be traded out.
We traded. 3v3 we go. Inside the church, Unrational is able to find some very good timing. And then we'll take down another, but in this situation that you find yourself in with Reader, does he have the timing? How well is the cook?
18 seconds.
Doesn't look like it finds its mark. And now it's a 1v2. Should be able to play the site here effectively. We'll see if the challenge comes through. Reader from the side finds the first one, and this is just so well played. Reader realizes, listen, he's got no time, and he can't do anything. Very nice clutch there. 1v2 will come in, and that's going to be good here to put them up 4-1. Team C6 really finding all of the advantages, finding all the success so far on Tuscan Search and Destroy.
Yeah, again, you put yourself in that very powerful position in a post plan, right? When you, or just in any situation, that island player over by the command center just has a great long line of sight all the way down towards the monument where the AS&D typically, or does actually exist. So just playing that position, just baiting out the engagements, isolating them one by one, now putting themselves within striking distance of match point.
Looks like C6 will come over to this B side. Two players actually here defensively, so they might be looking for a push through, or they might be looking to at least move into that mid-map. And here's the info. So the glide bomb comes in. See if it finds a mark, and it does. Coming, able to take out one. Z-Lander out of the picture now, 4 versus 3. This is going to make things a lot more manageable here defensively, but they lose one in the back. C6 going to get tagged up as he's responsible for trying to get through the back spawn to see if he can try and pick this up.
Going to be looking for some players possibly lurking on the back end. Does find timing onto one. There goes Joe. Incredibly weak is Crimsix. Trying to play their life. And is able to find timing on another. Certainly not. They're able to do this. I mean, they do have help from a teammate nearby. 2v1.
2 versus 1. Doesn't look like they have info, at least as of yet. But Crimsix just going to kind of play his life over here. Watch over A long. I have to imagine his teammate's got his back, as he is positioned just a little bit behind him here. And that could mean that they might have a potential bomb down, which, I mean, might be enough. But he's lost his teammate. C6 would have to get 3 in the round in order to put his team up 5-1. And now he's got to go chasing. We'll see if he can try to clutch this up with only about 5 seconds left. This bomb's got to go down. He has guessed correctly. The gunfight comes through. And, well, the greatest of all time, able to get that clutch, finds the 1v1, gets the defuse, and will put his team up 5-1.
Put some more respect on his name. Again, got dead silence, immediately popped dead silence, and then just went through the alleyway, just knowing that there was only a certain way that they were going to be able to get the jump on this last player. And it certainly was wonderful from Crim. Again, I believe that was actually... was that 3 in the round from them? So it's a big round from Crim in general, just locking down the church. You can see the veteran plays coming out of them, just preserving their life as much as humanly possible. Make sure that they always put themselves in positions to be able to clutch out rounds like that. Now 1 round to go in between these two teams. A big round win here on Tuscan Search and Destroy would even up the series for Team C6.
Reader first blood. That's going to make things that much better in this round now. Just got to use the numbers, work for a plant. It looks like that bomb will go down, and they've also been able to find 2 more. So everything comes together quite nicely. The trades are in. 6-1, complete domination for Team C6 as they respond nicely after the heartbreaking map 1 loss and tie the series up here at 1 apiece.
Yeah, and that was almost a rinse and repeat, just seeing from Crim's perspective of what the first round had to offer. Again, once he came out from the offense, the offensive team, again, if you're just now joining us and you missed me say it, I don't know, like 3-4 times on the day, Tuscan Search and Destroy, the offensive team will get to that A-bomb first. You can get a very quick plant, but there's more than that to be able to entail for them. You get a nice little timing to be able to look up top church, who doesn't put a defender top church, to be able to look down, see if anybody's crossing through that courtyard, and they end up finding themselves 3 eliminations in sequence of one another, just leaving that island player left alive. And from there on out, it's just a good luck, have fun going forward. A 6-1 Tuscan Search and Destroy. Team C6 look like they know what's going on there.
They do look like they know what's going on, and now we move over towards a decoy hardpoint, I do believe, here for ourselves, which is one of those maps. We've seen it a couple times on the day. A lot of interactions here for us, Andy. I mean, it just feels like we've been summing everything up to, a lot of chaos, especially here where, there is not necessarily full coordination and they are kind of learning as they go. But this was a very close set that we got to see between both of these squads on the first hard point. Really just about 10-15 points separating the two. It went back and forth throughout the entire map. This one, we might get to see a little bit more sub action come on in here for us overall, because you need to kind of get your subs on the objective, close quarters. So we love that overall. But as we come into this, what are you kind of expecting on a map like Decoy, especially with these two going head to head, even after seeing the map number 1 that was so close?
You hit the nail right on the head, brother. I mean, the SMG presence has to be there. This is typically where you will see teams go. I mean, if they are playing more traditional of what we're assuming the weapon meta to more or less be 3-1 across a lot of different maps like Tuscan Hardpoint, you will see a lot of 3 ARs, 1 submachine gun. But here you really need that second submachine gun to be able to, get the dirty work done, to be able to get inside those hills, be careful of those explosive barrels for one, all of the gammon bombs for another, and just being able to soak up that hardpoint time, maybe go 1 for 1, 2 for 1 when they possibly can. But to be able to be a submachine gun inside the hardpoints, such as maps like Decoy or Bocage, is just absolutely massive, because this is building warfare within its finest. AR still have their presence on this map when you're thinking of the heady from that truck off of the barracks road, just next to the office, all the way across towards exhaust, and the entirety of that east lane is all very influenced by AR, so they can still really get into the thick of it, especially when you're thinking of what Hamza was able to do on that first hard point with Tuscan with the Automaton. That thing is a beam at range. Yeah, if you get past maybe like 60, 70 meters, it'll probably lose to an SCG, but you probably won't see many gunfights like this on this map, so we're cool.
That's right. Well, here we go, ladies and gents. It's tied up 1-1. Swing map now on Decoy Hardpoint. We'll see how it comes together, as it's going to be C6 and Scummin already with 3 out of 4, and that's going to halt the push there for Hamza, as he's just going to really sit in the mid-map, see if he can pick off a couple of kills and allow his SMGs to try to get some presence inside of the hill. But Reader's kind of just playing the outskirts, trying to find any lingering players that are around the hill, and this has just been easy soaked up time. But there's the challenge. Joe will finally get in the hill, and now they can try to get some time of their own, unless C6 can come in and clean up everyone.
And just break every wall, just Chris Jericho it, just break the walls down, man. We don't need it. We need to get the stage 2 sooner rather than later. And yeah, that's where Gammon Bombs really come in handy, to be able to take care of a lot of these paper mache walls around these barns and such. But a solid P1 coming through for both these teams, just not letting anybody get away with much of anything at all. It'll actually be all buttoned up going in towards P2. Now, the closest spawns were there essentially for Team Crimsix, but there is a nice little avenue. Some timing was found by Joe and Hamza trying to battle for the spawns.
Big battle in the back right there. Hamza is able to find Reader, but he's got to keep his life, and his teammates now are with him, so they can just flood through, look to use the numbers. Let's see if they can find the break, and they do. So everyone drops, and now you got to break this from the front. Smokes are going down. Team C6 need to find some big key kills, and Reader and Unrational will deliver with a couple, but it's Envoy. Of course, it's Envoy alive for a second. C6 finds the Gammon to be able to at least trade him out. And Z-Lander now seeing if he can at least fight for the remaining 20 seconds, but will be cleaned up. So despite losing the spawns, Team C6 still showing that they can get in from the front, but it's only going to be for a limited time.
Yeah, and that's what matters the most, though, is that they were able to get into the front for any amount of time, to be able to contest that time once they ended up losing the spawns, just not letting Team Joa walking away with the potential 30, 35 seconds uncontested, just keeping it close between these two teams. Now, again, timing is everything on that north lane. Joa will be able to find it yet again. They're in a little bit of an isolated tango versus Unrational. They're able to find it, and that could open up things for the counterflank to come through of Envoy and Z-Lander.
Well, so Unrational just got 3 kills in that rotation, but no one was in the time. So like 10 seconds just went to game clock, and they were unable to accumulate any of that for their own score. And then they ended up losing the gun battles there at the front. Luckily, they have some presence due to the spawns in the back to get back in here, but there was still only about 37 to 44. So close game. 25 seconds left now on P3. Reader, 5 in a row. That means that he's got a glide, but will be unable to work towards any more streaks. That's still absolutely fine. Team C6, they're going to regain that lead. They're going to look to grab the remaining 15 seconds, but Envoy's here, and now he wants to try to fight for some of that scrap time too.
Couldn't have asked for a more competitive hardpoint here on Decoy between these two teams.
Truly.
Just, again, I know it's not totally tied, but it is absolutely tied as far as hardpoint is concerned in Call of Duty, going in towards another hardpoint, this time all the way on the back. This is, again, much like on PT, you could really influence the closer spawns, but look at the coordination. If there was there at all Team Joe just stacked past the 25-yard line, forcing Team 6 to spawn out. But Reader caused more than enough destruction to buy some time for the reinforcements to come across to the middle of the map. Yeah, Team Joe flipped out the spawns, but they didn't get as much time there while all the gunfights were ensuing. Glide bombs soon to follow, but Joe just setting up shop, setting up and soaking up time here on 4.
No value on the glide, and the spawns are still close. So Team Joe, they're just spawning right behind the hill, and you're just going to have to slay through about 2 or 3 waves before you really get in here confidently with the numbers, and you're seeing why. Joe from the side finds the pinch. Very nicely done. The double is secured, and this has been a solid hard point to get some real time to work yourself at least a little bit of a lead before the new hard point spawns. But as you see that new hard point, guess who it is here, Proper? Envoy's in the back. I think they might know about it, but you have to deal with them. You got to find the kill, and that is never easy when we're talking about Envoy.
And actually gets Z-Laner to spawn in on him, and that's before he found the elimination on a Crim. You know that Crim's definitely counting heads, reading nameplates and all. Like, hey, I haven't seen Envoy in a while. Reader's now going to be that player to try to hit the barracks road. We'll take care of Envoy, but the hit from the front inside of this office hill is just not as successful. So now Reader has to play their life, buy enough time so that way the reinforcements come through the front.
All through the front. Hamza's there. Finds the first kill. Try to challenge at the back. Gammon nade thrown out, but doesn't find the mark. Now needs to play his life. Reads it nicely in the back here. Oh, man. Snapped with that pistol. But it's C6 who lines up 3, and that clears out space. So, everyone now for Team C6 looking to just grab the remaining 15 seconds. Z-Laner and Hamza, they're able to find a couple of successful kills themselves. Coming goes to the knife for the 2K. Almost there for the 3rd. 5 seconds remain. Unrational will secure the remaining seconds. And now we go back to P1. Go through the resets. It will be Team Joe here first.
We'll be here first, but how long can you keep them at bay? Just all hitting that small courtyard just outside of this Energer house. And, well, they're actually dealing with it quite successfully. Look at the lead so far. Just already expanding past 30 seconds or so, just trying to push it that much further. Hamza is zoning away top courtyard, and this is one of those line of sights I was talking about with an AR. You can just cut down all these players, keep them weak before they can even think about getting inside P1.
Hamza on 3 in a row. Has a glide in his back pocket. Is he going to find C6? He doesn't, but his teammate will grab it for him. Now pushing up. Oh, that was a big gunfight there. It would have been an overlap of the glide, but at least an opportunity to maybe work for some more streaks there on top of it. Will be denied. Now in the back, we'll see if Z-Lander can try to sniff out C6. He'll sniff him out, but won't find the kill, and it's Crimsix for 2. I mean, they're so focused on the spawns back here that they've actually gifted over quite a bit of that scrap time here for Team C6, and now it's Scummins on 3 in a row, 4 in a row. He's finessing, he's weaving, he's bobbing, he's doing it all. Will there be a 5th in a row? He will find the kill, and now a glide bomb secured for another sub player.
Oh my goodness. They're going to be cleaned out with a stun grenade of all things to end a spree, but regardless, those score streaks have been earned, and Joe also calls one in. That's going to be the glide bomb. Envoy inside of this building is just being an absolute nuisance on the 3. Can't find the 4th. No streaks to really speak of, but the teammates of Team Joe are picking up where Envoy has left off. Unrational for a quick 2, but this hardpoint has been so scrappy, and Joe and all of their teammates are so fine with this because they have the lead. More Gammon bombs soon to follow. Another 2-piece from Unrational on 4 in a row.
Yeah, it's like these close quarter hills. You can only stay alive on it for so long because these players keep coming back off the respawn. They keep getting another Gammon bomb, and, well, they obviously keep on chucking it into the hill. So Team C6, once again, with a scrap time, but need to now focus on the rotation. C6 and Reader, they've come up with a couple of kills, and now it's coming in the back. What kind of damage can he do? The answer, he can't find anything. So that means that they're still going to control the spawns, but how long will it be for? Because now you got player 8 Unrational, who's been able to work back there, and it looks like we do have a flip. Scumman's going to call in that glide. C6, 3 from the front. Scumman grabs the 4th, and that means that Team C6 are back in control of the hard point.
I'm going to start recognizing that there are players starting to really put themselves inside of power control, inside of office. That will be dealt with, but the focus for the scrap time is still being battled over for Team Joe-O. Team Crim, they need this time more than Team Joe-O, and they understand that they're still spawning in closer towards this vehicle depot, but you can see what Joe-O is starting to do, just carving their way through this office side, just not letting Crimsix get in here as a 4-player squad, but they get the gunnies up first. They find themselves 3 in a row. Scumman in a very tough engagement versus Joe will clean things up, but it's scrap time before we focus on the rotation. Who's there first? It's C6.
C6 is there. A few extra seconds go over. Just separating the two by about 30 points right now. Z-Lander there for a couple. Scumman trying to answer with a couple back. But this is the money hill. This is the close spawn. Look at that spawn in the back. It is going to be so difficult to try and regain control unless you can get some numbers back here on the side of Team Joe-O. But the glide bomb comes on through. It does not find anything, as we won't see any kills here from the back. But will they be able to find an angle from the side? Trying to push through Boiler. C6 has picked it up and read it perfectly. There for 2 in a row, almost a third. But still, while all these kills happen, they have just been grabbing time for free.
Yeah, and you remember what happened on the previous set of hills during this one specifically, is that Team Joe were able to work their way in for the spawns, were able to flip things out, and that's where it really got an abundance of time, but not this go of things. Team Crim, actually, I mean, this is about to be a full 60 off of this hill. Not only do they get the lead, they're building the lead past 20 points or so. They'll be over the 200-point threshold, and Scumman's already trying to think ahead, plays the route man, but doesn't fully read how Envoy's already back here. The entire team is for Team Joe-O as they're setting themselves up for a Buddy Hill.
Oh, Z-Lanner! Oh, baby! That's a nice 3K right there on screen. Puts him up on 5 in a row. Glide bomb has been secured. A couple more kills could bring in the rest of the streaks. He's just got to land the shots. Long-range shots there under Reader. He is good for the strike. And now it's Presence. Back over to the hill. The spawns have flipped out. Team C6 in the back, and Crimsix will make sure that a bombing run will not come through for Z-Lander. But this is crucial time. 30 seconds. You can't let it go over if you're Team Joe-O. C6 from the side, pulls out that STG, grabs an MP40. He's ready for the next challenge. But you got to make this push right now if you're Joe-O. 20 seconds is huge, as it would just about lock in the game.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they won't close out the game, but they'll definitely lock it in. They'll put themselves with about, like, what, all of, like, 3 seconds to close it out. A clean kill feed comes through for Team C6. They will get the rest of these 6 seconds. It'll put them up to about 235 to the 188 of Team Joe-O, going in towards another set of hard points. Who's here first yet again? It's Team C6, who had just been racking up the eliminations, but it's Hamza who pulls out the MP40, whether it was found on the floor or not. They found value with it, and inside P1 we go. It's contested for the time being.
Well, it needs to be convincing now for Team Joe-O. 45 seconds left. Envoy grabs himself a nice one inside of the point. Now you can at least take a breath for a second, but there are still plenty of streaks in play. Here comes one of them. Glide bomb able to take out Envoy. Scumman comes through for a 2. That's the break you needed. Now you just need to deal with one more player in the zone. Unrational from the side. Will get stopped up with a Gammon, but he still wins the gunfight, and there is 4 down for the side of Team Joe-O. It could all end here on the P1 hill. Someone's got to contest. Somebody needs to break. Team Joe-O, they got a flood, and they got a flood now. They touch for a second, but it won't matter. The numbers are no longer there. Team C6, they go massive in the last 2 hills, and they will take the series lead.
It's such a competitive hardpoint. I mean, when you're thinking about Decoy as a whole, you got your 3 stages of the entire map. The beginning, of course, with all the walls. The second part, where half the walls are just gone. And then the third part, where there's absolutely no walls left on the map. And that second set of hills, I mean, all of Team Joe just did such a great job of just battling for the spawns, finding themselves straight, just having their X-Factor players, such as Hamza and Envoy, just going on a tangent, being able to find 3 and 4 pieces. Much like you saw there at the end of the second set of hills, with even Z-Lander zoning away inside the courtyard. Being able to find those 4 crucial eliminations just meant that the rest of Team C6 had to find another avenue to be able to push in towards that hard point. Once they finally got in, of course, they really sink their teeth in. I mean, that is just the final hard point demon that is Crim at the end of the day. When they know that they got to find themselves 3 eliminations in a row, they'll absolutely do it, much like the rest of their teammates following in suit.
Well, here we go, ladies and gents, our USAA coverage clip going back over that map. So many plays. I mean, you see it at the start. It was Team Joe Woe that led, and I think even built it up to about a 50-point lead at one point in time. But this was just so many big plays. Coming through with a nice 2K, getting involved in so many. That was the spree right here on screen that led towards that glide bomb that was influential for the future hills. So a lot of big moments, always staying in it, never really mattering, you know, how down they were in this hard point, Andy, but going big in the end. That's what we've come to know about a lot of the squads on the day, and every single hard point today as well has been so close. A nail biter, I mean, that's another example of it. And good news, we're going over towards another hard point to see if it'll be the same way.
Yeah, so we're headed over towards Bocage, will be that next hard point for us. And again, much like how we just saw on Decoy, a lot of walls can be taken down by gammon bombs, and you can find yourself a lot of cheeky angles when you're thinking about such influential hills, such as down there at 5, when you're thinking about what you can get from the Dovecot or the tower, or even what you can get off of P2 when you are thinking about that barn control. This kind of goes back to the same conversation point that we had on Tuscan when we are conversing and more theory crafting about what the weapon meta might actually be, you know, 3-1 very traditionally. This is where you want your up close and personal weaponry, right? I mean, the automaton again for Hansa might just be the go-to. We saw them find absolute value with the MP40. You want that because getting convincing gunfights in this map itself to get control, whether it's over by P3 inside the house or attic, or P4 for the barn. 4, 2, and 4, keep in mind, you all these double-story buildings, Austin, you can take so much quicker with a submachine gun over an AR.
Yeah, you can. I mean, it really does feel like the way to win this map is getting mixy with the sub. Get annoying, you know, roaming SMGs. If you're finding yourself in a position where you're good at finessing, then you're probably going to have a lot of fun on this map. It's just as simple as that. You're able to kind of weave in through a lot of different floors, a lot of different doorways, windows, you name it. So if you can just start to find some kills and just keep your life and stop those reinforcements and the next push from coming in, you can really, you know, stack up quite a bit of points on a lot of these hard points. But as we've been saying, every single one has just gone down to the wire here for us. And this is now, you know, interesting because, of course, we're in the lower bracket. So if Team C6 end up clutching up here, then they will move on to the losers final and they will send Team Joe Woe packing. But these guys came out fierce in just about every single hard point. It's just a matter of, you know, can they actually keep that consistency going throughout the entire map? You know, can they make sure they're not feeding over streaks? And that is something you have to be kind of wary from, you know, when you're looking at these hills where it's like, this is a money hill. Our last couple pushes have been shut down. Guys, we might have to be worried about, you know, feeding these guys too many streaks, especially on a map like this where there's some open hills like P1 and the trench hill and things like that.
And then when things start to snowball, especially like Bocage, when you're thinking about a team like Crimsix on Rational Scummin, I mean, these are just 3 out of the 4 names I know. Reader was also right there just holding their own, but at the end of it all, they are just having their way. They are setting the pace. They're putting that bar at the very top of the ladder, and then they're putting a ladder on top of that other ladder and then raising the bar that much further. They're playing so fast, and that's just, again, what we have known to come in love with the TTK in Vanguard and how the maps actually work with one another. A lot of engagements, but it's about coming out on top of those engagements. Scummin has been a big mainstay for this team of Crimsix on Rational right there, playing the hard point time, and then off of, I can only imagine, the veteran leadership coming out from Crim just makes things a lot easier for this team to be able to work with one another. I mean, I'm not inside their comms. I'm just assuming that's how it's all happening, but you're not wrong to bring up the conversation point. That Team Joe Woe have been keeping things very, very close all day long. And the reason being, again, I've been gassing them up all day long, and I will continue to do it all throughout Vanguard, is Hamza. I mean, Hamza, again, comes in towards this team as an AR player. The typical submachine guns we've been seeing from this team are Z-Laner and Envoy. And I'm not saying that Z-Laner is being had bad. He's just not finding as much value on the map as a submachine gun you would hope to do to partner along with Envoy. To keep up with pace with Envoy is not necessarily something that's easy to do. But if Hamza can get mixy with it with the automaton, or in certain hard points and certain rotations pull out a third or second submachine gun, we might see a little bit of a different pace be set here for Joe Woe on this map.
And I think like a map like Decoy is also a little bit harder for Envoy to run routes, simply because, I mean, it's just like the map's a little more enclosed, right? It's not easy to kind of get through, you know, being unseen. But you go to a map like Bocage here, and you do have that ability to sneak into the back and kind of play with some of this cover, you know, play within like the very back spawn where there's like a ton of bushes and trees and things like this. And this is, you know, something that Envoy is probably going to love. But that same note, I'm sure, you know, Crimsix on every rotation. Where's Envoy, guys? We haven't seen Envoy. He's making sure that they're cleaning things up in the back. Do not allow some of these flips to come through, because that's when we saw Team Joe Woe actually winning when they were controlling those spawns, when it was Envoy making the plays, but we haven't really seen anyone else in that roster go for some of those, proactive rotational spawns. That really has just come down to Envoy, and well, much expected as he's kind of taken that route man, name in the CDL, and he is also a CDL pro. So he's trying to do some of that heavy lifting, trying to do some of that macro for his squad. And I mean, you have to make sure that's really coming to life, I feel like, if you're Team Joe, and you're going to have a chance up against Team Crimsix that have just been more consistent, as I was saying before, as we go further and further throughout the map. They've also done an excellent job of making sure that they get a lot of streaks in play. We saw multiple times they were coordinating their hits with glide bombs coming through in the back so that they could flip out those spawns. And that is a huge part of this Bocage map as well. You have to make sure that you're controlling the back of tin when that field hill populates. You're controlling silo when you move down to trench. It is very important. We'll see how much presence comes in. I believe we're getting ready to load into this map. If you're a fan of Team Joe, you're gonna have to send them your energy, because this very well could be their last map on the day here, Andy, as long as Team C6 can keep doing what they've been doing. And so far, it's been getting better and better as we've been watching them.
Just get a spirit bot reference out of Austin Vision's Neoing. I'm hyped now for this hard point. Let's go. Yeah, give them their energy. Here we go. Bocage hardpoint to start things off. I mean, it's hard to really say if there's a favorite side of this map. I mean, if you start off on the west side, yeah, the P2 spawns will be here, but P1 is just so mixy. It's really just about who can try to get their way inside of Barn first. And so far, it is Team Crim that's able to do it, just keeping all of Joe closer towards that river.
Well, from the side on Rational, we'll find a freebie, and well, that's a good timing because everyone else ends up dropping at the same time too. So we'll see Team C6 get some presence on the hill, but only about 15 seconds will remain on it, and not a whole lot of time has gone over to either one of these squads. So we look towards the rotation. It's right in front of Unrational if you're unfamiliar with it, and Unrational is also one off a glide. We talked about streaks and how important they can be, and it will not come through, at least at this rotation, as Unrational will be shut down, but the spawns in the back have been secured, and now they can look to get themselves the setup intact here for Team C6.
And this could be a very hard point to break. If you don't deal with some of these players that have the AR headies from some of these tanks, it becomes an absolute nuisance to deal with. But there it is. Again, you brought up Envoy, the route player. I mean, they not necessarily always kind of pave their way through a lot of these routes. They will carve their way through a lot of these routes with the MP40 TTK, but close spawn still ensuing here inside of the stall tin area for Team Crim, so they can reinforce this area. But Joe still doing a good job of keeping this hard point scrappy and contested.
C6 for 3. Will he be able to get all 4? And Rational will take it from him, but still, you'll love to see that clean out there in front of the hill. 20 seconds of scrap time up for grabs on Rational with a nice challenge. Throws the Gammon out. He is behind people. He's just absolutely shamovin' on the map. Finds himself 3 before being taken down, and that will give them and secure the scrap time. And now, if you're Team Joe, well, you need a setup at this new hill, and it's already being broken. Scummon finds the first one, and Rational almost there for 2, but Envoy goes clutch with a 3-piece. But will they be able to get the time? Look at the spawns here. They're still in the back, but you can get spawn trap back here if you're not careful.
Yeah, you absolutely can, especially when you're looking at what Crim's starting to pull with the MP40, even with the slight reflector sight. That thing is a monster. I don't know what made the decision going back and forth between iron sights, but Crim doesn't care. He's able to find themselves another in towards the back. Team Joe are still able to find refuge inside of this house for P3 so far, getting themselves slowly working back inside this hard point. I mean, it's only a 36-second lead, but again, you start talking about the pace for Team Crim, a point that I brought up it just really continuously. The only person that's really able to set up against them so far has been Envoy. Hamza, unfortunately, double negative, 3 and 7 so far.
Well, C6, I mean, he was about 1 and 6 before that 8 spree, so he just turned up, fully streaked out. That is going to be big now for all the future hills. You're seeing Reader. He's going to clean up a couple players in the middle of the map here, trying to make a rotation just a little bit easier. And now we'll take over the second floor. Unfortunate timing on the nade, but Reader will punish. And I mean, Reader is also starting to move as he finds himself on 4. This one off of that glide, but this at least gives his team some room to push up and contest the point.
Off that 8 spree. Really streaked out of their eyeballs already, but they're not done with the gunny. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
All right. Just clean the hands up. Yep, just quick low 3-piece for Crim. All right, 35 seconds left to play inside P4. All of Barn control there for Team Crim. The backside of Barn inside the meadow, all there for Crim. Finally, Team Joa will be able to reconcile with some of the unfortunate gunfights that have been coming their way. We'll work back in for some scrap time. It's still competitive. It's only just about 40 seconds between these two teams before we see 5.
And that bombing run has come through. We'll see if it gets any damage done. C6 also comes into the hard point with Reader. Nice trades back and forth, but The remaining time still up for grabs. Scummin will he be able to press the advantage? Only comes up with 1. So 87 to 43. We move over to Trench. That bombing run might actually take out quite a few teammates here. We'll see. It is just unrational, but that does unfortunately take them off of the zone. The spawns are still in the back for Team C6, but Envoy's position here could disrupt everything.
He's trying to whether block or find some spawn kills. Now, they will be able to flip out the spawns, but didn't exactly find an abundance of eliminations now, did they? Hamza, long-range engagement with the M4 to be able to find one. We'll see more players on the backside of this water wheel alley. And they'll slowly work their way in. Again, another 28 seconds coming through, but that's what it really feels like for Team Jowo through this first set of hills, isn't it, Austin? And they're able to get themselves like 10, 15, 20 seconds at the bare minimum before Crim is just right back in it with all of their teammates just to get it back in their favor.
Oh, okay. So we will get something out of C6 here with the streak this time around. It does break open the hill, but it's only for a second. Irrational comes up with 1. Time will go neutral for a few seconds, but Z-Lander will hop on it and make sure scrap time will be secured. See a couple of hits there for the scrap time, seeing if they can at least find the exits, but back over to P1. And this is all about really getting your subs just into some of these difficult positions inside of the house, just being able to roam around like we were talking about before the map. And so far, so good for Team C6. I mean, Crimsix himself is doing exactly that as he's doing little 180s, turning and snapping, and he's keeping another spree going up to 3 in a row for Crim as he'll finally be taken down.
He's just flying through 23 and 14 for Crim. And that little spinorama that we saw there at the edge of the water wheel, I mean, yes, it was versus Envoy, say what you will, but Crim was literally one shot. It just took a cold gust of wind to blow them over, but, I mean, it's Crim. If you don't think that they're going to ego challenge everything this side of the Mississippi at this current juncture of time for Vanguard, then you are surely mistaken. 121 to 75, Team Crim in towards the second set of hills has a very convincing lead over their adversaries at Jowo.
Team Jowo might be eliminated from the tournament unless they can start to turn up. They have led just about every single hardpoint except for this one, but halfway through it, it's still Team 6 putting the pedal to the metal. But now they have to try and break the spawn. Player 3 in the back, it will be Crimsix himself. We'll see if he can flip him out. He is back there. Will this be enough for a block? It's not enough for a block. The spawns are still here. Crimsix will drop, and they still have control of the hill. This is what you needed to see. 20 seconds has gone over. They still have the spawns, and this is the chance maybe for a full hill, but the streaks are going to start to come through to get them off of it.
Yeah, and they're all going to stay trapped like rats inside the barn, and that just allowed Reader's flank on the backside of the meadow just so much more potent. They will go down, but the continuation of the pinch from Team Crimsix will be effective for them to work back in for the scrap time of P2, which is just annoying if you are Team Joey. You have to set up, but all the resources being utilized, and then soon eliminations following, going in towards the rotation. We'll actually see Crim getting up close and personal to where the hill is rotating towards. They will be dealt with. Closer spawns should actually be here for Team Jowo, the middle of the map being secured but for them as well. They're set up for another hill here, Austin, but they gotta hold it.
Envoy, you know, he's not having the best of maps at the moment, 23 and 26. I mean, based off what we've seen from him in a lot of these hard points, he has led that slaying category almost throughout the entire game, but we'll have to try and maybe step things up if Team Jowo are going to stay in it. We'll see. Starting to get down by about 40 points now as the hill goes back and forth. This time it's Unrational that cleans things out in the front. Comes away with the 2-piece, and now the spawns in the back will be locked for Team C6. Team Jowo, they got 30 seconds here on this hill. They got to find a break, and you feel like it's got to be now.
Oh my God. So we're trying to slide on in towards Reader, just completely just rips off their head. 15 seconds left to battle over inside of this house hardpoint. And Team Jowo are still trying to throw everything they possibly can, and they're still down by a whole hard point. So going in towards this barn hill of P4, they need it again to be a strong one. I will continue to say that, yeah, Envoy is -5, 25 and 30. Hamza has certainly turned things around. Last time I noted their KD, they were double negative. Yeah, that was at the 3 and 7 margin, but now they're up to 30 and 22. Picking up that second submachine gun. Envoy looking to keep that pace with their teammates so far. Does find another 2, but it creates the space for all of Team Jowo to try to get set up inside this barn.
Coming for 2. Unrational follows it up, but unfortunate. Stun will take out Unrational, as you're just going to have to see the battle here. And this is really the battle of stuns and nades in this hill. I mean, you don't really see a whole lot of control, but Hamza does try to make something happen from the side. You can even see more subs coming out on the map just to try to put some more pressure on the point itself. But it has been Team C6 with the spawns, with the hill time, everything building their lead further and further. And now Reader and Scummin also find some value from the front here. You need something, and it's got to be now. Z-Lander, is he the one to do it? He finds the big kill. Wants to fight for that scrap time, and it would be big. But Team C6, they move back in here proper. They get that scrap time, and now they're up over a full hard point as we transition to a new hill.
A ruthless aggression coming out from Team Crimsix. Scummin's up to 34 and 30. Crim damn near a 40 bomb, 37 and 25, 31 and 23 for Reader. Unrational 26 and 28, but 2 minutes and 15 seconds of OBJ time. They just, from top to bottom, this team is just firing off on all cylinders, just able to capitalize on a lot of the different chaos, reading the spawns. Scummin, oh my god, what was that on the Hamza? Finds himself a two-piece, will be traded for their cause, but 30 seconds left to battle here, Austin. 4P5. Joe, if they can get the rest of this, will only make this a 30-second point game, but Crimsix off of the pinch. They find themselves the eliminations necessary to make that storyline not even plausible.
Yeah, and the key to this hill is controlling the top. If you control the top, you just got to watch down low. And you do have a player over here that's been basically roaming around up top here. Scummin's going to reinforce the hill just in case he's ready to fly out, and we'll take Envoy down from the side. 7 seconds remain. This is great time here. Any time really is great time for Team C6 as they're just about 27 points away from moving on to that losers final. They're already on P1. Hamza and Envoy, they're trying to go big. They're trying to step it up, and you need everything out of every single player right now on Team Joe Woe if you're going to work back in the game.
If there's ever a time, if there's ever a place, it's right now here in the lower semifinals. Be able to step on up, 3 eliminations, get traded back for 2 from Team Crim. What they need, a clean kill feed coming out from Crim to close out this game.
Oh man, it is just looking worse and worse right now for Team Joe Woe. This could be it. Everyone absolutely going off.
Man.
They're rushing to the hill, but Team C6, they are just finding every single elimination on the map. Scummin is flying through doors. C6 earns himself another set of streaks just to top it off, and you only need 4 more seconds. C6 gonna press forward. Maybe use some of those streaks. They have the spawns for new, and they have everything they need to close this game out. Reader will stop the players from getting across the point. The final seconds, one last contest. You gotta find every single kill and play perfect hard point. That's not gonna happen. Team C6, they'll close out the series 3-1 and move on to the losers finals.
Yeah, I mean, every single hardpoint was certainly close until, about the final rotation. I mean, even this started to really go completely awry in towards the second. I mean, Hamza through the first set just could not keep up. Envoy was having a great first set of hills. Then once we ended up seeing Crim picking up that other submachine gun, the pace just got dialed up. If it was already at a 10 for that squad, it got dialed up to about a 12, maybe 13 with the amount of buildings and the amount of tight corridors that were being completely jurisdicted by all of Team Crimsix. Just so annoying to deal with when you're thinking about Bocage as a hardpoint map, that if your submachine guns can't level out that playing field, you're almost never breaking inside those hills.
Incredible stuff for Team C6. And now we'll take a look at our USAA coverage clips to see how everything kind of played out. If you're just tuning in, well, it was a very back and forth series, a lot of nail biter hard points, but this one just a tad bit more convincing. It felt like as Team C6 kept going throughout the series, maps just kept going a little bit more in their favor as it went longer and longer, but a very nice series out of them. Everyone getting involved, even Scummin with a big shout out here, dropping almost 50 kills by the end of it. And of course, the objective man, Unrational. I mean, who does it better? This guy's always got plenty of time in the hill as he locked in a good 2 minutes and 30 seconds in that one.
It ain't much, but it's honest work.
Honest work.
It's just one of those things. Again, you have the coordination coming through from Irrational Scummin from Warzone as well. The veteran voice of all of Call of Duty's history of Crimsix being able to bully their way through these lobbies and understand what needs to be done at certain points. I mean, this squad, you may not really recognize it. Just like, oh, they're just Warzone players, right? Like, no, they got the gunny. You better watch out.
Yeah, they got the gunny. Well, we also have the lovely Katie Bedford standing by here for us. Got to watch that entire series. A very fun series, Katie. A lot of back and forth, close clips throughout the entire way. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? How are you feeling? How's it going?
What an incredible ending, and I think you gotta give props, right? Of course, Unrational, we say it with a laugh because the objective time is so outrageous, but you really have to understand kind of what's special about Unrational. Even if he's getting outslayed or if he's going even, doesn't really matter. He does such effective job of staying on the point and staying alive while he's there. And let's talk about Reader as well. An outstanding performance from him in that final closing hard point. I think was able to get himself that glide bomb right there at the end on top of Crim. Also having streaks. It felt like every time I turned around and looked at their team, someone had streaks. That did not seem fun for Team Joe at all.
No, it didn't. I mean, it's just like that much more that you have to deal with. Not only do you have to somehow hold these hard points, but you got to worry about bombing runs coming through. You got to worry about constant glide bombs flipping out.
Everyone
spawns,
has to worry about the bombing run. Let's be real.
You're right. You're right there.
Stuck in cover.
But I mean, I think it was really just the usage of the glide bombs that controlled the spawns. Like every single time they called one in, it's because someone on Team C6 was ready and in position to try and flip that out, and they just had that perfect comms, the perfect coordination, and I mean, that's the benefit of earning yourself kill streaks. It makes it that much easier to play for those rotations.
It really rewards you for finding an abundance of kills. Again, finding 5 eliminations in a row is no easy feat when you're in these stacked 8 lobbies that we've been seeing throughout the entirety of the day for the players that are able to find it. Plus, the players that are able to find success with those kill streaks as well, because the timing to be able to find value with the strafing and bombing run, we haven't seen the utmost success with it today, but at least what we saw in that previous map, it got more kills on the enemy team than it did your own for Team Crim. So thumbs up here.
Yeah, a thumbs up indeed. And hey, we've been talking about it. Teamwork makes the dream work. Chemistry is getting it done. And once again, the teams that are pushing forward, moving on to the losers final, entering into the grand final, are the teams that consistently have that teamwork. So congratulations to Crimsix and co. They're moving on to our losers final. And also, guys, if you missed it on Twitter, I don't know how you could have, unless you're just hanging out here with us the whole day, but New York Subliners announced on December 11th at 5 p.m. in New York City. They're coming and they're hosting a Die Hard themed holiday blowout party. I love Die Hard, my favorite holiday movie personally. Crim, Clay, Paco, Neptune, Swish, Aiden, everyone's going to be there, guys. You can hang out with them 1v1, grab a drink, enjoy the holidays with exclusive merch on sale. I know you all love your merch, so make sure to look for some of the giveaways from New York Subliners partners like Game Fuel and Astro, and tickets are on sale right now, guys, so do go check it out. And hey, what better time to go check out those tickets than during this break?
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the delay, but apparently some days you have to tell CDL pros how the veto process works. But we're good to go for losers finals. We have our final 3 squads. Tommy's team waiting the grands. We've got Team Crimsix going up against Team Jukie's. And, let's just go through what we have right here for the map set first and foremost. I want to get your guys' thoughts on it before we jump into game.
Yeah.
We've got a double dose of Bacage for the first and second. Berlin there for the second hard point as map 3. Tuscan for map 4. And then Berlin would be there for map number 5. Katie, any particular thoughts on the matchup or the maps, whichever you prefer?
I mean, I think right off the rip, those hard points, especially Bocage, we've seen how chaotic it is and how back and forth it can be. So really, that's going to feel like an endurance race for me almost, right? It's not a hard point that's a sprint. It's going to take a long time. There's going to be a lot of engagements consistently. But honestly, for S&D maps, I really like it a lot. So I'm looking forward to seeing that.
I think this entire series, this best of 5 series here, Alan, actually plays to a lot of the strengths of what we've been seeing from Team Crimsix, especially going back to that lower semifinals. Their pace is really setting a bar for a lot of these teams to try to match with. The biggest problem with Team Jukie's all day is that they've been trying to keep up with what Robstars is they've been able to do. Scraps has been that player that's been trying to keep up with that pace with their quote-unquote SMG duo on the day, but even so, Crimsix is a 4-player roster. All 4 of them have been firing off on all cylinders, and you cannot let them blaze through all of these hardpoint rotations.
Yeah, you bring up a really solid point there. On the flip, just to kind of, fill a little bit of time here, how about Unrational? I mean, we kind of, mean to at the beginning of the day saying he was going to be that OBJ guy.
Right.
Katie, he's still been that OBJ guy. And hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I think is kind of the storyline right there for Team Crimsix.
Look, he knows his role and he is playing it to great effect. And something I love about the storyline, and I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but it's following a very similar trajectory to what we saw Crimsix and Unrational do alongside Clayster and Hydra in a 20K tournament a couple days ago, which was a losers round 1 all the way into the grand final. And they started in this tournament in losers round 2 and now have found themselves in the losers final. So I'm really excited to see how this run-in is shaping up. And who knows, maybe Unrational, Gary the Snail, he's got that extra magic and I'm here for it.
Look, the snail gameplay, I think, is just a little bit a step too far, a bridge too far, because these hard points have been fast and they have been crazy, but we're just about ready to go. We've got, again, that double dose of Bocage to start things off, and then a map 3 Berlin. Let you guys take it away. Katie, Proper, have a good one.
Thank you so much, Shift and Proper. It's time to get things started with the countdown. Just 2 seconds until the losers final begins. Team Jukie's and Team Crimsix going head-to-head in a map that gets chaotic real quick, Proper, and, well, none other than Crimsix himself opening with a first blood.
Yeah, and much like Shift was talking about, I mean, the hard point in the way that the pace actually plays, barring maybe even Berlin to slow things down, it's just so fast, especially when you're thinking about Bocage. Every single hard point is just damn near in the center of the map, barring maybe P5 or 2, but yeah, very scrappy opening start, but Crim able to start off with at least that first blood. Reader and Scummin trying to pick up where they left off. We'll bar there, or we'll give them actually about 15 seconds, though. Team Jukie's making the heads-up play. It's actually Jukie's themselves hitting the OE. Does find Reader in the back. It's not enough to influence the spawns, but it certainly opens up the tank avenue to rotate across for the P2 side.
Yeah, and despite the kill feed leaning toward Team Jukie's, they haven't been able to accrue much time here. Granted, at the very beginning, 17-4, not nearly as bad as we've seen from some of the hard points, but Irrational yet to get on the board. The only one who's still searching for a kill, but what we know he does best, sitting on the hard point here. A little bit of shaky shots onto Scraps, not quite able to connect, but hey, Scum in there with the double and Crim following up with a nade to take Scraps out means they will be on the hill first, but this triple push coming in, make it a quad all the way from Team Jukie's. If they can stop this initial funnel, they should get a lot of time here, and it looks like they're doing just that.
Yeah, the big tug of war towards the back there. 14 C6 as they were able to battle out for those tin spawns. Finally came through in a 2.5-player push while they were also battling for the barn rooftop. Wonderful break does come through quite timely for Team Crimsix as Team Jukie's was really starting to look at a setup. I mean, you had Scraps on the backside of 10, but everybody else was more or less just funneled in and around that tree line over by those tanks. So not a very strong setup. And now we got to focus our rotation over towards the house with the attic. spawns will be here closely for Team Jukies, you would hope. But with player number 5 of Jukie trying to play that very long route, kind of opened up a little bit of avenues for Team C6 to try to work their way inside the hill early.
Yeah, you said that just in time. My cat's trying to manhandle his way right in front of my monitor. And Chief, I need you not to do that because we're here to watch Team Crimsix and Team Jukie. It's not you looking for attention and affection. And look at that reader, 10 and 6, trying to keep pace with Scraps and doing a good job of it, as is Scummin. And I think that's something that's been very impressive from this team. When you look at them, a lot of them you wouldn't immediately associate with respawn game modes. You'd mostly associate, hey, they're Warzone players. They have done a very good job of consistently keeping up in the slaying department. And they're going to have to do that here because Robstar is a kill away from getting himself a glide bomb. And, well, Reader ruining the fun before he uses a chance to get the first streak on this map.
Rational not having a fun time so far. 3 and 10 for them. 13 seconds inside the hill. And you want to basically think about how the playbook works for Team C6 on hardpoint. It's to open up the elimination tunnels, make sure that Reader, Scummin, and Crim can open up the floodgates for Unrational to get inside that hill. But easier said than done here on a map like Bocage when Scraps is 16 and 8, double positive for the kid. Still about 30 seconds behind, but this hardpoint is a scrappy one inside a barn. Very contest heavy. But it comes down to who can get up top and who can really influence a lot of those different angles as Crim cleans things up with a double kill out of the Gammon Bomb.
Look, if there's one thing I know, it's that if we're in hardpoint and Gary's negative, they're winning the map. This is how it's gone for me every time I've seen Unrational play in these, and there's some magic there. I don't know exactly what it is, but Scummin on a multi-kill was looking to get himself a streak, but will be cut down before he gets too close. And Unrational accruing that objective time, sitting on that hill and looking at 97 to 45, 3 picks away from breaking 100, which they will do so now. And Scraps, you might be 18 and 12, but if you can't get onto the point, it doesn't make enough of a difference. And that's actually something Proper we've also seen in prior teams. For example, Team Isaac. They were doing a very good job in the slaying department, but they were not translating that slaying power into setting up on hills, rotating, and being able to hold effectively. And it seems like, at least so far, as they get onto the hill first and they have a setup, Team Jukies has been struggling until now. We'll see if they can hold.
Yeah, you bring up a great point. I mean, Scump was dropping like 52 bombs for the L. On this specific map mode combo. It's got to be cohesion coming through, capitalizing off of the eliminations that are currently being found, and Scummin, Reader, Crimsix, and Unrational are able to do all of that. But inside P5 has been a very strengthy hold so far for Team Jukies. Much like how Austin alluded to earlier, the way this hardpoint does work, if you can continuously cycle players out inside that tower, up on the high ground, you can keep Team Crim away from this Riverwalk. But without they got in, you have a little bit of cover playing with that car in the tunnel down low. Scummin soaking up the rest of this time as the rest of the team hits through the middle of the map, setting themselves up for the second set.
Yeah, and Unrational, look at it. He's already there and waiting, trying to get top barn control. He'll have to get the kill. Can he do it? Yes, that's a big moment. Get Scraps out of that power position. Middle map on that second story. And look at that kill feed. It is all Crimsix. It is all blue. And they have a nice rotation onto the next hill. They were able to deny time from Team Jukies despite their setup. And, well, Nathan, your teammates is not going to make things much easier. And Crim, look at that. Every single time he's in that kill feed, it is a double, it is a triple. Crimsix 20 and 15. Scummin right ahead of him at 21 and 13. Excellent job out of the pair of them. But take a look, Jukies and Scraps. Again, this is what we're talking about. The slaying is very even between them. A similar sort of a struggle between Robstar and Unrational. But when you have that teamwork, that's going to make the difference. And that is why Team Crimsix has double the points right now.
It's all just about space denial, right? Especially when you're thinking about maps like Decoy or here on Bocage. To get inside some of these power positions, back stall is where Scummin will be cut down. That's a great kill to be able to find if you're Robstar. A very timely 3-piece, actually, to break inside this hill. And Rational is up top on the roof of Barn, just trying to play the discipline, waiting to see if anybody spawns in. Scummin sure will, but that will be a point of envelope to try to push on forward. Robstar now off of this glide bomb. See if they can find anything. This could bring them back into the game.
Yeah, and he'll use that to be able to take out Crim. A really good moment. I love that you called that out because why? You're able to open up some breathing room. But unfortunately, despite that, Scummin flying in and Crim with a glide bomb of his own, not able to connect. Despite all of that, you actually lost a decent chunk of time on the hill. So good news, Team Crimsix wasn't getting it, but bad news, you bring in that streak and you're able to get a kill feed that's all yellow, but it didn't translate to a ton of time. You're still 10 seconds away from being able to break the 100-point mark. Team Crimsix, they're working on 200. So I think overall a decent hill for them, but maybe could have capitalized a bit more, but we'll see how they do as they push into break Team Crimsix. They have the spawns, they have the setup. If they can get a fast break here, then we're gonna have a tie game very quickly.
And this time of that glide bomb before the rotation actually is needed for Team Jukies would have been a lot more influential at this current juncture of time, you would assume, to keep them trapped inside the house, and then the strafing run doesn't find anything, but who cares about any of that? STGs, MP40s, we got the gunny, there it goes. 4 for 2, Crim trying to do it all. Will finally be cut down. A very nice break with 35 seconds remaining.
That's exactly what they needed to do. Proper and Scraps now looking for another kill to get a glide bomb of his own. He'll find it by shooting on Rational in the back. Streaks across the board. Actually, I didn't realize Jukie stole that away from him. So Scummin and Robstar, oh, that's why you gotta be careful of that streak, because it does not care what team you are on. If you are in its path, you are going down. So not only is there a double team kill, but Scraps dies before he can get his streak as well. And now it's Robstar's turn, but with a nade blowing up in your face, this has been a disaster for the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, also very smart call there from Team Crim, knowing for the rotation from 3 to 4 from that house over towards the barn. Not exactly a long one. They'll hold the close spawns. They're trying to keep Jukie trapped over inside these hedgerows spawn area, but being able to hit it just for the scrap time leader's advantage is surely a thing. Calls in another one, takes down their own teammate. Crim with the Gammon Bomb cleans things up, but the spawns have essentially flipped. Now Jukie's in their roster. They are in towards this barn. Hardpoint looking to lock things down, diminishing the point lead that Team Crim has.
Yeah, and Crimsix with a triple, he'll end up falling, but actually they've done a great job, despite not having the spawns or the opening setup, of getting into barn, getting into this hill, and breaking it instantaneously. And now with the contest, it keeps leaning toward Team Jukie's ways. Jukie gets a nice opening kill, and look at that kill feed. Scraps with a triple, pushes them off. The deficit is being cut down slowly but surely. Team Crimsix, now you might still have a lead, but you are not the one who is in control of this map, especially when Team Jukie seems to be racking up streak after streak.
And they were able to hold on to the east side of the map, too. Remember how crucial this was in the first go of things on P5. Scumman's going to try to make the play. They'll go ahead and drop down. Nobody going to see this, man. No, Scraps was looking the opposite way. They'll lose their head because of it. Up inside the Dovecot. Scumman's just finding way too much value. Someone trade this, man. Close spawns are here for Team Jukies, but look at the reinforcement that Team Crim has on the hill.
What a play out of Scummin. 3 kills in a row in key positions. Gets away with his life despite being in the firing line of their spawn. And Robstar, those streaks are just not doing anything to help you at this point. A teammate and Unrational taken down. Now no one on the hill. Team Crimsix, they're past the 200-point mark. And that play from Scummin cut Team Jukies off of the knees.
40 seconds in between these two teams. This was a solid hardpoint lead going in towards the second set, but now going in towards the third. You're not too far off if you are Team Jukies. You need a solid hardpoint, whether it's keeping P1 scrappy or looking towards P2 to make it a money hill. That's exactly what happened in towards the second set. Jukies is trying to upset the order in the backline. Reader actually turns and burns onto Jukies, so P1 will be set up. Both teams on opposite sides. The biggest player right now is Robstar, who's really picked things up. I mean, they were about double, triple negative in the first set of hills. Yeah, now up to 31 and 29, influencing their play outside of that water wheel alley.
I'm so glad that you saw that too. I was actually looking at how Unrational was doing, and I remembered that Robstar had been struggling, and that's just not the case anymore. He's really picked it up for his team and has become a crucial asset in this back and forth battle. Again, if you're just tuning into the Nysl 25K Crossfire, this is map number 1 of the losers final. Whoever wins this series is going on to challenge Team Tommy in the grand final. $12,000 for first place, and this map could set the tone for how things are going to shake out. Losers final, whoever falls here takes third. And well, 214 to 180. Team Crimsix looking to start this off up a map, make a dominant statement. Scraps, the first one to hit over 40 kills, 42 and 33 over a minute of hill time, doing everything he can. But what do you think has been going wrong for them as they cut down on this? They've got the hill, and maybe this is where they overtake and get that lead change. But what has been just keeping them slightly behind Team Crimsix so far, Proper?
I mean, it could be the late resurgence from Mobstar. Again, very slow start from them. but they just found 4 in the back over by the salt. They single-handedly opened up the floodgates for these P2 spawns. I think that that's one of the biggest problems that they had in the early goings, but you immediately correct that. Scraps has been a consistency for them. Jukie's has slowed down marginally, but now they're falling into their own, being able to stay alive as at least 3 players. Glide bomb being called in for Scraps. A lot of information, no eliminations, but here comes the hit from the front.
And they're at least able to contest, but Scummin and Crimsix with those opening means they will be able to get some small amount of scrap time, but you have to be careful because the score is too close for you to rely on winning on scrap time alone. And with a full wipe, sending all of Team Crimsix back to spawn, and Robstar just grinding them into dirt with some extra kills on top of it. Now 1 away from a glide bomb on Rational, trying to make something happen in the back. Flies through the back window, or at least we'll get some shots into Scraps before avoiding breaking his shins and just going through the front door. But Robstar trying to call that out, able to connect with Reed, not able to get much else. And in the meanwhile, Team Crimsix, they are on the point. FIFA doing everything he can. Proper, this is back and forth. It's mayhem on the hill, and Team Jukies, they are 5 seconds away from taking the lead.
20 seconds from the game actually closing down. You can see the game clock, 25 seconds. If this continues to be contested, we'll see this go down towards the game clock, or if no team gets on the hard point, the same thing might actually end up happening. 8 seconds is the difference in between these two teams. Still battling over the scrap time. It is down to 8 seconds. Big Gamma bombs coming through. We'll fully clear all of Team Jukie's off, but if you are Team Crim, you'll soak up this time before focusing on the rotation. 4 seconds are all they need, Katie.
4 seconds, but once again, for 3 hills in a row, actually make it 4. They are not the ones on the point first, and FIFA with a flurry of kills. There's only 19 seconds left on the clock, but either of them can win it on the point. Time is ticking down. There's only a 4-second difference, but 14 seconds, you cannot afford a contest. If your team Jukie's 13.9 on the clock, and it doesn't matter, Team Crimsix, they look like they might falter at the very end, but they pull through in a close, hard point. Robstar coming alive, doing everything he could for Team Jukies, but Proper at the very end there, some resilience out of Team Crimsix despite not being the first one to the hill 4 hills in a row.
36 untraded eliminations for Robstar, by the way. There's no way that that was in the first set of hardpoints. There's just absolutely no I refuse to believe that. But you asked me towards the tail end of those rotations, what was the biggest benefit or the biggest problem for Team Jukies trying to go tit for tat for rotation inside of Hill as we take a look at our USAA coverage clips here, Katie. It comes down to Robstar. You can see right here at the beginning, 2 and 6 start for them. Skip forward. I strongly recommend you viewers at home to look at what Robstar's KD is at. It was when they started turning and influencing the map that what you saw Scraps earlier on doing that started to make this 50, 60 point lead that Team Scream had into about a marginal 10 to 15 or so. Their P5 setups were always so good, focusing on the high ground continuously, but it was every other hill once we were talking about holding on to 3, even with the close response. Team Crim always contested from the front, especially P4 in the first and second hardpoint rotation as well. They had the close response inside of 2, but Team Crim's was just so good at contesting it from the front. You cannot allow Team Crim to continuously keep things contested from the front and expect to win the game when you are slaying out the way that we saw from Robstar and Scraps.
We just watched him go from 20 and 24 to 47 and 37 toward the end of that hard point. And unfortunately, it came a little bit too late for them. But that's what we were talking about before we actually got into the map, right? I believe, Proper, that I made that point about the interactions. Something about the Bocage map just does not usually lend itself to a team stomping another team. You haven't really seen a lot of 250s to 50s on this map, or 250s to 100 because of the location of those spots, the location of those hills. You are able to get into the action very, very quickly, even if you die. That's why we've been seeing this crazy kill counts, and of course, the clock running out and getting to that 250 tick. But a good start for Team Crimsix to go up 1-0 here in the losers final.
So we'll stay on Bocage, but the game mode will change into game number 2. It'll be a search and destroy, and you're absolutely right to say, as far as hardpoints are concerned, very tough to try to snowball these tight-knit corridors. But S&D, not the same by any stretch. You can really steamroll round after round, especially when you're considering where a lot of these bomb sites are located at. B might just be one of the biggest focus when you're having this conversation, just because the longer line of sight that does offer itself, all the way from the Willow Tree down the river lane, all the way essentially over towards the opposite spawn. If you try to work through the middle of the map, you could get cut down from the top of the roof of the attic inside of that window. This is just a certain map that if you are just not tiptoeing and clearing out every single corner or playing for the trade, can absolutely snowball out its way. And we've seen that happen throughout the tournament so far, especially on this map mode.
Yeah, and what's been interesting too is watching the decision making from these players at S&D when it comes to the destructible environment, because at the beginning you have far more leeway on what you want to bust down like the Kool-Aid man, what you want to melee, what openings and sightlines you want to create. But the longer a round goes on, the less you are afforded the time to be able to do that. Not to mention sound listening becomes so much more important, and you can't feasibly just run around busting everything down because they'll figure out exactly where you are. So watching that adaptation as those rounds go on and these players finding exactly the pressure points and the angles they can create and what's going to be most important has been an evolution on a map like this as well, because especially around that middle area, there's so many destructible environments that can kind of give you sightlines, whether it's onto the second story of a map or to watch a push down the middle or on the left or right lane. Those are going to be really crucial to success as well, to be able to at least relay that information to the team.
And Dead Silence is back too. You know, speaking about Search and Destroy as a whole, for the field upgrade of Dead Silence, it offers a lot of playmaking potential, whether it's at the beginning of the round, whether you're in a 1v-odd situation. We saw a lot of players such as Tommy able to do that on maps like Tuscan. Bocage is not too far away from that as well. All the different avenues, getting inside the enemy team's head, all the nooks and crannies when you're thinking about the barn, the house, the attic. You thought it was bad inside Hardpoint. Just imagine when respawns are taken off the table to know where some of these players are just ratting out inside some of these buildings, just waiting to pounce on your unforced error.
If you're Team Jukies right now, you're down 0-1. It's the semifinal. This is a pretty important map. You don't want to have to rely on a reverse sweep to earn yourself a ticket to the grand final. What do you think are the important keys for them here going into Bocage? You were just on this map, but as we said, Hardpoint S&D, not anything similar about them at all. So keys to success here for Team Jukies to be able to even it up. What do you think they need to do?
I think it's essentially just coming down to their conversation, or their communication, excuse me. A conversation that we all had at the beginning of the day when we actually saw them take down Team Aiden was like, wow, just looking at the arrows alone, the communication is actually quite good for this team. They're playing off of each other's trades, they're playing off of each other's flashes, they're double channeling together, and most importantly, they're really sticking that tried and true strategy of Search and Destroy all the way towards the end. Just make sure that you can find those trades for your teammates. I think that when you are Team Jukies, look, that Hardpoint, you just got to wipe the sweat off your brow. We're in a best of 5 now here in Losers Finals. You got the Search and Destroy ahead of you. Could be the cardinal game mode for this team to try to go in towards that Berlin Hardpoint with their heads held high. I think it just comes down to that cohesion, that teamwork. Scraps with the sniper rifle, as much as I would love to see it, not exactly the map to be able to find utmost value unless it's defense looking past that tank sight line. But even still, I think he's got to get mixy with it, whether it's the Automaton, the STG, or the MP40. I don't really care. Deny the space for this entire team of Crim, because what we saw them in their Search and Destroy in earlier rounds as well is that they don't care about the game mode. Their pace is always set to 12.
Yeah, that's exactly great too. When you have to anticipate a hyper aggressive S&D team. There are teams that take more of a BO4 style approach to S&D, which is you hold hands and you fly together and you run and gun. And that can be difficult to counter if you're not anticipating it, especially if you don't then adapt to it when you are losing rounds because of it. And that's something you're going to see a lot of aggression out of Scum and a lot of aggression out of someone like Unrational, Reader as well. And it's going to be interesting to see how Team Jukies handles that, because there might not be traditional gameplay in Search. And I think that's something that can be noted too, right? A lot of these CDL players, they expect S&D players, and a lot of them, again, who have gone on to Warzone, to play in the pro S&D style, which is not what they do. We saw that from Unrational on Demyansk when he made that play in a tournament a couple days ago, and he was able to get the bomb plan, and then Priest and Shasi didn't have a chance. Climb up into the spire. It's a ratty play. It pisses you off, but it works. So Team Jukies, if they can pull some of those out of their back pocket as well, I think we can see something special here.
I think that just where we're at, the overall game is just so young that I know a lot of people, you know, VisionZz included, and S&D lover myself is right there as well, that we want to see a lot of set strategies that might not actually happen unless you're tuning into maybe a top amateur stream when they're doing 4v4 S&D challenges with their entire team that they're going into the season with, or if somehow you're able to watch, you know, a CDL team and their practice or S&D wagers. You probably won't see too many strategies like that again, because, you know, at the end of the day, when you're considering all of these rosters that we have inside this 25K Crossfire Vanguard event, they're all essentially pickup squads. I mean, yeah, you got some different teammates that we've been sitting here coining throughout the entire day. It's like, yeah, they have a lot of cohesion with one another, barring Tommy's team, who literally spent every single waking moment playing COD together. I think you got to look at these teams of what they're able to do when things start to get a little bit mixy, when they can really throw a wrench in the system, trying to adapt to a lot of the timings that are being thrown their way in earlier rounds. Who's going to be able to come out on top of those early gunfights and get in the heads of their enemies can really sway the decision. Not a lot of set strategies, but you can only imagine some fun things are definitely around the corner.
Definitely around the corner. We're going to have to wait just a little bit longer to get there, guys. We appreciate your patience. We're getting everything set up for map 2 of Losers Final right after this break.
Sometimes you need a little help to stay ahead of the unexpected. USA Renters Insurance helps cover your stuff, even when you're out and about, starting at 33 cents a day. If you know, you know. If you don't, we do.
Hey, what up, Crim? What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the New York Subliners 25K Crossfire. My name is Proper. Join with me is the lovely Katie Bedford, and we are into round number 2, actually, of map number 2 here in lower finals. Team Jukies and Crimsix had a little bit of a lobby malfunction, but Jukies is still 1-0 up nevertheless.
Yeah, so keep that in mind, guys. Jukie's team will need 5 rounds in this map to be able to close it out and even up the series. This losers final is a best of 5. Whoever wins this will go on to face Team Tommy, and well, Scummin able to get that first blood onto Robstar. Can they capitalize on that and close out the round? In this map in particular, we've seen some of these teams struggling to be able to close out a man advantage, but Unrational making it a 4-2 ever harder for Team Jukies to take a 2-0 round count. Jukies and Scraps with the bomb, and you do have some time, but well, when you're all on your own, you will be able to take out Unrational, but you are in a 1v3, and well, Proper, that would be difficult for anyone, especially when they know where you are. So we're all tied up now, guys. Round count 1-1.
And as this push really started to unfold, this was essentially all the way through the middle of the map, the courtyard, if you will, and what that actually entailed for Team Jukies is that they lost a few numbers along the way trying to hit these solo avenues. It's very tough to be able to assault that A-bomb as cleanly as you would hope, especially with that house, just the attic just being immediately an attention grab for the defensive team, as I believe that we're having another lobby issue here. So as we come back to our beautiful faces, it is all tied up 1 apiece inside of that second map. Bocage Search and Destroy again. Only the second map so far, Katie, in our lower finals, but Crimsix still winning that first map.
Still winning that first map, and look, you know what? If you love COD, you know the scan and repairs. It's a part of the ritual of Call of Duty on PC, guys. We'll jump back into that ASAP. We appreciate your patience, but a 1-1 round count, I think it could have been a really big moment for Team Jukies to be able to take a 2-0 lead there. Again, you're already down a map in the series, and this is, I think, a very important map to win. You never want to have to rely on the momentum of a reverse sweep, because at that point, you honestly probably have to get 2 maps to even tie it 2-2 for momentum to start building in your favor. So you don't want to have to get too deep into that hole to dig yourself out. So taking a 2-0 round count lead would have been very beneficial for them, but especially in something like S&D where you're so new in a COD like this, really anything can happen. When you might assume a round is guaranteed done and over with, when it's this wild and crazy and new in a COD, anything can happen.
So it was our OBS that actually got that scan, so we're actually in the midst of picking up Crim stream, so we can see it from Ian's perspective himself. But regardless, yeah, I think you bring up a lot of good points, especially when you are considering that main factor that Jukies, I mean, if you go down in the search, you have to sort of reverse sweep on back-to-back hard points. The last time that we saw them in such a perspective is when they got absolutely obliterated in Winners Finals versus Team Tommy. It was a 250-103 on that hard point on Decoy. They won that Berlin Search and Destroy, but then really struggled with the hard points going forward with them. The hard point on map number 1 was very close, but it's still a must-win, you would hope, for Team Jukies. As we load back in, it seems that Team Crim was able to win the next round, so it is a 2-1 lead for Team Crim.
2-1 lead for Team Crim. And look at that beautiful New York Subliners banner above his head. It said to go follow him on Twitter, chat. They're the ones putting on this incredible tournament, so make sure to go give them some love. And Crim's POV, no first blood yet. He's made multiple callouts, but as we say that, trades across the board, bringing it to 3-3. This could be a game changer of a round. If you go up 3-1, it puts you in a very comfortable position. And Crim looks to get the shots in through the front of the barn, and he's able to get the kill. 3-2, but the bomb has been planted. And well, when Crim's getting a double, it makes it a lot more feasible to get that defuse. 3v1. You've got about 29 seconds on the clock here. And well, you know where he is. So we'll see how they choose to make this push. Is someone immediately going to go for the defuse? It looks like they did. Reader with the defuse. Hop it when you know that he's so far away from the bomb site and you have 2 men he's going to have to get through before he can even get there to check the defuse. It's pretty easy to say, hey, Reader, hop the bomb. You're going to be able to get that defuse before he can be a challenge to you.
All right, so technically into round number 5 we go, as when the lobby was reset, Jukies was able to win that initial round, but it's been all Team Crim so far, playing that top house position wonderfully. What can they do here on offense? I'll actually lose Scum for first blood. Quick trades actually coming all the way through for Team Crim, as they have themselves a 1-player lead advantage.
That was a great wall bang out of Crim, and you'll see that a lot actually when you're starting on offense, is that AR players will immediately wall bang the front of that middle building because the entirety of the wall is wall bangable. So Crim, I like that, an immediate reaction to get some shots in, able to get a kill, and this is spiraling out of hand very quickly. Round 5 going Team Crimsix's way. A 4-1 round count. If you're just tuning in, guys, there was a reset. So reminder, Jukie's team, despite it saying 0 on the board, they do have a round. But at 4-1, whatever they're trying to do here is not working out, and this is a must-win round. You can't go down 5-1 proper. I don't think they're going to make it back from that.
Oh, man, Crim just hits P1 just so quickly. It looks over inside of storage, but can't walk away with the elim. Quick trades, though, forcing out the 3v3 battle inside of the barn. Will actually go in the way of Unrational, goes for the challenge onto one player afar. Will lose their life. 2v2 we go as we got a couple of island players. The glide bomb was actually called in, so that will make things sway in the favor of Team Crim, as Scummin is just overlooking the Riverwalk.
Yeah, and I'm going to need my glasses because couldn't see exactly who called in the glide. But having streaks, you're in a 2v1. No bomb planted just yet. This round is looking like another one leaning toward Team Crimsix. But of course, there's many places to hide on a map like this, and you do have a bit of time to work with. So the last man standing will get spotted out. Some shots going in. Will they decide to push together or take a bit of a slower approach? You got to be careful, though. 25 seconds left on the clock, and well, the shots from the top roof make it a 5-1 round count. We said that this is a must-win proper, and 5-1, that's a tall task for anyone to come back from.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there almost has to be heroic plays going forward. How long can you consistently make heroic plays happen? Let's be honest here. Even some of the best struggle to do that. This almost has shades of what we saw from Team Crim versus Team Joa on that Tuscan Search and Destroy just last round in semis. Is that their pace just to be able to take the map, deny it away from the enemy team, and just immediately snap into these positions that they know exist are just so big. Gan bomb will go through. Didn't find much damage at all, but the rest of the teammates of Crim is just cleaning up house.
And look at Unrational in the kill feed. He's had doubles in multiple rounds. He has been doing such a phenomenal job. And well, Crim, hey, sit back. Go take another break, Crim. You're hanging out because your team flew forward. And look at that, 11-4 out of Gary Reeder, 9-1. Incredible performance from everyone on the team. A fast Bocage S&D to give Team Crimsix a 2-0 lead. Proper, that was about as dominant as it could have been.
Yeah, and it's just like I was breaking down before we go in towards the Search and Destroy, because you were asking me, like, well, what could we possibly need out of Team Jukie to be able to bounce back? I mean, it's just being able to meet the pace. This is going to be the continuous conversation point when we even go up towards the CDL. It's actually been the conversation point back in Modern Warfare when the CDL was completely open. We were looking at, 2020 Atlanta phase. They were playing the game so fast, it felt like that there was a 6th player. We moved to 4v4, felt like there was a 5th. Now here in Vanguard, because the TTK is so fast, the movement is so much faster as well. It almost feels like that we're back towards that 6th player on the map. You just got to be able to meet with that pace, just know where some of these angles are located at, especially at the early goings of the round when your tacticals and your lethals just are not available to you, no streaks either. You just got to be able to play off the gunny and intuition alone, lean off of the comms for their team, and it seems like everything for Crimsix is coming up aces.
Well, there's also micro actions you can be taking in S&D that can help you get just a little bit of an edge, especially take the opening of a round. So you guys saw it there on those last few rounds. Crimsix was pulling out his knife to start. You'll often see that from players in S&D because the faster movement speed when you say have an SMG out or a knife out compared to something like an AR is going to allow you to get to a position on the map maybe a fraction of a second before someone on the other team, and that will get you kills. It will get you positioning and information. So even those micro moments can be really pivotal to how a round goes down. Now, we weren't able to see Jukie's side of it. Maybe they're all knives out and running like their lives depend on it. But even those small moments in something like S&D, being able to get to point A to point B faster is going to make all the difference.
Yeah, you probably won't see. I remember actually this conversation. I was watching Standy stream And he was playing with all of Minnesota, and they had this great conversation about who needs to have a pistol as a secondary, who needs to have a knife. You're right. The ARs need to get in that power position first, so that way they can lock down the lanes. The submachine guns, you would assume and hope that they would almost have that rat as a secondary, because they're always just in such fast engagements that having that secondary is more vital to them than getting to a position much faster with that tactical knife. So good point to you, Katie. I'm sure that we'll probably see a lot of that adaptation in the meta continue to unfold before our very eyes, because we're still quite a few stretches out from Challengers and CDL actually starting, but a 2-0 lead up for Team Crim here in lower finals. They're paving their way to try to make it towards Grands, where Team Tommy is patiently waiting, and this 2-0 lead up going in towards a Berlin hardpoint coming up next.
Well, and Berlin hardpoint, if you want to talk about fast-paced, consistent engagement, it's not going to be too dissimilar from what we saw in map number 1 in Bocage. And what I'm concerned about with Team Jukies is we've already seen a little bit of a struggle for them to keep up with the pacing. They were able to pick it up as things went on in the first hardpoint. But hey, what we've also seen is that new map, new you. They might have an absolute smoke here on Berlin. We've seen it before. I think if they can put behind maps 1 and 2, you mentioned it before, forget about those maps, sunk cost, they're done. Focus on Berlin, focus on hardpoint. It's a must win as we get into potentially the final map of Losers Final. If Team Crimsix can close it out here, they're guaranteeing themselves a minimum of second place, and everyone wants to get to that $12,000 first prize. And who knows, Scum opening with a nice volley, but trades across the board here as no one has an immediate lockdown on P1, but Crim able to get some points on the board early.
Don't forget, that Bocage hardpoint was only settled within the final moments, an 8-second difference that Team Crim were able to win. Things slow down considerably here on Berlin until you get inside some of these hardpoints. P1 inside of Office can be scrappy, especially for where Team Jukies is spawning in. They can reinforce this hill a whole lot faster, but what did Team Crim do in the first set that was just so good for them and their team was contesting from the front continuously, not letting Jukies walk away with more than 20 seconds of time within each hill early on.
And funny enough, the players who had a bit of a slower start in the first hardpoint, not the case for them right now. 3 and 2 out of both Unrational and Robstar. But the important thing to note is that Robstar was working his way towards streaks, will not have the chance to work on those at all. And now all tied up 22-22. Team Crimsix will retake the lead as Crim himself working on some of that hill time, working on some potential streaks. Not too close to them just yet, but an opportunity here to pick up some easy kills onto FIFA. I'm not sure exactly what he was trying to look at there, but not able to connect just yet. Finally finds Robstar squirreling away in a room as they continue to rebuild the lead that they found in P1.
I mean, Jukies and their entire roster seemingly have had the same spawn since the entire game has started. Sometimes you would much rather start on that side of the map because it does give you the entire river road to look at from docks over all the way over towards storage and try to keep Team Crimsix spawning in over towards that train yard. But gunfights have not been going their way convincingly. They definitely have some pretty good looking KD ratios, but now Team Crim is just setting itself ablaze. Unrational will soak up some scrap time. The rest of the team will push forward. They know that all of Team Jukies is still spawning in this upper courtyard area. Broken Hardpoint has now spawned in. And Team Jukies, they need to make this a big one.
And it's going to be really important. I was about to say, how long can Crim survive by the point? Was able to get a couple kills, but not do too much more damage than that. And this can be such a difficult hardpoint to break into, especially if a team like Team Jukies can get good setups on those sight lines. But hey, as I say that, Unrational with a double and Scum at least able to contest and get some of that time. And now Team Jukies, despite their spawn location, forced onto the back foot. They do not have control of this any longer. And who is it? None other than Unrational. He's living on that point. He's having a great time, and what could have been a lead change for Team Jukies. Suddenly, all of it's scrap time. None of it's going to you, but watch number 3. Scraps is trying to get a rotation, trying to anchor some spawns, cause some chaos, but at the same time, Unrational on the other side of the map, shooting some people in the back, could also cause some problems for them as he goes to.
My man got the snail feed coming off of that Bocage search and destroy coming in towards this Berlin hardpoint. 11 and 7 for them. Have the opportunity to potentially look at streaks. I don't think that they actually got the glide bomb. I don't think it really matters just because the amount of engagements that are going in the way for Team Crimsix as we focus over towards P4 inside of this train yard. It's not exactly an easy hill to lock things down. Again, a lot of open space, a lot of high ground to see FIFA kill on top of that train car. Does actually opt in for the little hop up to get on top of that warehouse as well. Just not an easy hardpoint to work your way in. Smokes may come through, but this is probably one of the scrappier hills on this map.
Yeah, and speaking of Scraps, a nice head-up play from him as we rotated to this hill. We saw him initially going into the back. He was able to help flip those spawns out, and now with a nice double, they're going to get some much-needed hill time, but not as much as they would hope for. Even though they spawned Team Crimsix out, it hasn't translated to really many points on the board, and now as we rotate over, who's going to be first on the hill? Well, it looks like it might be Team Crimsix, but FIFA opening things up with a double could mean that Team Jukies could find some success here that they did not find on the prior hill.
And this is a great setup for Team Crim. Again, smack dab in the middle of the entire map is the final hill within the rotation. And the way that you want to really play this is keep your eye on player number 6. Is actually Crim inside of that train station. Will deny any sort of backdoor silliness that might try to come through for Team Jukies. No flanks will come through either, as you have players just setting themselves up inside of the mailroom as well. Just a great zoning through the middle of the map thus far for Team Crim in this hill.
Yeah, exactly. And Unrational working on some streaks of his own, potentially. He wasn't on the hill for a moment, but he had good patience to just wait for the push that he knew was coming out of Team Jukies. But now Scraps, another double kill for him, cut short. A Scummin takes him down with a double kill of his own, shoots him in the back. And Unrational ready and waiting for the push on the tank, but not quite sure that he was supposed to look up. Gets traded out. But again, look at that hill time in the last 2 hills. What, 3-4 points of time for Team Jukies? This could potentially get out of hand very quickly because it's Team Crimsix. They are set up on the hill. They are mowing them down. Look at that kill feed. Look at how far away Team Jukies is spawning. This is getting dangerous, especially considering Crim is 1 off of a glide bomb, but no streak for him. Robstar takes him out.
Yeah, again, I don't even think that streaks might even matter for Team Crim. They're just doing a great job of just playing fundamental hardpoint, playing for the rotations, being able to find eliminations on said rotation and locking down the closer spawns. And when they don't have the initial setup for a hardpoint, like what we saw in the first set of hills, they're just good at working through the front and keeping all of Team Jukies at bay inside of their closer spawns. Trapped is the word that I would use more often than not. Now, as P1 will slowly start to dissolve, it will be Jukies inside of P2 for the time being with the initial setup, but no one was really watching this River Road lane. So Crimsix found some timing. They'll find Jukies. A handful of eliminations has the rest of the players of Jukies trapped inside the hill.
Yeah, and Berlin can be a very frustrating map if you are the team on the losing end. And Crim, I don't know if I want to see that gunfight from Scrap's POV because it was probably over in a blink of an eye. But the kill feed reader with a double and Rational, they are on the hill, and look at this lead ever growing, 61 to 170. Team Jukies just not able to find their footing, and one of the reasons is because in Berlin, it's very easy as the team who's behind to start getting spawn trapped, to start being pushed back and just held into an area of the map. And that's what Team Crimsix has been doing. And that's something proper that you've been talking about so often, is taking control and presence in that mid-map and denying them. But now the kill feed lighting up yellow. Maybe this is the moment they need, getting some desperate time on the hill. But at 79, they need a lot more than that.
Oh, big kill actually comes through from Reader off screen, up in the upper courtyard. They will actually fully convey that, yeah, all of Team Jukies, they are spawning in here for P3 inside of the broken building. And they were playing from it ever so wonderfully. Our Team Crimsix coming in from the front side again. They recognize that the spawn is in. This is the same problem that happened over by 4. You get the closer spawns, but that only matters if you're inside the hill. If the enemy team's inside the hill, like what we're seeing from Crimsix, you're just in a spawn trap. This is an absolute blunder.
Yeah, and any of you, if you've played multiplayer on Vanguard, this exact spawn trap that Team Jukies was stuck in, you have experienced that on Berlin. It's not a fun time, but now they're able to get onto the point. 25 seconds left. If they can capitalize on that time, it'll be a necessity, but considering Team Crimsix just flipped those spawns out, they will not be able to get the majority of that time. And well, it's all nades all day, and Unrational and Scraps both taking chunks out of Team Jukies. An unfortunate team kill for them means that Team Crimsix will tick over 200. Team Jukies still searching for 3 more seconds proper to even get to 100, and I don't see a way. How can they possibly make this run? They must win this map.
It's got to be flawless. They gotta play flawless hardpoint to start the reverse sweep. That's what it comes down to. Again, an uphill battle already because Team Crimsix, as far as hardpoint is concerned, has been absolutely lights out with setting up the pace and just continuously to push the pressure envelope that much further down their enemy's throat. But Team Jukies, they gotta somehow dig deep. They gotta be able to do it here on P4. Again, very scrappy, keeping it contested. But Team Jukies, they're finding themselves some space. Reader for the flank will actually get snuffed out. So now you have Scraps that can hold this from the front, just need some help. It starts really almost accruing some time, you would hope, but Crim smokes everything else that they're playing with in between, just keeping all of Jukie's on their heels.
And are you even surprised to see a kill feed that's Scum in doubles and Crimsix doubles? No. Crimsix has done such a good job keeping up with the pacing of this game. I know there can be lots of jokes made about the older pros, the AR pros who just can't keep up. That is not the case here. Reader with a beautiful triple, not able to convert it into that 5th kill for a glide bomb, but do you even need it at this point? 19 seconds is all they need. A team that started in losers round 2, a team that is 19 seconds away now from booking their ticket in the losers final sweep to be able to challenge Team Tommy in a grand final for a chance to win a part of the $12,000 first place prize. But Team Jukie's saying not yet. They are trying to crawl their way back into this game. FIFA kill with a double will help get them that much closer. And this is a hill that is always going to be chaos back and forth. Team Jukie stabilizing for the time being.
You just can't get in here for free, especially when you are holding onto the broken spawns. You actually have the courtyard and statue to be able to play with. You can get on top 3rd and just watch all of Team Crim slowly waltz their way back inside the hill, and it's Jukie's. Is he able to capitalize on top of it? How about another late Surgeons? Might as well do it twice in one best of 5, especially when the final bell is about to ring for them. They're able to walk away with a decent time here on P5. And look at the rotation over towards 1. I think that they have the understanding. Maybe Scraps turn to your left. Scraps, the communication's got to be there. Does find the trade. Now they know where they're coming from, Katie.
This is the best 2 hills Team Jukie's has had this entire time. FIFA able to find Reader with that glide bomb. And now the push, though, can they survive it? 165 and counting. They are making Team Crimsix sweat. They can't break into the hill, and finally they're able to do so off the back of Crimsix and Reader. A nice nade to open things up, and now this is where it gets dangerous because Team Jukie's, you've been staggered. You can't push all at the same time. The kill feed, Reader and Unrational trying to put this away. They only need 10 more seconds. Unrational with a double on the hill. The man, the objective time legend, the snail who you can't get out of the hill, will sit here for just 2 more seconds, and Scummin will be the one to close it out. Losers round 2 all the way to a sweep in the losers final. Team Crimsix. This series took less time than the break for vetoes.
Even Alan came into our call to start Chuck. It's so true. It's so true, though. But again, when we walked inside this hard point, something that I have continuously has seen a consistency factor out from Team Crimsix since we saw them for the first time on this day, Katie. Inside hard point, they can play for the initial setup. They can play for the rotation. They can play for the route. What if they don't get it? I don't think it matters as we take a look at our USAA insurance coverage clip from that Berlin hardpoint. They were so effective every single time on every single hardpoint that I've seen so far from them, even in the losses, at breaking from the front and holding from the front. That's where the spawn trap, like what we saw on 3, just feels like an absolute blender, a never-ending nightmare for Team Jukie's. The same thing happened over by 4 and for 2 as well. They found themselves in like 3 spawn traps, Katie. It's just gross.
Yeah, those spawn traps, it's what we talked about, right? Berlin is a map where if you are behind and a team is savvy enough, they can capitalize on that and punish you at every single hill. And that's what Team Crimsix did so effectively. Jukie's team, they had a moment. They had a moment that they were able to get something going, but unfortunately, there was too much of a disparity at that point for them to really be able to have a chance of maybe causing a surprise upset and starting that reverse sweep. So Shift, let's bring you into the call. Shift, what did you think out of that? It was a 3-0. It felt like they spent so much time arguing about things before we even got into the series, and you blinked and it was over.
That's, you know, I don't mean to say that that's what always happens, but that's what always happens. When there's complaints about the veto process, the hosting process, one team usually comes out and just smokes the floor, and that's exactly what we got. I think the most evident thing was right at the end, why this Crimsix team is so good. All 4 players, well over 30 kills. I mean, it's hard for us to kind of set a bar when it comes down to what good engagements are going to look like in this game, but I think we could probably look at that one there proper and say, if a full 4-man team is participating, it very well may look like that.
Yeah, and everybody was participating too, right? I mean, you know, we continuously always reference for Unrational, you know, the Gary the Snail reference from their previous setup. But I think that when you think about it as a whole, that map specifically, it was almost like that episode where Gary finally lifted up the bottom of his shell and you saw like rocket boots. That's how it felt. Everybody was participating. Everybody was doing their job on these hard points, and even Search and Destroy too. It almost felt like this team has been scrimming the way that they've been looking at different angles. The pace is just so high for Team Crimsix. It is just so welcoming to see this early on.
The other side of things too, how about the Search and Destroy prowess? I think when you look at this roster in particular, you say Search and Destroy should be their better game mode, and well, Katie, it wasn't just their better game mode. I mean, it was by far the most convincing Search that I think we've seen on stream all day today.
Yeah, they have been doing an excellent job of denying every single opportunity to the teams they face off against in Search and Destroy. And that's exactly what they're going to need to do when they go up against Team Tommy. And I think at the end of the day, now that we have 2 teams remaining, Shift, the interesting thing, maybe no surprise, these are teams built with people who spend almost every day playing COD together, people who have won tournaments together, and who have shown that they have the teamwork, the communication to be able to get to this point. I cannot wait to see that head-to-head, but the S&Ds, I think that's really going to be maybe the linchpin for whoever wants to win this grand final.
Hard agree with you there. That was a $5,000 game of COD, by the way. We're about to go into another $4,000 game of COD. Not a bad way to kind of wrap up a week and get ready for the weekend. Before we head over to a break, though, again, major shout outs to the sponsors that helped put the event on here for the NYSL 25K Crossfire Vanguard. Looking at you, USAA, DraftKings, and of course, hey, if you haven't already seen the news about it, New York Subliners are going to be hosting themselves the Die Hard Holiday Blowout, which is unbelievably cool stuff. You may have seen the post that was just recently put out on the Subliners Twitter account. Definitely want to check that all out. But for USAA, of course, made to ensure your gear IRL, and of course, DraftKings, the most recent addition to the Andbox family. Really excited to see what they have to offer. And if you're not really familiar with DraftKings, if you're 18 and over, make sure you head over to DraftKings.com and check it all out. We're gonna head over to a break. Hopefully the veto process will go a little bit smoother this time around now that we got the first one out of the way, and we're ready to go for the grand finals when we come back after this.
Sometimes you need a little help to stay ahead of the game, like if your console gets fried during a power surge. With USAA Renter's Insurance, we'll help repair or replace your stuff. If you know, you know. If you don't, we do.
14 teams caught in the crossfire of NYSL's 25K, leaving only 2 remaining. Team Tommy seeing who was going to make it out of that losers final, and none other than Team Crimsix making their way into the grand final from a losers round 2 run. I'm your host, Katie Bedford, joined by VisionZz and Shift to close things out. And well, Shift, we've gone the distance, and Crimsix, well, despite the breaks and maybe a little bit of drama, they made it here.
Yeah, I feel like anytime you say Crimsix, it's going to be a little bit of drama involved somewhere. So yeah, it's fine. It's all happened, and let's be honest, you turn your words into actions in that losers finals with a pretty swift 3-0, including that clean sweep through the search and destroy. The thing about it is, you're going up against Tommy's squad, who has been diligently watching, and behind that, they've been really, really good at the hard point throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, they really have, and I think, VisionZz, you guys were talking about it, right? So what team can pose a threat to Team Tommy, who have been so consistently dominant in their hard points, is a team that's able to match that pacing, match that hyper aggression. Do you think that's what we're going to find in Crimsix's lineup?
I think absolutely. I mean, these guys have come out with the fire. You can even hear it in the comms. I was listening to Crimsix's like stream, and this guy was like going off. He's like, "Let's go!" He was getting amped. And I mean, when Crimsix gets like that, it can be really scary, especially as Alan said, a team that's been sitting here in the grand final for a long time. I mean, they've been iced, so I'm sure they've been shooting bots here and there, but it's different when you're coming out of a game, especially like a hot 3-0. I think this team has got the aggression. They got the sub power to definitely bring it to Team Tommy. It's just, are they going to always put together the teamwork? Because I think that's the best thing at least Team Tommy has going for themselves thus far.
We'll have to see if they can complete the miracle run through losers, or if Team Tommy will continue to demand the respect they deserve with their winners bracket run. Gentlemen, take it away. The grand final, $25,000. We'll see who takes first place.
Oh, let's get into this one, my man. We're already jumping on into hardpoint number 1. It's starting things off on Oasis, as you've already seen. And Crimsix's squad already starting off pretty darn hot through the first hills. We rotate over towards the second. They also hold the favorable spawns, but the threat is starting to build itself for a break, potentially from Tommy's squad here, Austin.
Yeah, Team Tommy over here. This is one of their, preferred maps, it feels like, on the day. They've been pretty strong when it comes to some of those, open hills. But so far, it's Team C6 that have the start, as you mentioned, and some spawns are being fought for in the back. Allman's definitely taking his time here. He's also thinking about some streaks. We know how important those can be, but here he comes with the hit, finds the break, gonna put himself now on 4. So just one off that glide. You might find it there. Good play out of Allman. Even gonna keep his life and a chance to push back through here for some more streaks, or at least cut off the rotation to Noob.
Love this from Almond. I think Warzone Almond may have tried to contest that second gunfight he saw when he had his pistol out, but like I mentioned, way back when we started this broadcast, Almond looked like a really promising challenger's prospect at the beginning of the Modern Warfare year, and you're seeing some of that discipline really start to rear its head. So on that 5 spree, looking for potentially more than that, and let's be honest, there's not a lot of cover on this map here, Austin, so the potential of a spree that maybe runs into the bombing run could be huge for him. Already on 6, he's been able to earn at least the strafe, looking for maybe one more behind it. Tommy's team still threatening over the middle of the map, and this has been so nicely done between Tommy and Allman. They combined for really the better part of the last 10 kills, and before Allman falls, he did get fully streaked out.
That's right, did get fully streaked out. Now, the big thing here is trying to get some time. Noobs is going to throw his body on it, but not going to be able to keep his life for too long, and that's mainly because of the position you're seeing on screen. Reader able to cut them off and kind of shoot some toes, shoot some heads, whatever body parts are kind of sticking out underneath this truck at the moment. But 18 seconds left. I mean, you look at the mini-map here, Team C6, they realize they have control of the spawns, so they're going to start to push up a little bit, see if they can force these spawns a little deeper for the side of Team Tommy. But overall, a lot of control, a nice lead, and a chance maybe even to run away with a bit more here on the new hill.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Allman maybe commit one of those runs here just to try to see if they can find an avenue to open up some space to work with. Crim from the front, good for one, caught with a stun, but it does actually connect. The problem was Allman was waiting as reinforcements started to flood, so now the contest starts to maybe break from the front, but as that is mentioned, the run starts to come right over the top of the hard point. It goes 2 for 1. Not bad overall, and look at the spawns. It's going to be the team in yellow, Tommy squad, flipping it, spawning back in, and the strafing run's going to get called right down the middle. This is a heck of a commitment.
Yeah, I mean, this bombing run basically cut off that entire push to the hill here in case anyone was coming in, and C6 does get caught in that crossfire. So very nicely done for Team Tommy. Control looking good. 25 seconds left. Almond from the front going to take an aggressive chow, but Reader will be able to shut him down. So they might try to push forward here and fight for the remaining 20 seconds or so, while Almond's streak comes through with another one. This is probably one of the most successful bombing runs, I'll say, that we've seen on the stream today. I think it went 4 for 1 overall, so definitely going to be a plus. But as they come out with it, they're right back in the game, and more streaks start running down as they look at the rotation.
I think we could really go back and revisit how he used those streaks. So kind of put a mental pin in that one. We'll revisit that one at the very end because I think the way he used it was absolutely perfect. Now within 20 points comes Team Tommy, running back into this one after the very well contested hill on the left side of the map. But as we go over towards the temple, let's be honest, it looks like a 90s rave in the middle of Miami right now with all these smokes and lasers popping off with around the hard point. 73-97 the current score, but a lot of that is starting to get tallied up by Team Tommy. They've really come to life, and a lot of it has been from Almond. He's 22-9. Nobody else on the server really all that close until Scummin pops a triple, and that puts him up to 16. Looking for a fourth. He's able to convert onto that, looking for one more beyond, and even through the smoke, Scummin, he's looking to answer with some streaks of his own.
Oh, more streaks in play. This is really big, but they still got to try to turn this into hill time itself, and so far so good for Team C6 as they are going to have the fast track rotation, but Team Tommy, they bounce back, they get control of mid. Reader's already thinking about trying to control this A lane, and I think that's where we're going to see a lot of the AR players tend to go here, especially on this map. But Noobs back up the spawn, has had a bit of a slow start here with the submachine gun. I don't think it's unexpected whatsoever, but you have to worry about all these streaks now that are really starting to come through. That's been the problem. However, you got to give credit to Team Tommy. You know, they were down by about 50-60 points or so. They have brought it back. They're still keeping things contested and still keeping things close.
And they may have spent all of their resources, but that glide bomb that came through was the one that Scummin had earned, so they survived through the only one that they have to counter against. Tommy in a corner. He's got barely any ammunition in either weapon, is going to commit to the last 19 shots of the STG, makes good use of it. Now picking up another gun off the ground, but this doesn't seem to have any ammo in it at all. Actually, that's the bug is going to be existing because it looked like he was 0 out of 0 on that. So not really sure what just happened right there, but regardless, he falls. And as Crimsix's squad will soak up the scrap time, the next obstacle becomes what happens going over to the second hill, which is very much so undetermined as both teams, technically speaking, are spawning away from it.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see who gets the spawns, and if you hold your kill cam here, you should spawn in the back. Player 4 has actually spawned back here. That will be unrational. His teammates are behind him. Almond was trying to figure out exactly where they were pinpointed at because he maybe could have taken down a few and flipped it back, but it's not the case. But it's Noobs in the hill, finding a couple of kills. Now the rest of Team C6 wanting to break in, but it's all up to Unrational, and he can only get one. So this has been a very nice rotation. Team Tommy have 2 players in the point. They got some great cover fire from the middle of the map here, and they're contesting a lot of the time.
Well, now Mutex, he knows he has to just watch this back door. Really well found onto Irrational, and Crimsix was trying to make a play up to the high ground, but shut down, like you mentioned, those middle crosses so avidly being watched, but there's still a ton of time here, and even though Team Tommy has been good to exist into the hard point itself, the continual pressure off of the back right spawns from Team Crimsix has now allowed them a chance to get back in and once again secure some scrap time. I wouldn't necessarily say the last handful of hills have been 40-20 exchanges, but we're getting really darn close to that, so the margin sits just underneath 30 points as we rotate over to, again, the middle of the map, and look at the angles that are being locked down. Oh my goodness, this is looking like perfection right here from Team Tommy.
I mean, this is incredible, right? You just had Tommy all the way over to the left of the hard point, and you have Almond here on the tank to the right of it, so they were basically zoning everyone away. They did have a player on the time soaking up time originally, but you know, you kind of have to keep in mind you can only really stay alive for so long on this hill, so anytime you can get is great time, but we'll still see. The spawn's at least favored for Team C6 for as far as future rotations, and now they got Scummin back in the middle of the map on this temple angle, but a very nice nade will make sure that he does not stay there for long. So smokes go down, Noobs is going to try to press forward, won't find a whole lot of value here, but Intex also can't get involved, and it's C6 that finally answers here with a couple of clean kills. This is going to buy them space and a chance for a clean rotation anew.
There's going to be a really good lesson learned there, I think, for any multiplayer fans that are out there, just simply due to the fact that we were obviously praising the zone that Team Tommy had set up, but on the opposite side of the coin, Crimsix's squad opted just to play the north side lane and just flip the map and make sure that they had the left-sided spawns, which of course sets you up beautifully for the fourth hill. Initially, I was thinking that the zone was going to be so good that Team Tommy was going to soak up a whale of time on the third hill. That's not the case. So now, once again, they have to break from the front, and the first attempt is a good one. Only 20 seconds seconds into the hill, and they found a way to break in, contest, and soak up a bit of their time. The problem is, though, again, the reinforcements just come so rapidly from Crimsix's squad, and with that, they re-break into the hard point and break past the 200-point mark simultaneously.
Oh, that close spawn, it's just so valuable here, and Team Tommy, I think, are really feeling that pressure. They need to break in. They got to find it now. 20 seconds going over to Team C6 just gets them too close to that 250 mark, and they are going to be able to at least bust in for a second. Noobs and Tommy found kills, but once again, those rapid respawns are there, but it's Intex up top with Allman, who actually finds some big ones, and now it's a one-on-one in the hill. C6 will drop, so saving the game there and really stopping the last 15-20 seconds from going over is pretty big here for the side of Team Tommy. Unrational, however, seems to be snapping on players as he's going to pull off a nice 180. We move over to the side hill. Control is good, and Team Tommy, there's still a chance to bring this one back.
Yeah, and Intex in this Ruins position is going to be a really influential spot to lock down. If you can continue to force Crimsix's squad to hit from this top lane, those ARs can go to work, and boy, are they. Allman was on 4 before a Gamma Nade would finally take care of him, but there was also a Team Nade in play, so the numbers stay relatively level until Crim and Scum combined for 4. That was a 2v4 situation, and with that, they re-break into the hill. Would be difficult to imagine that they'd win the game here, but any time is good time for Crimsix's team to put this one potentially out of reach, but don't hold your breath on that, because Tommy's squad's still fighting every tooth and nail they possibly can. Intex for another double at the backside. Noobs also getting involved in this game is still within well reach, as pending if Tommy and Co can keep it into this hard point coming up for the first, that they still need to win the rotation going over to the second as well if they want to have a chance to get a full comeback.
That is unreal. Team Tommy, they got like completely wiped, but they still kept Team C6 off of the time. And now they, of course, just have to move over to the right a little bit to get inside of Temple. Sure, you have to worry about nades, but you're still soaking up time. This is now just about a 15-point game. I mean, this is unbelievable. But Allman, in the next one up to try and clear out the zone, he does so with the help of his teammates. 34 seconds left on this hill, and Team Tommy, they're grabbing some crucial time.
Crim's team's just going to bunker, and it all comes down to what Intex does here from the back. One last push. Crim's team cannot win, and they full committed to playing for the first hill. Yes, they get on, and yes, they will be that much closer to potentially winning with the spawns that flip. And Noob says, I'm going to go ahead and challenge the back time. He finds himself 3, not going to get the 4th. Unrational right behind is just going to sit here and say, oh boy, what do I have to look at? And this is great contest. Tommy's squad did everything you could possibly ask them to do. They flipped the spawns, and now they're in possession of the second hard point as it opens.
This is looking like a very real comeback possibility. Noobs is in the hill. He was double negative. Now he's going to be 23 and 36, responsible for the hill time, but it's Unrational. Busts the hill open, breaks on through for a double. We'll be able to find a third. C6 follows him up, and now it's Team C6 back in the hill. Noobs needs to find kills, and he comes up with 2. Unbelievable. Still a chance for the comeback, but the spawns now flip for Team C6.
And everything's just down to what happens right here on this hit. Unrational playing from the back. He's able to hit a flank, able to get 1. Not the second, though. So the hard point still stays active, and it still, for the moment, still favors Team Tommy. The kills are also starting to bleed yellow. This is starting to get a little bit dangerous. 242 is where it stalled out for Crimsix's squad. Looking to get that and surpass it as Tommy, but it's down to a 1v1 in the hill. Tommy with the pistol, not able to find the double. One more chance. You still have to touch this one more time, and Allman isn't able to do it. Hold on a second. Who's going to get the last tick? Noobs jumps on forward. He's going to extend this to another hill, but the rotation, like you mentioned, it's a 2-on-1 there in favor of Crim's team, and they will do just barely enough with the leader's advantage to survive, and I say that selectively, survive through map number 1.
Oh, I mean, what was that? 220 to 160 at one point?
Yeah.
And the fact that Team Tommy get it this close, I mean, unbelievable. Just so close in the end. Those ones certainly sting when you don't fully bring it back, but I mean, credit over towards this team that, again, has been sitting in this grand final for quite a long time. Team C6, they're coming off a hot 3-0, and they almost fumbled that map 1 on Oasis. But, I mean, if that is just a taste of this series here, Alan, I am here for it. I'm ready for it. Let's get into it, man. That was insane.
Oh, boy. That was unbelievable. And there are a couple of big moments that I want to highlight. The first is going back to Allman when he starts to spree. And the usage of that bombing run streak was incredible. Not just because of the value that it found, but if you look back to see how exactly it was targeting, it was kind of going from like the top right down to the bottom left middle area of the map. And with that, Team Tommy says, well, let's just stay away from that, play the back left side of the hard point, grab those spawns, and then eventually be able to push in and stay safe from that bombing run, which, let's be honest, sometimes those bombing pilots go a little bit rogue. So I really do like the use, the timing, and just the position of which he was able to pull it. I think there's going to be some figuring out as far as how to maximize the usage of the bombing run, but I think all of the key components that you're looking for streak usage was absolutely flawlessly executed from Allman to give them a chance to get back into the game in the first place, let alone you talk about noobs going ham-bony at the very end to make sure they survived through 3 different hills to see that come close to just an 8-point game.
Yeah, I mean, he was double negative, brought it back, a lot of clutch kills in the end, but when you're fighting against the clock like that, you can't let them get any possible second. Always gives the other team a little leverage whenever they want to play the rotation like they did. So very nice, tight map, 9 points separating the two, and now that lines up for a pretty exciting S&D that we have coming up next year for us, Alan, because a lot of the S&Ds have actually been looking really strong for the side of Team C6. I mean, they just came off of a really nice sweep there in the last series, just really making it look easy at times, running at players, not even giving them a chance to really respond to what they're doing on the map. Now, I'm curious to see if they'll look to do that again coming in towards this map set or not, but Team Tommy, they're definitely able to match that kind of pressure, especially in S&D. They got some S&D stars on their own here on this squad.
Yeah. Very much so the case. It's just you look over the course of the entirety of the bracket, and the hard points have been, I would say, the stronger of the two modes, looking at Tommy's team's run, at least so far. It's hard to say that for sure, because going up until the winners finals, they hadn't dropped the map. The only map that they did drop, though, in the winners finals was the Search and Destroy. And there were a handful of round 11s that were in there. Well, just the one, actually. The first best of 5, they had a round 11 versus Isaac's team in map number 2. So it's kind of hard for sure to sit there and say that their hard point is better than their Search, considering they've only played 2 Search and Destroy maps so far today. But looking at what we just got from Crim and the 6-0 that they just put on to Jukie's face, you have to feel like no matter the map, this squad is geared and ready to go for Search and Destroys, and so far their run through the lower bracket has proved that.
It certainly has. I mean, it's just, I think the way that you have some of the structure with this squad, a lot of the chemistry that we, continually kind of bring up with a lot of these guys are great friends. And it even feels like, C6 is maybe getting closer and closer to Unrational after gassing him up in that tourney win there, a couple days ago. Yeah. So these guys have won together with, in some of the previous tournaments. They're just looking like everything has been coming together. And whenever they start finding rounds, it feels like they start to snowball them. And a player that I do want to kind of call out on this, C6 roster is Scumman, because Scumman has looked undeniable in like a lot of these moments. He is not afraid to run at you and challenge. He found, a continuous amount of multi-kills in that Oasis hardpoint, but I think S&D is where he has been, most ruthless. And if this guy starts to catch a bit of fire, it's not easy to shut him down. And overall, man, going into a map like this, after coming out with a clutch win, I mean, this would really be exactly what you need to close this out, try to get some maps going, because remember, they have to win 2 best of 5s here, Alan. So it could be a very long night for them.
Very well could be, or, I mean, hey, they showcase that their ability to 3-0 can come rapidly. So we'll see how things unfold as we jump into the first round. It's going to be Crimsix's squad in the blue, Tommy's team in the yellow. We'll get that Unity program figured out for you guys so we have that overlay correct. And very quickly, bomb going to get planted here at A.
Going for the rush plant, as we would typically see it. We'll see if Intex can try and play his life. He's going to be responsible for watching you. His stun, though, is actually going to damage him, so he's down to about 57 HP. We'll get that regen back up. Noobs is going to drop. C6 is going to be able to find one, but it's Allman for 2. Reader with the trade, and now a 1 versus 2. Tommy has the bomb down, just has to try and play his life the best he can.
The thing about this is he knows he's being zoned out by Scumman. The thing here, though, is that he's changed his position. They've given him an opportunity, or have they? Over the top, Tommy's able to get the kill. Is there enough time for the defuse? Yes, just barely. That got a little bit too close for comfort, though, I'm not going to lie. I mean, I think Tommy did read the situation perfectly. Again, obviously playing the game in its current form, gives himself a little bit of space to work with, and he just barely gets that elimination just before that Gammon comes through. If Scumman maybe gets 2 more shots off, he saves a life and probably saves a round.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the fact that Scumman actually held on to his Gammon bomb this late. I mean, that is really the reason he won it, because he dropped down. So very nicely done. And now you're able to at least come back in towards this map number 2, start things off on the right foot, get that first round under your belt. And I mean, as we've looked at Tuscan Search and Destroy more and more, it really does feel like you start sending all your members to mid, and that's going to be the play call. Look at this bomb right over towards A. Might just be an immediate rush plant here if they're already going for the plant.
Oh, but I love this. Scummin is just a complete facade. He's just here to make a little bit of noise towards B. The thing about it is, even though he gets first blood, Team Tommy is not going to be dissuaded from playing over the top of the A site. And as they do, they fall one by one, just leaving Tommy by himself. And there it is. Long peek from the broken up building. No problems there. And my goodness, that's, I think, been the most, biggest takeaway, rather, I should say, from that last match that we saw on the Bocage, particularly versus Jukie's team, Crimsix's team. Offense, defense doesn't make a difference. They were firing on all cylinders on both sides of the bomb.
Sure were. And 2-0 up now. It's just going to probably be a battle for A. And the question really is, like, what do you do to stop it? I feel like the answers right now defensively on this A plant that everyone just goes to rush for is to either save your nade so that you can throw it right away for the information on the rush plant on A from either what you're looking at here from top church or from the broken side over to the right there. Those are kind of your ways to stop this bomb or at least get the information. But no nades will come through here, which means once again, it's a rush plant. Intex gets tagged late and he's able to keep his life.
But look what the defense is doing here for Crimsix's team. They're not really worried about playing on top of A. They're trying to get around the back. This time, though, Allman number 3, holding literally in his spawn, denies the long flank. So now a massive advantage for Team Tommy. It's a 3v2, but only 24 seconds on the clock before the bomb will explode. And with that elimination from Allman, it's all looking like a foregone conclusion. Reader, last player left. Didn't get a chance to really say his name too much from the first map, but nearly a chance to throw himself right in the midst of the conversation. Not going to happen, though. It was a pretty impossible situation nonetheless. So Team Tommy able to get on the board for the first.
Yeah, first round up, looking good. And we're also starting to see, a lot more automaton gameplay, which, I'm really loving.
Agreed.
I think on a map like this, it's just so valuable. You're able to take these longer range gunfights through A long if you so wish, and you can match these MP40s up close. We saw it even a lot on the Oasis map there, but we're starting to see a little bit more of it in the S&D. I mean, it certainly seems like Allman has been favoring it, and he's been pretty good with it. He's on the 3 spree. Yep. Chance to work for maybe even a glide bomb here in this round if he's able to find a couple more kills.
I like that. Defensive set frags trying to go over the top. Did not look like it fully connected, and Allman just missing out on a toe of Irrational. So bomb now down. We stay 4v4. Long range shots from Tommy. Clean. Should know that the other player's on top of the bomb. Goes prone, looking for a little bit of help, but Irrational finesses. Almost able to give him a chance at a double, but still falls. And the play around the back means that Allman can get to work defusing. Last player, though. It's Scummin. He's coming from around the opposite side. Nobody expects him, and Scummin is going to find all the final 3. Are you kidding?
Oh my goodness. Scummin for 3. Just flies through.
No
and
way.
Lines them all up. That is one of those rounds that you got to win. You got to get that trade. But Scummin, man, I hit on it, Alan. This guy, when he catches fire, he runs with it. And that is a moment that you look back on and say, wow, let's go, Scummin.
Yeah.
Big round right there. Finding the timing to slide on through. And 7-2 now for him as we go in towards the round 5.
Yeah, that's a moment that will for sure edify the troops, no doubt. Crim, first blood onto Tommy. That's mid-map. Then Scummin. Oh, he's just feeling the hot hand. You can just feel it.
Oh,
Gets
man.
through. Gammon Bomb will confirm. That puts him, on 4 straight kills? Oh, boy. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. It's both sides of the bomb. It's fluid, it's fast, and it feels like it's just incomprehensible at times.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm having a hard time with words, so it's incomprehensible for me at the moment.
Oh, you can just play so fast in this game. I mean, what was that? A 15-second round right there? Like,
yeah, if that.
Yeah, it's just so quick at times, and both of these teams willing to kind of just go head-to-head in the middle of the map. And I mean, sometimes you feel like you need to do something different defensively here, but Team Tommy might be willing to try and slow things down a little bit, maybe work for a pick. But I say that, and this has been a 4-man hit over towards B. Now remember, yeah, you only got really 2 entryways that come out of this site. And you can also get sound cues if you're sitting top church, but Scummin, I mean, he has just got no fear. He is just running through,
I love this.
Looking for kills.
This is just that Scummin and Rational combo where Scummin says, go ahead and plant, big brother. I'm just going to sit here and zone off anybody that comes around. Good grief. What are we watching right now, Austin? I mean, this is... Whew. I need to pull up a dictionary. I'm out of words. I don't have the vocabulary, the lexicon for this.
This is an S&D speedrun, man. This is exactly what
sure
it
is.
Like, these are just fast rounds. They're flying out here. No hesitation, no fear. I mean, what an incredible showing here so far. And you're just kind of thinking to yourself when you're down 1-5 like this, like, like, what has even happened the last couple rounds, guys? Like, it just
Yeah.
feels like we're going down so quickly. And like, the only way that you can really stop this is by trying to post up a little bit, play for some information. But when the bomb's going down at A so quick like this, it doesn't really give you the chance to. And now they're going to shift over towards this B site. Maybe play for the flank, little bait and switch, but the stun is good. And Noobs has outplayed them both. That is what you needed. A big two-piece there out of Noobs.
Yeah, you think you're bait and switching me. I'm bait and switching your entire team. He just cleaned up the full ace. I saw him grab the third. Holy, that's one hell of a way to respond, but oh no, he didn't get the last. Almond did. The thing is, that is one response of what would need to be 5 in a row, so let's not get ahead of ourselves here. You know, the other thing to kind of keep in mind, and we hadn't mentioned this yet, Team Tommy's team was the squad to send Crimsix's team initially down to the lower bracket. But the thing was, the 2 hard points that they played were like 250 to 248 and like 250 to 209. Like, they were so tight. And I will say this much, as tight as the first hard point was, we can definitely see a bit of a difference starting to brew here in the search. A lot of work to be done, and Crim's team has planted at A, but there's those set nades. Finally, they pan out, but it comes just a fraction of a second too late. Unrational has gotten the bomb down, and Crim has made this a 3v3.
Here comes the glide, it looks like here. Will not find anything, but you have to try and make something happen.
Too soon?
You have the numbers. 25 seconds left. C6 and Reader just going to play their lives. Reader all the way at the back of the spawn. C6 just kind of hanging out by the tree here. And Reader finds one. And now they know exactly where he is. You should be able to hop on this bomb. I mean, he's going to have a chance maybe to try and get here for some shots. But you got to be able to land him. You got to land him quick. Halfway through. Just need to be able to get that last second in. Reader finds the kill, and he gets there in time. No. Unbelievable. That defuse looked like it was just about there, but it is denied. And that means that Team C6 here coming out strong will find the 6-2 win.
The thing is, you find yourself in a 3v2, and you know, granted, you're trying to chase down Reader, but you get the second kill, or the kill in the second player, rather, I should say, almost immediately. I'm a bit puzzled on why you don't just immediately hop from there. Why are both players trying to chase that far? You know that he's going to be repositioning either where Tommy was up top or down right below in the alleyway by the courtyard. A bit puzzling, because, again, it's a fraction of a second. You get on that 3/10 sooner, that's the difference between the map extending and you losing 6-2, which, of course, the latter just occurred. So, with that in mind, man, I mean, the Crimsix squad search and destroy speed run, as you call it, very well may be featured on All Games Done Quick or whatever that show is next season, because, my goodness, there's an absolute clinic being showcased in search and destroy from Crim squad right now.
There really is. I mean, I just think it comes down to, listen, we don't really know a whole lot of strategies right now. We can't really make too many of them going into a match. So let's just fly at them, baby. And that's what they're doing. They're flying at them. They're getting trades, or if they're not getting trades, they're getting 2 pieces, and they're getting the bomb down quick. I mean, that is literally the entire strat. Get the bomb down as fast as possible. They did it the first, 4 rounds over at A offensively, and just about every single time it worked. So when you're playing like this and you haven't been able to develop a counter to it, I mean, you're just kind of left standing with your pants down like, oh, the bomb's down again, we got to go, and you're running into pre-aim. So I think that was just extremely well done overall, and I mean, a very quick map, but this is looking like we might be getting a second best of 5 a lot quicker than I was expecting.
Yeah, this has been wow. I mean, these last 2 series, we had some pretty quick series earlier today, but nothing that's been on par like this. And the thing is, that first best of 3, we still had a 250 to 242 hard points. So, so it's crazy, man. It's the style of which this game is running right now. It kind of makes you wonder, at least maybe selfishly so, what Modern Warfare would have felt like if it was 4v4. I think the maps would have been too big for that, generally speaking, but it would definitely beg the question. I think we're starting to get maybe some sort of an answer to that as well, outside of the Hitch throwback, and now here looking at Respawn more in-depthly through this Vanguard Crossfire presented by New York, that, you know, this game's going to be quick. I think that much is going to be a guarantee for sure. So like you mentioned, speaking of being off to a kickstart, Crimsix up 2-0. We're going to Bacage, hardpoint for map number 3, and then Tuscan would be there for map number 4, also staying on hardpoint if you're joining us late and wondering what the mode format is. We'll finish things off if we need it. A map 5 Berlin that would be played on Search and Destroy. Otherwise, if Crim can put it away here in the next 3 maps, we're going to a second best of 5 and restart the veto process, and there are going to be some questions about if Tuscan Search and Destroy will be left in the pool.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be. And I mean, this is a map that Team C6 also just ended up winning too. They looked really solid on it.
Yeah.
And I have to imagine this is one of their picks coming in. But we'll see if Team Tommy got anything left here to try and maybe bring this series back. It obviously starts with this map and need a couple of these big players here to step it up like they were doing at the beginning of the run here through the upper bracket for us. But right away, already Team C6 going to get themselves on top of the hill. But it's only going to be for a short time. This is a very scrappy one, not able to really grab a whole lot. You're more concerned about locking down the spawns here for P2 in the field.
Yeah, I was about to say the haggling over what's going on beyond the hard point has been where the majority focus is. And hey, we actually saw it kind of come to grips almost once already this tournament. This is a map that very well could be determined by the clock overall. We saw that's kind of occurred just because, again, this first hard point, I mean, what, 16 of the first 60 seconds were generated. Everything else went to game clock. There was no contest time there really whatsoever. So as we do get the haggle of what's going to happen for the second hard point, Team Tommy was able to hold the mid line, and with that, they finally open up a hard point favorably, and with that, they find themselves in a marginal lead.
Nysl just trying to search for a couple of players around him, but it looks like they now have solid information on just about everyone except for Scummin. He's found the angle to drop down from above, ends up cleaning up 2 noobs from the front, only able to combine for a single kill. So Team C6 here able to push on through and start to hold a bit of this time actually from the front, which would be massive if they could continue to do so, but they're only going to be able to come up with a couple of kills. C6 also has actually opted over towards an STG. Now he has been swapping between weapons based off the hill, and I imagine we're going to continue to see that here a lot on this map.
Risky play here from Reader. It's going to pan out for a double in the scrap time, but look what it does to Intex's spawn. It actually pushes him all the way up through River, and he's making a play around the back. If he can find eliminations, this could actually pan out beautifully for Tommy's squad. Even though you sacrifice a little bit of time at Old and maybe some of the initial time here, they should have spawns. But Almond still hanging out mid-map. You'd love to see him get involved in the effort as Reader tries to re-clear out the hard point. He still stays on a kill streak of 4. The 5th is just inside, spamming through the window shutters. Not going to be good enough as Noobs finds the double. And as Crim tries to recontest, the numbers now convincingly start to prevail in favor of Team Tommy.
It was actually a big kill for Noobs. That was to make sure the glide bomb did not come into play. And now Reader off screen has actually been able to find out 3. And that's going to give his teammates now a chance to move on through with the numbers, but Tommy there for 2 for himself. Intex wants to get the aggressive challenge in, but Irrational, he lives in the hill. This is where he finds just about all of his success. Unfortunately, he will be overwhelmed, and we'll see Team Tommy come through with a bit of a lead, and we'll be able to lock down this scrap time as Noobs comes away with another 2-piece. So we move over to Barn, and guess what? Team Tommy, they're here first.
Yeah, this has been the key now for the last 2 major hard points. We got a lot of that first hill was just making sure that you kept the left side of the minimap. Team Tommy was successfully able to do that. Allman from the top ropes. Goodness, great tracking. Now the pistol in hand. Needs to find the last player on the back, and wouldn't you guess it, it's Reader again. He's 11 and 10, but I feel like we've said his name on every single kill he's had so far. It feels like every single kill has been a major one, including the 12th right there, able to find that onto Tommy. So Irrational still in the hill, but Team Tommy's squad spawning favorably, looking to reinforce. Just down to what can happen on this next engagement, and Reader tries to give it one last good college try, but Tommy for the 3-piece from the staircase makes sure that that doesn't happen.
Oh, this close spawn that you just kind of funnel through the side door on just makes it so you can keep on throwing the gammon bombs in and make sure everyone's weak. So that lines things up quite nicely for Tommy. Intex here from the side, probably going to start to make his move towards that new hill. And if there is any streaks in play, I don't believe there is. Just the glide bomb actually from Allman that he got at the very first life. I thought he had already used it, but now we might be able to clean up the hill. Does find an Irrational to get him off the time. And now if you can control some of the higher ground here, you have a chance to be able to break on through.
And it's another situation where you look at Tommy's squad and look where the yellow arrows are populated from. They're hitting this from the back again. It's just all of the things that we talked about when we were watching Tommy's team from the first couple of rounds in this tournament. It was the flow, the fluidity, the timing on rotations were flawless. And we're starting to see that come to grips once more. Crim looking to make an argument for the counter, able to find a double, but Scummin is going to lead things to a 1v1. And oh my goodness, Allman. I mean, he is making a single-handed case for why this automaton needs to be more thrusted into the conversation.
I'm telling you, man, like, I've been using this thing, and I'm like, this thing's broken. Like, and I'm like, Almond, I think, is like, this thing is broken. So he's pulling it out. He's 19-10. He's looking solid, and Noobs is also having a really good game right now, too, 22-16. So, I mean, combined with these two, that is really the big reason we almost see a 100-point lead before going into that reset here on the hill. So, back to P1. If your team sees 6, you really got to try to up the slaying power right now, because it feels like they have just been taken out here quite a bit through the majority of these hills. They've just been lagging behind a tad bit, but finally Reader, he finds himself in a good position to get a little bit of this time, and he hasn't been taken out just yet.
Well, this could be a really big moment here for Team Crim. They're starting to work for the left side of the map with just 30 seconds remaining in the hard point, and Noobs, who is behind this play, has taken a couple of shots. He will reveal his position. It comes down to a 1v1 in the back, and Noobs has won it. Oh my, not again. Surely not. Noobs now taking his effort towards the hill, collects his second. Almond is the one soaking up time. He still is on a double. Up top, oh my goodness. He gets that elimination. Things get a little bit dangerous, but it's Noobs who's styling on everybody. Now, granted, a couple were weak, but it doesn't take away from the impressiveness of the transfers. That's good for the 3rd straight kill. Intex cleans up the 4th, and the status remains the same. Team Tommy in control of the second hard point off the rip.
Oh, and it's back to step 1 for Team C6. Look at this. They're spawning very deep behind the P4 hill. I mean, you're just feeling the pressure right now as you're going to have to try to funnel down low. C6, I think, has brought an AR back out, but Almond will deal with him without a problem, soaking up time. His teammates are running around the map. I mean, this is everything you could possibly hope for. Shuts one more down, but C6 needs to find a lot of big kills, but with the close spawn, I mean, it's so difficult to get in here. And Team Tommy, I mean, they have come to life after going 0-2 down right now, Alan. I mean, they look like a totally different team, and Almond looks like a totally different player. He has found all 4. Unbelievable right there. The 4K comes through. Scrap time's being locked in. Team Tommy, they are going nuts.
Oh my. This is a thing of nightmares, or dreams, I guess, depending on what side you find yourself on. But over the 200-point mark very early on here is Team Tommy. 204-84, scumming in a corner. Pretty scummy of him, to be honest. I don't know why I said that, just cringe word right there. I know it's bad. But 3 in a row for him, and with that, this opening house will start to favor that of Crimsix, and they need a massive hard point, maybe even streaks, and Scumming can provide as he gets himself 6. The 7th right around the corner as the spawns continue to favor Team Tommy, and as he realizes it, he falls just short of the bombing run.
Oh, that is so big. I mean, now not only do you have a 100-point lead, but you're going to have some streaks maybe to try and work back in. It's going to be difficult, but at least still a chance to do so. But it starts with getting the scrap time. This is a big 20 seconds here. Reader needs to get involved in the play. Will he be able to come away with a couple? He can't. Tommy is electric in the point, finds a couple for himself. So scrap time will go over. This is going to get Team Tommy fairly close to closing out the game, and now we're moving back over towards a hill where you need to get spawns here. So if they can lock down the spawns, there's a chance. But Reader almost there for a 3, able to at least get himself 2, as everyone now makes that move over to the side of Barn to see if they can get themselves set up.
Here comes the strafing run, called right, I imagine, down the main street. Won't find any connections. Crim, though, double with the Gamma nade, keeps the hard point in his team's favor, but they lose the spawns due to the trading nature. Crim on 3. 4 straight, in fact, looking for a glide bomb. There it is. How about more? Nope, not going to happen. Tommy up top takes care of him, and now win condition is right underneath the hands of Team Tommy. Unrational trying to contest as he continues to work from hard point to hard point. Not finding nearly as much success this time around as in previous hard points, only 50 seconds on the hill. And, well, I'll say this much. I think like a lot of it is just simply due to the fact that Team Tommy has won almost every single rotation in this map so far.
And they can end it here. You need to contest. You got to get a couple seconds shaved off the point. And they might be able to do it and try to send it at least one more, as that should be the play. And you still got to glide if you're Noobs, though, to break open the points. So you're not really too stressed about a rotation, but you can see it. Everyone on the side of Team 6, they have dedicated every single member to get here. And now they got to play what we call perfect hard point while streaks are in. It's not going to be easy, as Noobs should be able to drop down and see if he can find a couple of kills. He's able to get 1, and that should enable the push.
Intex weakens up on with the Gamma nade, and from up top, Almond deals with Scumming. 2 seconds remain between Team Tommy and a win. It would still have to be a reverse sweep for them here. Otherwise, coming out of the winner's bracket, they will have the safety blanket of a second best of 5, but For now, we'll stay with the initial conversation point, which would be what a reverse sweep would look like with this win here in map number 3. And more importantly, you go into map 4, which was Tommy's choice. So, you know, hey, there is an opportunity potentially brewing here to go back-to-back hardpoint wins and send this thing to a map 5, especially if you can keep up that type of momentum onto a map like Tuscan, which is what we have in front of us.
And, I mean, the fact that they bounced back here, I mean, is insane. We'll see a lot of it here, of course, in the USAA coverage clip. But this was, you know, off to just a really nice start. You saw it here. It was about 114 to 55. They were up about 100 points going into the resets. And, you know, this is really the first time we've seen Team Tommy in this series kind of have authority over Team C6 in the hard points and in the respawns. And this is a map that Team C6 has actually been really good on and have won a lot on the day. So the fact that you've just done this, I mean, has to give you a little fuel in the tank to start to bring this one back.
A couple of highlight moments though on the other side to keep things close. This one from Scummin, of course, but Reader, we mentioned from the first map, actually, I think in the Search and Extremities in 1v3, it's like we haven't said his name too much, but I feel like every time we talked about him in the early stages of the first rotation right there on Bakash, he was doing everything you could possibly want when it came to trying to enter and recontest a hard point when you don't have the spawns. The thing is, I feel like with a map like Bakash, and the same will exist, I think, conversationally for a map like Tuscan, if you don't find yourself winning those even slight advantages when it comes to rotating and getting the initial set of preferred spawns, breaking some of those hard points can be difficult to do. Even if you're not necessarily spawning super far away from them and you're not getting overly punished by the proximal spawns that exist close to the hard points, the fact of the matter is, if you're allowing your opponent to get a setup, they're looking to capitalize on easily the first 30 seconds, if not more, which I think was the biggest crux of the problem throughout that third map right there for Team Crimsix.
And both of these teams, you know, that have obviously been playing hardpoint all day long have also realized, you know, when they can start to find these moments to push up and force these spawns even deeper. So now when you're trying to break like a P3, for example, you got to track so much ground before you get close to it. Like, you're trying to move a good 10, 15 seconds, clearing out all of your corners before you even get a chance to touch the hill. By that point, you've usually, you know, lost a couple of your team members here as well. So, I mean, it is very rewarding if you get there first. We saw it earlier in the day. We hyped up Envoy for making sure there was always rotations being won. He was that guy doing it. If you have a player that's just always on top of the rotations, like, listen guys, I'm just going to focus on the clock. If there's 20 seconds left, I'm moving to new. And if you can get a player like that always in position on the map like this, then you're going to find the close spawns. You're going to have the reinforcements faster than the opponents, and you're probably going to get some more time here, and that's what matters most. So I mean, we'll watch for it a lot, but this is also SMG heaven. We'll see a lot of the same things we just saw there in Bocage play out here for us on Tuscan Hardpoint too.
Gotta feel like it's gonna be more automaton as well.
That as well. I hope so.
I'm here for it. I really am. I would love to see a game that contains a 3-gun meta. I would love to see it. You know, I mean, that was, I think, one of the beauties of Black Ops 4 when you look at it back on the competitive titles in recent memory. The fact that you were able to consistently throughout the entirety of the game see 3 weapons definitely allowed diversity. Now, granted, of course, there were 5 players on the map, so at times, yeah, there were 3 SMGs. At times, yeah, there may have been 3 ARs, but with a 4v4, you know, we have yet to really even see anything close to a 3-weapon meta. I mean, last year, it would no way, no how. I think we definitely have an opportunity, depending on what maps we see in the competitive map pool, to see the automaton become very valuable. And hey, you've got a player like Allman who's already showcased, and that a couple others on the day have also given it a whirl, but I think it's only a matter of time before we start seeing it pop up more in scrims, just to see what is the ceiling of this weapon. Does it actually have a place in the game? And if so, where, when, and how often?
That's the question, isn't it? I mean, it feels like almost just about any scenario. I think you could have at least one maybe on the map, especially in respawn. There is certainly an argument to be made, but we'll see if, you know, it continues. I mean, at the moment, it feels like Allman certainly favoring it. And that was after, I want to say, he was running a good amount of the STG earlier on in the day. So, you know, that has been a swap up halfway through, but here we go, ladies and gents, into what could be a potential reverse sweep or a bracket reset for Team 6. They are still up 2-1, looking for the bounce back, and they come out here absolutely swinging, finding 3 down, getting control early, and forcing Team Tommy on the back foot.
Yeah, very strong start here, to be sure. And the question becomes, at what point do you stop committing for this outer lane hit and try to play through the middle of the map, which you saw Tommy try to offer? Even trade so far. Again, more good news for Crimsix and co. Now, finally, maybe a bit of a status change. Allman over the top, able to at least weaken up enough to get noobs involved, but still the trades continue. And now we turn our attention to what's already happening on the map. As we start to look over to what's coming up next, you've already got all the blue arrows making the moves to try to make that flip start to occur. And it looks like number 3, Crim, he's done it single-handedly. He's gotten behind this hard point. Now it just comes down to how long can you stay alive?
Oh. We'll see if they can try to make this rotation work out here for them. Team C6, they're not playing around anymore, are they? 2 there for Crimsix himself. Coming from the side, able to get 1 for himself too, but it's the nades that you have to really worry about and try to finesse in the point, especially with this one when they come over multiple different angles, come from the high ground, the low ground, you name it. But this has been very solid. I mean, Team C6 with the spawns have just been zoning everything quite well. There's maybe an opportunity now for Tommy to try and break it open, but the teamwork has just been so on point, and they've come out with such a nice lead. Team Tommy, they only got 10 points.
But here's the thing, you know, end of the day, it was a contested initial part of the hard point. Who was going to take spawns? Who was going to take the hill? You're going 35-25 in this hard point. Call it what it is. You 50-50'd it for the most part. The last 10 seconds are going to go to scrap time and mostly just go to the game clock. And we turn our attention over to Almond and Intex, who are now trying to zone off some space around the fountain, and they have successfully done just that. 3 straight kills. It's Crim in a corner, trying to play his life, but he gets sniffed out by Intex, and now all of a sudden Almond can get to work with the Almond Automaton. Call it the Almondaton right at this point, right over the middle of the map, up top, but Crim gets a beat on him from up top of the church.
Truly, I mean, it really does feel like it's his weapon, but still need to try and convert for some time here. They have the spawns, but they still need to win the gunfight. Tommy, does he do it all himself? He comes up with 2. And now you got C6 to kind of watch over the hill, but he is just being naded. I mean, look at the stunts and nades going off right now, man. It is really difficult to kind of get any kind of a setup, but Scummin on the pinch has found himself 2. Oh. That is exactly what you want to see now for Team C6, as they're going to be able to move on through. Even some reinforcements coming. No way does he drop low and find noobs. Big 3 kills and might be able to work for some streaks. There it is. Kill number 4, 1 more, and he's got the glide.
I'm not going to lie here, Austin, that's all just a byproduct of Team Tommy not counting. That's really what it is. They got 3 straight kills, and if you look back on it, you'll notice that Tommy's crew starts to rotate through the first hard point looking to get over to church. They forget that there's a 4th player on the map. They just lose track, and Scummin just turns that into what could have been a very dire situation from Crimsix's team when it comes to the spree between the 3rd and the 4th hard point into a very manageable one, because now you not only are able to keep the force of Tommy's team over towards old, they have no numbers here at new, and with that, Crimsix's team will eventually take the cause and effect to get back in contest, and with 30 seconds left now, Gary goes to work.
Oh man, one of them is a team kill, so it's not the full feed, but it's still 3, and he's putting in work inside of the hard point. This is where he has been most known when playing Respawn throughout the week, throughout the majority of the tournaments, man. He's always involved in the hill. But with about a good 15 seconds left, both teams going to give it one last good try, and Rational gets through one last time. Tommy there for a quick trade. And Team Tommy, they have worked back in. Remember, they were down like 70 points before the P3 hill, so going to be down about 40, and this is the hill where they have a chance to really bring things back.
Coming in a corner. Oh, the wall bang for 2 is just so punishing. Tommy can't do anything but wait. Unrational, after he had fallen, takes care of the staircase, which seems to be one of the more lucrative positions to hold on to defensively if you're holding on to the zone. Crim for another double, but Almond working his way now in. Crim without ammunition falls, leads it just to Scummin, and Almond for 4 again. It's just, oh, my goodness, what in the world, bro?
Almond, you want to play challenges this year or something?
I'm telling you, dude.
You're running.
I didn't want to say it too much, but I'm telling you, dude, he was doing this in Modern Warfare too.
Oh, man. On another spree. He is now, I don't think fully streaked out, but should have 2 out of the 3. That was another big moment for Almond, and now Intex inside the hill, just gonna be able to get it. And Team Tommy have brought this back. The first set of hills, they were down so much. The last set of hills go their way. And ladies and gents, do we ever have a hard point on our hands? 15 points separating the 2 as we go through the reset and head back to P1.
This is gonna be unreal. It really just comes down to who can maybe lock things down from the middle of the map. You see both teams really just playing the outside angles, and it has allowed the ARs to go to work. Reader and Crim, the 2 in specific that are finding the wealth of elimination so far. It's going to be now Almond calling in streaks. Strafing run is good for a double. That's going to open up some opportunity here for Team Tommy to recontest. But what comes up next, and what time do you want to try to give up on this hill and play for the next one? Tommy maybe already making a move to the middle of the map was shut down. And for Crimsix's squad, they've already got nice tall angles inside the church, so Crim can keep focusing his attention forward, but just as he was going to try to make a play for the triple, denied by the Gammon Bomb, and things still stay very much so tight. Even beyond that, first time you could say Team Tommy has been in the lead as they flip things up in their favor.
Oh, Intex. Oh, if he wins that battle, then he's able to maybe get to the back here, but this is still a massive moment. Team Tommy now need to coordinate a push, get together, start to break into church, and that's exactly what they'll do here. First gun fight will be traded out. Allman will take down his teammate. That's fine. Smoke now in play, and Rational drops it on himself here, which might make things a little bit more chaotic to try and hold for, but oh, no auto aim in Tex.
Wow.
Just get a little help there. It was Noobs that did clean him up, but I think the smoke there actually hurt him and didn't really know where to look, so that will give at least the side of Team Tommy a chance to move on through, and Noobs is just shredding heads up top as he'll now try to drop low for time.
Yeah, this has been one heck of a turnaround, and it's a lot of it from Allman, but Noobs is finding key kills when it matters most. He's got himself now 2 streaks. One more kill away from getting the bombing run, which sometimes can be a detriment, so I don't think you're really going to lose sleep over if you don't get it or not. You're just happy that your team has found themselves in the lead. But now as we look to the rotation towards Fountain, already in possession of the spawns and looking to zone the front side of the hill is Crimsix and co. Intex taking his time, waiting for an opportunity to strike from around the back. And he very well may find it right here, but he turns aside just as Reader and Crim find him. And now the attention goes to Allman. He's shut down, and now a good opportunity for Crimsix's team to start working their way forward and maybe to get back in this game.
But because of this comeback, a lot of streaks have been built up. Noobs is going to take down 2 of his teammates there, and that is unfortunate. You don't see your teammates in that glide bomb, and he'll end up stopping a lot of that push. So everyone now for Team Tommy going to have to reset, have to start to win gunfights up close, but everything looking to light up blue in that feed. And now Team C6, look, they can start to push out over onto this left side and start watching A long, forcing some of the earlier engagements to get information. They're doing so ever so wonderfully. And now this is a chance to come away with the remaining, 30 seconds or so, 15 left, of course, on it, but they get a big amount of time to get that lead kind of back in their favor. So this is massive here for them as, once again, a rotation over to Church. We'll see if they can do it as Allman's up top.
These next set of gunfights are going to be so incrementally important for Team Crimsix. You get smoked here, you're going to keep spawning out in Narnia. So here we go. Allman gets a read. Yeah, they're going to be playing through the 5th hard point, and he can hold this with an automaton once again. Hip fire. Good. Oh my goodness, Allman! What an absolutely beautiful display as he gets in Reader and then takes up the MP40 for Scummin. Holy cannoli. But while this is all unfolding, the hit growing some second legs. Noobs, he's the last one left for Team Tommy inside the hard point, and even though Allman makes a special play, it's actually still Crimsix's team who's able to contest.
Yeah, the spawns flipped there, so Team C6, they're able to start getting some more numbers in, but Allman from the side, will he be able to break this? The challenge comes to him at the worst possible timing. And now Scummin likely to push out the front here, try to see if he can take down some of the players rotating, and they're going to call it. All the players here for Team Tommy, they have simply made the rotation. This is a hill that is, again, very scrappy. It is just going to be gammon bombs and stuns just raining into this hard point. Anytime you can get here is massive, but it is Team Tommy that need it more than ever.
Absolutely they do. Here we go. Noobs good for the first. Nades start to come through. Intex counter nade. Help is on the way, right up the staircase. Tommy just comes guns blazing. Intex now following after the regen. 43 HP thinks, why not? Let's try to zone off the front side of the hill, and the rest of the team will commit. 220 is where it's stalled for Crimsix and co. Team Tommy working on trying to meet that and then surpass. Next hit starting to grow from the front. Tommy, Intex, respond to it nicely, but then the next stun comes through and Scumman's able to turn that into one. Intex looking to follow up, but help from Allman is on the way, and the trades will favor Team Tommy as they retake the lead again.
Oh man, this has been a great hold, Team Tommy. I mean, this is just so difficult to do because of the gammon bombs, and you're seeing it. I mean, it is all gammon bombs in the feed, but they're going the way of Team Tommy more often than not. One last hit for scrap time there for Unrational, but it's only 5 seconds. So you have to make this move, and I think there might still be some potential streaks in play here coming in towards P1. We'll find out very soon, but Team C6, they're here first, and they still have a chance to lock it up. It might all end here for us, Alan, on P1.
Allman, he just threw it in the nastiest shoulder this side of the Mississippi. Oh my goodness, and then over the heady. Ullman will turn that into a spree of 3 before Irrational gets the trade. Did it come maybe a little bit too late? The numbers, good for the team in yellow. Streak starting to rein in. That's Crim hitting the go button saying we've got to try to find eliminations. This is only 8 seconds between them and a map 5. 233, 244. The kills from the front looking good for Tommy and co. What a comeback it will be. 250 hit and Team Tommy send it to a map 5, looking to convert onto a reverse sweep here in the grand finals.
Oh, Team Tommy Allen. They're here to play. They're here to give us a series. I mean, it really did look like after the complete, just showing in the map number 2 there for Team C6, when they 6-1 them, made it an absolute speed run. It was looking like we're going to a second best of 5. No. We are not going to a second best of 5 just yet. In fact, this might be the only series that we end up casting here in the grand finals, because Team Tommy are making this reverse sweep happen. We'll see it again, of course, in the USAA coverage clip here, Alan, but there were so many moments where it looked like Team C6, especially off the start, we're going to run away with this one.
Really did. It's one of those things that, again, I hate to keep reiterating this, but a lot of the time that we see Team Tommy start to run away with the map is due to how good they are in rotation. And in this first set of hills, Crimsix and co did not allow them a chance to find that bountiful wealth time and time again, as we had major rotations starting to come through. But I still will say, and I might die in this hill, we need to put out a petition to start calling the automaton the Almondaton. If it's good in Warzone, he continues to use it, I think that would definitely grow some legs for us. I mean, the things that he's doing with it are undeniable. I was going to say unbelievable, but that doesn't even do it justice. It's now become undeniable in my mind.
It has been just such a treat to watch. And I mean, that is another 4-piece that we got in that game again from Allman. Like, I'm just thinking about just the clips we're gonna get this year, because man, this is just insane. Allman's just running through some of these players single-handedly, popping 4-pieces, getting multi-kills, earning streaks, locking down lanes, and fighting for the hill. He is doing everything he possibly can. And now Team Tommy as a whole have been able to bring this series back. I mean, this is just insane. You look at the first 2 maps and you go, sure, Oasis was very, very close. Map 2, it's like, oh man, speedrun. I'm still processing this, Alan, because I just really can't even accept the fact that they've been able to bounce back like this and they're still clutching up. This was a really big factor that they had in the winners final. They were winning a lot of these end game moments. They were making sure they were locking down all of the hills, making sure the setups were intact, and that is another moment there at the end of Tuscan where it is picture perfect. So we go into the S&D. I think it's Berlin, right, that we're heading into for map number 5. So we might even get some sniper play potentially here coming into the final map.
And just for reference, this is Crimsix's team's map pick on Tommy's host. So if that tells you anything about maybe search and destroy favor, Crimsix's team, who has been lights out, at least in the last couple of rounds that we've been having a chance to watch them play in the Surge, now they're going to a map that they have selected. So will that maybe unfold and make something really come to life here, where it says, you thought the 6-2 on Tuscan was impressive? Well, hold on to your britches there, boys. We've got Berlin coming up. For some reason, I was just picturing Brad Pitt, like during Inglourious Bastards. We got Berlin coming up here.
I like this energy, Alan. It's getting late,
it's a weird energy right now, bro. It's weird.
I'm vibing off of it. But yeah, I mean, we got to see, I want to say, I'm trying to remember back to Team Tommy playing Berlin a little bit earlier on. And it did feel like there was moments where they did feel trapped at times, and they were unable to get to some of the sites, especially on the offensive side. And now, having learned this and having played the map and, having to deal with a lot more of the stuns and nades in the game, we'll see if they might have, a different idea to kind of approach a lot more of the sites, right? Because I just remember, so many times where Allman was just getting stunned on that B cross, trying to cross with the bomb, and the bomb would go down. And then, of course, that makes the round that much more difficult, as you have to gather the bomb and still make a push happen here. So I think this still comes back down to, what you do defensively, because you have this option on offense to get this bomb down, play your lives, and work into the back. It's just how aggressive are you willing to be on the defensive side, and how much of the map are you willing to take away?
Especially when you consider the narrative of Tommy's team on defense and Crim's team on offense, because Crim's team has been blitzkrieg fast when it comes to what they're doing on the search and destroy from the attacking POV. They've gotten the bomb down within the first 30 seconds, at least in some of the maps that we've seen up until this point. Now, you would have to figure that Berlin will be a map that will not necessarily allow the luxuries to do that as often, but we'll see, because down by the dock side, if you can get good lane control, maybe even watch over the middle of the map. We saw FIFA Kill finding a lot of good early first bloods earlier today from that position.
Right.
It gives you a really good look at that bomb site from the attack. So I don't know. It'll be really curious to see kind of what the styles are going to look like once we get into the reloaded lobby, which is coming across us right now. So I don't know. I'm curious. I wouldn't be surprised, though, to see the same type of pace and tempo immediately thwarted into this game by Crimsix's team. They have looked like they are not going to let up any step of the way.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine they will. It just worked out so well for them. Like, why would you try to stop that? I mean, especially when you have a site like like you're mentioning, where you can get some of these close quarter gunfights, and it's like, if you're just running at them, fighting the first kill and dropping the bomb, like, you can always assume there's going to be probably 1 to 2 players over on that B side, since you have to dedicate resources over there. But here we go, ladies and gents. Tommy looks like he's going to be making a solo play through A, all by himself, maybe to play for a bit of a flank. We'll see if that does come into play later on in the round. But meanwhile, they're going to have that bomb actually shift over here too. Now, they didn't clear out player 8, so there's still a chance to maybe find this kill, because Allman has no idea he's here.
Okay, well, Tommy has slipped through, but he's actually not going to be in a perfect position to capitalize on too much. And as the bomb carrier Allman drops, and Tommy's position was revealed, it's very easy to just track back and find elimination. Scummin was tagged up, so they know exactly where Intex is. And this would be a very difficult 1v4 to pull. Gets the first, tries to go to the drop shot, but no, simply overwhelmed. And you have to admire, I think, the idea from Team Tommy, but you mentioned this last time we were casting it, and I think you're absolutely right. You can't just let the middle of the map go away from you. You have to contest it.
Yeah, you do have to contest it some way, whether that's getting top 3 and at least, scouting over, getting some kind of info. But I think that round really came down to Tommy just running through A, saying, listen, I don't think anyone's here, guys. And Allman tried to follow that up, and unfortunately someone was there and ended up getting taken down. He's like, oh, wait, there's 2 guys here, actually. So
yeah,
unfortunately, once that bomb goes down again, it just becomes so difficult to play retake. So first round's good. Team C6 able to get it on the board, and now we'll see if they keep up some of this aggression that we saw a lot on Tuscan S&D. But we talked about, getting involved in the middle of the map here on Rush, and Rational is actually just ran through Secret, and he's found a kill.
Oh my god. Noob's just going to be sitting there saying, dude, what? Allman might be sharing the same sentiments. Dude, what? How do you just let him get through like that? So a 2v2 situation. The only bit of good news so far for Team Tommy was they did drop the bomb carrier, so that needs to be collected. Tommy literally underneath Unrational for a time. Not sure if you heard too much of that. Doesn't seem like he has. His Intex hasn't made even a footstep closer towards the A site. So it's going to be Tommy holding a corner and Crimsix and co. with Reader and Rational left alive. Looking to clear in. Oh, that's just so diligent. Reader gets the kill. Now turning it into 2v1 should be a free plant.
That really is. I mean, you have to check your corners. You have to make sure no one's sounding the bomb there. Just a heads up play from Reader. And Intex across the map now needs to try and break down this 1 versus 2. Has the sub to do it. Does get to the bomb fairly quickly, but it's about scouting the players out. That is the difficulty here. We'll see if he can jump through the window. Does he see his gun? He does not see the gun there. So Team C6 playing very strong. Search and destroy just like they were in map number 2, and they're already off to a nice start.
Unbelievable start, I think you may say. And look, I know, Austin, when we usually cast over Search and Destroys, we say you don't want to go down 0-4, you don't want to go down 1-5. But I feel like they're playing up against Team Crimsix, you also don't want to go down 0-3. So I hate to throw so much weight on an early round, but this very well may be a must-win round here for Team Tommy. Especially only carrying 3 total kills.
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down here, Alan. This is a must.
All right, thanks.
They need to win this one. And well, here's the problem, right? This is exactly what Team Tommy ran into, a couple series ago, where they just got stunned on this B cross and they were unable to get to the bomb. Now, Tommy has opened up with a kill at least, and he does have some presence around mid map, so he can play for a pinch. So this is at least going to be very valuable here for you. But more importantly, Irrational has actually been able to push all the way through, so he might be able to find a couple of these players that have no idea he's back here, and there is the first one. Very nicely done. That's also the glide bomb now for Irrational. If he finds another one, he's going to be able to work for more streaks.
Don't love that if you're Team Tommy. I'll say that much. In case that wasn't clear, which I'm sure it was. With 35 seconds on the clock, and you still having to make a move, you have to commit. And I love this from Tommy. Don't worry about what's still alive. Let's put ourselves in a favorable spot to win the round. So bomb's going to get planted. It will get off without a hitch. But the problem here is you've got Crimsix members on both sides. So the exit will be challenged, and Reader has not been seen. He's got eyes on Tommy the whole way, but cannot convert on the opportunity. Has anyone seen where Intex is? Tommy wins a gunfight versus Unrational, and now Reader finds himself kind of caught off guard, and wow.
Tommy.
What a play from Tommy.
That is just a situation where you're literally sandwiched in between two players, and you're like, I gotta take a gunfight. We didn't see it from his POV, but he obviously flew at the other player, won it, wraps around, gets the second. I mean, just such a veteran play here from Tommy in the S&D, and that is just a really big round where you needed it to at least get yourself on the board. So that is going to be maybe something you can at least build off of going into the rest of the rounds here. Still going to be down by 1, but you're, again, at least on the board here, and you can take a bit of a breath.
Yeah, must-win round, I would say, for sure. But the glide bomb has been earned. Unrational going for the quick plant. Not going to be allowed. Intex denies it, and that's going to be great news here for Team Tommy's defenses. Now they know, of course, where the bomb should be dropped. So Intex will quite literally shut the door on the play here. Allman from the back corner, still with the automaton, long range on Scummy. You want to talk about the versatility of the weapon. It's showcased in a multitude of different ways here. And from Crim sitting mid-map and Reader playing the long angle, someone has to find a free kill. Not going to happen. It's Allman again, his second straight kill in the round.
I love this, man. Just getting a player in mid now. You can see it. A large spread also coming out. A lot of big individual gunfights, of course, were also won in this round, but really starts with Intex finding that first one. And Reader is pretty much caught in an impossible situation, but maybe he can find a couple of kills here. He does still have to get over to that site. I'm not sure if he saw Intex here. He throws the stun out. If he maybe takes the challenge, there was a chance to combine for 2, but nice little snap on. And what was looking like maybe a bit of a runaway for Team C6 has actually been quickly responded with a couple of back-to-back rounds now for Team Tommy.
Yeah, exactly what what the doctor would have ordered. Jeez. This is what happens when it gets to after midnight here, Visions. My English turns into Spanish or something. I don't even know. But 2-2 the count, not just in the maps, but also in the rounds. And this would be a big one here from either side's point of view. You go 3 in a row if you're Team Tommy, you're feeling really saucy about your reverse sweep attempts, and maybe you get into the heads a little bit of Team Crimsix. But on the other side, you cauterize the wound, you get right back into your winning ways, and the search and destroy looks like it never really got out of your favor. But with these smokes starting to embellish the majority of the B site, Allman has snuck his way in. He's going to commit for a plant. No one's here to contest this.
This is big. You get the bomb down, and the glide finds no value. I love that play. I thought Allman actually got it down before he hopped off, but made sure to play his life so the glide doesn't find him. C6 from the front here gets shredded from that Allman Matan, as we like to call it, and now you're starting to see the numbers dwindle for Team C6. Unrational hits this flank again, but I mean, it almost looks like it's way too late.
It really does seem that way. Unrational caught in a 1v4 situation, and my goodness. You think to the glide bomb dropping, obviously for the defense, that's your retake moment. And it largely just gets stopped off the fact that Tommy gets a kill mid-map. I believe he's actually looking over, watching Allman's front doors just to make sure no one's pushing into him. So that first blood is a massive one, not only because you turn into a 4v3, but like we had mentioned, you survive through the glide bomb and you get the bomb planted. I mean, it's like a perfect storm starts feeling in your sails there. So an opportunity here for Team Tommy to continue on their winning ways and Allman to potentially find streaks of his own. He's on 4 in a row. 3 straight rounds here, and Crimsix and co need a response right here in round 6.
Yeah, they do, and they haven't really made any kind of an aggressive push just yet. Some of the players starting to move up left, but Scummin looks like he maybe just had a read on a aggressive push that would come through for Tommy, and it pays off. Noobs gets info, decides to actually throw his body in the site here. Very risky. Gets the first one. Does he get out? Yes, he does. Risky play from Noobs, but I mean, so rewarding, and that will even us up as well as slow down this offensive hit.
But Intex runs right by the bomb carrier of Scummin. It's going to feel so bad. Allman, though, still keeps the bomb site itself safe as he tallies up Crimsix from the front. 2v2. 40 seconds to play. The opportunity to rotate is there.
They've read
Proactively, though, Allman and Noobs, I wouldn't even call it they read it. They just predict it. What in the gypsy reading loving world is this strategy? They're right through the middle of the map. They've read this as if they saw it in a crystal ball, and now it looks like the action very well may unfold in the middle of the map.
Well, Reader opens up the door. Hello, Wild Noob sitting there. Thanks for the pickup. but this still could be a winnable round. Scummin is going to be able to get the plant off. It's just, can he exit safely? And the timing here, it might have just worked out in his favor. They have no idea where Scummin went. Noobs is trying to watch over, but they might just have to hop on it. In these situations, one player has to hop on the bomb.
And Noobs is closest. He thought about it, but they've allowed Scummin a chance to reposition. Noob steps aside, keeps his life. Almond quickly trying to move. The 1v1 has been taken, and Noob's there to follow up. Whew. I'm telling you, dude. I know that the game state is not perfect right now for Search and Destroy, but it's causing for some chaos in these post-plant retakes.
It is, but that is the correct play. I mean, with the current exploit, of course, in the game, hop on the bomb, force the challenge, hop off of it, and then go for the repeat once you regen. I mean, that was literally how you had to play it. They do so correctly. They make sure they get that round. And this has been, what, 4 rounds in a row for the side of Team Tommy. They have been taking over, and sometimes when this happens to you, especially in the back of your mind, when you're like, all right, reverse sweep potentially in the cards here, you start to play a little bit different in some of these rounds. You start to play a little safer. You don't take the same amount of risk. We'll see if Irrational, continues to go for these flanks that he's been opting into every single defensive round, but it's a nice spread here. A lot of information being searched for offensively for Team Tommy, and it's Intex that finds Irrational for the punish.
This has been such an uncharacteristically slow last 5 rounds from Team Crimsix. I mean, they've barely made moves at all. Round 1, they were all in the middle of the map. Now they're paying so much respect, it might be a little bit too much. It's taking away that garnered favor that they had built based on the tempo that they played in from previous maps. Trade was there in the Scummin. So we go into a 3v2 favoring Tommy and co. And right around the corner was Crim. If he gets good timing here, he could stop the plant from ever folding, and then he needs to read on the Tommy, but thinks better of the second challenge. Both players tagged, but Crim will value his life, and rightfully so, as now he finds himself in a 1v2 in an unbelievably well-timed and placed game, and Bomb finishes the round, and that's 5 straight for Team Tommy. Oh, this is is this a frag from downtown?
I think that was a stun. I think he did.
No way.
I mean, that didn't look like a game bomb to me, but
no, it didn't.
I mean, this is 5 rounds straight. 5 rounds straight. A reverse sweep in the first best of 5. I think so many people watching probably thought this was going to a bracket reset in the map number 3 when Team C6 were up 2-0, especially after the speedrun 6-1 win on Tuscan. But this could be the last round. Noobs on 5 in a row, has himself a streak, would love to get one more kill so you can at least guarantee yourself a second, but they have information on this A hit, and they're going to start to dedicate some resources and push them over to A.
Intex has cleared the B bomb site, by the way. He's all the way through docks. So as Tommy gets aggressive, he takes down the bomb carrier, but it's a 1-for-1 exchanged. And as much as I think there are so many people out there that say, Noobs, just pull out the glide bomb, you'll guarantee yourself a kill. I like the fact that he is holding on to it. A little bit of a stun situation here for Crim. And as the other gunfights unfold, it leaves now Intex by himself. Gets the first opportunity to reset, get himself back to 100 life. But the problem here is this is a 1v3, now turned to a 1v2, in which the bomb has been planted.
Yes, it has been planted. Intex may be trying to rethink the approach that he wants to take here for the site. And he's going to come to the back, and I mean, he's got a read on it. This is the setup. In the back right now, finds the first one freely, 1v1. How does he play it? A chance for a 1v3 to clutch the entire tournament, but he's already cleared out the back here, and there's no way Intex is going to recheck this overall. I think this has been well played from Reader. Just has to make sure he gets him off the bomb here. He's going to go for the check in a couple seconds, but Intex is like, challenge me, man. Where are you? Give me the gunfight. Come on. Where were you? You were back here. I just cleared this. Unfortunate, but Team C6, they'll stay alive, Alan.
That's really funny from Intex. Literally premeditated. I'm going to hold this for 2 seconds and then just pre-fire something. From Reader's perspective, that's hilarious. But such is the way of Search and Destroy right now. Hell of an effort. It's still so much work to be done here for Crimsix and co. to send this to a second best of 5. But just maybe that round starts to turn things around for you. Even still, though, you win that round by technicality more than you actually win it by dominating the round itself. So, man, it's one of those things that you talk about the word momentum, and you have to wonder what exactly needs to occur here. Has Reader maybe read this? Good frag nade coming over the top. It does not connect. Late jump into the window, glide bomb coming down. Of course, they will know that Reader is nearby. Ullman at range. 1-for-1 would be fine for Reader. 1-for-1 would be fine for Reader. But he isn't able to secure the kill. Intex has stayed alive. Gets the regen, checks the corner. No, Reader still finds and penalizes the play. Oh my, that is so good from Reed.
Yes, it is. And he maybe has a chance for more. He sees the back feet of Ullman, takes him down off the information there from C6 in the window. And this has been turned into a 2 versus 4. Noobs needed to find that one. You feel like if they had any chance at still winning this round. Reader takes home another. Team C6 might be down, but they're not out.
That is so massive from Reader. You put yourself, the glide bomb's coming down. Everyone knows where you are. If you can just exchange your life, that would be fine. But he wins the gunfight, survives through the glide bomb, and then turns it into 2 more in the round. Unbelievable stuff from Reader. And now all of a sudden, I feel like both teams are sitting here like, whoa, wait a second.
Yeah.
Because Team Tommy's feeling like, hey, we just won 5 in a row. We're cruising. And Crimsix staring down a potential reverse sweep loss here in the grand finals. Now, seeing the mood change. Tommy, oh, what a spot. I believe he's seen Unrational, but that information apparently is mutual. Unrational good for 1 and a second. Trade will be there. That's your bomb carrier again.
Yeah.
What a precarious position to be pushing with no help.
Oh, but Scummin finds Noobs, and Intex here has a chance to go for a full ace, but he's pinned. They will collapse, and 5-2 down. I mean, you can't make this up. Team Tommy, they're trying to get the reverse sweep in to clutch the entire tournament and make themselves champions. On the other end here, you got C6 that have just won 3 rounds in a row, making this comeback. Might be able to get us to a second best of 5, and it all comes down to 1 single round.
There's no way that you could ever put this into a feeling right now. Just keep it into a round 11. We'll find out how we feel afterwards. We'll talk to the therapy and do whatever we need to do. Gamma Bomb to clear out the windows. Playing close was Noobs. And he's by himself at the moment. Aggressive spot from Scum, and Irrational does get stunned and naded. Follow-up shots not going to really connect for too much. But Scummin, aggressive angle, punished by Intex. We go 4v3, and Tommy finds the second. That's the bomb carrier down once more, and a 2v4 has to come through for Crimsix.
All right, C6 needs to find that gunfight, and well, that might just be it. Reader, the last one left alive. He'll be taken down. Team Tommy goes all the way to around 11, but they are your NYSL Crossfire champions. Unbelievable from them. $12,000 will be their prize as they make the reverse sweep happen.
Does not get much closer than that series, brother. I mean, you're looking down the smoking barrel of a 250 to 241 hardpoint. I guess map 2 and map 3 weren't all that close. And then a 233, 250 hardpoint followed by round 11. 3 of those 5 maps, unbelievable. And honestly speaking, as dominant as Crimsix and Co were on the Tuscan Search and Destroy, the same things that we categorized Team Tommy all throughout this tournament on hardpoint started to really show itself on the Bacage. So I'm glad that we got to map 5. I'm glad that we got around 11. I mean, selfishly and biasedly so, I think we all kind of wanted to see what this was going to look like. And as much as Crim's team made a hell of a run through the lower bracket, there just was not quite enough in the tank, especially in that round 11. It just came through. Really, I mean, both teams threw everything they had at one another. It was the aggression from Crimsix. It was the calm and just overall well-tempered nature of Team Tommy to respond to it. Panned out nicely. Unbelievable, Austin. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm still processing it all. I'm sure Katie, who's been, watching this entire thing, it's been an emotional roller coaster. Katie, I mean, what is going on? How are you feeling after that series?
There's a lot of ways you can get a grand final that's lackluster, and that one went above and beyond to deliver something excellent. Yes, we did not get a bracket reset, but honestly, when you go the distance, when you get reverse sweeps, when you get 5-2 comebacks to almost push it, the round 11s, you really can't ask for much more Call of Duty entertainment than that. So really, congratulations to both these teams. Congratulations to Team Tommy. Congratulations to Team Crimsix. They really put on an excellent show, but only one team can stand at the very end, and we have declared our NYSL 25K Crossfire champions. A huge congratulations, and what a heck of a grand final series shift for you guys to cast.
It's just really, there's something about watching Tommy Allman and Noobs play in any tournament, in any venue, in any setting. They're just so fun to watch. And I mean, you talk about the fact that all three of these guys had a start with the multiplayer before they found their illustrious success in Warzone, and to see them continuing to play as a trio in a different form here, and even bringing Intex into the picture, who had a lot of experience playing with Allman, by the way, in that Modern Warfare year when he's playing through Search and Destroys and early cups and stuff like that, is really, really awesome to see. So you talk about that familiarity. Of course, we know them, we love them, but to see them continuing to find success in multitude of facets through Call of Duty is incredible to see. Very well-earned tournament run today.
Yeah, and VisionZz, I was thinking maybe magic might happen again for Team Crimsix. We had talked about that storyline, right? They'd already made an incredible losers bracket run to win a grand final in an S&D and Hardpoint tournament in the last week. They were poised to do it again. I think it's a huge testament the fact that they were almost able to make that happen. But yes, throughout the entirety of this tournament, Team Tommy looking so strong. They had to fight tooth and nail at the end, VisionZz, but really an impressive run from the four of them the entirety of the tournament.
Yeah, impressive run. Team Tommy, they looked very dominant in that upper bracket. They were the team that sent Team C6 down to the lower bracket as well. So, I mean, there was just some crazy narratives. I mean, you talk about the magic, witchcraft, whatever happened in that grand final. It brought us some very nice entertainment. But, I mean, it was quite a run there for Team C6, all the way from the lower round 2 to the grand final, a round away from forcing a bracket reset off 4 rounds in a row. I mean, a heartbreaker, but still made for one hell of a series. And again, big congratulations to Team Tommy. That was just one heck of a performance. And I mean, I'm almost kind of wishing it went to a second best of 5 because that was just so insane.
Well, hey, I'll take the drama, the excitement that we got, even though it was only one best of 5. And I want to say VisionZz, Shift, and Proper, thank you so much for joining me on this broadcast. A huge shout out to production behind the scenes. They've been incredible all day. Yes. And of course, our amazing viewers. And what's more, not only them, but USAA Insurance, DraftKings. Thank you guys so much for being sponsors for this tournament. And of course, for being partners with NYSL and with Anbox. That is where we have to leave you for the rest of your wonderful Friday night. So thank you again. Congratulations to our winners, and we'll see you next time.
Sometimes you need a little help to stay ahead of the unexpected. USAA Renters Insurance helps cover your stuff, even when you're out and about, starting at 33 cents a day. If you know, you know. If you don't, we do. USAA. Sometimes